Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, Byakugan Regression? Sorry, it's an illusion at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, in the Department of Education. Tsunade sat in a chair, one leg casually crossed over the other, holding an application file in her hand. She observed Takashi's uniquely different eyes with intrigue. Hyuga Takashi, you withdrew from your ninja squad due to your bloodline regression and applied to join the medical department to become a medical ninja. Yes, I want to become a medical ninja to seek a cure for my bloodline condition, Takashi explained his reasoning calmly. Across the entire ninja world, medical ninjas were always in short supply, even in Hidden Leaf Village, which prioritized their training. Tsunade was naturally pleased to see someone actively apply to the medical department. The only regret was that Takashi belonged to the Hyuga clan but had unfortunately developed a bloodline disease. Can you tell me about your eyes? Tsunade asked, clearly interested. She was puzzled. Unlike others with bloodline regression, Takashi's eyes were uniquely different. His pupils were a deep blue with a black center, like a radiant blue star, beautiful and mysterious. Takashi calmly responded to her question, I was injured while out on a mission with my squad. During recovery, I started experiencing sensitivity to strong light and blurred vision. After receiving treatment, symptoms of bloodline regression appeared. People believed Takashi's Byakugan was degenerating, but they had no idea that this supposed regression was actually an evolution. This tale began before Takashi's transmigration. Back in his world, he and a close friend were playing a Naruto mobile game. During the first 3 days of a new server, there was a recharge event. By spending a bit of money, players had a chance at an epic draw with high odds of obtaining rare items. Takashi seized the opportunity, and with a stroke of luck, drew the Tenseigan on his first try. Just as he was about to flaunt his prize to his friend, a sudden dizziness overtook him, and everything went black. He collapsed onto his sofa, unconscious. When he awoke, he found himself in the Naruto world. Once he recovered from his injuries and the initial activation of the Tenseigan concluded, he withdrew from his ninja squad under the guise of his bloodline illness and applied to study in the medical department. I approve your application, Tsunade said, begin learning tomorrow. For now, set aside your bloodline illness and focus on studying with a clear mind. Understood, Lady Tsunade, Takashi replied, finally feeling relieved as his application was approved. The reason Takashi wanted to join the medical department was simple: he didn't want to risk his life for his clan or the so-called Will of Fire. As a medical ninja, he could work at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, where the clan couldn't order him to take on dangerous tasks or missions on behalf of the village. In the ninja world, medical ninjas enjoyed relatively high earnings with a manageable workload. Leaving Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, Takashi picked up some long-lasting paints, a canvas, and paper before heading home. Unlike other ninja clans, the Hyuga clan had a peculiar layout for their living quarters. At the center was the head family estate, with other main family residences circling it, then the branch family leaders' homes surrounding those, all expanding outward. Takashi lived in a remote area, reserved for members with low family status. After locking his door, Takashi set down his purchases and grabbed a bottle of green paint as he headed to the bathroom. Once he removed his forehead protector, the cursed seal of the caged bird, painted in green, was revealed. Takashi's seal had disappeared after the first phase of the Tenseigan awakening, so the mark on his forehead was something he painted himself. Unfortunately, the paint he had at home wore off quickly. So Takashi had purposely bought long-lasting paint. He also bought some art supplies to make it look like he was learning to paint. The Tenseigan would require 3 phases of activation to stabilize. During this period, Takashi couldn't use its power and would need to hide in a closed room each time the activation occurred, waiting for it to finish. Luckily, he could attribute all this to his bloodline illness. The clan believed him without doubt, as Takashi wasn't the first in the Hyuga to experience bloodline regression. But he noticed a change in the way they looked at him. The Byakugan was the pride of the Hyuga clan. Bloodline regression meant losing the Byakugan and, with it, one's status and value. Takashi, however, didn't care what they thought. A clan as corrupt, dark, and unfair as the Hueco was unworthy of his loyalty or sacrifice. Once he became a medical ninja, he would move out of the clan's estate. Ignoring others' opinions didn't mean Takashi was willing to endure discrimination. Satisfied with his painted-on caged bird seal, Takashi snapped his fingers in satisfaction. Perfect? With his disguise complete, Takashi went into the courtyard to begin training. He completely ignored the clan's gentle fist technique. From now on, he needed to focus on improving his chakra control to qualify as a medical ninja. When the Tenseigan's third activation concluded, he'd be powerful enough to overturn the main family, rendering the gentle fist technique irrelevant. Training exercises like tree climbing and water walking were easy for him, but they were only the basics of chakra control. To become a medical ninja, he had to put in continuous effort. The next morning, Takashi packed a lunchbox, along with some notebooks and pens, and made his way to Hidden Lee Village Hospital. The medical department was connected to the hospital, so he went directly there to await Tsunoda's instructions. He didn't have to wait long before Tsunoda arrived, yawning, with slightly messy hair. Read these books and then tell me your level of chakra control. I'm really tired and don't have the energy to teach you right now, she said, promptly lying down on the table and falling asleep. Tsunoda teaching me personally. Takashi hadn't expected to gain her favor. Then again, at this time, Tsunoda wasn't the legendary ninja she would later become. She hadn't even earned the title of one of the legendary Sannin. She was merely a capable medical jonin. The books she provided were introductory ones, ideal for someone like Takashi. Takashi picked a corner, placed his bag down, and began reading. The book started with an overview of medical ninjas, followed by various chakra control exercises and their standard proficiency levels. Water walking and tree climbing were merely the basics. Takashi murmured as he read through the detailed descriptions. He realized that he already met the qualifications to study as a medical ninja. Since the Tenseigan's first activation, his chakra control had improved significantly, and it continued to grow stronger over time. The Tenseigan, after all, was a powerful dojutsu comparable to the Rinnegan, enhancing his abilities in various ways. Suppressing the urge to wake Tsunoda, Takashi continued reading. Unknowingly, the entire morning passed with Takashi immersed in his books, while Tsunoda slept through the morning as well. Thankfully, there were no urgent patients, so Tsunoda could enjoy her rest, albeit ungracefully. With one side of her face pressed against the table, she even drooled a little. Takashi's mouth twitched at the sight of the damp spot on the table. Lady Tsunoda, what about your dignity and image? If he had a camera, he'd have taken a few shots to keep as blackmail material. Chapter 2, isn't it just the mystical palm technique? Is it really that hard? Takashi rubbed his belly, pulling out the lunchbox he had brought from his bag. Opening the lunchbox, the delicious aroma began to spread. Tsunoda, who had been dozing off, immediately sat up, wiping the drool from her mouth with no regard for her image, and mumbled sleepily, "Is it mealtime already?" The break room fell silent for a moment as Tsunoda, her mind slowly catching up, realized where she was. Instinctively, her gaze turned to the lunchbox in Takashi's hands. "Want to share some?" Takashi lifted the lunchbox towards her, meeting Tsunoda's still groggy eyes. "Haha, that would be great. I woke up late this morning and didn't even have breakfast." Without any hesitation, Tsunoda grabbed the lunchbox from his hands and started eating enthusiastically, using the chopsticks inside, without any intention of sharing. "That's my lunch." Takashi hadn't expected that a simple offer would end up with his lunch being taken by such a brazen bandit. Delicious. This is chicken, right? Really tasty. Oh, and by the way, bring another one for me tomorrow, okay? Tsunoda said, eating away and making demands at the same time. Takashi really wanted to slap her for that, taking his lunch and still making more demands. But recalling how this lady almost beat Jiraiya to death a while back, Takashi suppressed the urge. After finishing the meal, Tsunoda patted her belly with satisfaction, a blissful expression on her face. "That was great." Burp. Takashi. Wiping her mouth, Tsunoda handed the empty lunchbox back to Takashi. "By the way, what level is your chakra control?" "3rd level," Takashi answered with a darkened face. "Not bad." Tsunoda smiled, lifting her hand and waving her finger at him. "Alright kid, we have work to do. Grab a new coat from the cabinet over there. From today, you'll be assisting me." Putting on a crisp new white coat, Takashi began his life as Tsunoda's assistant. Although he was just assisting, there was a lot to learn. As a newcomer, Takashi was mentally prepared to start from the basics. The first day mostly consisted of learning how to properly bandage wounds. Medical ninchakra and stamina were finite, so it wasn't practical to use medical ninjutsu for every patient. Stitching, treatment, and bandaging were essential skills for a medical nin to learn. Tsunoda didn't need to intervene much, after all, The hospital and the medical department already had numerous medical nin stationed there. But even so, none of them were anywhere close to Tsunoda's level. After observing for some time, Takashi noticed that many of the medical nin didn't even know the mystical palm technique. Having completed the treatment, Tsunoda wiped the sweat from her brow and explained proactively, the mystical palm technique is a challenging A-rank medical ninjutsu. Even in the entirety of Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, or the medical department, only a handful have mastered it. But hey, I ate your lunch, so I won't let you go unrewarded. There are related books and scrolls in my cabinet. You can read them during your breaks, just put them back when you're done. Tsunoda might be a rude bandit, but she wasn't completely unreasonable. She'd eaten Takashi's lunch and even asked for more, but she wouldn't let him go without some benefits. All the books and scrolls in her possession were open for Takashi to study. Tsunoda wasn't worried about Takashi sneaking off to learn the techniques either. On the contrary, she would be thrilled if he managed to learn them. Most of the techniques recorded by Tsunoda were extremely challenging, requiring considerable effort and talent to master. With Tsunoda's permission, Takashi quickly selected some books to take home, focusing specifically on the mystical palm technique. Difficult or not, he'd decide after trying it. 3 days later, Takashi looked at the green glow in his palm. Wasn't this supposed to be difficult to learn? How long had he spent learning it, anyway? Although he had brought the scroll home 3 days ago, his study time had been limited. During the day, he was occupied with following Tsunoda at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, and after work, he spent time reading various books. To become a medical nin, mastering a large body of knowledge was essential, as it covered a wide range of subjects. Between assisting as an intern and studying, Takashi had little time to practice ninjutsu. Yet despite that, he had learned the mystical palm technique within 3 days. Takashi remembered that in the anime, Sakura had spent a long time learning the mystical palm technique, putting in a great deal of effort before mastering it. The next day, Takashi headed to Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. He immediately informed Tsunoda about his progress. "Oh, good that you've learned it," Tsunoda replied, not even looking up from the patient chart she was filling out. A few seconds later, she realized something was off and snapped her head up, staring at Takashi. "You said you've learned the mystical palm technique? You sure it's not just basic medical ninjutsu?" "No, it's the mystical palm technique. Is it supposed to be hard?" Takashi raised his hands, both palms glowing green with chakra. Tsunoda stared at his hands, her mouth slightly agape. "How long did it take me to learn this back in the day?" Tsunoda suddenly thought back to her own past, her eagerness to learn, and asked, her curiosity piqued, "Explain to me your process of learning the mystical palm technique, without skipping any details. Could this kid be a genius?" "No way, there's no medical nin more talented than me, Tsunoda. I won't believe it." Faced with her questioning, Takashi spread his hands and replied, "Every day after returning from Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, aside from bathing, cooking, and eating, I read books until I got tired, then practiced the scroll. That's how I learned it." "Damn it." Tsunoda blurted out a curse. 3 days. This kid worked at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital all day, came home to cook for himself, then squeezed in time to read, and only when tired did he practice ninjutsu, and he still learned it. Looking at Takashi, and then at the medical nin in the department struggling to learn the mystical palm technique, always complaining, was this the gap between geniuses and ordinary people? Damn it, my mind is shattered. No, why should I feel bad? This kid is my student, even if only partially. If a talented teacher produces a talented student, what's wrong with that? Nothing wrong at all. Very well. You truly are my student, Tsunoda said with a satisfied expression, patting Takashi's shoulder. Study well, and don't get cocky. Once you've learned the applicable medical techniques and mastered related knowledge, I'll let you apply for early examination. The timing and standards of the exam were entirely up to Tsunoda. No one in Hidden Leaf Village was more qualified than her. I will study earnestly and not let you down, Lady Tsunoda. Takashi promised seriously. Not just for Tsunoda, Takashi himself also wanted to pass the medical nin examination as soon as possible, to finally leave the Hueco compound, a place full of darkness and decay. Go and study. From today, you don't need to assist me anymore. After considering for a while, Tsunoda decided to let Takashi stay in the break room and study in peace, without needing to do assistant work. It wasn't that Tsunoda was worried about overworking him, it was just that Takashi's learning speed was incredible. Within a few days, he had nearly mastered the basics of treatment. Rather than continuing as an assistant, it would be better for him to focus on studying and prepare for the medical nin examination sooner. Tsunoda was genuinely curious, where exactly was Takashi's limit? In just 3 days, he had effortlessly learned the mystical palm technique. Was this sheer talent or just incredible luck? Chapter 3, Someone Tsunoda approves of is practically family with Tsunoda's support. Takashi no longer needed to assist others and could stay in the break room to study peacefully every day. With enough time and Tsunoda's personal guidance, Takashi mastered the chakra scalpel in just 2 days. Over the next period, Takashi became like a dry sponge, rapidly absorbing all kinds of medical knowledge and learning various medical ninjutsu. Tsunoda went from being shocked, to gradually getting used to it, and eventually becoming numb. She felt completely drained, as if Takashi had drunk every last drop out of her. Most of the medical ninjutsu she knew had already been learned by Takashi. 2 months later, Tsunoda personally took Takashi to the examination. As expected, Takashi passed with excellent results, successfully obtaining his medical nin certificate and promptly submitted his application to work at the hospital. In an elegant tavern, Tsunoda, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, the trio reunited. Tsunoda, I heard you took on an apprentice, someone from the Hyuga clan, no less. Jiraiya, having forgotten the injuries he nearly suffered at her hands, was back to teasing Tsunoda, winking as he spoke. Oh, is that true? Orochimaru paused with his hand halfway to his glass. Tsunoda shot a fierce glare at Jiraiya, causing him to shiver, before she withdrew her gaze, satisfied. I haven't taken on a disciple. I just saw that the kid had talent, and since I had time, I decided to guide him a bit. But I guess I underestimated him. Hyuga Takashi has quite a gift for medical ninjutsu. But enough about that. Shaking her head, Tsunoda changed the subject. What have you two been up to lately? Since their Jonin exams, the three had officially disbanded as a team and pursued their own paths. Tsunoda worked at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, Orochimaru conducted his strange experiments, and Jiraiya was either on missions or secretly gathering research material. Recently, I got a troublesome mission that took up some time, Orochimaru said nonchalantly. I've been quite busy. Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, only to be interrupted by Tsunoda. Enough, no need to elaborate. If it's not peeking on girls bathing, it's writing that nonsense of yours. Tsunoda set her cup down and slapped the table, warning him, if I catch Nawaki with any of your filthy books again, I swear I'll kill you. Why teach a kid something like that? You could teach him anything else, but it had to be that trash. Cough, cough. It's a misunderstanding, a total misunderstanding. Nawaki must have snuck it in himself. It has nothing to do with me, Jiraiya said, guilty as he tried to defend himself. Hey. Watching the fierce Tsunoda and the cowering Jiraiya, Orochimaru's lips curled up slightly. These were the rare moments when Orochimaru could relax, and he cherished such times, even though he usually just sat quietly, observing. The trio drank, ate, and shared amusing stories from their work or missions. Soon, after their fill, they went their separate ways. Tsunoda left first. Jiraiya, still seated, clutched a bottle, giggling foolishly. It seemed Tsunoda had forgiven him, as she wasn't mad anymore. Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a disdainful glance and silently got up to leave. Returning home, Tsunoda, reeking of alcohol, entered the house and found Kushina sitting alone in the courtyard. Lady Tsunoda. Kushina looked up at the approaching figure, quickly standing up to greet her. Call me sister. Or is it that the word sister is just too difficult for you to say? Tsunoda, displeased, placed her hand on Kushina's head, playfully messing up her red hair. Sister Tsunoda. Stunned for a few seconds by her hair being messed up, Kushina let out a sharp cry. Not many girls liked having their hair turned into a mess. Don't cry, don't cry. It's my fault, alright? How about this, I'll take you shopping later, okay? Tsunoda hadn't expected Kushina to be so sensitive. Just a little teasing, and she almost cried. After much effort, she finally managed to calm Kushina down, promising to take her out shopping. Seeing the little girl smile again, Tsunoda slumped her shoulders, feeling more exhausted from comfort in Kushina than she was working at the hospital. Sister Tsunoda, someone brought you a letter just now. With Tsunoda's promise secured, Kushina eagerly pulled out a letter. A letter? For me? Who would write a letter to me? Curious, Tsunoda took the envelope, opened it, and quickly scanned the contents. Her expression became solemn. After pocketing the letter, Tsunoda patted Kushina's head. Kushina, I need to go handle something. How about I take you shopping another day, alright? Can't I come with you? Kushina looked up at Tsunoda with a pitiful gaze. Tsunoda started to get a headache. Why did she have to mess with the kid in the first place? Now she was in a tough spot. After hesitating for a while, Tsunoda finally gave in. Alright. But you have to promise to be good, understand? Kushina was a pitiful child, and Takashi wasn't much different. Maybe if they spent some time together, they could find some common ground, and Kushina might make a new friend? Even though the village strictly forbade anyone from approaching Kushina, Takashi was someone Tsunoda approved of, which made him practically family. With Tsunoda there, what was wrong with letting him interact with Kushina? If anyone had a problem with it, they could take it up with her. And so, Tsunoda led Kushina out of the Senju compound, heading toward the Hyuga clan grounds. On the way, she stopped at a roadside shop to buy plenty of snacks. Lady Tsunoda, with Kushina in tow, headed to the Hyuga compound. The Anbu watching over Kushina immediately reported to the third Hokage. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage stood by the window, looking in the direction of the Hyuga compound. Is it because of Hyuga Takashi? Takashi had applied to join the medical department, and in just over 2 months, had learned more medical techniques than many medical nin and had passed the medical nin examination with flying colors. On the day of his exam, all relevant information was delivered to the third Hokage's desk. Injured during a mission, leading to his bloodline's regression, then subjected to neglect and unfair treatment by his clan, Takashi applied to the medical department, only to unexpectedly display his talents. The scarcity of medical nin, combined with Takashi's natural talent, had drawn the third Hokage's attention. Most importantly, Takashi was someone Tsunoda recognized, and as Tsunoda was a disciple of the Hokage, that practically made Takashi half family. The third Hokage picked up Takashi's file, carefully reading it over, before falling silent for a moment. What a pity. Takashi's situation was unique, which meant that, at best, he could only ever be considered half family. Chapter 4, Rejected? Then I'll live as my new self in the sealed-off living room. Takashi sat quietly on a chair, a scarf covering his eyes. The second awakening of the Tenseigan had came rather suddenly. Takashi had to send a message to Tsunoda, asking her to help request a leave of absence for him, explaining that he needed some time to rest. How long would it take? Takashi couldn't say for sure. Until the second awakening of the Tenseigan ended, he would remain at home, recuperating. Knock knock. Hyuga Takashi. The knocking jolted Takashi from his blank state. As his thoughts returned, he stood and opened the door. Though his eyes were covered, his strong mental strength and sensory perception allowed him to function as if he could see, without much inconvenience. Tsunoda wasn't alone. She had a child with her. This chakra. No, this chakra reserve wasn't something just anyone could have. A child with enormous life force, unmatched chakra reserves. At this particular moment in time, Takashi immediately knew who it was. Uzumaki Kushina. Takashi opened the door himself, and Tsunoda eyed his covered face curiously. I thought you were completely incapable of taking care of yourself, but it turns out you can get around just fine, Tsunoda remarked. Takashi stepped aside. Though I can't see, thanks to my sense of smell, hearing, and sensory abilities, I can maintain a relatively normal life. As for my work at Hidden Lee Village Hospital, I will have to stop for now. With Kushina in tow, Tsunoda entered the house, looking around at the interior. Following behind, Kushina was like a curious kitten, glancing in all directions. I'll take care of the hospital, you just focus on resting, Tsunoda said dismissively, waving her hand, before leading Kushina to the couch. She looked a bit concerned as she continued, but your eyes. It's just a minor after effect, they'll recover in time. Takashi smiled reassuringly, nodding to Kushina as well. Hello, I'm Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina instinctively stood up, introducing herself. Hyuga Takashi. Nice to meet you. At this point in time, the village leadership wouldn't have allowed just anyone to approach Kushina. But since Tsunoda brought her, it should be fine. This is my little sister, Kushina. Isn't she an adorable girl? Tsunoda raised her eyebrows, deliberately emphasizing the words adorable girl. Kushina, who had been staring curiously at Takashi, turned beet red and stomped her foot indignantly. Sister Tsunoda, what are you talking about? Even though he couldn't see, Takashi could tell from her teasing tone that Tsunoda was starting to get playful. Ahaha. Kushina's face flushed with embarrassment, which Tsunoda found immensely amusing. But Kushina couldn't handle much teasing, too much and she'd cry. So Tsunoda quickly stopped and changed the subject. By the way, since you can't see right now, I brought some food for you, rice balls, dango, and all things I don't like. You might as well have brought me some vegetables so I could cook something myself. Being blindfolded didn't interfere with Takashi's cooking, and he was picky about his food. He had no love for rice balls or dango. You keep it for yourself. If you really want to help, just bring me some groceries. Takashi waved away Tsunoda's kindness. I know you mean well, but I have my standards. So you can take all that food back, Tsunoda. You can cook for yourself? Tsunoda's eyes widened in surprise. Remembering the delicious lunch boxes Takashi had made recently, she swallowed involuntarily. This could be good. I can manage, and it probably won't affect the flavor. Want to try? Yes. How embarrassing. Kushina covered her face with her hands, feeling that Tsunoda was being a bit much. This handsome young man clearly couldn't see, yet here Tsunoda was asking him to cook, even though she had already eaten and drunk plenty while out. Half an hour later, when the beef stew with potatoes was served, Kushina couldn't help but cry tears of joy as she polished off 3 bowls. It was just too delicious. Burp. Unlike Kushina, who tried to maintain her composure, Tsunade didn't care about such things. She lounged comfortably on the couch, letting out a loud burp, freely admitting she had enjoyed the meal a bit too much. Takashi is amazing, even without being able to see, he can still cook such delicious food. Kushina looked at Takashi, her eyes practically sparkling. After resting for a while, Tsunade straightened up and rubbed her stomach. Takashi, can you tell me more about your eyes? If there's anything I can help with, just say the word. Everything is under control at the moment. The only real inconvenience is not being able to go out and shop. Takashi shook his head. If he needed help, he would surely ask her. Right now, he was holding on to her support. Someday, it would be the other way around. I'll help you buy whatever you need after I get off work, Tsunade declared generously. I need a nap. Kushina, wake me up when we're heading home, I'm going to sleep for a while. The alcohol was kicking in, and Tsunade felt the need to sleep. Luckily, Takashi's couch was large, soft, and comfortable. Tsunade took over the couch, turning her back to Takashi and Kushina, and fell asleep just like that. How utterly shameless. Takashi couldn't help but smile. Kushina was so embarrassed she almost wanted to sink into the floor. Takashi-kun, Sister Tsunade drank quite a bit today. When she got your message, she came straight over, so. Kushina tried her best to explain on Tsunade's behalf. What a nice girl, so gentle and considerate. Takashi suddenly remembered Kushina's nickname, the Red Hot-Blooded Habanero. That nickname had initially been a taunt from her classmates, but later, Kushina earned it with her fists. She made sure everyone knew that this Red Hot-Blooded Habanero was not to be trifled with. Guess I underestimated her. How do you find life in Hidden Leaf Village? When do you start at the Ninja Academy? Takashi shifted the conversation to Kushina. Not good at all. Perhaps because she felt comfortable around Takashi, Kushina let go of her guardedness and spoke with a pout. I can only stay by Granny Mido's side, and I can't go anywhere else. There's no one I know here. As she spoke, Kushina's eyes began to redden, her large eyes welling with tears, ready to spill. Facing away from the two, Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly. Hyuga Takashi, of all the topics to discuss, you chose this? Let's see how you deal with it now. Takashi listened quietly. Just as Kushina was about to cry, he gently shook his head and said, when you come to a strange place and lack a sense of security, it's natural to feel lost. Even though I have clan members around me, to me, they feel more like strangers than strangers themselves. Huh? Kushina blinked, her tears halting, as she looked at Takashi in confusion. Clan members more unfamiliar than strangers? Takashi pointed to his eyes and smiled wryly. To them, I have a terrifying bloodline illness. I'm about to lose the clan's precious KK Genkai, their unique visual prowess, and become a burden. Takashi-kun isn't useless at all. You're amazing. Kushina forgot her sadness and spoke up for Takashi. Sister Tsunade said you have a lot of talent. Techniques that are hard for others to learn, you can pick up in just a few days. You're a genius, your clan just can't see it. Perhaps. Takashi shook his head slightly and said seriously, honestly, I don't care about the cold shoulder from the clan, nor the indifferent stares from the members, nor the inequality in the family. If no one accepts me, then I'll start a new life and look forward. One cannot live in the pain of the past. Look forward. One cannot live in the pain of the past. This phrase repeated itself in Kushina's mind, over and over again. Chapter 5, Hyuga Takashi, you've really got me in trouble. Leaving Takashi's home, Kushina felt a tingling on her scalp, as though something was about to grow there. Tsunade kept yawning. This feeling of wanting to sleep but also straining her ears to eavesdrop was exhausting. She hadn't rested well, not to mention, she had swallowed enough chicken soup for the soul to nearly burst. That night, at the Senju clan residence, Kushina chattered beside Uzumaki Mido. Granny Mido, I made a new friend today, and he even invited me and Tsunade for dinner. Since coming to Hidden Leaf Village, it had been rare to see such a bright smile on Kushina's face. Mido lifted a hand to embrace Kushina, her face full of kindness. Is it that boy named Hyuga Takashi? Lately, I've heard little Tsunade mention that name quite a bit. Have I been talking about him a lot? Really? Tsunade scratched her head in annoyance. She had barely returned before collapsing onto the bed. Yet, before she could fall asleep, Uzumaki Mido had roused her, saying she should spend more time with Kushina to help her integrate into their home and into Hidden Leaf Village as a whole. Hyuga Takashi? Is he the genius Sis was talking about, the one who learns medical ninjutsu super fast? Nawaki asked curiously. Yes. Kushina nodded enthusiastically. Takashi-kun's beef and potato stew was amazing. Tsunade-sis ate 5 bowls. She raised her small hand to illustrate. Kushina. Tsunade glared in disbelief. You ate 3 bowls yourself. I couldn't resist. Kushina mumbled shyly, snuggling deeper into Mido's embrace. Nawaki looked back and forth between his flustered sister and the embarrassed Kushina, blinking in wonder. Was it really that good? Even Kushina, who rarely had much appetite, had polished off 3 bowls. Watching your granddaughter and Kushina tease each other, Mido chuckled, but as she laughed, her smile slowly faded. I remember that boy sent you a message saying he had bloodline complications and couldn't see. Tsunade nodded absent-mindedly, yawning. Yeah, he had his eyes covered with cloth. I'll put in a leave request for him tomorrow so he can rest at home. Tsunade. Mido's voice suddenly turned serious. You had a child who couldn't see cook for you? And you ate 5 bowls? Because it was delicious. Tsunade raised her arms to stretch, but froze midway. Suddenly realizing her mistake, she looked up. Mido's usually gentle face was now stern, her cloudy eyes locked onto her. Uh-oh. Tsunade's heart sank. Even Kushina, sitting beside Mido, sensed something was wrong and scooted slightly farther away. Sis, you actually had someone with eye problems cook for you. Nawaki shouted in shock. Shut up. He insisted on cooking to prove he could live independently. It wasn't my idea. Tsunade shot him a glare and quickly explained. Granny, you have to believe me. Ask Kushina if you don't. After dinner, Hyuga Takashi even comforted and encouraged Kushina. She likes him a lot, she was just shy to call him big brother. I didn't. I wasn't. Kushina shook her head in denial, her cute face flushed bright red. Nawaki, Kushina, go and rest, Mido instructed with a deep breath, motioning for her grandson and Kushina to leave. Hyuga Takashi, you've got me in trouble. Tsunade cried out internally. Kushina, worried, whispered, do you think Tsunade-sis will be okay? Granny Mido's angry face is really scary. She'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Just a scolding, Nawaki replied nonchalantly. She's used to it. Granny's always telling her to behave more like a lady, but she never listens. Nawaki shrugged it off. This was far from the first time he'd seen this scene, so he was more than accustomed to it. Even Tsunade was used to it. She would sit there, nodding obediently through the scolding, silently hoping it would end quickly and that Granny Mido's lecture would be shorter this time. Then she'd go right back to doing things her way. Sure, she admitted she was wrong, but changing was a different matter entirely. While Tsunade was getting her lecture, Takashi lay in bed, slowly moving his right hand. A glass floated beside the bed, drifting back and forth with the direction of his hand. As the second awakening of his Tenseigan began, Takashi found he could access some of its power, even during the awakening process. Though he couldn't fully unleash it, this alone was a delight. Similar to the Rinnegan, the Tenseigan also granted control over gravitational and repulsive forces. If he activated Tenseigan chakra mode, he could even manipulate the movement of celestial bodies. Of course, such a feat was not something just anyone could achieve. Having the Tenseigan didn't mean one could wield all its power without limits. At this moment, the combination of Takashi and his Tenseigan was like attaching a rocket booster to a bicycle. If the booster went to full power, the bicycle would only end up shattered. Simply put, the Tenseigan's power was too immense, and Takashi's body was not yet strong enough to bear it. He needed time to adjust, to gradually develop and wield it until he could fully command the Tenseigan's abilities. Luckily, these eyes were his own, so he didn't have to worry about being drained or overwhelmed by them. Just look at Nagato, who was used as a vessel to sustain the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan and Tenseigan's powers were no joke. Even with Uzumaki blood, Nagato struggled to sustain it. For Takashi, the most practical ability at the moment was manipulating gravity and repulsion. He could also control puppets, which might let him play puppeteer and teach the puppet division of the Sand Village a lesson or two, show them what true mastery of puppet control looked like. Thump, thump. In the darkness, the pulsation of his eyes was particularly vivid. Lying there, Takashi quietly felt the changes occurring in his eyes. The powerful, rhythmic throbbing indicated that the Tenseigan's fusion was going smoothly. In the late hours, the lights in the Hokage's office building finally went out. The third Hokage, in his prime, had finished his work for the day. This also meant that those working late with him could finally go rest. As he prepared to head home, an Anbu member quietly informed him, "Hokage, Lady Mido wishes to see you after your shift." The Hokage paused mid-step. Understood. The reason for Mido's request was easy to guess, it was likely about Kushina. In today's Hidden Leaf village, the only person Mido would worry about was Kushina. Accompanied by his guards, the third Hokage arrived at the Senju residence. Uzumaki Mido had been waiting for a while. Lady Mido. The third Hokage gestured for his guards to leave, then quickly approached her, bowing respectfully. Chapter 6, Uzumaki Mido's warning to Hidden Leaf Village's Elder Council. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen had been appointed Hokage by Senju Tobirama, he could not have secured his position as third Hokage without Uzumaki Mido's support. Resting on a lounge chair, Mido slowly opened her eyes. Hiruzen, you're here. In front of Uzumaki Mido, Hiruzen dared not show the slightest arrogance. He hurried forward to help her sit up straight, only standing once she was comfortable. Hiruzen, Kushina is set to be the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and is also the princess of the Uzumaki clan. She deserves the right to control her own life. This will help her integrate better into the Hidden Leaf Village family and view it as her true home. Respectfully, Hiruzen replied, Lady Mido, now that Kushina has arrived in Hidden Leaf Village, she is one of our own. I will not restrict or interfere in her life. He understood well enough that Mido was warning him not to excessively interfere with Kushina's life, as it would hinder her integration into Hidden Leaf Village. Good that you understand, sigh. Mido felt a deep sadness in her heart. Looking at Kushina now was like seeing her younger self, although she had been far more fortunate. When she married into the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan was still strong, and Hashirama had treated her with great respect. Even after becoming a Jinchuriki, no one dared disrespect her. The privileges and status she enjoyed were privileges Kushina could never expect. Hidden Leaf Village would, at best, offer Kushina financial support. After all, swallowing up the wealth of the Uzumaki clan without giving Kushina a share would be too conspicuous. But what Kushina needed wasn't just financial freedom, she needed personal freedom too. Here's a scroll with some plans I drafted. Hidden Leaf Village has taken too much from the Uzumaki clan, so it should offer Kushina some compensation. I hope the Hokage's office will implement this soon. Also, avoid interfering in Kushina's life too much, that's all. Yes, Hiruzen replied. With a respectful bow, Hiruzen put away the scroll, then supported Mido back inside before leaving. The matter of compensation had already been discussed among the elders and him. Though reluctant, the elders had no choice but to concede when Mido was involved. The next day, Hidden Leaf Village's Elder Council gathered in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen took out the scroll Mido had given him and handed it to them. After reading it, Toharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado remained silent, but Danzō Shimura, the Hokage's advisor, reacted strongly. No, I disagree with this decision. We can agree to compensate Kushina, but her safety requires full monitoring, and we can't allow too many people to interact with a Jinchuriki. At this point, Danzō was only an advisor in title, with minimal actual power. His infamous foundation, Root, hadn't yet developed, as it would only grow after the Second Shinobi World War. This is Lady Mido's order, Hiruzen said without arguing further. If you have objections, you're welcome to voice them to her. Convince Mido, and I'll have no objection to restricting Kushina. Danzō raised a hand in anger, wanting to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. It was Lady Mido's command, after all. Both Hamura and Koharu shook their heads. Danzō's need for control was excessive. Were it anyone else making this decision, even Hiruzen, Danzō would have opposed them on the spot. But with Uzumaki Mido behind it, Danzō didn't dare show disrespect, though he might curse privately. Seeing Danzō's temper subside, Hiruzen spoke up. Danzō, Lady Mido is already displeased about what happened to the Uzumaki clan. She cares deeply for Kushina, so consider this both a show of support for her and a warning to us not to overstep. Humphrey, I hope you won't regret it. Danzō, who had been involved in the handling of the Uzumaki clan's matter, knew all too well that they had thoroughly disappointed Mido. That she hadn't reprimanded or punished him directly was already generous enough. With no choice but to accept the terms Mido set, Danzō stormed out of the office. Koharu turned to Hiruzen. Hiruzen, I heard Tsunoda recently took on a promising student. Is that true? Yes. His name is Takashi. Here, look over his file. Lady Mido has permitted Kushina to interact with this child without opposition. Whenever in doubt, Mido's authority was their safe harbor. Once they reviewed Takashi's file, Koharu and Hamura understood why Mido and Hiruzen had no objection to Kushina interacting with Takashi. After all, he was practically family. Well, perhaps half family, since the caged bird seal limited his freedom. Putting down the file, Koharu remarked, Lady Mido really understands people, especially young girls' admiration for strength and natural compassion. The best way to help Kushina integrate into Hidden Leaf Village was simple: let her make genuine friends, feel the warmth of family and friendship, and gradually see herself as part of Hidden Leaf Village. Imprisonment and surveillance would be the most incompetent strategy. Child, what's the matter? Seeing Kushina look restless all morning, And watching her frequently glance at the door around noon, Mito sat beside her and gently hugged her shoulders. Grandma Mito, it's nothing. Kushina smiled sheepishly. Yesterday at Takashi-kun's house, Sister Tsunade said she would buy groceries for him every day. But after you scolded her last night, she didn't go to work today and is still sleeping. Kushina, are you worried that Takashi won't have anything to eat? Mito's eyes glinted with humor as she teased Kushina. No, Kushina quickly denied, shaking her head. I was just thinking Takashi might be disappointed if Sister Tsunade doesn't show up since they had already made plans. Kushina clearly cared a lot for her new friend. Feigning a stern expression, Mito replied, don't expect too much from Tsunade, she is sulking right now and didn't even get up for lunch. Ah. What about Takashi? Because Tsunade was annoyed and unwilling to go out, her promise to help Takashi with groceries would go unfulfilled. Takashi, with his limited vision, wouldn't be able to go out himself. Tsunade can't go, but you could, couldn't you? Mito smiled, encouraging Kushina. You could fulfill your sister's promise. I can't. Kushina instinctively shook her head. She wasn't familiar enough with Hidden Leaf Village to even know her way around, let alone find the market and deliver groceries to Takashi. Seems Tsunade will have to break her promise, then. Mito sighed, her tone full of regret. Kushina's cute little face twisted with conflict. She didn't want Tsunade to break her promise or to see Takashi disappointed. But she didn't know her way around or how to shop in a market. Being a princess of the Uzumaki clan, she had never needed to do such things, and since arriving in Hidden Leaf Village, she had barely stepped out of the Senju residence. What should she do? After seriously considering it for a minute, Kushina encouraged herself internally. Kushina, you can do this. Looking up at Mito with determination, she said, Grandma Mito, I'll go buy the groceries and take them to Takashi-kun. But you'll have to assign someone to guide me since I don't know the market or the prices. The little princess had finally taken the bait. Smiling, Mito nodded. I'll have Kyu accompany you to the market and bring you back afterward. She ruffled Kushina's red hair affectionately. Sweetheart, remember to memorize the route. Then you'll be able to find your friend all on your own, won't you? Kushina's eyes lit up. Grandma Mito, can I? Am I really allowed to go where I want? Even to visit friends? Of course, Mito assured her, I promise you can. Hidden Leaf Village is your home, so you can go wherever you like. Thank you, Grandma Mito. With a beaming smile, Mito hugged her tightly as Kushina shed tears of joy in her embrace. After getting ready, Kushina left to run her errand. Shortly after her departure, a conflicted-looking Tsunade entered the room. Chapter 7, Kushina's first DIY dish. Granny, aren't we deceiving Kushina by doing this? All the talk about scolding and feeling down or not completing her promise, it's all nonsense, just a setup. A setup meant to make Kushina take the task upon herself and fulfill her promise. Tsunade felt a bit uneasy about it. After all, Kushina was still just a child. Do you have a better way to help Kushina let go of her sadness, lower her guard toward the village, and fit in? Uzumaki Mito glared at her granddaughter. If you had a better solution, would I, an old woman, be bothering myself with all this? You have a point. Tsunade shrank her neck, promptly shutting her mouth. She didn't dare argue with her grandmother. But aren't you worried about the risk? What if Kushina gets hurt? Are you saying that Takashi Hyuga is untrustworthy? Uzumaki Mito leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes. Forget I said anything. Tsunade almost wanted to roll her eyes, but refrained, fearing a reprimand from her grandmother about her lack of ladylike manners. The last thing she wanted was a lecture from Grandma Mito. Besides, was there really a question of Takashi's reliability? What a joke. He was trained by none other than her, the great Tsunade Hime. The first Hokage's granddaughter. The princess of Hidden Leaf Village. Could she possibly misjudge? No way. Knock, knock, knock. The door's unlocked. Come in. Resting on the sofa, Takashi heard the knock. The door slowly opened, and Kushina struggled to carry a heavy bag into the room, her forehead covered in sweat, looking quite worn out. Takashi, Tsunade had something come up today, so I helped her buy some stuff for you. I didn't know what you'd like, so I bought a bit of everything. She proudly set the bag on the ground, clearly pleased with herself. Takashi stood up and paused momentarily, silently sensing just how much she had bought. A large bag, fully packed, was heavy enough that even someone as strong as Kushina had trouble carrying it, an indication of just how heavy it was. Not wanting to dampen her spirits, he smiled and asked, Thank you, Kushina. Could you tell me what you got? Hee, no need to thank me. It wasn't hard, in fact, it was kind of fun. Kushina wiped the sweat from her forehead, clearly in high spirits. Though it was her first time shopping at the market, she managed to get the job done despite a few embarrassing moments along the way. Potatoes, and some beef. The butcher said if I bought a lot, I'd get a discount, she added, clearly proud of her bargain. She thought herself quite clever, managing to get a good deal on plenty of beef. Well, Takashi held back the obvious, buying in bulk tends to be cheaper in the first place, it's not luxury goods they're trying to get rid of. But he wisely kept this to himself. After all, her intentions were genuine. How about we make grilled meat? Sure. Kushina clapped her hands excitedly but hesitated, worried about Takashi's sight. Or maybe not. Granny Mito said it's not right since you can't see, it might be tricky for you. Then let's do it together, I'll instruct, and you can cook. How does that sound? With Takashi's invitation, Kushina hesitated briefly before agreeing. She didn't want to disappoint him, and besides, her hands were itching to try. Food she'd make herself would surely taste delicious. First, cut the beef into big pieces. Yes, that size looks good. Now, add the other ingredients to the pot along with the seasoning to marinate the beef. Once the beef was marinated, Kushina grabbed a small trowel and ran out to the yard to dig up some clay, all the while wondering why grilled beef needed clay. Wrapping the marinated beef in lotus leaves, she coated it in a thick layer of clay before tossing it into the fire pit. As she looked at Takashi's confident and rather handsome face, Kushina began to doubt. Could meat cooked this way really be edible? When the clay-baked beef was finally ready, Kushina was dumbfounded. So this is how cooking could work? With clay and lotus leaves? The process was strange, but the result was amazing. The large, marinated pieces of beef turned out tender and flavorful. Kushina ate happily, not just because the beef was delicious but because she had helped make it. She didn't mind her dirty clothes at all. The once sullen look on her face was replaced by a constant smile. So, the Hyuga clan's family rules are really that strict? That's scary, she said, stunned as Takashi shared stories about the Hyuga clan. Compared to the Hyuga, the Uzumaki clan's rules felt almost non-existent. The Hyuga clan had a branch family that existed only to serve the main family. They could be called family members, but it was more accurate to say they were servants, even slaves. Thankfully, the village's influence prevented the main family from acting too harshly, even though they had the authority to discipline the branch family. At least in this area, the third Hokage did something right. His oversight helped suppress the main family's arrogance and divided their power. Takashi smiled faintly. Scary? It's not that bad. Thanks to the village's mediation, the main family can't arbitrarily punish the branch family. They can't just kill people like before. Though the third and his allies did this for their own reasons, this approach did ease the branch family's burden somewhat. These main family members are horrible, downright evil. Kushina said, outraged. The more she learned, the more she felt she and Takashi shared a bond. Takashi had his family, his clan, but his situation was even more challenging than hers. And with the curse mark of the caged bird, rebellion was impossible for the branch family. Takashi, Kushina murmured, genuinely worried that he might suffer under his clan's oppressive rules. Takashi chuckled, patting her on the head reassuringly. Don't worry about me. I've passed the medical nin exams and work at the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital now. With Tsunoda there, the main family won't mess with me. That's a relief. Kushina was only worried that the Hyuga clan might trouble him or use family honor to command him. Most ninja clans placed extreme importance on family honor. But for Takashi, a reincarnated soul, this honor meant nothing. To him, family honor was nonsense, especially with a rigid and heartless clan like the Hyuga. Having shared his story, Takashi listened as Kushina shared hers. When it was nearly time, Kushina knew she had to leave. Even with a little freedom, she couldn't be reckless, she didn't yet have the luxury of acting out. Well, Takashi, I'll head back for now. I'll visit again soon. Reluctantly, Kushina left, returning to the Senju estate. Uzumaki Mito had granted her some freedom, so she had to honor their agreement and return on time without lingering too long outside. This kid. Though Takashi was only 13, he thought of Kushina as just a kid. Not just because of his past life, even in this life, they had a 7-year age gap. Kushina had bought a lot, the vegetables could last a few days, but the meat? Without proper storage, it would spoil soon. Refrigerators weren't common yet in the ninja world. To prevent the meat from going bad, Takashi decided to preserve it, making smoked beef jerky. Good thing she bought beef. If she'd gotten a pile of pork, that would have been much harder to handle. Takashi got to work. Kushina happily returned to the Senju estate. Granny Mito, Tsunoda, Nawaki, I brought you some beef. It's delicious, and I made it myself. She proudly placed the beef on the table like a treasured prize. Chapter 8, If anyone dares to bully you, smash their head in. Did you make this? Tsunoda looked at Kushina as if she were staring at an alien. From what Tsunoda knew, Kushina was just as clueless about cooking as she was, if not worse. She even doubted if Kushina had ever stepped foot in a kitchen before. Really? Let me taste it. Nawaki eagerly grabbed a piece of beef and shoved it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, his eyes lit up instantly. Sis, this beef is delicious. Kushina wasn't lying. Grandma, you should try it, it's really tender. With Nawaki's approval, Kushina felt a bit smug and turned to look at Tsunade. See? My cooking was recognized. Tsunade also tried a piece. She had to admit it was delicious, though she remained suspicious that Kushina had cooked it herself. Alright, fine. I did it under Takashi's guidance. He gave the instructions, and I did the hands-on part. Kushina was a good girl, and good girls shouldn't lie, so she recounted the day's events in detail. Nawaki's eyes sparkled as he listened, while Tsunade shook her head, feeling speechless. When it came to cooking, that brat Takashi really did have a knack for it. Mido Uzumaki chuckled and offered a few words of praise, making Kushina's eyes squint into a happy smile. Kushina, Tsunade said after dinner, holding Kushina's hand with a troubled expression. I've been really busy with work lately, so I might not be able to go to Takashi's place. I wonder if you'd be willing to help out with the grocery shopping instead. Kushina wrinkled her small brows, looking as if she wasn't too thrilled about the idea. Little brat, pretending to hesitate when she clearly wanted to agree. Tsunade could only play along because this was a task given to her by Mido Uzumaki. Fine, I'll do it, Kushina said reluctantly. After Tsunade's persistent persuasion, Kushina finally agreed, albeit reluctantly. Deep down, she was overjoyed, completely unaware that this was all an act by Tsunade and Mido. The next day, the little girl cheerfully dashed off to the market, heading straight to Takashi's place afterward. When Kushina walked in with a bag full of groceries and meat, Takashi fell silent. Was this shopping, or were you stocking up for winter? Kushina, you don't really need to buy this much. Money doesn't grow on trees, you know. We should practice thriftiness and save whenever possible, that's a traditional virtue. Is this a lot? Kushina gave him an adorably innocent look. I didn't spend much, though. Takashi. Right, he'd forgotten this girl was quite the little rich kid. Alright, as long as you're happy. Takashi forced a smile. So, what's for dinner today? Kushina asked, bouncing with excitement. Braised lamb. Oh, by the way, Grandma Mido said I'll be starting at the Ninja Academy soon, as a transfer student. I'm a bit nervous. Kushina hesitated, looking down. What if my classmates bully me? She asked, her eyes showing a trace of worry. Oh, just smash their heads in. Show them what little pepper Kushina is made of. Hey. I'm not little pepper. She pouted. Then let's just agree I'm right, shall we? Yep. If anyone tries to bully me, I'll smash their head in. If I can't handle them, I'll get you to help me teach them a lesson. After they grew close, Kushina became quite the chatterbox, always talking without a break, as if she never got tired. Hiruzen, are you really not going to intervene? Shimura Danzō slapped a scroll onto the Hokage's desk, looking rather grim. Kushina is Hidden Leaf Village's next Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki aren't supposed to have romantic feelings, because during childbirth, they're at their weakest. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, opened the scroll, glanced at it, and calmly placed it back down. This is under Lady Mido's instruction, he replied to Danzō, with an unwavering tone. Danzō's face twisted in frustration. He felt like he was going to explode from holding back his words. This excuse again? Everything was always under Lady Mido's orders. Could Hiruzen come up with something else? Seeing his old friend seething, the third Hokage chuckled internally. A Jinchuriki needs to interact with the villagers to integrate better and see the village as their home. Kushina and Takashi are just friends, and with Mido and Tsunade watching over her, do you really think she could be led astray? But, Danzō didn't dare voice his doubts about Mido and Tsunade's judgment. He could get away with questioning Tsunade's choices. At worst, she'd throw a tantrum, but that would be manageable. But Mido? No way. If he slandered her, he could kiss his position as Hokage's advisor goodbye. There's no but, Danzō, the third Hokage said. You've seen how Kushina's attitude has improved lately. Besides, she and Takashi are just friends. Fine, Danzō gritted his teeth, clenching his fist. He understood now. Hiruzen would keep using Lady Mido as a shield to stop him from interfering with Kushina's affairs. Don't come to regret today's decision. Failing to persuade Hiruzen and left in a huff, Danzō decided he needed to have a chat with Takashi. Takashi's second awakening was finally complete. What he couldn't understand was why the intervals between his Tenseigan's awakenings were so long. A long gap was one thing, but his awakening process took far longer than that of the Otsutsuki member up on the moon with a fixation on Hinata. Tonerai's Tenseigan awakened quickly, why was his so slow? Maybe it was because he didn't possess Otsutsuki chakra. Or perhaps because Donrai's eyes weren't originally his own, they would eventually regress to be a Kugan under certain conditions. There was so little information about the Tenseigan that Takashi couldn't be sure of his theories. In comparison, he knew more about the Rinnegan. But the Tenseigan had very limited information available. Oh well, a bit of a delay isn't the worst, Takashi muttered. Better than the Uchiha's Sharingan, anyway. Compared to the hassle of evolving a Sharingan, the delay in his Tenseigan awakenings was trivial. Just look at the Sharingan. Opening it is difficult enough, and evolving it is even harder. The 3 Tomoe to Mengekyo Sharingan step blocks countless Uchiha. And going from Mengekyo to Eternal Mengekyo? That's nearly impossible. Want the Rinnegan? Sorry, unless you have absurd luck and all the conditions fall into place, or you're directly granted it by the Sage of Six Paths himself, forget it. First, you'd need to be an Indra reincarnation. Then, you'd need a close relative willing to give up their eyes for you. You'd also need a Nashora reincarnation as a companion and at least 20 years of waiting before the Rinnegan might awaken. That's not just difficult, it's practically impossible. Even Black Zetsu, the ultimate schemer, took thousands of years to finally push Madara Uchiha to awaken the Rinnegan, showing just how difficult it truly was. Starting tomorrow, I'll be on duty officially. Time to find a suitable place and move out. Chapter 9, Warning Me? Why don't you check if my backers agree? At this point in time, the famous Ikikaru ramen has yet to make its debut. The young boy who would one day carry the name was still just a kid, only able to follow his father around and help with small tasks. And as for his father's skills, well, they were average at best. Edible, but not exactly memorable. After finishing his ramen, Takashi strolled around, bought a few clothes, and then finally headed home. When he reached a small park some distance from the Hyuga clan's territory, he paused. 2 ninjas in Anbu attire blocked his path. Hyuga Takashi, Lord Danzō requests your presence. Danzō. What does that old guy want with me? Was he trying to recruit me because of my talent, or was he here to warn me because of Kushina? Thinking it over, Takashi turned and walked into the small park. The park was quiet, with only Danzō waiting there. Hyuga Takashi, do you know what you're doing? Shimura Danzō opened with an imposing question. Takashi blinked in confusion, tilting his head thoughtfully. He waited until the atmosphere Danzō tried to create had faded somewhat before replying, I'm not sure what Lord Danzō means. As a part of Hidden Leaf Village, don't I have the right to go out, have ramen, and buy clothes? Is that what I'm talking about? Are you pretending to be dumb? Hyuga Takashi, keep away from Kushina. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is not someone you should be involved with. Seeing Takashi play dumb, Danzō decided to be direct. Oh, alright. Takashi replied earnestly. After all, he hadn't been the one seeking out Kushina, she was the one approaching him, and Tsunade had personally introduced them. TCH, if you've got the guts, go find Tsunade. Or even Uzumaki Mido. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, Takashi turned and left. Danzō stood there, stunned. It seemed like the boy had agreed, but something didn't feel right. Moreover, his reaction was overly calm. Could it be that? Shimura Danzō's face grew darker as his mind started to spin. Damn it. Why should she? An old? Realizing his thoughts were bordering on disrespect, Danzō quickly stopped. At this stage, Danzō wasn't nearly as arrogant as he'd later become. For now, he was merely an assistant to the Hokage, a man with little power but overflowing ambition. Root hadn't been established yet, nor had the third Hokage granted him any authority. At this point, Takashi had no need to worry about what Danzō might do. Besides, he had backing. Neither the Hyuga clan nor Tsunade would allow Danzō to harm him. Shimura Danzō could only bluster, so what was there to fear? It's not like he's from the Uchiha clan. You're warning me to stay away from Kushina? Fine, I'll agree. But since it's always Kushina who approaches me first, doesn't that just get under your skin? Feel mad yet? Ha ha ha. As he walked out of the park, Takashi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Back in the park, Danzō found the laughter painfully grating. Hyuga Takashi. You just wait. Don't think that with a Hyuga clan and Uzumaki Mido as your backing, you can stay untouchable forever. Backers can fall. Whether or not his backers would fall didn't particularly bother Takashi. Danzō wouldn't be able to rise to power anytime soon. As long as I make my moves first, Danzō won't be a threat. Early the next morning, Takashi arrived at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. Tsunade had been on duty last night and hadn't gone home. She took the opportunity to show Takashi around and introduce him to some people. After all, Takashi had spent a long time helping out in the hospital, so he was already familiar with many faces. The official appointment was just a formality. Not a wasted effort. You actually had the decency to bring me some food. Tsunade hadn't slept all night and was both hungry and tired. No need to go over procedures on receiving patients or treating them, we won't waste time on that. The scroll for the strength enhancement jutsu is in the closet, grab it yourself later. After you learn it, return it directly to me, don't leave it here at the hospital. After a few instructions, Tsunade was ready to leave. The strength enhancement jutsu was a reward she had promised to Takashi, granted once he passed the medical ninja assessment. Wait. Takashi called out to Tsunade as she was about to slip away. What? Tsunade wiped her mouth, annoyed. You're not going to make me sleep in the lounge, are you? No, go home and rest. Takashi waved his hand, saying, I just wanted to tell you that last night our dear Hokage advisor warned me to stay away from Kushina, the Night-Tail's Jinchuriki, which really puts me in a difficult position. That old fart. Tsunade couldn't hold back a curse, ignore him. I'll have a word with Granny. Treat Kushina as you always have, nothing needs to change. Danzō, your reach is stretching too far. Watching Tsunade storm off in anger, Takashi smirked to himself. What's the point of having backup if you don't use it? A warning for me? I'll report you right away. Upon returning home, Tsunade immediately relayed the incident to Mito Uzumaki. Granny, Danzō is going overboard, trying to interfere in everything. He still hasn't given up his thoughts on imprisoning Kushina, it's outrageous. Go rest, I'll handle this personally. Mito Uzumaki's expression remained calm, revealing no hint of anger or indifference. Fine, I'll go get some sleep. This all-nighter was brutal. With Mito handling it, Tsunade was no longer concerned. Besides, she couldn't do much against Danzō herself other than vent her frustration and give him a scolding. To Shimura Danzō, that was barely a scratch. But with Mito personally stepping in, things were different. Chapter 10, Danzō's backfired scheme. Tsunade could already picture Danzō getting thoroughly scolded by Granny Mito, not daring to utter a single word in his defense, which made her laugh uncontrollably. She rolled around on her bed in amusement. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Mito had no intention of reprimanding Danzō directly. With Mito's standing and influence, confronting Danzō would silence him completely. But for Mito, doing so would be beneath her. More importantly, she didn't want to deal with someone as ambition-riddled as Danzō. Rather than handling it herself, Mito figured it would be better to push this issue to the Hokage's office and let the third Hokage and the council elders handle it. Before long, the third Hokage, busy in his office, received a summons. He immediately dropped everything and hurried to the Senju compound. Shortly after, he returned to the office, his face stormy. Hiruzen, what's the urgent matter you had to see me about? After the First Shinobi World War, when the third Hokage had secured his position, Torafu Akimaki had gradually withdrawn from the spotlight to help the Inoshikacho trio's development. He spent most of his time with his clan, experimenting with food and producing ration pills. It'll be clearer once everyone else arrives, Hiruzen replied, gesturing for him to sit. Torafu eyed the small chair, thought better of it, and pulled over a cushion, sitting cross-legged on the floor to accommodate his bulky frame. Soon, Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado entered the office. Noticing Torafu on the floor, Koharu chuckled, you've put on even more weight, haven't you? Can't be helped, Torafu laughed heartily, patting his belly. He even invited Hamura to try patting it for himself. Have you two no sense of decorum? Koharu scolded, shaking her head in disapproval. Torafu quickly turned away, feigning innocence, while Hamura simply found a seat as if nothing had happened. Once they settled down, Koharu turned to Hiruzen and asked, so, Hiruzen, what's the urgency? With Danzō still absent, Hiruzen decided to brief the trio. Lady Mito recently called me to complain that Danzō took it upon himself to warn Hyuga Takashi to stay away from Kushina. Is he insane? Koharu blurted out, her temper flaring. The decision on Kushina was already made. Hyuga Takashi is Tsunade's disciple and has Lady Mito's endorsement. Danzō going behind our backs to threaten him, is he trying to undo all our agreements? Akimaki, Torafu and Hamura shared a look, both amused. While others stumbled, Danzō apparently goes out of his way to trip himself up. Just as they'd agreed, he went off and caused a mess. Lady Mito is understandably displeased, Hiruzen said, his frustration toward Danzō evident. What was he thinking? Does this have something to do with me? Danzō's voice cut through the room. He had heard his name mentioned from afar and arrived in time to witness Hiruzen's dark expression, Koharu's irritation, and Hamura and Torafu's resigned looks that seemed to warn him. Had Takashi gone to complain? Danzō, what are you thinking? Hiruzen burst out, unable to contain his irritation. Kushina's situation is settled. You were there when we reached an agreement with Lady Mito. Why go and act against it? For the village's stability and control over the Jinchuriki, Danzō replied without flinching. A Jinchuriki should avoid romantic entanglements. Takashi is from the Hyuga clan, a branch house at that, and thus an unpredictable element. We all know how dangerous childbirth is for a Jinchuriki. Danzō looked around, hoping for support, but Koharu's expression was dark, and Hamura merely shook his head. Ahem. Torafu coughed to break the silence. Danzō, Kushina is only 6 years old. A little girl of 6, and here he was worrying about her future relationships and childbirth. Wasn't he jumping the gun? What do you mean? Danzō frowned. Feigning ignorance, huh? Torafu sighed. Danzō's stubbornness always flared up when his position lacked solid ground. Danzō, we understand your concerns, Torafu said with some exasperation. But don't you think you're overthinking this? Kushina's just a kid, and from our surveillance, Takashi behaves more like a mentor than anything else. Torafu then nudged Hamura. Hey, Hamura, when you were 13, did you have any interest in a 6-year-old? Hamura gave Danzō a wry look, replying, of course not. Older girls were far more appealing. Hiruzen would agree, wouldn't you? Enough. Hiruzen interjected, his expression beginning to crack. Koharu could barely sit through this, feeling the discussion had spiraled into sheer ridiculousness. Although the conversation had veered off course, the facts remained clear. All right, Koharu snapped, regaining control of the conversation. She knew well enough the importance of this matter. News of this meeting's digressions could cause a stir if it leaked out. Danzō, Hiruzen warned, his tone serious. From now on, all matters concerning Kushina are mine to handle. Neither you nor the council will interfere further. Saratobi, you, Danzō's face twisted in frustration. This was not the outcome he'd wanted. He had aimed to gain influence but instead had lost control over the very situation he'd tried to manipulate. I won't be swayed. And I am still the Hokage, Hiruzen said, cutting off Danzō before he could argue further. Knowing Danzō too well, Hiruzen made it clear he was in charge. Chapter 11, Lady Tsunade, please calm down, I'm just a kid. Danzō Shimura, left speechless, stormed off in frustration. In the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital Lounge, Takashi was leisurely sipping fruit juice, thoroughly engrossed in his book. As a weak medical ninja with a degraded bloodline, Takashi thought it might be wise to craft a few puppets to bolster his strength and ensure his safety. Bang! The lounge door was suddenly thrown open, slamming into the wall with a thunderous noise. Takashi, startled out of his reading, almost tossed his book like a shuriken in reflex. He looked up, Tsunade stood there, visibly angry. What's going on here? Takashi thought it was best to keep his distance and began slipping away with his book in hand. Where do you think you're going? His escape plan failed, Tsunade was blocking his path. I was just about to check on the recovery of 2 patients I treated today, Takashi hastily made up an excuse. Tsunade was obviously fuming, and it didn't seem wise to be around her alone. The fire was already lit at the city gate, and staying in the lounge only increased his chance of getting caught in the flames. Tsunade's expression was intense as she scrutinized him closely. Before he could brace himself, her face suddenly drew near. What the? Lady Tsunade, please calm down. I'm still just a kid, don't be impulsive. Takashi leaned back, hands up defensively to keep her from getting closer, their faces were almost touching. Shut up. Tsunade paused, a few veins pulsing on her forehead. She clenched her fist, swinging it briefly as she scolded, I just wanted to look at your eyes. Stop being as perverted as Jiraiya. My eyes? Oh, that's fine then, go ahead. Takashi sighed with relief, his racing heart finally calming down. Watching Takashi relax, pressing his hands to his chest, Tsunade suddenly felt the urge to punch him again. Did this little brat really think she wanted to take advantage of him? Seeing that Tsunade was genuinely about to explode, Takashi quickly held up his hands and explained, just a joke. Please don't hit me. That joke wasn't funny. Tsunade glared at him, gritting her teeth, and Takashi could only look back innocently. The more she looked at him, the more his eyes seemed to have a mysterious depth, an allure that compelled curiosity. After examining Takashi's eyes for a moment, Tsunade grew uneasy, something was off. Was this really bloodline degradation, or was it an evolution? If the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan hadn't been known for its unchanging nature, Tsunade would have suspected Takashi's eyes had evolved alongside the Sharingan. Throwing the file onto the desk, Tsunade leaned against it, pondered for a moment, then asked, are the side effects from the Byakugan degradation still severe? Takashi replied, half-truthfully, occasionally there's a bit of pain, but it's not as intense as when I first got injured. My eyesight hasn't been affected. Is that so? Tsunade closely observed his expression, clearly wondering if he was hiding something. Is there something on my face? Takashi knew what Tsunade was thinking, but he wouldn't show any cracks. Since his transmigration, he'd rehearsed countless scenarios to cover his tracks. Each time he encountered a situation, he could respond flexibly. No. Maybe she was overthinking things. Tsunade shook her head, her whole demeanor drooping slightly. Damn it, these people, if they don't understand, they shouldn't interfere. And the old man too, actually listening to their suggestions. It's infuriating. Are the higher-ups stirring up trouble again? The old man Tsunade mentioned was undoubtedly the third Hokage, and those people were likely the other members of the Elders' Council. Is this about the reforms to the medical department and Hidden Leaf Village Hospital? Takashi had heard about this from Tsunade before. The third Hokage had been considering it, but he didn't expect reforms to come so quickly. See for yourself. Tsunade lay sprawled over the desk, shoving the document she'd tossed aside toward him. Takashi picked it up and examined it. Wow, they really went big. After glancing at the contents, Takashi couldn't help but exclaim. Medical ninjas were rare, each village lacked the resources and systems to train them, so the process was always slow, leaving them critically understaffed. And so the Elders' Council proposed reforms, initiated by none other than that old hag Koharu. The plan was to shift from a one-on-one apprenticeship model to a large-scale, assembly line style of training. Talented young ninjas would be gathered and taught by experienced medical ninjas in a classroom setting. Wouldn't this totally mess things up? Takashi closed the document. Isn't this a bit too extreme? I said the same, but the old man refused to listen to me. He insisted that the medical department needed reform to make progress. Tsunade, getting more irritated, started pounding on the table. Perhaps the recent changes in the Ninja Academy had given the council enough confidence to turn their attention to the medical department. Can't they just manage their own logistics department? Why drag the medical department into it? You're in for some tough times. Takashi looked at Tsunade with a sympathetic gaze. Of all people, this reform would impact Tsunade the most. Luckily, it didn't involve him too much. Not enough medical ninjas? That's Tsunade's problem. As long as she doesn't drop dead from exhaustion, they'll keep working her to the bone. Without hesitation, Takashi set the document aside and picked up his book, resuming his reading. This kid. Takashi's reaction made Tsunade chuckle in frustration. She thumped the table, asking, You brat, shouldn't you be contributing to the medical department reforms? And why are you reading a book on puppet techniques? Don't tell me you want to become a puppet ninja just because of your degraded bloodline. As a weak medical ninja with a degraded bloodline, making puppets for self-protection is perfectly reasonable, right? Reforms, medical department issues? I know nothing about any of that. I'm just a freshly graduated apprentice, I wouldn't dare meddle in such big matters. Reasonable? Reasonable, my foot. Tsunade had to resist the urge to curse. It's about time to clock out? Before Takashi knew it, Tsunade had forcefully ended his shift. Come on, hurry. Ouch. Uchiha scum. How dare you harm villagers? I'm going to complain to the Hokage's office about you. Just as they were leaving, several patients were rushed into the hospital lobby by the Hidden Leaf Village military police force. What happened? Tsunade, who was walking with Takashi, approached, examined the patient's injuries, and frowned. Multiple fractures and extensive muscle damage. Don't you think you were a bit heavy-handed? Tsunade wouldn't have cared if the targets had been enemies, but these were Hidden Leaf villagers. My apologies, Lady Tsunade. The police squad captain, with an earnest expression, bowed in apology. Takashi recognized him immediately, Fugaku Uchiha, the Uchiha clan's young patriarch. Lady Tsunade, you have to help us. These Uchiha scum attacked us. Faced with the accusations, Fugaku remained composed, though his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Being part of the military police seemed rather thankless. This was clearly a false accusation. The Uchiha might be arrogant, but they wouldn't attack villagers without reason. On the contrary, they were relatively kind to civilians, certainly more so than a clan like the Hyuga. What did you say, you bastard? Even though Fugaku held himself back, his teammates couldn't. Hearing the villagers' accusations, the Uchiha officer standing behind Fugaku exploded in anger. Chapter 12. Did you think the Hidden Leaf Village Elder Council only targeted the Uchiha? You three bastards got drunk at the tavern, refused to pay, and even injured several people there, including the owner. When our police unit arrived, not only did you refuse to cooperate, but you insulted us, and even had the nerve to insult our young clan head and our elder. Being insulted themselves was one thing, but the clan's young head and elder getting disrespected? Any Uchiha wouldn't tolerate that. So, in the process of the arrest, the Uchiha had used a bit of force, leading to the current situation. Quite bold of you, forgetting your own name after a few drinks and even daring to insult another clan's young leader and elder? Tsunade eyed the three patients with growing displeasure. She wasn't part of the Elder Council group, and didn't share their disdain for the Uchiha. She handled things by the book and wasn't about to favor the other side just because the higher-ups targeted the Uchiha. Uh-oh. Seeing Tsunoda's expression change, the 3 patients, who had been carried into the hospital, immediately tried to play the victim. "Ah, my hand's broken, it's broken, it hurts so much." The Uchiha maliciously assaulted a villager. "Enough," Tsunoda said coldly, without the slightest hint of leniency just because they were hurt. "Take them in for treatment immediately. The medical fees are on them." "Fugaku Uchiha, correct?" Lady Tsunoda. Relieved that there had been no bias, Fugaku Uchiha let out a sigh. When Tsunoda called his name, he hurried over. With a stern face, Tsunoda said to him, "Although the other side was out of line, you shouldn't have used such force. Once these 3 are treated, take them back to the police unit and deal with them according to procedure. Also, make sure someone from your unit reports this matter to the Hokage office. If they caused trouble, assaulted people, resisted arrest, and insulted others, they should face the consequences. Being injured didn't mean they could escape punishment. Once they were treated, the necessary punishment would be handed out. And the police unit needed to report to the Hokage's office. As for whether the 3rd Hokage would discipline the police officers, that wasn't something Tsunoda was going to worry about. Understood. For the Uchiha, this outcome was fair, not favoring either side. Fugaku Uchiha accepted it obediently. All right, everyone disperse, there's nothing more to see here." Tsunoda dealt with the matter swiftly. If she could help it, she didn't want to get involved in these kinds of issues. But she knew that if she didn't step in, things could escalate, and then the Uchiha would face reprimands from the higher-ups, while these villagers who insulted the Uchiha clan would also get what was coming to them. Don't think the Uchiha are pushovers. If you cross a line, and they have their eyes on you, they can make your life miserable, even without much effort. They might even deal with you covertly. And without any evidence, who could prove it was the Uchiha? The Uchiha were used to people insulting them. As the police force, they often made enemies, so they didn't pay much attention to petty insults. But insulting their young head and elder? That was crossing a line. That was asking for trouble. After handling this ridiculous incident, Tsunoda left the hospital with Takashi. As they walked out the hospital doors, Tsunoda began to complain. The discontent towards the Uchiha in the village is growing, and neither the Hokage office nor the council is stepping in to handle it. If this continues, it's going to lead to serious trouble. Despite her complaints, there wasn't much Tsunoda could do. Her status was special, but this was an issue for the Hokage and the council to deal with, not something she could easily intervene in. To be precise, the dissatisfaction is growing towards many of the ninja clans, Takashi reminded Tsunoda. Did you think the council only targeted the Uchiha? No, you're wrong. Almost all the ninja clans were affected. Only the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Inoshikacho clans, those loyal to the Hokage, were spared. Does the Hyuga clan face this too? Tsunoda, who rarely paid attention to these matters, was a bit surprised. She could understand it with the Uchiha. The police force was their exclusive unit, and maintaining public order meant it was easy to clash with villagers, leading to resentment. But the Hyuga? It's always been there. Takashi shook her head. Many villagers feel that the Hyuga are arrogant and aloof, that they look down on others. And frankly, the Hyuga are somewhat isolated and prideful. It didn't make sense. The Uchiha was one thing, but how did the Hyuga end up in this kind of mess? Tsunoda was puzzled. Could it be? On instinct, Tsunoda looked towards the Hokage office building. Maybe it was the Hokage office's doing. What's amusing is that the Sarutobi and Shimura clans are growing more popular in the village. Don't play coy. Did he really think she didn't realize he was subtly criticizing the Hokage? Tsunoda wasn't an idiot. She glared at Takashi. Have you found a place yet? Do you need my help? I've found one. Moving in tomorrow. Takashi chuckled, steering the conversation away. Good, I'll help you move some things tomorrow. Oh, hurry up, I'm starving. Wait, you're hungry? Then go eat. Why are you following me? Are you addicted to freeloading? As it turned out, Tsunoda really was addicted to freeloading. Watching Hidden Leaf Village's princess devouring her food, Takashi thought that if she ever did a live stream of eating, no one would doubt her authenticity. How on earth could she stuff an entire chicken leg in her mouth like that without choking? Why are you staring at me? Aren't you hungry? With a flick of her mouth, Tsunoda spat out the clean chicken bone onto the table. An entire drumstick went in, and only a bone came out. What a skill. Your boyfriend's gonna be really lucky, Takashi said absent-mindedly as he joined in the fight for food, because if he didn't, there would be nothing left. He could swear he had made enough for 4 people, yet Tsunoda nearly finished it all herself. Kid, I suspect you're thinking impure thoughts, Tsunoda said, her intuition warning her that this good-looking guy had a bit of a dirty mind. Nope, absolutely not. I'm complimenting you. Humphrey. You think I'll believe that? Suit yourself. Anyway, it's not like you have a boyfriend. That one stung. Tsunade very much wanted to stab Takashi with her chopsticks. Way to hit where it hurts. Chapter 13, When in doubt, throw a punch. After polishing off enough food for 3 people, Tsunade collapsed onto the sofa with a satisfied groan. Takashi couldn't help but seriously suspect that this girl deliberately avoided eating just so she could come over and freeload, enjoying a feast every time. Thankfully, Kushina had been buying more groceries lately. Otherwise, Tsunade's meal expenses would become a significant financial burden. And of course, Tsunade was terrible with money, her pockets emptier than her own face after a night of gambling. Asking her for any meal money was nothing but a dream. If she didn't end up borrowing gambling money from you, you'd be lucky. Speaking of which, they hadn't seen that little rich girl for a couple of days. What was she up to? And just like that, speak of the devil and she appears. Takashi had just finished tidying up the house when the little rich girl in question arrived. Kushina looked unusually down today, her entire demeanor drained, a hint of worry between her brows. Takashi, Tsunade ne, Kushina greeted them, her voice even weaker than usual. What's going on? Who made you upset? Tell Big Sis and she'll go beat them up for you. Seeing Kushina like this, Tsunade sprang up from the sofa and hugged her comfortingly. Did Nawaki make you mad again? Don't worry, Sis will handle him. I'll make sure he doesn't dare come near you for 10 days, maybe longer. Although Nawaki liked Kushina like a little sister, boys at 7 or 8 could be terribly annoying. Ever since Kushina came to Hidden Leaf Village, Nawaki had pulled his fair share of pranks that made her cry her eyes out. Really? Kushina looked up at Tsunade, hope shining in her eyes. Of course. I'm your big sis Tsunade. Who dares to bully you? I'll get back at them for you. It's Grandma Mido. You have to be kidding me. Tsunade's enthusiasm vanished immediately. She let go of Kushina and flopped back onto the sofa like a salted fish, waving her hand dismissively with her back to Kushina. You'd better find someone else. I wouldn't dare. Your grandma would probably scold me along with you. Your big sis Tsunade is not capable of taking on that challenge. If it had been anyone else, Tsunade might have just charged in, but if it was Uzumaki Mido who had been harsh to Kushina, it was better to give up that thought as soon as possible. Otherwise, even Tsunade herself wouldn't escape unscathed. Tsunade ne, you went back on your word. Kushina stared at her back, looking utterly pitiful. Tsunade simply pretended to sleep, ignoring everything she couldn't see or hear. The silly way the two sisters interacted made Takashi burst out laughing. Takashi smiled and ruffled Kushina's hair, then asked, Kushina, what did Lady Mido do to bully you? Was it because you were being naughty and she had to spank you? No way. Kushina shook her head vigorously, her face full of determination. I'm always well behaved. I never make trouble for Grandma Mido, so she would never spank me. After saying that, Kushina frowned and sighed deeply. Takashi, Grandma Mido wants me to go to the Ninja Academy tomorrow, but I really don't want to go. That's not an option, you have to go to the Ninja Academy. It's a must. Tsunade suddenly sat up straight, looking very serious. Kushina, you need to understand your grandma's intentions, okay? Once you enter the Ninja Academy, you'll learn new things, make new friends, and meet classmates. Going to the academy, learning new skills, meeting more people, having classmates and, eventually, comrades and friends, it would help Kushina integrate better into Hidden Leaf Village. After all, Uzumaki Mido wouldn't be around forever. If Kushina didn't grow attached to Hidden Leaf Village, it could lead to serious issues down the line. But what if my new classmates don't like me? Kushina pouted. Tsunade scratched her head, trying to remember how she had dealt with her classmates back in her own academy days. Oh yeah, she used her fists, didn't she? Right, on her first day at school, she punched that annoying Jiraiya until he cried. And then got scolded by Grandma at home. Using fists to meet new classmates. Kushina definitely had the strength to do that, but could she fit in that way? No, Kushina couldn't be that violent. Tsunade shook her head hard, throwing those ridiculous thoughts out of her mind. She glanced at Takashi, signaling that it was his turn to step in and help, considering he was Kushina's only friend in the village. Kushina, you're starting off on the wrong foot. Unable to stand aside any longer, Takashi coughed lightly, correcting her perspective. Huh? The little rich girl blinked, confused. I am? Yeah. Takashi snapped his fingers, crouching down so that he was eye level with Kushina. Think about it, your primary goal in going to the academy is to learn. Everything else is secondary. Really? Kushina frowned, feeling that something was off, but on further thought, it seemed to make sense. Tsunade had a feeling that Takashi wasn't going to say anything good. But what if my classmates don't like me or even try to bully me? Kushina asked hesitantly. Having only just arrived in Hidden Leaf Village, her activity was limited to the Senju compound, the market, and Takashi's place. She knew only a few people, and the thought of going to a new school, meeting unfamiliar faces, made her a bit scared. Takashi grinned, showing a row of pearly white teeth. He placed his big hand on Kushina's head. Remember this, Kushina, sometimes, a fist can solve a lot of problems. I knew it. Tsunade face-bombed in exasperation. Kushina's eyes lit up, wide and sparkling. Really? Of course, Takashi said. If anyone dares to mess with you or make fun of you, just give them a good beating. And if any teachers or parents come looking for trouble, just tell them your sister is Tsunade. Let them take it up with Tsunade. Even that nosy blonde brat can, Hyuga Takashi. That's enough. Tsunade finally snapped. Honestly, what kind of way was that to teach a kid? When in doubt, use your fists. Beat them senseless, then bring in someone influential to back you up? How absurd. Ahem. With Tsunade losing her temper, Takashi toned it down a little, whispering to Kushina, by the way, your sister Tsunade also made friends this way when she was in school. I'm out of here. Before Tsunade's flying kick could land, Takashi, already prepared, made a swift getaway. Left behind were Tsunade, fuming, and Kushina, her eyes wide with awe. It seemed like the little rich girl had learned something. Could fists really solve everything? Kushina almost got led astray, but Tsunade, still seething, took her away. Standing at the door, Takashi winked at Kushina, making a punching gesture. Kushina giggled and nodded. Let's hope no kid tries anything stupid tomorrow. Chapter 14, Kushina teaches the brat a lesson. The seemingly soft and delicate rich girl appeared easy to bully, but in truth, the violent streak hidden in her bones was no less intense than Tsunade's. Once the rich girl received some guidance, she took it to heart. If her classmates teased her or gave her a nickname, oh boy, interesting things were bound to happen. Kushina, don't listen to what Takashi Hyuga says. While fists can solve many problems, we girls shouldn't always resort to them, you know. On the way home, Tsunade earnestly tried to dissuade Kushina. Kushina, however, was perplexed. But, big sis Tsunade, why did you also use your fists when dealing with classmates? Tsunade really wanted to turn back and give Takashi a beating. What on earth have you been teaching her? Today was moving day. Early in the morning, Takashi began to pack his things, making sure to bring everything he needed. It must be said, sealing scrolls are a brilliant invention. They can be used just like storage tools, but unfortunately, they're expensive and not reusable. Takashi stuffed all the items he could into the scrolls. Once he arrived at his new home, he took everything out and arranged it accordingly. And with that, his moving process was officially over. Get someone to help? There was no need at all. After moving, Takashi began preparing his breakfast. Meanwhile, at the same time, the anxious Kushina, carrying her small school bag, was sent to the Ninja Academy. Class, today we have a new student joining us. I hope everyone will get along well. Kushina, why don't you introduce yourself? The homeroom teacher of Year 1, Class 3, Saratobi Kyu, led Kushina into the classroom. Faced with a room full of unfamiliar children, Kushina was a little nervous. Hello everyone, my name is Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina, from the Uzumaki clan. It's nice to meet you all. The Uzumaki clan? Never heard of it. Yeah, and her hair is red. Right. Red hair looks so weird, like a chili pepper. Little chili pepper, ha ha ha. The sudden appearance of a new student surprised the whole class, and a few naughty kids even started making fun of Kushina, ridiculing her hair. Honda, don't make fun of your classmate. Saratobi Kyu wished he could smack this kid. Making fun of a new student right in front of him? And giving her a nickname? Do you have any respect for your teacher? I wasn't wrong, Honda replied defiantly. Saratobi Kyu felt helpless. Kids at this age were tough to manage, some of them were outright unruly. Scolding them didn't work, and directly disciplining them physically seemed unnecessary. Takashi was right, with these kids, fists were sometimes the only language they understood. Kushina had barely finished her introduction when she was ridiculed and even given the nickname Little Chili Pepper. Her small fists clenched tightly. Kushina, why don't you find an empty seat and sit down? After scolding the noisy students, Saratobi Kyu looked down at Kushina with an apologetic smile. An incident like this wasn't just about naughty kids. As a teacher, he bore some responsibility for not having taught them better. Thank you, teacher. Kushina thanked him politely, then stepped down from the podium. What a polite child, Saratobi Kyu thought, nodding with satisfaction. But the next second, his smile froze. As Kushina passed by Honda, she suddenly swung her fist, punching him square into the face. The unexpected punch left everyone stunned, even Honda, who started bleeding from his nose. Did I just get punched by a transfer student? Little chili pepper? You like chili peppers, huh? You like mocking people, huh? Once she made the move, Kushina didn't hold back. She grabbed Honda by the hair and kept punching him. Wah! It hurts. Stop it, don't hit me. Honda started crying loudly after a few punches, and the rest of the class was in shock. A blonde boy sitting in the second-to-last row had his mouth open in disbelief. The sweet-looking new transfer student had suddenly transformed into a fierce little pepper. Kushina, stop. No hitting classmates. Sarutobi Kyu couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was stunned for a moment before rushing forward to stop her. But Kushina showed no signs of stopping. In a desperate attempt, Sarutobi Kyu hurried over, intending to pull Kushina away. However, before he could even touch her, Kushina turned her head and shouted, "My sister is Tsunade." Sarutobi Kyuu's outstretched hand froze in midair, and his mind went blank. Did she just pull rank like that? On her very first day, Kushina got teased, and she responded by pummeling her classmate. Then, when the teacher tried to intervene, she played her trump card. "My sister is Tsunade." He couldn't deny it, mentioning Tsunade had a powerful deterrent effect. Who in Hidden Leaf Village didn't know about Lady Tsunade, the Leaf Village princess with the infamous temper? Messing with her little sister was practically a death wish. Stop. Even if your sister is Tsunade, you can't just go around beating up your classmates. By the time Sarutobi Kyu managed to pull Kushina away, Honda had already lost 2 teeth. Having successfully vented her anger by giving her teasing classmate a good beating, Kushina stared furiously at the other kids who had laughed at her. "You're all next. Just wait and see." Oh dear. Sarutobi Kyu felt his head spinning. Was this kid always this fiery? No wonder she's Tsunade's sister. He asked a teacher from the neighboring class to take the injured student to the hospital, while he himself rushed over to report the incident to the Hokage. "What did you just say?" The third Hokage thought he had misheard. "Kushina got teased by a classmate, so she beat him up and used Tsunade to threaten you?" Was this really the same Kushina? In his memory, Kushina had always been shy and gentle, a timid little girl easily bullied by others. But now, things were different. Yes, Sarutobi Kyu confirmed, practically in tears. After an incident like this, his end-of-year bonus was surely gone. "Lord Hokage, do you think Kushina was influenced by Lady Tsunade?" The third Hokage was speechless. "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?" On her first day of school, Tsunade had beaten up Jiraiya. On Kushina's first day, she knocked out her classmates' teeth. Go to the Leaf Village Hospital yourself and let Tsunade know what happened. She should handle this. Kids fighting was normal, but since Kushina's status was special, it had escalated to the Hokage's office. After considering it, the third Hokage decided to leave this matter to Tsunade. And just like that, Tsunade's worst fear came true. When Sarutobi Kyu arrived at the Leaf Village Hospital, Tsunade had just gotten there herself. Chapter 15, Was it you who said my sister had no manners? I knew it. Hyuga Takashi. Look at what you've done. An enraged Tsunade stormed into the lounge, kicking the door open with a loud bang. Kushina was mocked by her classmates and ended up beating one of them, even knocked out their front teeth. Now the old man wants me to handle this. Tell me, how exactly am I supposed to deal with it? There's still a ton of problems waiting for me in the medical department. You're not helping, but instead, you're giving me more trouble. Takashi, who was in the middle of changing his clothes in the lounge, calmly put on his white coat and asked in return. Kushina got mocked on her first day of school and hit back. Is there anything wrong with that? So it's okay for you to laugh at me, but not okay for me to hit you? Where in the world is such a thing acceptable? Honestly, Takashi wasn't bragging, but in the entire Hidden Leaf Village Academy, probably only Nawaki could match Kushina in terms of background. The rest, even those from the big clans, didn't come close. With such strong backing, what is there to be afraid of? What made Takashi most speechless was that, despite Kushina having this solid backing, she was still constantly bullied at school. Mocked and pushed around by classmates, she fought back only after reaching her limit, and still, her opponent's brother tried to retaliate. Takashi had no idea where that kid got the nerve. Unbelievable. Tsunade's blood pressure started to rise in frustration. She even threatened the teacher, saying her sister is Tsunade. The teacher didn't dare do anything to her. Well, isn't that true? You are her sister, aren't you? Takashi spread his hands. So, when everything's fine, you're her big sister, but when there's trouble, you're not. I swear, Tsunade almost spat out a mouthful of blood in rage. You better go to the Ninja Academy and deal with this right away. You caused this, You handle it yourself. Tsunade felt her head was about to explode. Things were already busy at the hospital, and the medical department was in chaos because of the Elder Council Squad's reforms, keeping everyone on their toes. Tsunade really didn't have the time to deal with anything else. I'm not going. Kushina's not my sister. Takashi firmly refused the errand. It's not that he didn't want to help Kushina, but he knew well that if he stepped in, the other party would definitely not let it go easily. Even if he represented Tsunade, it would be the same. He couldn't exactly go around threatening other parents, could he? Their kid got beaten up by Kushina, and when the parents came for answers, would he have to beat them up too? If you're not going, then why did you teach her to use her fists? Tsunade wanted to punch someone so badly. So what? Should she just sit there and let others bully her? Takashi looked at Tsunade with utter confusion. What sort of logic is this? Surely, they didn't think that by doing nothing, Kushina would naturally fit in at the village? Maybe they thought kids fighting was a small matter, but the others definitely didn't see it that way. Kushina was bullied at school, and when she fought back, her opponent got so mad that they called in reinforcements from home, utterly shameless. Lady Tsunade, Takashi-kun, there's a patient outside. A young nurse rushed to the lounge door. Takashi immediately started towards the door. Coming. I'll take this patient, no one else touch this case. Going to the ninja academy to argue? Not a chance. For this kind of situation, Tsunade herself had to step in. Only her presence would carry the necessary weight. Just wait, someday I'll deal with you two. Glaring fiercely at Takashi's retreating back, Tsunade helplessly threw the stack of files she was holding on to the table, turned around, and left the hospital, heading towards the ninja academy. Who are the parents of this kid? I need to have a word with them. What did my son do to deserve being hit so harshly? Old Honda, father of little Honda, was furious. After his son got beaten up, he had come straight to the ninja academy, demanding an explanation from the teacher. Please, calm down. It's not entirely Kushina's fault. Sarutobi Moka, who had returned to the school from the hospital, was already getting a headache. Since it happened in his class, the first person the parent sought out was, of course, him. Kushina, apologize to Mr. Honda, now. Sarutobi Moka tried his best to calm old Honda while simultaneously ordering Kushina to apologize. No way. Kushina raised her head and looked away. Takashi had been right, these immature kids should be beaten into submission. Kushina didn't think she had done anything wrong. Oh, dear Kushina, can't you just apologize first? Kushina's refusal to apologize made Sarutobi Moka want to dig a hole and jump in. Why did this kind of headache have to land on his head? It's over. There goes my outstanding teacher award, and the year-end bonus is probably gone too. Teacher Moka, look at this. This little brat has no manners at all. Old Honda was so furious that he was stumbling over his words. Mr. Honda, please calm down. This is, bang. Sarutobi Moka was in the middle of trying to calm old Honda down when suddenly, the office door was pushed open with force, slamming into the wall and startling everyone in the room. Who is it now, with so little respect? His body flinched reflexively, and Sarutobi Moka looked towards the door with dissatisfaction. But when he saw who it was, all of his dissatisfaction instantly vanished. In a flash, he switched to a smile and walked up quickly to greet her. Lady Tsunade, what brings you here in person? Oh no, Tsunade herself is here. Kushina lowered her head nervously, not daring to meet Tsunade's gaze. My little sister gets bullied on her first day at school, and I shouldn't come here to ask why? Tsunade walked into the office, her face completely expressionless. An explanation? Sarutobi Moka opened his mouth, wanting to say, the problem is that Kushina was the one who hit someone first. Was it you who just said my sister has no manners? Tsunade stepped up in front of old Honda, staring him down with an unfriendly glare. Who do you think you are? My sister needs you to judge whether she has manners or not? No, it was all a misunderstanding. The moment Tsunade walked into the office, old Honda was petrified. In Hidden Leaf Village, the third Hokage and Tsunade were the most well-known figures. Almost everyone knew them, one being the current Hokage, the other being the eldest daughter of the Senju clan, Hokage's student, and also known as the Princess of Hidden Leaf Village, as recognized by the daimyo. It would be impossible not to know her. My son actually dared to bully Tsunade's sister? This damned kid, he's definitely getting a good thrashing once we get home. Tsunade frowned, looking at the sweating old Honda. Your son got beaten up, don't you want an explanation anymore? No. Definitely not. Old Honda nervously put on a fawning smile. This brat is too out of line, bullying his classmates at school. I'll make sure to discipline him properly. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, this will not happen again. Good. I thought I'd have to send my brother to the lower grade classroom to have a talk with him. You seem very sensible. Well done, you know the drill. Sarutobi Moko, watching old Honda continuously nod and bow, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Chapter 16, Nawaki, don't you think it's lonely at home? Weren't you all high and mighty just now? Keep going. Get justice for your son. The real deal is here, why did you chicken out? After dealing with the other parent, Tsunade waved Kushina over to her side. Tsunade sis. Kushina gave a sheepish smile, clearly feeling guilty. I'll deal with you later. As they walked out of the teacher's office, Kushina clung to Tsunade's arm, shaking it as she spoke. I'm sorry, Tsunade sis. They were teasing me about my red hair, calling me a little chili pepper. I just couldn't hold it in and punched that guy. Alright, Tsunade said with a headache. I knew nothing good would come out of you hanging around Takashi. That guy's mouth is like poison. You need to stop listening to him so much. I'll let it slide today. Go home and get some rest. Be up early for class tomorrow. And if this ever happens again, don't fight in the classroom, understand? If you're going to fight, there's a time and a place for it, Kushina. Attacking someone in front of the teacher and the whole class, in the middle of a lesson, and as a sneak attack, no less, that's really not the way to go about it. If you did it after class, it wouldn't be so serious. Kushina obediently nodded. Can I go to Takashi's house? He's moving today, and I want to visit. Go ahead, if you don't think it will be boring. He won't be home until after work. Tsunade didn't refuse Kushina's request. If she wanted to play, so be it. Considering today's situation, there was no way for her to continue with her classes anyway. Yay. Tsunade sis, you're the best. Stop it. I almost lost my mind today. You listen to Takashi about everything, whatever he says is more effective than what I, your sister, tell you. He even mocked me, saying, when there's no problem, it's Tsunade sis, but when there is, suddenly I'm not her sister anymore. It drives me crazy. That statement was like a knife stabbed straight into Tsunade's lungs. It left her completely exasperated. Am I really as bad as he says? Really? Kushina looked genuinely surprised. She couldn't believe Takashi would roast Tsunade like that. Do you think I'm lying? That guy cares about you so much he basically sprayed it in my face. Tsunade raised her hand and tapped Kushina lightly on the forehead. Oh, it hurts, Kushina whined, rubbing her forehead pitifully. Stop pretending. Tsunade wasn't moved, especially since she hadn't used any force at all. Wait, where are you going? Grocery shopping. Kushina put her hands behind her back. Takashi has to work, and he doesn't have time to go to the market. Tsunade sis won't help with the groceries either, so I'm going to buy some. Tsunade was speechless, her face darkening. Because that made it sound like she was freeloading. Fine, Tsunade admitted it, she was indeed freeloading. Instinctively, she reached into her pocket and realized there were only a few coins. She immediately gave up on the idea of paying for groceries. Her wallet was as empty as her patience. Might as well continue freeloading. Alright, just be careful. I'm heading to the medical department, I've still got a pile of crap to deal with. There were Anbu protecting Kushina, so her safety was assured. After parting ways with Kushina, Tsunade headed to the medical department. As for Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, she didn't want to go there right now, afraid that if she did, she wouldn't be able to resist giving Takashi a beating. That bastard's words were always a direct stab to the heart. Didn't I say not to buy groceries? We still have plenty at home, and I was going to go myself. After work, Takashi returned home to see several large bags sitting on the floor. Tsunade sis went to the school and brought me back, so I dropped by the market on the way. Kushina proudly raised her little fist. That kid who mocked me today, he called me a little chili pepper, so I knocked out one of his front teeth. Pretty impressive, right? Ha ha ha, impressive. Takashi burst out laughing, giving Kushina a thumbs up. You did great. Hitting back was the right move. Don't worry about any serious consequences. Remember, in Hidden Leaf Village, as long as you're not the one bullying others, you're already doing good. There's no room for others to bully you. By the way, Tsunade didn't scold you, did she? No, but she did say I shouldn't listen to you. Don't listen to. Ahem. Kushina, what do you want to eat? How about some noodles for dinner? Takashi was about to grumble a bit but noticed someone approaching, so he quickly changed the subject. Haven't you started cooking yet? Tsunade, feeling half dead from exhaustion, stumbled into the house and collapsed onto the couch without a shred of decorum. Kushina and I were planning to have ramen. Does teaching students really take this much out of you? Make that 3 portions. I need a good meal, Tsunade said, still sounding utterly drained. Kushina looked at her with concern. Tsunade sis, are you okay? Don't even mention it. Tsunade held back her anger. I've never seen students so dumb. I taught them the whole day, and they didn't learn a thing. Ugh, I'm so mad. Tsunade was never one for patience. In fact, her temperament was more irritable, even explosive. If things went smoothly, fine. But when it didn't, everything would take a turn for the worse. Poor Tsunade. After silently mourning for her for 3 seconds, Takashi picked up the bags on the floor and headed to the kitchen. Kushina, after a moment of hesitation, chose to follow Takashi in. She figured it was best to let Tsunade cool down. Approaching her now seemed somewhat risky. Out of the future legendary Sannin, the one with the most patience for teaching disciples was Jiraiya. It was hard to imagine that someone so unreliable, who seemed to fail at everything, could become a great teacher. Orochimaru also had a high aptitude for teaching, though his methods were as intimidating as his personality. But that was after Nawaki's death. Before that, Orochimaru hadn't completely walked down the path of darkness. In Takashi's home, the three of them sat around eating noodles, chatting warmly. Meanwhile, back at the Senju clan's estate, Mito Uzumaki looked at the empty table and sighed. "Granny, what's wrong?" Nawaki paused mid-bite, looking at his grandmother in confusion since she hadn't touched her food. "Nawaki, don't you think it's a bit lonely during dinner?" At her age, Mito still longed for the feeling of being surrounded by her grandchildren. Lately, however, Tsunade often didn't come home for dinner, and neither did Kushina. "Really?" Nawaki picked up a chicken leg and looked at her with innocent eyes. "Not at all. When sis isn't here, no one fights me for the good stuff." Mito Uzumaki. "Your sister calls you dumb and beats you up often for good reason." If she were a few years younger, Mito would guarantee that she'd grab this grandson of hers and give him a good thrashing. Kushina hasn't been coming home either. She says Takashi's cooking is really good. I need to try it myself one day. Nawaki continued rambling on. Mito's heart felt even heavier after hearing that. Here I am, missing my granddaughter's presence, and now my grandson wants to leave too? Looks like I need to have a talk with Tsunade. That night, dragging her weary body back home after being forced to work overtime, Tsunade was surprised to see that her grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, was still awake. "Granny, can't sleep?" Mito glanced at her granddaughter. "With just Nawaki, the fool, keeping me company in this empty house, how could I sleep?" Is it because I got back too late?" "Granny, I promise I'll come back earlier tomorrow." "No need. Just have Takashi come over tomorrow instead." Mito's tone grew stiff. "You and Kushina like freeloading, huh? Alright then, this old lady will cut off your freeloading. Let's see if that makes you come back. If Takashi's not home, Kushina will definitely stay put." As for Tsunade, her salary was all gone to gambling, and her pockets were empty. If she didn't come home for food, she'd go hungry. Mito was sure her granddaughter would come back obediently. Watching her grandmother's back disappear, Tsunade muttered in confusion, "Did I say something wrong?" Chapter 17, Mission Request, Collecting Animal Carcasses. "Lady Mito wants to see me?" "Yes, she asked me to go with you after work." "I don't know what Grandma wants. It might be about Kushina. Be careful when you go." After reminding Takashi to wait for her after work, Tsunade hurried away. The medical department still had too much work for her to handle. Strange. Takashi couldn't quite understand. If it was something important, she could have simply told him to go now, instead of waiting until after work to go to the Senju clan estate together. This could easily lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. He could foresee that as soon as he set foot in the Senju clan estate and met Mito Uzumaki, the Hokage's office would definitely be on edge. Mito Uzumaki's identity was too sensitive, every move she made was scrutinized by the third Hokage and others. Forget it. Why bother thinking so much? It was Mito Uzumaki who wanted to see him, not the other way around. Why worry about it? It was just adding unnecessary stress. In the break room, Takashi assembled various materials, and a brand new puppet took shape in his hands. Perhaps due to it being his first attempt, the puppet's appearance was somewhat unpleasant. Damn, that's ugly. Takashi knew he had successfully created his first puppet, but he was also disappointed. It was a flawed product, one he couldn't even bear to look at. Even if puppets were meant to be expendable, they shouldn't look so abstract, neither human nor animal. After studying it for a while, Takashi, unable to stand the sight of it any longer, decisively dismantled the puppet. The materials used were the cheapest available, so he didn't mind the loss. Wasting a few materials was better than creating a pile of ugly things. After dismantling the puppet, Takashi began to reflect. After a moment, he realized he had fallen into a trap. Puppet masters were rare in Hidden Leaf Village, as scarce as pandas in his previous life. Relevant books and scrolls were also few and far between, mostly obtained by the village through various means from Hidden Sand Village. and the puppets made in Hidden Sand Village were grotesque. Because puppets needed to possess various functions and attack methods, the resulting creations were far from aesthetically pleasing. Takashi wasn't a puppet master, and he didn't need to follow Hidden Sand Village's style. Possessing the Tenseigan, he didn't even need to control the puppets directly. He could simply grant them life and give them orders. Therefore, the puppets didn't need so many functions or all those messy extra parts. With a new idea in mind, Takashi continued assembling. Soon, a humanoid puppet, no taller than 50 centimeters, stood on the table. Limited by the materials at hand, the final product wasn't entirely satisfactory. He needed to find an opportunity to buy more parts and materials. And there was no need to limit himself to humanoid puppets. He could also use the carcasses of powerful animals to create puppets. This train of thought seemed promising. Puppet masters were scarce in Hidden Leaf Village, making materials relatively expensive. Furthermore, due to the general environment, anyone who used ninja corpses to create puppets would undoubtedly be labeled as dark and sinister. Takashi had no interest in using ninja corpses for his puppets. Compared to ninja corpses, the powerful animals of the ninja world were undoubtedly the best choice. They offered good mobility and could even be used as mounts. Having made up his mind, Takashi decided to collect some animal carcasses. After lunch, Takashi went to the Hokage's office building and posted a mission to collect animal carcasses. The reward would be based on the strength of the animal. Due to the influence of chakra, there were many powerful creatures in the ninja world, such as house-sized wild boars, train-like giant snakes, and birds of prey with wingspans like fighter jets. Such creatures were not uncommon in the ninja world. In fact, they were quite numerous. Hidden Leaf Village issued missions every year for the village's ninjas to eliminate these creatures. Aside from their strength and enormous size, these creatures had another characteristic: their meat wasn't palatable. Ninjas who accepted these extermination missions would only kill the creatures, bring back the required body parts as proof of completion, and discard the rest. This meant that, apart from some research value, the carcasses of these creatures were worthless. After posting the mission, Takashi returned to the hospital for work. Lord Hokage, these are the mission requests compiled by the mission department today. The mission department would compile the daily mission requests and send them to the Hokage's office for the third Hokage to review. He would personally assign appropriate ninja teams to important missions, while less important ones would be left to the mission department for ninjas to freely accept. For ninjas, the income from missions and requests supported many of them. Even in Hidden Leaf Village, if a large number of external missions and requests were lost, more than half of the village's ninjas would face unemployment and starvation. Ninjas didn't engage in production, and the village didn't have enough positions to support so many of them. Too many failed missions and requests would damage the village's reputation, leading to a decrease in external missions and requests. This would be a disaster for those ninjas who relied on completing missions and requests for their livelihood. This was why, even during wartime, even when the front lines were tight, the village would still assign a group of ninjas to carry out missions and requests. Whether it was a small ninja village or one of the 5 great ninja villages, none could afford to lose their reputation or neglect missions and requests. Hidden Sand Village had become increasingly impoverished since the Second Shinobi World War. The fundamental reason was that the daimyo, angered by the perceived waste of his investment and the perceived weakness of Hidden Sand Village, reduced his funding and entrusted a large number of missions and requests within the Land of Wind to Hidden Leaf Village. This directly led to Hidden Sand Village having to tighten its belt and live frugally. Therefore, the third Hokage attached great importance to the mission department's requests and missions, personally reviewing them every day. Simple, low-paying missions were left to the mission department. Missions that required attention were assigned by him to suitable teams. As usual, the third Hokage quickly sifted through the various missions. However, when he came across a particular request, his hand holding the document paused. Collect a large quantity of powerful creature carcasses. Mission reward commensurate with the animal carcass. This mission is valid indefinitely. The third Hokage read the mission details aloud while puffing on his pipe, then stared at the name of the requester, lost in thought. Hyuga Takashi. Why would this child issue such a mission? Long-term collection of powerful creature carcasses. Was it for research? In his application to study in the medical department and become a medical ninja, Takashi had stated his reason: to find a cure for the bloodline disease. It wasn't unusual for someone to conduct research for the sake of curing a disease. Many ninjas even conducted experiments to research ninjutsu and improve their strength. Orochimaru often did such things. A long-term mission like this was undoubtedly a boon for the village and its ninjas, especially one involving the collection of powerful creature carcasses. After a moment of thought, the third Hokage said to the mission department personnel, "Go to the medical department and find Tsunade. Show her this document and confirm with Hyuga Takashi the corresponding rewards for the different creature carcasses." Chapter 18, Tsunade cuts in as the middleman. Yes, Hokage. The personnel from the mission department left the Hokage's office, heading towards the medical department at full speed. As for why they were ordered to find Tsunade first instead of asking Takashi directly, the mission ninja didn't think too much about it. When the Hokage gives an order, you simply carry it out without overthinking. To become a competent medical ninja, a vast reserve of knowledge and precise chakra control are the fundamental requirements. I repeat, you need to read more, study more, and train diligently. Don't expect to enter the medical department and suddenly become the next Hyuga Takashi. People like him are few and far between in the entire ninja world. Lady Tsunade, there's an ninja from the mission department here to see you. Tsunade was in the middle of a lecture for a group of new recruits. When her colleague informed her, she stepped out of the classroom, rubbing her temples as a dull ache throbbed in her head. It felt like she was losing brain cells by the minute. Teaching students was a real challenge. Compared to the old method of hands-on, personal mentorship, this mass public education approach felt like torture. Lady Tsunade. The mission department ninja greeted her respectfully. Tsunade waved her hand, her patience wearing thin. Cut the formalities. What do you need from me? The Hokage asked me to deliver this document to you, and to have you coordinate with Hyuga Takashi to determine the reward standards for the mission. Once it's set, I'll return to report to the Hokage. The mission ninja handed over a document. What's all of this mess about? Did that kid Takashi go and issue a mission? Tsunade took the document and opened it. Well, it turned out he really did. However, the mission had been issued rather sloppily, without even setting basic compensation standards. A long-term mission? From the looks of it, the mission rating would likely depend on the type of biological corpses collected, and Takashi specifically requested strong ones. This meant that the mission wouldn't be rated low. A high mission rating also meant that the reward would be higher than usual. Plus, it was a long-term mission, which implied Takashi would spend a significant amount of money on it. Takashi had some savings, but not much. Tsunade wasn't worried about whether he could afford the payment. Medical ninjas made good money after all. As long as he didn't have any extravagant, money-burning hobbies, he could definitely afford the mission expenses with his income. You, come with me. Tsunade closed the document and took the mission ninja along to the hospital next door, just as Takashi was coming out of a patient's room. She motioned for him to follow her into a break room. Once inside, Tsunade didn't hesitate to shut the mission ninja out, speaking seriously to Takashi. Are you planning on conducting experiments or research? No, of course not. Takashi was puzzled. Why the stern tone? I just issued a mission, even if it's a long-term one, my income should definitely cover the rewards. Then why are you issuing a mission to collect powerful biological corpses? To make puppets, obviously. I'm certainly not going to use ninja corpses for that. I have no interest in messing around with human bodies. Using animal corpses to create puppets didn't bother Takashi, but using human corpses? That crossed a line for him. He had no intention of becoming someone obsessed with corpses. Alright, as long as that's all it is. I'll handle the mission rating for you, that way the old man won't take advantage of you. Before coming over, Tsunade had been a little worried that Takashi was turning into another Orochimaru. Though the current Orochimaru hadn't yet turned into the notorious dark figure of the future, his fascination with corpses wasn't new. All his earnings were poured into those kinds of pursuits. As long as Takashi wasn't trying to study corpses and run bizarre experiments, that was enough for her. Creating puppets from animal bodies, nothing too strange about that. As long as no ninja corpses were involved, he was staying within moral bounds. Go back and tell the old man that I'll be taking over this mission. There's no need for it to go through the Hokage's office anymore. Tsunade opened the door and gestured for the mission ninja to leave. You're dismissed. This mission doesn't need the Hokage's office worrying about it. Huh? The mission ninja, who had been preparing to report back, was stunned. Lady Tsunade, but You think I'm not qualified? No, that's not what I meant. It's just this seems a bit against the rules. That's none of your concern. Just relay my words to the old man, that's all you need to do. Yes, ma'am. With a bitter expression, the mission ninja reluctantly left. Takashi hadn't expected Tsunade to take over this whole situation. Don't tell me you're planning on actually carrying out this mission yourself. Tsunade was perpetually broke, that was beyond dispute, but her income was high. She just couldn't control herself and ended up gambling it all away. If Tsunade actually went and carried out this mission, it would be like tossing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. How could I possibly do that? Do I look like an idiot? Tsunade shot Takashi a disgruntled glare. Then why are you taking over the mission? Takashi was genuinely confused by her actions. It's not worth my time to carry out the mission myself, but I can take a cut of the profits. Unbelievable. She's literally scheming to skim off the top of the third Hokage's operation. Seeing Takashi's stunned expression, Tsunade looked a bit embarrassed. I've been pretty broke lately, so I need some extra cash. Don't worry, I'll find the most suitable person for the job. He's great at stuff like this. Tsunade was indeed in financial trouble. She had just a few coins left. She loved eating at Takashi's place, not only because they were close and Takashi was a good cook, but also because she was broke. Meals weren't the biggest problem. If necessary, she could just eat at home. The bigger issue was her itchy hands from lack of money. Every time she walked past a casino, Tsunade felt an unbearable itch all over. So, she was eager to make some quick extra cash. And just like that, the opportunity presented itself. As for whether the third Hokage would mind, Tsunade didn't really care. It was just a mission, and she still had that much privilege. Alright then, do as you like. Just make sure the materials are delivered, and I'll pay when they arrive. If Tsunade wanted to make some money, so be it. Takashi wasn't about to pay up front, especially not to Tsunade. This woman, with money in her hands, would bite off more than she could chew. She wouldn't stop until she'd lost every last coin. No problem. Just have the money ready. After reassuring Takashi, Tsunade hurriedly left the hospital and went straight to Orochimaru's lab. Orochimaru, I've got something for you. It's a good opportunity. This is what you call a good opportunity? Orochimaru glanced at the broken door she had kicked in, and at the now wrecked lab equipment on the table, all because of Tsunade's forceful entry. He'd lost tens of thousands of ryo right there. Tsunade was broke, but Orochimaru wasn't exactly well off either. One loved to gamble, the other loved to experiment. The former was a black hole for money, with no returns, while the latter could eventually yield massive profits, but only after an enormous initial investment. 500,000, and this mission is yours. Tsunade pulled out the mission scroll and threw it to Orochimaru, shamelessly making an outrageous demand. Chapter 19, Hyuga Takashi's first visit to the Senju ancestral residence. Hey! 500,000 ryo. Orochimaru didn't know where Tsunade got the confidence to demand such a cut. So, he took the scroll and opened it to read. Hyuga Takashi? The student you brought along? I remember he suffers from a Kekkei Genkai degeneration. Orochimaru's memory was impeccable. Seeing the signature, he immediately remembered Takashi. What student? I never formally accepted him as a disciple. I just happened to have the time to guide him a little, and it turned out the brat had incredible talent, far exceeding my expectations. Talking about Takashi made Tsunade feel proud. Even though there was no formal master-disciple relationship, Takashi was still someone she, Tsunade, had taught. He could barely be considered her disciple, someone she acknowledged, worth bragging about a little. He needs a large number of animal corpses. Is it for research? Orochimaru looked at the mission's contents, thinking perhaps he'd found a kindred spirit. But Tsunade shook her head. No, the kid's gotten into puppetry lately. He keeps saying he's just a weak medical ninja and also has that bloodline illness, so he wants to make puppets to protect himself. These animal corpses are to be used as puppet materials. Compared to using ninja corpses or expensive mechanical parts, animal corpses are much more appropriate. Puppets? That was unexpected for Orochimaru. What level of quality is required? Orochimaru put the scroll away. Tsunade wasn't wrong. Orochimaru was definitely one of the more suitable candidates for this mission. It was quick, simple, and a good opportunity to make some money. Even after giving Tsunade her share, there would be a significant profit, a worthwhile deal. Much less trouble than going out and performing a high-level mission. In the dense forests of the Land of Fire, there were plenty of strange and powerful creatures. Tsunade instructed, the stronger, the better. And don't just bring me a bunch of random snakes. Understood. Orochimaru agreed, then held up 2 fingers towards Tsunade. 200,000? Tsunade was displeased. Orochimaru, you're pushing it. Do you have to haggle like this? Or I can go to Master Sarutobi and take the mission directly from the Hokage's office. 500,000? No way. I'll give you at most 200,000, let you enjoy some small profits. If you don't like it, I'll just bypass you and go to the Hokage's office. You. Tsunade was so angry she wanted to punch someone. Fine, 200,000 ryo, but I want the money right away. 200,000 ryo to buy into a long-term mission, a total win for Orochimaru. He wasn't sure how much wealth Takashi had, but given Takashi's diligent work at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, it was enough to cover the mission's compensation, as long as Orochimaru didn't go overboard. Orochimaru understood the principle of slow and steady wins the race. He didn't mind if Takashi owed him some money, as long as it wasn't Tsunade. Everything else could be negotiated. Making money was secondary. Orochimaru also wanted to get to know Takashi better. Who knew, maybe they could end up on the same path. As long as Takashi still wanted to treat his bloodline illness, he wouldn't be able to avoid experiments and research. And then Orochimaru's opportunity would come. A prime experimental subject wasn't easy to find. The Hyuga clan's Kekkei Genkai degeneration, that was definitely interesting. It was the end of the workday, and all the patients had been seen. Takashi and Tsunade left the hospital together. Compared to the oppressive atmosphere of the Hyuga compound and the liveliness of the Uchiha clan, the Senju ancestral residence was cold and desolate. In order to prevent the commoner branch of the clan from reuniting, Tobirama Senju, ever pragmatic, had dispersed the non-shinobi Senju members across different areas of the village. The Senju ancestral home had become one of Hidden Leaf Village's heavily guarded zones, effectively killing off any hopes for the clan's revival. For the scattered clan members to restore the glory of the Senju, they would need the leadership of the ancestral branch. But now, the two sides were completely isolated, and with the die-hard faction wiped out, the Senju's civilianization process was complete. It's pretty quiet, isn't it? Seeing Takashi curiously look around, Tsunade sighed. To prevent the Hokage position from becoming the exclusive right of one clan, my granduncle had to break up the family, civilianizing them, leaving only the main branch with the ancestral home, and even gave up the Senju surname. Now, there's no one left living nearby. Just a few from the main branch. The second Hokage was a man of conviction. Although Takashi thought Tobirama Senju was quite truthless to his own people, he had to admit, Tobirama was a man of conviction. Throughout Hidden Leaf Village, only he could make such a decision. Granduncle had his reasons. Grandma always said if he hadn't done it, the succession of the Hokage would no longer be fair, and the village would become a place dominated by the Senju clan, which would go against Grandpa's ideals. There was a lot of opposition when he civilianized the clan, but he went through with it anyway. As a child, Tsunade hadn't understood any of this. All she knew was that her stern, serious granduncle actually doted on her a lot, always indulging her mischief, no matter how annoyed he seemed. Back then, Tsunade thought her granduncle had been too harsh. It was only when she grew up that she realized Tobirama had made the right decision. The Senju clan had reached the peak of its prosperity. If they didn't change quickly, the entire Hidden Leaf Village would become a village solely for the Senju. All the commoners and other ninja clans would become vassals of the Senju. Even if civilians might accept it, would the other ninja clans, the Hyuga, Uchiha, Sarutobi, Shimura, Inoshikacho, agree to that? They had all worked together to establish the village as an equal community, only for the Senju to turn around and make everyone else subservient? Some smaller clans might not be able to resist, but the large ones would never allow it. So, Tobirama faced a difficult choice. Either break apart the clan, erase the powerful Senju identity in a controlled manner, or let them grow unchecked until the other clans felt compelled to unite against them. In the end, Tobirama chose to civilianize the family. Given the situation back then, if the second Hokage had come from a different clan, it might have been easier to suppress the Senju's ambitions. But both the first and second Hokages were Senjus. The clan's ambition was inevitable. Hashirama and Tobirama could suppress it while they were alive, but once they were gone, chaos was sure to follow. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen becoming the third Hokage would have been uncertain. "Grandma, I'm home." Upon reaching the doorstep, Tsunade called out as she entered. Takashi followed her into the courtyard. The Anbu members assigned to protect the Senju residents widened their eyes in surprise. Was that Hyuga Takashi? Why was he here at the Senju ancestral home? Report this to the Hokage. Even if Takashi could be considered half one of their own, he was still from the Hyuga clan. His visit here would definitely draw attention from the Hokage's office. "You're back." Sitting in the courtyard, Mito Uzumaki smiled gently, then started to appraise the young man standing next to Tsunade. "Lady Mito, I'm Hyuga Takashi. It's an honor to meet you." Takashi had deep respect for Mito Uzumaki. She was a senior truly worthy of admiration. "You look nice. No wonder Tsunade and Kushina are both so fond of you," Mito chuckled as she made a light-hearted comment. Chapter 20, Uzumaki Mito's well-intentioned plans. Tsunade stumbled a bit as she was about to head back to her room, then turned around in dissatisfaction and protested, "Grandma, what nonsense are you talking about?" This was a difficult statement to respond to. Takashi could only give Tsunade a look, signaling her to come to the rescue. "Forget about changing clothes for now, things needed saving here. This elderly lady, I can't handle her." To prevent Grandma from saying anything even more shocking, Tsunade had no choice but to run back to save the day. "Grandma, I've brought him here. Whatever you need from him, just say it directly. After all, he's from the Hyuga clan. If he stays here too long, the Hokage's office will definitely start getting restless. If you all weren't running over to their place day after day, would this old lady even need to be like this?" Uzumaki Mido wasn't concerned about what the Hokage's office might think. Others might lose their composure, but the third Hokage was different. No matter how anxious he got, he would still wait patiently. Miko isn't feeling well today. Tsunade, go prepare something to entertain our guest, she said. Me? Was she serious? I can't even stomach my own cooking, and now you want me to cook? Tsunade's eyes widened as she pointed at herself. Do you expect this old lady to do it for you? Mido huffed, tapping her cane against the floor twice in frustration. Nawaki and Kushina will be home soon, and they'll be expecting to eat. Just kill me already. I shouldn't have come home. Wait a minute. I can't cook well enough for anyone to eat, but isn't there a ready-made helper here? Tsunade looked back at Takashi, then grabbed his hand, pulling him towards the kitchen. Wait, you want me to help? What kind of guest comes over and ends up cooking? That's right, you. Tsunade insisted, forcibly dragging Takashi towards the kitchen. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? It's perfectly fine. If I say it's appropriate, then there's no problem. Why did I feel like I'd just been conscripted? Did Uzumaki Mido call me here just so I'd help cook? That can't be it, right? What is this old lady up to? Takashi was genuinely confused, and she hadn't even said what she wanted from him. So Takashi found himself in the kitchen, staring blankly at all the ingredients. Everything seemed thoroughly prepared, as if just waiting for someone to come help. He started bustling around in the kitchen. Tsunade found a chance to slip away. Grandma, I've brought him over. You should at least tell me why. Would I ever do anything to harm a child? Uzumaki Mido said, sitting comfortably in her rocking chair, pretending not to understand what Tsunade was talking about. Grandma. Tsunade was getting impatient. Your position is already sensitive. Any little movement you make can stir up the nerves of the Hokage's office. Takashi may have earned our trust, but he's still a member of the Hyuga clan. If you bring him here, the old man is bound to overthink. That monkey won't, Mido said confidently, smiling. In his youth, the third Hokage was a competent leader, capable, resourceful, patient, and tolerant. Relax, I don't have any other motives, I just want the house to feel lively. As people age, they dread the silence. That monkey won't start watching this kid over something this small? That's it? Just to make the house more lively? Tsunade was stunned. Maybe the old man wouldn't overthink, but what about everyone else? Tsunade knew well enough what kind of oddballs the Elders' Council were. Danzō Shimura, driven by ambition, Koharu Udatane, always cautious, and Hamura Minakato, who liked to have a hand in everything. Even if the third Hokage could stay composed, these others would definitely get anxious. Their attention would shift to Takashi, which would inevitably cause him some trouble. Tsunade, Mido said, holding her granddaughter's hand and sighing, some things have been unavoidable ever since he appeared by your side. Besides, given how close he is to Kushina, those people will eventually set their sights on him. It's just a matter of time. While this old lady is still around, I can keep the situation under control. Do you understand? Being targeted earlier was better than later. Right now, with Uzumaki Mido here, things could be stabilized. Without her, getting caught in such trouble later would be much more of a problem. Aren't you worried, Grandma? After all, he's part of the Hyuga clan. Tsunade gestured, then eventually gave up, not knowing what else to say. But Mido's words made sense. If it was inevitable, then it might as well happen sooner. With Uzumaki Mido here, she could keep the Hokage's office calm. If such things happened after she was gone, it would truly be troublesome. Mido believed she could hold on for a few more years, which would be enough for Takashi's rapid growth phase. If, after a few years, once she was gone, Takashi still needed someone to protect him, then she and Tsunade would have been wrong about him. Hyuga Tenin? A hint of disdain flashed in Mido's clouded eyes. That guy? He wouldn't dare. He'd even actively distance himself, because that's just how the Hyuga clan operates. The leader of the prestigious Hyuga clan, in Mido's words, he was worth nothing. Grandma, we're back. Nawaki and Kushina came running back, school bags on their backs. With that, Tsunade and Mido dropped their conversation. Back so soon? Come, let Grandma have a look. Mido raised her hands happily. Nawaki instinctively tried to dive into her embrace, but before he could get close, his ear was grabbed. Ow, ow, ow. Sis, what are you doing? Get over there. Tsunade tugged Nawaki's ear and scolded, you're too old for this. Still diving into Grandma's arms, aren't you ashamed? With Nawaki grabbed and pulled away, Kushina had a clear path into Mido's arms. Did you have fun at school today? Did anyone bully you? Mido asked warmly, holding Kushina close. Kushina raised her head proudly. Of course not, Grandma Mido. I'm strong, you know. If anyone dares to mess with me, I'll beat them up real good. Takashi's influence was apparent. Watching Kushina go further down the path of violence, Tsunade could only facepalm in exasperation. Chapter 21, Danzō is suspended by the third Hokage. Mito, dinner is ready. Takashi, who had been temporarily recruited, was still a little confused. Why exactly did Uzumaki Mito call for him? It couldn't be just to make a meal, right? Takashi. Kushina jumped up in excitement, while Nawaki, who was rubbing his aching ear, also looked over curiously. There hadn't been any guests at home for quite a while, and it was even more surprising that this guest was Kushina's friend. Nawaki couldn't quite figure it out either. How did Takashi become friends with Kushina? After all, there was quite an age difference between them. Are you happy? Uzumaki Mito asked with a gentle smile. Kushina nodded excitedly. Yes, yes. Grandma Mito is the best. I've wanted to invite Takashi over for a long time, but I was afraid you'd be unhappy. Silly child, Uzumaki Mito said, pulling Kushina closer. Seeing Kushina being treated like a treasure by her grandmother, Nawaki started to feel jealous. Takashi, let me tell you, I made some new friends at school. There was also this blonde kid who wanted to be friends with me, but I ignored him. At the dinner table, Kushina chatted away about her school life, even mentioning a certain blonde boy. Don't say things like that. Tsunade flicked Kushina's forehead. If he's a blonde kid, then what does that make your sister Tsunade? Tsunade had initially been curious about who the blonde kid was. But once she understood the nickname, she was irritated and felt like giving Takashi a good kick. According to that logic, wouldn't that make me, Tsunade, the old blonde? Hee hee, you're still my sister Tsunade. Kushina laughed mischievously. As time passed, Kushina, who gradually became part of this household, grew more outgoing, and her face bore a lot more smiles than before. Uzumaki Mito felt deeply comforted by this. It proved that her decision was correct, and Takashi had not let her down, even though he had turned Kushina into a feisty little girl. Uzumaki Mito didn't think there was anything wrong with that. So what if a girl has a bad temper when she is young? She herself had a fiery temper when she was younger, and so did Tsunade. With the two of them leading the way, Kushina's little bit of violence didn't seem like a big deal at all. While the Senju ancestral home was filled with lively conversation, the Hokage's office was just as busy. Shimura Danzō, Koharu Uchiha, and Hamura Midokado had all gathered there, except for Torafua Kimiki, who preferred to stay home and avoid getting involved. The three stared intently at the third Hokage, their intention obvious. The third Hokage remained calm, continuing to process his paperwork. Hiruzen, what exactly does Mito mean by this? Are we supposed to start taking Hyuga Takashi seriously? Uzumaki Mito's identity was far too special, her status too high. Any move she made could have a huge impact, just like inviting Takashi to the Senju ancestral home. This action alone had them stirred up. If only Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito had acknowledged Takashi, it would have been easier. Treat him as half an insider, no need to give him too much importance, but also no need to target him. But now, he had actually been invited to the Senju residence. Was this some kind of signal? Under their unwavering gaze, the third Hokage finally had to put down his papers, pick up his pipe, light it, and take a few deep puffs. Koharu, let's not jump to conclusions. I trust that Mito is not a rash person. She will surely give us an explanation. Sarutobi, you are the Hokage of this village. As Hokage, why would you just sit by and let something like this, which is beyond our control, happen? Who cares about Uzumaki Mito and her special status? The Hokage's authority is what matters most. If he were Hokage, he certainly wouldn't allow something like this to happen. Having been admonished, Shimura Danzō started harboring a lot of resentment towards Uzumaki Mito. Good heavens! Had Danzō lost his mind? How dare he speak like that? The third Hokage closed his eyes in frustration. Koharu Uchiha rolled her eyes dramatically at Danzō, turned her head to the side in disdain, and made it clear she didn't want to speak to him. Just looking at him annoyed her. Hamura Midokado could only shake his head. He wouldn't step in to reprimand Danzō for the Hokage, but neither would he speak in Danzō's favor. Enough. Danzō was unwilling to back down, but the third Hokage's shout silenced him. It's precisely because I'm Hokage that I trust Mito. Danzō, is ambition the only thing in your head? What do you mean? Are you saying I'm brainless? Danzō was stunned, his angry face slowly darkening. On the surface, besides her own strength, Uzumaki Mito's main identity was as the wife of the first Hokage. In reality, though, even the Fire Country daimyo would rush over to greet her out of respect, as they were, in fact, close relatives. Why did the daimyo formally title Tsunade as the Princess of Hidden Leaf Village? It wasn't just to curry favor with Hashirama Senju. The familial ties through marriage were also a key reason. To be blunt, if Uzumaki Mito expressed dissatisfaction with the third Hokage, the daimyo's office could immediately put a stranglehold on him. And what happens when the daimyo cuts off your resources? Just look at the future Sand Village for the answer. Tighten your belts and prepare for a rough time. Even though the Land of Fire is rich, its taxes go to the daimyo's office, not Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village can't sustain itself without support from the daimyo. Without that backing, the village's situation would quickly turn bleak. If resources are cut off, it's bad enough, but if they start sending missions to other villages, Hidden Leaf Village's finances would collapse completely. Don't doubt it, the daimyo is capable of that. And he would do it, because the village's development relies heavily on his support. Otherwise, the daimyo wouldn't need to be involved in appointing a new Hokage. Saratobi, what do you mean? The third Hokage frowned. Danzō, you're tired. Go home and rest. As for your role as Hokage's advisor, I'll put it on hold for now. Once you've figured things out, you can come back and see me. Becoming the third Hokage's advisor had essentially made Danzō a nominal figure, wielding less power than even the elders. But the elders would never accept someone as ambitious as Danzō. Nor would the third Hokage easily delegate power to Danzō, which meant that Danzō's presence among the council was fairly inconspicuous. Saratobi Hiruzen, you intend to take away my position? Danzō pounded on the desk in anger. Don't forget, without my assistance, without my contributions, you wouldn't be able to sit securely in that chair. The third Hokage smoked silently, watching the furious Danzō. Without power to support it, ambition is just empty talk. Precisely because Danzō's ambition was too great, the third Hokage had sidelined him, reducing his role as advisor to an empty title. And now, even that empty title was gone. Are you just going to let him behave like this? The council had the authority to block some of the Hokage's misguided decisions, and Danzō pinned his hopes on Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mikado. After all, the council was centered around these two. Unfortunately, Hamura had always kept out of these kinds of issues. Chapter 22, The World Where Only Danzō Gets Hurt. Koharu Uchiha was already too furious to deal with Danzō Shimura, and thus, she wouldn't speak on his behalf. In fact, her thoughts were almost identical to those of the third Hokage. Danzō Shimura was becoming increasingly reckless. He needed a period of rest to calm down and reflect. If today's events reached Uzumaki Mito's ears, it would be quite the spectacle. Good. Very good. With no one standing up for him, Danzō Shimura felt like a clown jumping around without purpose. He glared furiously at Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mikado before turning to leave the Hokage's office. Watching Danzō's retreating figure, Koharu couldn't help but worry. Danzō won't do anything too extreme, will he? No, he won't. He's ambitious, he won't act recklessly at critical moments. Otherwise, he'd never gain anyone's trust. The third Hokage shook his head. With others, one might worry about them acting out of anger, dragging everyone down with them in a last-ditch effort, thinking, if I can't have peace, neither can you. But not Danzō Shimura. Danzō knew how to bide his time for his ambition. So, about today's incident. Should they report it to Lady Mito? Later, I'll go and speak with Lady Mito myself. Regardless of whether word reached Uzumaki Mito or not, the third Hokage needed to make his stance clear. Even if it was just for appearances, Uzumaki Mito needed to see the outcome. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, he put it down. The third Hokage stood up, looking out the window. Since Lady Mito values Hyuga Takashi, I might as well make a trip and help him a little. That sounds good. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mikado understood what the third Hokage meant. He intended to visit the Hyuga clan and resolve the issues surrounding them and Takashi once and for all. After Koharu and Hamura left, the third Hokage brought his men to the Hyuga clan's territory. He had a conversation with the clan head in the main courtyard. Takashi wouldn't have imagined that Danzō's impulsiveness and loose words would indirectly do him a huge favor. Otherwise, he would certainly invite Danzō out for a meal as a form of thanks. Drop by more often when you're free. It's quiet at home, more people make it livelier. As Takashi was leaving, Uzumaki Mito suddenly said this. Faced with Lady Mito's invitation, Takashi politely agreed, promising to visit often. Phew, it was finally over. Leaving the Senju ancestral residence, Takashi let out a heavy breath. Although Uzumaki Mito was a kind old lady who had shown him goodwill, Takashi still felt like an outsider. Such gatherings were best avoided. As for Uzumaki Mito's invitation, agreeing was just a formality. He shouldn't take it too seriously and certainly shouldn't visit the Senju ancestral residence often. The elderly often wish for their children to be around. Understanding Mito's intentions, Takashi decided that he would no longer let Tsunade come over to freeload. Instead, she should return home to accompany Uzumaki Mido. This would solve the loneliness issue for the elderly and also help Takashi save on living expenses, a win-win. Tsunade, that girl, always ate enough for several people, which was truly intimidating. The most infuriating thing was that she never gained weight. Everything she ate seemed to go to exactly the right places. If word got out, it would surely make countless women jealous. That night, after finishing his day's work, the third Hokage arrived at the Senju ancestral residence. Uzumaki Mido had been waiting for some time. Lady Mido. After greeting her respectfully, the third Hokage reported in detail what had occurred at the Hokage's office, without any bias or intent to defend Danzō Shimura. Uzumaki Mido listened quietly. After a moment of silence, she sighed and said, "If you think Danzō needs some time to rest, then leave the Hokage advisor position vacant for a while." After speaking, she paused. "Hiruzen, I'm an old lady now, perhaps I have only a couple of years left. The older one gets, the more one wishes to have children by their side. I think you understand that, don't you?" So that's what it was? The third Hokage silently mourned Danzō Shimura for 3 seconds in his heart. "Don't worry, Lady Mido. The Hokage's office will always be on your side." Everyone assumed that Uzumaki Mido was hinting at something else. But it turned out to be nothing of the sort. She just wanted her granddaughter to come back more often to keep her company. More people, more liveliness. As for Takashi, he was just incidental. In this whole affair, Danzō lost even the semblance of his position. It was truly a bit unfair. At that moment, the third Hokage couldn't help but want to laugh. Danzō, you've truly been wronged this time." But it wasn't anyone else's fault. Danzō had brought it on himself with his sharp tongue. There were no secrets in the world. The Hokage's office had several Anbu stationed around it. They had heard Danzō's words loud and clear. The third Hokage couldn't risk betting on these Anbu keeping silent. If something like this were reported openly, it would be a minor issue. If hidden and later discovered, it would be a major problem. So, the third Hokage chose to strip Danzō of his title and then report the matter to Uzumaki Mido, hoping to de-escalate the situation. Knowing that Danzō had spoken disrespectfully of her, Mido wouldn't take it to heart. She knew what kind of person Danzō was. Of course, not taking it to heart didn't mean that Mido wouldn't take the opportunity to step on Danzō a bit. It was foreseeable that as long as she was alive, Danzō wouldn't even be able to hold a symbolic position. He'd be stuck at home, doing nothing. Uzumaki Mido had such a large influence on the village that even Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado couldn't sleep well without accurate news. The two of them arrived at the Hokage's office early in the morning. The third Hokage gave them a brief account of his visit to Uzumaki Mido the previous night. After listening, Koharu's expression turned odd, while Hamura Midokado, who usually kept a serious demeanor, soon couldn't help but burst into laughter. "So, you're saying that Danzō shot himself in the foot this time?" "Pretty much." The third Hokage also wanted to laugh, but he held back. "Ha ha ha." Hamura Midokado couldn't contain himself. Koharu, too, found herself at a loss between laughter and tears. After a round of laughter, the third Hokage's face grew stern as he addressed the two of them seriously. "No need to tell Danzō about today's events. Lady Mido's intention is for him to rest at home for some time. Until Uzumaki Mido passed away, Danzō would basically be stuck idling at home." Chapter 23, Nawaki's Prize. Flaunting the spoils. The third Hokage hoped that Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado would take this matter seriously, and not speak in favor of Danzō Shimura, avoiding unnecessary complications for everyone. "Hiruzen, rest assured, we understand the gravity of the situation. I doubt he even has the face to come to me for help." Koharu Uchiha was quite displeased with Danzō Shimura at this point. Forget about Danzō not daring to ask for her help. Even if he did, she wouldn't assist him. The only one who might lend a hand was Hamura Midokado. "Don't look at me. I wouldn't dare to help in such a situation," Hamura said immediately as he noticed his companions eyeing him. Danzō speaks recklessly when his head gets hot, without thinking about the consequences. Offending Lady Mido is just asking for trouble. I think it's best he stays home and takes a good, long break. Given his response, it was clear that Hamura also wasn't interested in helping Danzō. "Then it's settled, let Danzō have a nice long rest," decided the third Hokage. "Tomorrow, I will represent Lady Mido in a visit to the daimyo's palace. It's time the village's funding was increased." Uzumaki Mido was never the stingy type. Stripping Danzō of his empty title position wasn't for nothing. The third Hokage had earned Mido's full support and could now head to the daimyo's palace to negotiate for funds. With a letter from Mido herself, the daimyo would definitely show some respect. That's wonderful news. Running a village took a lot of money, and the Hokage and his advisors often struggled to make ends meet. But now, after removing Danzō from his position, they had Lady Mido's support, allowing them to ask the daimyo for funds legitimately. For the third Hokage, this was a perfect bargain. If he could, he wouldn't mind stepping on Danzō a few more times. Koharu and Hamura were sincerely grateful for Danzō's sacrifice. Without it, how else could the village ask the daimyo for money? His sacrifice was definitely worthwhile. For a while, Tsunade began visiting Takashi's house less frequently. Instead, she rushed home each day after work, doing her best to spend time with Mido. She even cancelled several medical lectures to make time. Takashi stood at the door, keys in hand, pausing for a moment before unlocking it. As he pushed the door open and stepped inside, light flooded into the room, illuminating an unexpected visitor sitting on the couch. Takashi casually closed the door, then turned on the light. Looking at the person on the sofa, he said, "Orochimaru, you could at least wait until I'm home before you come over." "My apologies." Orochimaru smiled faintly, rising to his feet. "It was close to the time you usually come back from work, so I let myself in. I hope there are no misunderstandings. This is the first batch of goods." Takashi picked up the scroll that Orochimaru had placed on the coffee table and unrolled it for inspection. He had to admit, Orochimaru was incredibly efficient. After taking inventory of the materials and glancing at Orochimaru's self-calculated bill, Takashi didn't bother double-checking. In this regard, Orochimaru was trustworthy. Takashi pulled out a sealing scroll, took out the equivalent amount in cash, and gestured for Orochimaru to confirm it. "Takashi, a pleasure doing business with you," Orochimaru said, making no effort to count the money either. It was often said that a ninja needed not only talent and hard work but also a large amount of money and resources to grow. This saying was entirely accurate. Just this one batch of materials cost Takashi almost 2 million ryo, almost draining his small savings. Fortunately, his salary was quite substantial. He could still keep up with the expenses. Being a medical ninja really did pay well. As long as you worked hard and had the skills, there was no shortage of money to be made. "Take care," Takashi said, not bothering to see Orochimaru out. Orochimaru's efficiency and reliability made him an enjoyable partner to work with. Of course, this relationship was limited strictly to missions. Anything beyond that, he would rather not. He feared becoming Orochimaru's next experimental subject. That was something Orochimaru would definitely do without hesitation. Because of this, Takashi had no plans to get too close to him. The same went for Jiraiya, whose peculiar hobbies Takashi found a bit too much. Now that the materials were in hand, the puppet's construction could officially begin. Knock, knock, knock. Takashi's thoughts were interrupted as he stood up to answer the door. "Hey." Standing at the doorway was Nawaki, grinning ear to ear as he greeted Takashi. Nawaki was the friendly type who, ever since visiting the Senju ancestral home, hadn't stopped coming by Takashi's place. Leaning against the doorframe, Takashi said, amused, "Shouldn't you be going home after school? And what about Kushina? You ditched her to come here? If your sister finds out, you're definitely in for it." "Humphrey, I'm not scared of her." Since Tsunade wasn't around, Nawaki was acting pretty bold. "When my sister's here, I fear her fist, so I play it safe. When she's not, I get to be brave." Alright, you're not afraid of her," Takashi said, laughing as he stepped aside to let Nawaki in. "So, what's up? I'm going to be busy today." But before Takashi could finish, he watched Nawaki sneak in, shutting all the doors and windows behind him. Then, as if revealing a treasure, Nawaki pulled out a few magazines from his school bag. Takashi was left speechless. "How about this? Pretty awesome, right?" Nawaki beamed, proudly holding up the magazines. "I saved up a lot of my allowance without my sister noticing and snuck away from school early today just to buy these, all the latest issues, Jiraiya's favorites." With Jiraiya away on a mission, Nawaki had found a new friend in Takashi, whom he could show off his treasures to. Seeing the covers adorned with scantily clad young women, Takashi couldn't help but cringe a little. Kids in the ninja world matured fast, and with a certain peeping pervert setting an example, Nawaki's tastes had developed in quite the interesting direction. Which kid goes around buying those type magazines at his age? And the crazy thing was, he actually managed to buy them. Takashi slapped his forehead. The thing is, aside from satisfying curiosity, these magazines serve no real purpose. Was it really worth it? It wasn't easy saving up allowance right under Tsunade's watchful eye, only to waste it on these. "This one's my favorite. Ozawa is just too cute. Hee. It was hard to imagine an 8-year-old clutching a few explicit magazines, chuckling in such a lewd unseedy way. Takashi felt like his worldview was shattered. Jiraiya's bad influence had truly corrupted the youth. Chapter 24, Caught Red-Handed by Tsunade. Takashi pushed away the magazine that Nawaki had handed him and turned to walk into the kitchen. He decided that he needed to have a serious conversation with Tsunade tomorrow. Better to discipline her brother sooner rather than later. Seeing that Takashi ignored him and went straight into the kitchen, Nawaki got worried that he might tattle, so he quickly followed him. Takashi, I thought we were friends. You can't just run to my sister and snitch on me. Takashi rinsed the rice, added water, placed the pot on the stove, and turned to Nawaki. So what you're saying is, I need to help you keep this a secret? Of course. We're friends. Friends. How can you betray your friend? Nawaki replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Takashi. Friend, my foot. You're reading a magazine like this, kid, and you don't even realize how serious this is? Takashi pulled out 2 potatoes from the cupboard, peeling them as he asked, Nawaki, do you really like reading these kinds of magazines? Of course. What guy doesn't like this kind of thing? Nawaki answered, sounding sure of himself. Don't tell me you don't like this stuff, Takashi. Or is it that you don't like girls? Cough, cough. Takashi almost sliced his own hand as he peeled the potato. The kid's question had quite the sting. Putting down the knife and potato, Takashi looked seriously at Nawaki and said, of course I like these things, but I'm not going to read them before I'm grown up. Also, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal, I like pretty and cute girls. But why wouldn't you read them before you're grown up? Since when does this kind of thing depend on age? Nawaki looked puzzled. After all, Jiraiya had never put it to him that way. In fact, he would just take him along with that sly grin. Takashi shrugged. Because if you're not grown up, reading it doesn't do you any good. Think about it carefully. Jiraiya can go out and have fun after reading these kinds of things, but can you? The smile froze on Nawaki's face as he processed Takashi's words. He suddenly remembered that Jiraiya liked to visit certain places where he, as a kid, couldn't go. Even when he tried to tag along, Jiraiya would chase him away. So, pocket money isn't easy to save, especially with your sister watching you so closely. Don't waste it on pointless things like this. If you really like it, wait until you're older. There'll be plenty of time to enjoy it without anyone criticizing you or leaving you frustrated. Understand? Nawaki blinked in confusion at the advice. So, Takashi, what you mean is, I should save my money so that when I'm older, I can go out with Jiraiya to meet beautiful ladies? Ugh. Takashi almost pulled a muscle from sheer exasperation. Yeah, whatever you say, Takashi replied, clearly exhausted. Suit yourself. As long as you aren't afraid of getting beaten by your sister, then go ahead. But why did Takashi's tone sound so dismissive? Nawaki couldn't figure it out. Forget it, he thought, better to just read the book. And so, from the kitchen, Takashi kept hearing Nawaki's sly giggles from the living room, and he could only sigh, what a lost cause. After dinner, Takashi wasted no time kicking the clingy Nawaki out. This kid. Only interested in all the wrong things. Takashi had no intention of being blamed for corrupting a child. That's Jiraiya's business. Nawaki's obsession with these things was entirely Jiraiya's doing. Hopefully, Tsunade was working late today. When Nawaki got home, he cautiously poked his head in, glancing around like a guilty thief, afraid someone might see him. Thank goodness, no one was here. The yard was quiet, and there were no sounds from inside the house. At this hour, Uzumaki Mido was likely teaching Kushina the unique sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and as for Tsunade, she was either working late or resting in her room. Seeing that the coast was clear, Nawaki walked into the yard, relaxed. Stop right there. Oh no. Hearing the voice behind him, the smile on Nawaki's face instantly froze. His body stiffened like he had been hit by a paralysis jutsu, not daring to move an inch. Why are you back so late? Where have you been running off to? Tsunade expertly twisted Nawaki's ear, her voice full of irritation. I warn you every morning, come straight home after school and spend time with grandma. And what do you do? If Nawaki had just come home a little late, Tsunade would have let it slide. After all, he was just an 8 or 9-year-old kid, and kids that age love to play. But sneaking in like a thief? That was suspicious. After noticing that, Tsunade hid herself to see what her sneaky little brother was up to. Ah! Ow! 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 Sis, my ear is going to come off. Nawaki cried out in pain, hoping his sister might show him some mercy. Spit it out. Where have you been? Tsunade wasn't having any of it. She knew exactly how much force she was using. This wouldn't do any real damage, Nawaki was just exaggerating. There's a natural hierarchy when it comes to siblings, and Tsunade's authority was absolute. Nawaki gave in immediately, I went to Takashi's place. I had dinner there and then came back. I didn't go anywhere else. Huh. Didn't expect that. You even know how to mooch a meal now. Tsunade released his ear, trusting that her brother wouldn't lie to her. Besides, it was just a late return. A light scolding would do. No need to make a big fuss. How annoying, getting scolded again. Nawaki covered his ear, looking frustrated but not daring to speak out. Still glaring? Really? Tsunade had planned to let him go, but seeing her brother giving her that look, she slapped him on the back, causing him to stumble. Something fell out of his clothes and landed on the ground. Tsunade often checked Nawaki's school bag for his homework, so he had hidden the magazines inside his clothes. It was fine until that slap made it fall out? What on earth? Tsunade looked down, her eyes widening as she realized what it was. Oh no, my magazine. My precious new magazine. Wait, no, forget the magazine. I'm doomed. Someone, save me. Picking up the magazine and flipping through it, Tsunade spat out in disgust and shot Nawaki a cold smile. So, you want to confess on your own, or do I beat you up first and then you confess? I used my pocket money to buy it. I just bought it today. So, you went to Takashi's place just to read this? Wait. Did Hyuga Takashi read this too? Tsunade caught herself as soon as she said it. Nawaki awkwardly scratched his head, laughing sheepishly. He kicked me out and told me it's better for kids not to read this kind of thing, to wait until I'm older. Impressive. Now it was Tsunade's turn to be surprised. Not only did Hyuga Takashi refuse to read it, but he also lectured Nawaki about it and even kicked him out. In Tsunade's experience, only Orochimaru showed no interest in such things. The rest were all the same, from the third Hokage to Jiraiya, and even many male ninjas she knew. Almost none could resist. And even those who could wouldn't sit a kid down and earnestly tell them not to read it. Tsunade, what's going on here? Although Tsunade often disciplined her brother, it was the first time Kushina saw Nawaki being punished by holding his school bag up. How humiliating. Nawaki's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and he lowered his head, obediently holding his school bag high. Chapter 25, Jiraiya seems more suitable than Orochimaru. It's fine. Tsunade tucked away the small magazine Nawaki had left lying around and waved her hand toward Kushina. Go on, head to your room and get some rest. Your brother Nawaki made a little mistake, and I'm teaching him a lesson. Kushina was still young, and she absolutely shouldn't be exposed to these kinds of inappropriate books. Otherwise, Nawaki would just get himself into more trouble, and Tsunade would also face some reprimands. Oh. Kushina shot Nawaki a sympathetic glance, not daring to plead on his behalf, and obediently went back to her room to rest. After Kushina left, Uzumaki Mido's voice came drifting in from the living room. When a child misbehaves, it's usually because their skin is itching for a beating. A little discipline will do. Being a bit of a lecher isn't necessarily a flaw. Even the third Hokage had a reputation in that area, yet it didn't stop him from becoming Hokage and a legendary hero of the ninja world. But for a kid to start showing those tendencies before they've even grown up, it was definitely not okay. It needed to be corrected. Grandma? Not only were you not going to save me, but you also had to add fuel to the fire? My sister hadn't even planned to hit me, but now I'm doomed. Nawaki's eyes widened in disbelief, not wanting to accept that those words had come from his own grandmother. You're finished, kid. With Uzumaki Mido's order given, Tsunade chuckled coldly as she shredded the magazine in her hands. Then, flexing her wrists, she walked towards Nawaki. Sis, no, please. I was wrong, I won't do it again. Poor Nawaki. Hiding in her room, Kushina listened to the cries from outside, and could only spare a silent 3 seconds of sympathy for him. With Mido's command and Tsunade personally carrying it out, no one could save Nawaki now. Even if Hashirama and Tobirama came back to life, they'd still keep their distance when Mido was in charge. While Nawaki was suffering, Takashi began handling the materials and preparing to make puppets. First, he needed to prepare the animal corpses, removing unnecessary parts like the internal organs. Orochimaru wouldn't have bothered to clean out the innards properly, so this task fell to Takashi himself. With the large amount of materials, Takashi found himself working well into the night, leaving him looking half awake when he showed up for work the next day. Today, there was an important surgery, so Tsunade went straight to the hospital instead of reporting to the medical division. Seeing the yawning Takashi, Tsunade, sipping tea with her legs crossed, gave him a once-over. What's wrong? Did you stay up all night reading that magazine Nawaki bought? What now? Raising his hands to stretch, Takashi froze. So you found out about Nawaki's magazine? I was actually debating whether to tell you. Those kinds of things aren't good for a kid. That brat got caught by me personally. I taught him a lesson. Just the thought of it made Tsunade's anger rise. Yesterday, she'd given Nawaki a proper thrashing, and today he hobbled his way to school. She hadn't even healed him afterward, just to make sure the lesson would sink in. He needed it. If he'd just been curious and peeked by accident, that'd be one thing, but to deliberately seek it out. Takashi struggled to find the right words. Nawaki was only 8 years old. 8. Is this really something an 8-year-old should be doing? In the future, I'll make sure Jiraiya keeps his distance from him, Tsunade said, her expression darkening. That idiot Jiraiya was bad enough on his own, but he'd probably end up being a terrible influence on a kid. That moron even suggested Nawaki become his disciple. I can't even imagine what Nawaki would turn into if he became his student. Nawaki was already 8, getting closer and closer to graduation from the Ninja Academy. Tsunade had already started considering finding a suitable teacher for him. Upon hearing about it, Jiraiya had been enthusiastically recommending himself. Unfortunately, Tsunade was resolute in ignoring him. Jiraiya as Nawaki's teacher? Takashi poured himself a glass of water. Aside from certain questionable aspects, Jiraiya's ability to mentor students was undoubtedly top tier. While Orochimaru was also a skilled teacher, it would be best to keep a distance from someone like him whenever possible. He was far too extreme. Like a hidden ticking bomb that could explode at any moment, falling into darkness. I think he'd be a good choice. So I'm considering asking Orochimaru to take Nawaki under his wing. Nawaki himself wants this, he idolizes him, Tsunade shared, as she was comfortable discussing such matters with Takashi. But she stopped mid-sentence and looked up in surprise. What did you say? Setting down his cup, Takashi replied seriously, I said Jiraiya would make a good teacher, but I personally don't think Orochimaru is a good fit. Why not? Arms crossed, Tsunade leaned back. She was curious about what made Takashi think that way. It's just a feeling. Personally, I wouldn't want to spend time with someone like Orochimaru. Being around him feels like there's a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, watching you. Of course, that's just my opinion. Nawaki is your brother, so finding a teacher for him is ultimately your decision as his sister. Orochimaru was undoubtedly a competent teacher and doted on Nawaki, but Takashi felt more inclined toward Jiraiya. Even if Jiraiya's influence might lead a child astray, at least his teaching style encouraged students to grow in a bright, positive direction. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was complicated. Like dealing with a venomous snake? Tsunade fell silent, mulling it over. Takashi wasn't the first to express such sentiments. Many people who'd interacted with Orochimaru had similar feelings. Nawaki often hung around with Jiraiya, but the person he admired was Orochimaru. Because of this, Tsunade had considered directly placing Nawaki under Orochimaru's guidance instead of leaving it to the village to assign him a team. Making him Orochimaru's personal disciple was a much more dependable option. Huh? Did you go out stealing last night? Seeing Takashi yawning repeatedly, Tsunade frowned. They had a major surgery to perform today. Was he really up for it in this state? There's no room for error when treating patients. No. Takashi shook his head. Orochimaru gave me the first batch of materials yesterday, so I spent the night processing them. By the time I finished, it was quite late, so I didn't get much sleep. It won't affect today's surgery, don't worry. Good. Since Takashi assured her it wouldn't impact the surgery, Tsunade didn't press further. With fewer patients in the morning, Takashi managed to catch a quick nap and felt more refreshed. It wasn't merely staying up that had drained him. For a ninja, all-nighters were common and no big deal. What had worn Takashi out was the intense focus required to process the materials. During the surgery, Takashi served as Tsunade's assistant. The procedure went smoothly, and the slight smile that played on Tsunade's lips afterward was harder to suppress than even the strongest seal. As Takashi put it, with her paycheck in hand, Tsunade has all the more reason to float on air. As for how long her pay would keep her afloat, only heaven could say. Let's go to your place for dinner later. I'll pick up some groceries at the market and, while I'm at it, check out your puppet creation. In high spirits, Tsunade was even willing to pitch in for some household expenses. Sounds good. Takashi readily agreed. He could use Tsunade's visit to spread word about his unique puppet project. Having her come by was a perfect opportunity. As for sharing a meal, that was just a minor detail. Chapter 26, Bestowing Life. To a puppet with the paycheck in hand, not only did Tsunade feel like splurging, even Takashi felt a little itch to spend. Of course, Takashi had no interest in going to the casino. Instead, he wanted to purchase a batch of high-quality material components to make a puppet. He had no desire to be the second big spender. Even though Hidden Lee Village had few puppet ninjas, the village still had official channels for purchasing materials. After work, Takashi said to Tsunade, "You go to the market and buy some groceries. I need to buy some more materials and parts. I'm running short." "Go on, Go on, don't waste time. I have important business tonight, Tsunade replied, waving her hand dismissively and urging Takashi to hurry up and return. As for what the important business was, it didn't take a genius to guess. She had some money in her pocket and her hands were itching to gamble. Tsunade would never settle down until she lost every cent in her purse. After buying the materials, Takashi returned home and made dinner. Once they finished eating, Tsunade lay on the couch, curiously watching Takashi as he busied himself. From a ceiling scroll, he took out all kinds of materials, including the corpse of an animal, a tiger, over 3 meters tall, and without a tail, more than 6 meters in length. Such a huge body would have made countless people from his previous life exclaim it was practically a mystical beast. But in the shinobi world, such a creature wasn't considered anything extraordinary. In this world, gigantic beings the size of small mountains were commonplace. The space in a living room was limited, so Takashi had to work with the smaller materials first. As for the larger ones, he would have to find an open area during his downtime. Otherwise, hauling those corpses out might just collapse the house. Seeing Takashi implant various components into the tiger's body, Tsunade, who had been lying on the couch, now sat up. She was curious why Takashi would create a puppet like this. Puppet ninjutsu wasn't exclusive to the Sand Village. All 5 major villages had puppet ninjas, though they were most common in the Sand Village. However, regardless of where the puppeteers came from, they tended to create humanoid puppets. Even those puppets shaped like animals rarely used actual animal corpses. Most were assembled with parts, which often made them visually unappealing. And puppets made from corpses were a niche most found repulsive. After all, few people liked mingling with those who toyed with corpses, except maybe the puppet ninjas from the Sand Village. Before long, various parts were assembled, and a few chakra threads floated from Takashi's hands. The tiger's body, which had been lying on the floor, slowly stood up. The 3-meter-tall tiger exuded an impressive aura, but its movements were stiff. A failure. Tsunade glanced at it and quickly lost interest. To her, Takashi was overly focused on preserving the puppet's original form, making it effectively useless. It lacked the many offensive capabilities typical of puppets. What was the point of this puppet? Was it just a disposable tool? That would be far too wasteful. Takashi stood in front of the puppet, seemingly deep in thought. He placed his hand on it, closed his eyes, and seemed to be sensing something. What on earth was this kid doing? Seeing him ponder and tinker with the puppet, Tsunade couldn't understand why he bothered. To her, the puppet was clearly a failure, either keep it as a keepsake or dismantle it for parts. If reused, he could at least get a tiger belt and salvage some components. People always have a special affection for their first creation, even if it's a failure. Tsunade felt she could understand Takashi's feelings. It reminded her of the pride she felt the first time she successfully brewed a special potion. You continue studying it. I'm heading home. I still have 2 lessons tonight, Tsunade said. She had been sitting idly for quite a while, and Takashi's entire focus was now on the puppet, with the same concentration Orochimaru had when doing his experiments. Realizing she was just a bystander now, Tsunade decided to leave early. Takashi responded absent-mindedly, his gaze fixed on the puppet, not even bothering to turn and say goodbye. Take it easy. With medical ninjutsu combined with monstrous strength and taijutsu, you already have enough to protect yourself. No need to waste too much time on puppets. She turned and left, shutting the door behind her. Hearing the door close, Takashi's lips curved slightly. Was making puppets truly a waste of time? He lifted his hand and placed it on the puppet. As chakra flowed into the puppet's control core, the once stiff tiger, which needed chakra threads to move, suddenly had its dull eyes brighten. The puppet had come to life. This was the real reason why Takashi made puppets. His Tenseigan could bestow life upon them, so he didn't need to create the traditional type of puppet used by Sand Village ninjas. With life now infused into it, the tiger puppet moved nimbly around the living room, performing even the trickiest actions. The only problem was the floor creaking under its weight, on the verge of collapsing. Lie down, Takashi commanded, and the puppet immediately obeyed, settling quietly on the floor. For the sake of his home's flooring, Takashi decided that future puppet-making sessions should be conducted outside the village. Though there were many hidden spots in the village, the third Hokage had a habit of sitting in his office, watching everything through his crystal ball. Takashi wasn't eager to reveal the secret of his puppets just yet. He planned to make a flying puppet next and save the rest of the materials for later. During the upcoming holidays, he would leave the village, find a secluded place, and take his time creating more. He could also take the opportunity to test their capabilities. In the following period, Takashi devoted most of his energy to puppet making. Fortunately, he continued his daily work, ensuring his job wasn't affected. Time passed quickly, and by the end of the year, Hidden Leaf Village was blanketed in snow. People on the streets wore thick, padded clothing, and the lush green village had transformed into a winter wonderland. In the depths of his mind, Takashi sensed that the time for his Tenseigan's evolution was near, probably right after the new year. This kind of weather was perfect for wrapping oneself up in a blanket and staying indoors. Takashi yawned as he carried his purchases from the market. Getting dragged out early in the morning to buy things was a bit irritating, but with Tsunade being an unreasonable tyrant, he had no choice. Kushina and Nawaki might shout a bit, but Tsunade was different. She'd march straight into the bedroom and yank the blanket right off of you. Back home, Takashi began directing Tsunade, Nawaki, and Kushina in preparing for a barbecue. The grill was set up, Tsunade was in charge of the coals, Nawaki and Kushina were the runners, and Takashi handled the grilling. The marinated meat on the grill soon emitted a mouth-watering aroma. With the spices added, Tsunade, Kushina, and Nawaki couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The meat smelled heavenly. When it seemed just right, Takashi picked up the brush and began applying oil. After waiting a few more minutes, he announced, "All right, you can start eating." Before he finished speaking, Tsunade grabbed a fork, spearing a large piece of meat and taking a big bite. So good. Ah, it's hot. Takashi, if you don't want to be a medical ninja, you could open a barbecue shop. You'd definitely make a lot of money. I want some too. Nawaki mimicked Tsunade, grabbing a fork and biting into the meat, only to burn his mouth. Kushina, don't be like them, acting like starving ghosts, Takashi said as he cut 2 pieces of beef, put them on a plate, and handed it to Kushina. Thanks, Takashi, you're the best, Kushina said, her eyes sparkling with joy, forming crescents as she smiled. Who are you calling a starving ghost? Tsunade almost choked on her food, rolling her eyes at Takashi. Chapter 27, Takashi, do you like Tsunade? Takashi ignored Tsunade, cut himself a piece of meat, and sat beside Kushina to eat together. Besides meat, he had prepared a fruit salad and some juice. He even brought vegetables to cut through the richness. Though he'd been dragged out early in the morning to buy groceries, sitting around a fire with a group of friends, enjoying fragrant roasted meat, was a cozy experience in this weather. To prevent a certain bandit, who demanded triple servings each time, from going hungry, Takashi had made sure to buy extra meat. After eating a plate of meat and some fruit salad, Takashi felt pleasantly full. Kushina seemed about done as well, but Nawaki and Tsunade were still going strong, devouring meat without a care. Watching these 2 siblings go at it, Takashi could only think, yep, they really are family. Kushina, have you made any new friends at school lately? Nope, only half of one. Since her first day of school, when she knocked out a classmate's tooth, Kushina had become the class bully, and no one dared mess with her. As a result, most of her classmates were too scared to approach her. Half a friend? How can someone be half a friend? Takashi was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. Kids can have the strangest ideas, half a friend? Yeah, just half. Kushina crossed her arms, huffing. His name's Minato Namikaze, the yellow-haired kid I mentioned before. He's the only one in class willing to be friends with me. He's not scared of me at all. Ah. What else could he say? The guy's got guts. Takashi asked, do you like Minato as a friend? Nope. Kushina pouted. He's only half a friend, plus he just acts all silly, always smiling like an idiot, just like Nawaki. Cough, cough. Nawaki nearly choked on his food. Kushina, who are you calling an idiot? Am I that dumb? Humphrey. Even Mikoto says you're silly. With a decisive counterattack, Kushina dealt Nawaki a super crit. In an instant, Nawaki found his roasted meat a lot less appetizing. Given the age difference, Nawaki mostly looked after Kushina rather than playing with her. He found her childish, while she found him dumb. A classic sibling love-hate dynamic. Takashi laughed so hard his stomach hurt, and Tsunade found it equally amusing. Silly little brother, Tsunade thought. Now you see how everyone else sees you, even Kushina thinks you're a bit foolish. Mikoto Uchiha was widely recognized as a school talent, her beauty and gentle nature making her the dream girl for many boys. Though Nawaki didn't hold Mikoto as some unattainable figure, he couldn't deny a bit of fondness. That's why Kushina teasing him stung so much. Nawaki just found it annoying, but if Mikoto herself said it, he'd be crushed. When a girl you like calls you silly, it's hard to smile it off. Better move on early, Takashi patted Nawaki's shoulder, chuckling. You're young, there's plenty of time and plenty of girls out there. Why? Nawaki wasn't convinced. Why could others like Mikoto, but then not him? Out of ideas, Takashi glanced over at Tsunade, giving her a look. Are you sure you won't lecture your brother? Tsunade pretended not to notice. Takashi, can I bring my friend over as a guest? Kushina clung to Takashi's hand, shaking it and looking at him with wide, hopeful eyes. Sure, sure. Kushina's friend is my friend. If you want to bring them over, go ahead. Takashi felt a bit helpless. When this feisty little firecracker started acting cute, it was impossible to refuse. Only after my mission's finished, though. Yay. Takashi, you're the best. I like you the most. Deal? Kushina jumped up, thrilled. Tsunade couldn't resist teasing her. Kushina, do you even know what liking someone means? Of course I do. Liking is just liking. Kids in the ninja world grow up fast, emotionally too, though sometimes it's hard to express. Kushina stammered, trying to explain, but couldn't quite articulate her feelings. Tsunade struggled to stifle a laugh. Trying hard to explain but unable to, Kushina grew anxious. It's just like how brother Nawaki likes sister Mikoto. PFFT Nawaki spat his meat out quite far. Don't listen to her. As for liking someone, you'll understand it naturally when you grow up. Your sister Tsunade doesn't really get it herself yet. Takashi patted Kushina's little head. And you said I enjoy teasing kids too much. Look at yourself. You've gone and teased the kids so much that Nawaki got dragged into it. Why? Kushina asked with a confused look. Nawaki finally saw an opportunity and quickly jumped in, because my sister hasn't found anyone she likes yet, and no one dares like her, right, Takashi? Oh, wow. What a genius thing to say. One look at Tsunade's face, no longer amused, and Takashi decided to keep his distance, scooping up Kushina and retreating indoors. As for Nawaki, all Takashi could say was, good luck, buddy. Sis, I was wrong, I really was. Ow. It hurts. Nawaki's cries echoed from outside while Takashi and Kushina sat on the couch. Kushina peeked outside cautiously. Poor guy. Takashi, does no one really like Tsunade sis? Kushina whispered. Takashi blinked, then answered softly, not at all. It's just that even if someone did like her, they'd be too scared to say it. Ah, now I get it. Kushina nodded with an enlightened look. So, does Tsunade sis like anyone? Where were all these questions coming from? Takashi, do you like Tsunade sis? If you do, are you also too scared to say it? After they were all full, Tsunade soon took Kushina and a bruised Nawaki away, and Takashi finally got some time to himself. In a small tavern beside the Shimura clan's grounds, the third Hokage sat across from Danzō Shimura, having come at his invitation. The third picked up the cup on the table and took a light sip of the liquor inside. I need you to do something for me. Hearing this, the third Hokage frowned and refused. Sorry, I promised Lady Mido, your position, I don't need it. Danzō gripped his cup tightly, gritting his teeth. I want Hyuga Takashi sent away. As for the position of Hokage's advisor, I'll get it back sooner or later. What's this guy plotting now? Chapter 28, A Sweet Deal, Getting Paid Just to Chill. Danzō, Hyuga Takashi is someone both Lady Mido and Tsunade approve of. The third Hokage had no idea what Shimura Danzō was planning, but he wanted to give a warning first. Any funny business would spell trouble for everyone. And you want me to sacrifice my interests for a kid with a degenerative Byakugan disorder? Shimura Danzō slammed the table in anger. I just don't want to see him in the village. As long as he leaves, I won't continue to target him. The third Hokage did not believe a single word Danzō said. If Danzō was so intent on forcing Takashi out of the village, it was definitely for something underhanded. The third Hokage frowned, remaining silent. Danzō pressed further. Saratobi, don't forget, he's ultimately a member of the Hyuga clan. He has the caged bird seal on him. As long as the Hyuga clan exists, there will always be a sword hanging over his head. Can you guarantee that if Hyuga Takashi ever became as powerful as Tsunade, the Hyuga clan wouldn't turn their backs on us? Half a person will always be half a person. As long as the caged bird seal remained, the branch family would always be under the control of the main family. Danzō stared at the third Hokage, waiting for his answer after speaking his piece. The third Hokage sat there, quietly sipping sake. He didn't speak for a long time. In the small tavern, the only sounds were the clinking of sake bottles and quiet sipping. After what seemed like an eternity, he downed the last of his sake and stood up, his face flushed from the alcohol. He began walking toward the door. The new year is approaching, and the border outpost needs personnel rotation. The Elder Council should lead this matter. The third Hokage was only willing to let things take their natural course, but for Danzō, it was exactly what he needed. That same evening, Danzō paid a visit to Koharu Utane's residence. The next day, a border rotation document was placed on the Hokage's desk. The next steps involved selecting a group of shinobi to head to the border and bring back those who had completed their tours. Among them were also medical men. This is how Takashi's name ended up on the list. Takashi was completely unaware until someone from the Hokage's office came to inform him to prepare for departure. So, you're saying there's a group of shinobi stationed at the border whose time is up, and the village is picking replacements? And I'm on that list? Someone is targeting me, or did I actually get randomly selected? I really don't know about that, replied the staffer from the Hokage's office. Please be ready in 3 days for departure. They were only in charge of delivering the notice, nothing more. After the staffer left, Takashi made his way to the lounge. A fire was burning in the lounge, warming the small space. On such a cold day, the warmth made it quite cozy and, frankly, made people sleepy. Sure enough, Tsunade was dozing off, her head resting on the table. Wake up, help me take a look at this. Takashi nudged her gently. Tsunade woke up groggily, instinctively wiped the corner of her mouth to check for drool, and then picked up the notification on the table. Border rotation? Still a little out of it, Tsunade stared at the paper for a while before showing a frustrated expression. She ruffled her hair in annoyance. How the heck did this fall on me? Damn it, I thought I could enjoy a peaceful new year. Clearly annoyed, Tsunade cursed, only to notice a moment later that her name wasn't even on it. Wait, you got picked? What else? Takashi responded wryly, I always thought people with fixed roles in the village weren't included in these drafts. No way. Tsunade put the notice down, raised both arms, and stretched. Any shinobi in the village is eligible. After all, no one wants to be stationed at the border, dealing with monotonous tasks every day and not even being able to go home. Back when our squad disbanded a couple of years ago, Jiraiya was unlucky enough to get picked. Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh maliciously. So, this wasn't someone purposely targeting me? Just go without worries. Medical nin have a lot of freedom. You don't have to do any of the usual patrol tasks, just treat the wounded whenever they appear. The rest of the time, you're basically free, and you still get your salary. So being stationed at the border isn't that bad after all? In the hospital, he had to deal with patients daily, but at the border, unless there was fighting, a medical nin could basically relax. Tsunade shrugged. As long as you don't find the boredom unbearable, then yeah, it's not bad at all, you get paid to sit around. Is it the same for other shinobi? Takashi was curious. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Do you think that's possible? If everyone had those benefits, the village would be bankrupt by now. Only shinobi with special skills get those perks, medical nin, sealing nin. Medical nin and sealing nin were both specialized and rare, so they enjoyed better treatment and benefits. Ordinary shinobi weren't so lucky. I guess I'd better go pack then, to make sure I have what I need when I get there. Most things could be done without, but spices were a must. During free time, he could cook something tasty for himself. As for ingredients, they could be gathered on site. As long as they were within the land of fire, there were forests and plenty of game to be hunted. That was the benefit of living in a resource-rich area. If it were the land of wind, good luck, you'd be more likely catching lizards in the desert. Takashi didn't tell Kushina about going to the border, she'd be upset if she knew. 3 days passed quickly, and Takashi, fully prepared, arrived at the training grounds to assemble with the others. The shinobi heading to the border would gather at the training grounds before departing as a group. The border outpost wasn't big. Its purpose was to guard against surprise enemy attacks. The moment something happened at the border, the outpost could send a warning to the village, giving them time to prepare. Thus, the number of shinobi stationed there was never large. An outpost typically housed only a few dozen people. Takashi was the only medical nin in this group. A few shinobi who knew each other gathered to chat. I promised my wife we'd spend a warm and festive new year together, but my luck sucks, and now I've got border duty. Don't even mention it, I was about to propose to my girlfriend when the notice came. Haha, I hope she's still your girlfriend when you get back. Shut up. By the way, who's the medical nin for our outpost? We should get to know them. It'll be good to know who to ask for help if we get hurt. Whether in the village or at an outpost, medical nin were always the ones you wanted to treat well. Especially at the border, getting injured without treatment could easily be fatal. There had even been cases where a shinobi offended the medical nin, and when that shinobi got injured, the medical nin delayed treatment just long enough for him to die. Chapter 29, Tsunade's Special Care. Hello everyone, my name is Hyuga Takashi. It's a pleasure to meet you all. A group of people were frantically looking for a medical ninja. Takashi figured it wouldn't be appropriate to just stand around in the periphery, so he stepped forward and introduced himself. Get lost, we're looking for a medical ninja. What are you from the Hyuga clan doing here? What Hyuga clan member? Look at his eyes. A Hyuga without Byakugan. The crowd noticed the oddity. One by one, they all stared curiously at Takashi, wanting to know what was going on with his eyes. Just then, 2 ninja wearing jonin vests walked into the training grounds. One of them, who had long black hair, shouted loudly, "Quiet! The training grounds instantly fell silent. The long-haired Jonin spoke up again, "I am Kobayashi. You can call me Captain Kobayashi. I hope we can get along during our time stationed at the border. We'll start roll call now." When it was Takashi's turn, Kobayashi gave him an extra long look. After confirming the details, he nodded and moved on to the next name. Everything matched the information he had, a member of the Hyuga clan, afflicted with Byakugan degeneration. To treat himself, Takashi had studied diligently and eventually became a medical ninja. Everyone on the roster had arrived. The Jonin standing beside Kobayashi was named Sarutobi Santu, and he held the position of the camp's deputy commander. Once everyone was accounted for, Kobayashi waved his hand, "Move out." With the two captains leading them, dozens of people followed behind as they left the village, heading towards the border. Other than the two captains, no one knew which camp they would be assigned to for the rotation. After leaving the village, Sarutobi Santu made a point of moving beside Takashi to strike up a connection. As the only medical ninja in the camp, it was crucial to build a good relationship with him. If you got on the wrong side of a medical ninja, at best they'd mess with you a little. At worst, they'd let you die without you even realizing why. The saying medicine and poison are not separate wasn't just a joke. Being a student trained directly by Tsunade, Takashi knew his way around poisons, too. "Before we set off, Lady Tsunade asked me to give you a bit of freedom to move around," Santa said with a grin. "I wonder if Tsunade would accept if I offered myself to her." Ever since meeting her, Tsunade had been truly kind to him. Besides freeloading a few meals, she never really asked for anything in return. Whenever something came up, she would help him without Takashi even needing to ask. If it weren't for the fact that Tsunade barely had a penny to her name, Takashi would be tempted to hug her leg and shout, "Please take care of me forever." Takashi said, "When we get to the camp, I'll have to rely on the two captains and all of my companions to look after me, considering I'm only a medical ninja and not skilled in combat. Don't worry, as long as we're around, no one will be able to harm you." The entire group pounded their chests in promise. They would absolutely ensure Takashi's safety. The impression of medical ninjas having poor combat abilities was deeply ingrained in people's minds. Takashi's request made the ninja traveling to the camp rotation with him quite pleased. Everyone wanted to get on good terms with a medical ninja, and this was the perfect opportunity. Good thing Tsunade wasn't here, or she would have definitely punched him. Captain Kobayashi even handed over 2 sealing scrolls to Takashi, containing various medical supplies. As the only medical ninja, Takashi was entrusted with organizing and keeping these supplies safe. That way, when someone actually got injured and needed treatment, they wouldn't be scrambling around in chaos trying to find things. The group reached their destination in 2 days, and the rotation went smoothly without any incidents. Standing in the camp cabin, with his hands behind his back, Takashi looked up at the gloomy sky and the endless raindrops. He sighed, a miscalculation. It looks like life is going to get quite boring here. Takashi had thought about the possible rotation locations, but the one thing he hadn't expected was that their assigned camp would be on the border with the Land of Rain. What kind of place was the Land of Rain? The sun never shines for more than 3 days. It's perpetually shrouded in heavy rain, a land filled with nothing but endless downpours. If one were to describe the economic situations of each village and nation in a single sentence, Hidden Sand Village would say it's so poor there's nothing but sand. Hidden Stones Village would complain it's so destitute there's nothing but bare rock. Hidden Mist Village is so poor it can only eat tiny fish. Hidden Clouds Village is so poor it only has beef. And Hidden Leaf Village is poor with nothing but food. But as for Hidden Rain Village, the Land of Rain? True to its name, it has nothing but rain. When he first entered the camp, Takashi was interested in the weather, since he liked watching the rain from inside the cabin. But after the first day, the second day, and the third day, that novelty turned into irritation. Luckily, as a medical ninja, he wasn't required to take part in sentry duties or patrols. While others had to travel through the rain, Takashi could simply rest at the camp. "Takashi, I brought you a gift." Captain Kobayashi cheerfully walked into the camp carrying a dare on his shoulder. "Captain, don't kid us. You just want some roasted meat yourself," someone teased. "Ha ha ha, exactly. Captain's been complaining that everything tastes bland." "Shut up, all of you." Kobayashi's dark face began to flush as he pointed at those mocking him, yelling, "I'm greedy, huh? Bland food, huh? Then don't eat any of the roast when it's done. These bastards. I've been patrolling in the rain, caught a deer on my way back just to give everyone a treat, and now they're teasing me? Laugh? You still want to laugh? Go clean up the deer, and grab some firewood. Make sure it's dry. The saying goes that as long as you are in the land of fire borders, you won't lack game, but it's the firewood that's difficult to get. Because of the constant rain, the surrounding plants and trees are damp. Wet wood is not only hard to ignite, but also produces a lot of smoke. The firewood used in camp was gathered earlier and kept inside the cabin to dry before being used. Thanks to his medical ninja status and decent cooking skills, Takashi quickly integrated into camp life and became a favorite among his comrades. Looking at the firewood on the ground, Takashi chuckled at himself. I never expected the camp's medical room to turn into its kitchen before even opening. Ha ha ha. Takashi's comment made everyone laugh out loud. Complaints aside, the meat still needed to be roasted. Captain Kobayashi might have been complaining about bland food, but Takashi was no better off. Eating dried rations every day wasn't sustainable. It was no wonder that the camp's stationed ninjas all wanted to go back to the village, to their homes. Life in the camp was simply grueling. Soon enough, the clean gear was brought to the medical room. Captain Kobayashi personally helped with the fire, while Takashi handled the roasting. Deputy Commander Sarutobi-Santa did fewer patrols and duties outside and spent most of his time in the camp. After observing for a few days, Takashi noticed that this deputy commander seemed to always be keeping an eye on the medical room. Was he secretly protecting it or watching over it? It helped that he was from the Sarutobi clan. If it had been a member of the Shimura clan instead, Takashi would have assumed surveillance without question. The scent of roasted meat soon wafted through the camp, and everyone was eagerly waiting, clutching their dried rations in anticipation. Form a line, no pushing. Once the meat was done, Captain Kobayashi brought out a brand new kunai, cleaned it, and started distributing the meat. A whole leg was reserved just for Takashi, while everyone else got a smaller piece. No one had any objections to Captain Kobayashi favoring Takashi in this way. After receiving their share of the roasted meat, everyone scattered, heading back to their cabins to enjoy the treat. Deputy Commander Santu, can we talk for a moment? Just as Sarutobi-Santa was about to leave, Takashi called out to him. Sarutobi, who was holding his roasted meat, paused, then smiled and nodded, agreeing to Takashi's request. Tomorrow's weather might be quite cold. Chapter 30, The Truth Arrives Suddenly. Tsunoda's furious outburst. Sarutobi-Santa glanced at the snowflakes mixed in with the rain as he stepped into the wooden hut, closing the door behind him. Takashi took out 2 bottles of fruit wine from the village, inviting Sarutobi-Santa to take a seat. Everywhere else has already turned into a blanket of snow. Only the Land of Rain's unique geography has spared it from being covered. Still, sleet like this will make the temperature even colder. I didn't expect you to have something nice like this on hand. Pity it's not sake. Santa took the opened bottle and downed a couple of gulps. The only downside was that the fruit wine was rather light, more like a drink than an actual alcoholic beverage. Takashi took a sip of the fruit wine, joking to himself, I'm still young, not quite old enough for drinking yet. Sarutobi-Santa was taken aback, but after a few seconds, he burst out laughing. If you hadn't said so, I'd have almost forgotten you're not even 14 yet. Quite impressive. When I was 14, I was just a chunin, tagging along behind my sensei on missions, getting scolded constantly. Hearing this, Takashi smiled as well and then delivered a straightforward question. Captain Santu, would you care to explain why you've been circling around me this whole time? Are you secretly protecting me, or monitoring me? The laughter abruptly ceased. Sarutobi-Santa, who had just been drinking fruit wine and munching on roasted meat, froze with the bottle still in midair. He looked at Takashi with a startled expression, hesitated for a moment, then forced a bitter smile. I didn't expect you'd notice. Then, Captain Santu, could you enlighten me a bit? Takashi didn't bother explaining how he had figured it out. Setting the bottle on the table, Sarutobi-Santa sighed helplessly. Before I came here, the Hokage specifically asked me to protect you in secret. Originally, I wasn't even on the rotation list for this mission. Captain Kobayashi also knows about my secret mission, so most of the camp patrol duties are personally led by him, while my role is primarily to stay stationed at the camp and prevent any accidents. This also explained why Captain Kobayashi, as the commander, had to personally lead patrols while Vice Captain Sarutobi-Santa could stay back at the camp. Protecting? Sarutobi-Santa didn't seem to be lying. But why would the third Hokage pick someone from his clan, a Jonin no less, and insert him into the rotation just to protect him? Did the third Hokage foresee that he would be assassinated? Linking the limited clues together, Takashi realized that his inclusion in the camp's rotation list was likely not a stroke of bad luck but a deliberate choice. However, the decision to select personnel for the rotation ultimately rested with the third Hokage. So, why did the third Hokage choose to send him here and also assign someone to protect him? Wouldn't it have been simpler not to let him leave the village if they wanted to protect him? So perhaps it wasn't the third Hokage who insisted on his inclusion in the list, it was someone else who wanted him here. And the third Hokage, not wanting anything to happen to him, arranged for protection. Who could be targeting him? The elders? Unlikely. The elders shared the same stance as the third Hokage, and he hadn't done anything to offend them. That left Danzō Shimura. Being stripped of his position as the Hokage's advisor, that would leave anyone feeling resentful, let alone someone like Danzō Shimura, who was both petty and ambitious. Given the previous warning, Danzō wouldn't dare act against him in the village. Under such circumstances, if Danzō still wanted revenge, the only way would be to get him out of the village. Hence, Takashi's name ended up on the rotation list. How would Danzō make his move? Takashi was the camp's only medical nin, and he wouldn't leave the camp easily. Plus, there were dozens of other ninjas in the camp, trying to kill him under the watch of so many would be no easy task. Looks like I'll be relying on you quite a bit from now on, Vice Captain. It's my duty, as long as there are no misunderstandings. Santa looked awkward. Being tasked with secret protection, only to be found out within days, that was embarrassing. A failure. A complete failure. Assigned to secretly protect a medical ninja, only to be immediately discovered. If word got out, Sarutobi-Santa's reputation would be ruined. After a hearty meal, filled with frustration, Sarutobi-Santa slinked out of the medical tent, feeling defeated. Takashi walked to the fire, staring through the crack in the door at the dark night outside. After a long while, he returned to the table, took out a sealing scroll, and retrieved some materials and a dead crow. It was a bird he'd caught on the way to the camp, and he planned to turn it into a puppet for sending messages. Takashi had originally intended to create puppets during the new year, to send greetings to Tsunade, Kushina, and the others. But now it seemed they'd have to be put to use ahead of schedule. With materials prepared, Takashi took out his tools and skillfully began working on the crow's corpse. Once the bird's body was ready, he inserted various components and a puppet core, then infused it with the unique chakra of the Tenseigan. Caw! The once lifeless crow suddenly blinked its eyes, jumped up from the table, and began hopping back and forth. Takashi took out a pen and a special message scroll, wrote down the recent happenings at the camp, set up an encrypted code, then attached the small scroll to the crow's leg, instructing it to fly to Hidden Leaf Village. The puppet crow, with the scroll in tow, took off into the pitch-black sky, flying through the rain towards Hidden Leaf Village. Takashi controlled the crow's direction and route, ensuring there would be no mistakes in delivering the message to the right place, to the right person. The crow flew swiftly, crossing the border of the Land of Rain in a matter of hours, finally landing at the Senju ancestral home, hopping toward Tsunade's location. Once in position, the crow pecked twice at the glass. Tsunade woke from her sleep, flipping up and opening the window, grabbing the puppet crow on the sill. Whose summoned beast brought a scroll to me? Thankfully, she didn't use too much force, otherwise, she would have realized the crow wasn't a summoned beast at all but a puppet. She untied the hairband on the crow's head, bound its wings, and tossed it aside, switching on the light to examine the scroll. The scroll needed a password to open. Tsunade was instantly annoyed. She didn't even know who had sent the scroll. Without a password, how was she supposed to open it? T? Turning the scroll over, Tsunade noticed a single character written on it, T. Could it be a message from Takashi? Then the password must be. Suddenly, Tsunade had a thought. Her delicate face instantly darkened, and she cursed under her breath, Hyuga Takashi, you'd better watch out when you get back. 250. The password worked. Damn it. Tsunade cursed aloud. The other day at the casino, she had lost all her money, down to just a couple of coins, which, when counted, totaled 250. Takashi had laughed at her several times because of it. And now he'd used that number as the password. Wasn't this just rubbing salt in her wounds? Hyuga Takashi. Even when sending a message, he found a way to poke fun at her? When he gets back, he's dead meat. Suppressing her fury, Tsunade opened the scroll, and after reading a few lines, her anger towards Takashi vanished. Or rather, it was redirected, straight at Danzō. Danzō, you've really outdone yourself. Cursing quietly, Tsunade took the scroll and went to find Uzumaki Mido. Awoken in the middle of the night, Uzumaki Mido wasn't in the best spirits. But after reading the scroll her granddaughter handed her, she knew Tsunade wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Little Tsunade, what do you want to do? Do you need Grandma's help? Granny, I need a letter sent to the daimyo's residence. I plan to visit the daimyo myself. Of course, it makes sense to visit, especially with the new year approaching, Uzumaki Mido agreed, fully supportive of her granddaughter's decision. Chapter 31, Accidentally taking advantage of Tsunade. The daimyo's government and the Senju clan are related by family ties, making the daimyo's relationship with Tsunade even closer. As the new year approached, it was only natural for Tsunade, as a junior, to visit the daimyo. No one could find any fault with that. Especially since it was Uzumaki Mido's idea. The next day, Tsunade, looking slightly annoyed, went to the Hokage's office, then left the village, heading straight for the daimyo's mansion. Uzumaki Mido suggested Tsunade go visit the daimyo as a junior, and the third Hokage raised both his hands and feet in support of this idea. He even hoped Tsunade would stay at the daimyo's mansion, keep the daimyo company for New Year's, and thereby strengthen the bond between the daimyo's government and the village. A closer relationship would make it easier to ask for funds in the future. After leaving the village, Tsunade indeed went to the daimyo's mansion and paid a visit. After wandering around the mansion for a few days and buying quite a lot of stuff, she quietly left and took a detour towards the border camp. The camp had guards on duty day and night, but an average ninja would have difficulty detecting Tsunade's infiltration. After detouring from the daimyo's mansion, Tsunade arrived at the border camp and sneaked in. Affected by the temperature across the region, the Land of Rain and its surrounding areas had begun experiencing rain mixed with snow. Occasionally, it even rained with small shards of ice. Such extreme weather had left the Land of Rain and surrounding areas covered by a thick layer of ice. The temperature continued to drop. In the camp, aside from the patrolling ninjas, everyone else was resting in wooden huts, either warming themselves by the fire or just resting. The medical hut was a space reserved exclusively for Takashi, and the other ninjas generally wouldn't enter unless necessary. Inside the wooden hut, Takashi lay on the bed, holding a book he had brought from the village. Someone was coming, and it was someone familiar. Takashi put down his book and watched as the person deftly pried open the window of the medical hut and slipped in with a whoosh. "You sure are practiced at this," Takashi thought. "You must have done this quite a bit before." Sliding through the window into the medical hut, Tsunade glanced at Takashi, who was lying on the bed reading a book, and snorted, "Not bad. The moment I got the news, I took the opportunity to visit the daimyo, then took a detour to come here. And here you are, casually reading a book? What else should I do?" Takashi answered irritably, "Be on edge all day, terrified of every shadow? If I did that, I wouldn't need anyone else to take me down, I'd scare myself to death first. You should just get in here and warm up already," he added. The winter cold was no joke. It was a miracle that ninjas had such strong resistance, or else an ordinary person running around like that would probably have died long ago. Takashi made room, signaling for Tsunade to get under the blankets and warm up. "At least you have some sense," Tsunade said, giving Takashi a look of approval. "It's not for nothing that I ran all over the place." Takashi sensibly left the sleeping area to let Tsunade change clothes. After Takashi left, Tsunade swiftly took off her clothes, throwing her wet clothes and undergarments into the corner, and in the next moment, dove into the blanket. Wait. Curled up in the blanket, Tsunade realized something. Once her body warmed up, she instinctively reached out for clothes, only to grab at empty air. Then she remembered, this wasn't home, and there were no clothes stacked by the bedside for her to change into. Her wet clothes had already been thrown into the corner, and they were all too wet to wear. Takashi entered the room with a tray in his hands, pushing open the door only to see the wet clothes in the corner. Without much thought, he walked towards the bed and handed the tray to Tsunade. "Here, there's only enough for 2 people today. The camp conditions aren't as good as back in the village. These pieces of meat were from a hunt our captain did while out on patrol." Holding the tray for a good 10 seconds or so, Takashi realized something was off. Tsunade usually snatched food right away, so why was she being so reserved today? Was this bandit queen actually being shy for once? Tsunade was lying in the bed, so embarrassed that she could almost tear the blanket apart with her toes. She had thought of everything, but forgotten about bringing a change of clothes. No matter how brash she usually was, at the end of the day, she was still a woman, and even she had moments of embarrassment. With no response from Tsunade, Takashi found it odd. Something seemed off about her today. Thinking back, he glanced at the corner of the room and suddenly understood. "Did you forget something important? What are you laughing at?" Seeing Takashi look at her with a smirk, Tsunade gritted her teeth, wishing she could jump out of the blanket and give him a good punch. Takashi couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. This only made Tsunade even more embarrassed. Her normally carefree demeanor shattered for a moment, her face turning bright red as she grabbed Takashi by his clothes, pulled him into the bed, and covered him with the blanket, raising her fist to hit him. "Wait. The tray." The tray in his hand held freshly cooked meat. If it spilled, the entire bed would be covered in grease. Seeing the tray about to fall, Takashi had no choice but to use repulsion to keep the blanket from covering his face. Before her punch landed, Tsunade felt a strong surge of force push against her, and the blanket covering Takashi's head suddenly tore into pieces. Tsunade paused, her fist raised midair. Takashi, who had just turned around to steady the tray, was also stunned. This probably isn't suitable for young audiences. Definitely not suitable. Their eyes met, and after a few seconds of silence, Takashi shoved the tray into Tsunade's hands, tossed her a sealing scroll, and bolted. "The scroll has my spare clothes in it. They're men's, but they're brand new. You can make do for now. What just happened? Was that some kind of ninjutsu? No, it was more like a burst of repulsion centered on Takashi. Tsunoda's mind buzzed as she tried to piece together what had just happened, concluding that this was a hidden secret of Takashi's that she had accidentally forced him to reveal. She looked down at her body, then chuckled in frustration. You sly brat. We'll settle this later. Anyone else in her situation might have felt ashamed and indignant, but while Tsunoda was deeply embarrassed, she could still hold her composure. If Takashi had been deliberately trying to peep or cause trouble, Tsunoda would have lost her temper completely. Jiraiya almost got killed for that sort of thing, after all. Opening the sealing scroll, she picked out a set of clothes that looked acceptable and put them on before taking up the tray and starting to eat. Standing at the door, Takashi listened intently. Hearing the sound of eating, he finally relaxed. If Tsunoda was eating, that meant things weren't as bad as he feared. Though he had accidentally gained quite a bit of an advantage. Gently pushing the door open, he peeked inside. Seeing that Tsunoda was fully clothed, Takashi finally stepped in. Out of the corner of her eye, Tsunoda glanced at Takashi and said, "Grandma and I have thought about it. The old man must be in on this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent someone to protect you. As for who's targeting you, I think you already know. It's probably Danzō Shimura. If the Hokage wanted to deal with me, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble, nor would he bother to secretly assign me protection." Takashi pulled up a chair and sat down, analyzing the situation. In the village, the only one who might make a move against me is him. Even though I don't quite understand his motives, the fact that the Hokage assigned someone to follow me means Danzō can't use village resources against me. He'll have to rely on foreign forces. The chances of hiring a bounty assassin are low because I'm in the camp, and it would be nearly impossible for an average ninja to carry out such an assassination mission here. If the bounty is too high, it might even bring trouble to Danzō himself. So, using foreign forces seems like his best option. Most likely, someone from Hidden Rain Village. You think that old fox Danzō can convince Hidden Rain Village to send someone to kill you? Tsunoda paused for a moment, holding her fork. Hanzo the salamander probably isn't that stupid. Attacking the camp directly would be equivalent to declaring war on the village. Hidden Rain Village wouldn't take that kind of risk. Hidden Rain Village won't attack the camp, but what about Hanzo himself? Chapter 32, How about I take a loss and devote myself to you? Takashi wagged his finger at Tsunoda, saying, as long as there's enough profit, I think someone as ambitious as Hanzo the salamander wouldn't mind collaborating with Danzō Shimura. With his abilities, infiltrating and assassinating, most people simply wouldn't be able to stop him. Danzō Shimura couldn't possibly make a move himself, as the risk of exposure was too high. If any word got out that he was secretly assassinating a fellow villager, he would be in deep trouble. That's why the third Hokage didn't allow him to use the village's resources. He was worried Danzō might screw up and make things worse. If that happened, and Mido Uzumaki flew into a rage, the fallout would be impossible to contain. This left hiring someone else as Danzō's only option. Hanzo the salamander was the perfect candidate. Plus, Takashi was stationed at the Rain Country border camp, which was nearby, requiring minimal effort to reach. Hanzo the salamander, Tsunoda muttered, frowning. This was no ordinary person, he was practically a demigod. The title alone showed just how powerful he was. To put it bluntly, Hanzo's abilities placed him among the top tier in the ninja world. If he really made a move, Takashi would be in danger. Considering Takashi's combat abilities as seen so far, facing an assassination attempt by someone like Hanzo was definitely a dangerous situation. When I left, I specifically asked around. Danzō has claimed that his old illness has flared up, and that he's resting at home, recuperating. But he could leave the village at any moment, and try to persuade enemies from outside to come after you. Resting at home? Tsunoda scoffed. That's just an excuse so he can quietly leave the village. Tsunoda put the last piece of meat in her mouth, set her plate down, and said seriously, so what are you planning to do? Ask to be transferred back to the village? No. Takashi immediately rejected the idea. If Mido Uzumaki intervened, even if the third Hokage wasn't happy about it, he'd give her enough respect to bring Takashi back. Why not? Tsunoda asked, puzzled. You know someone is trying to target you. Why not think about coming back? Takashi responded firmly, isn't there a possibility that Danzō wants Lady Mido to step in and have me brought back? Tsunoda, people who are skilled at schemes are inherently dirty. Someone like Danzō Shimura wouldn't hesitate to use despicable methods to achieve his goal. Don't be fooled by the third Hokage standing firmly on Lady Mido's side. If a situation arose that worked in his favor, he wouldn't hesitate to play dumb. Lady Mido is certainly not afraid of Danzō, but certain actions, if they spread rumors, can lead to misunderstandings. Tsukumo Hatake was a prime example of that. Tsunade looked like she had more to say, but Takashi cut her off and continued, Lady Mido has a very special status. Danzō certainly wouldn't dare target her openly. But me? He'll come after me the moment I get back to the village. And when that happens, the ninjas stationed at the border camp might feel discontent, and their families might have grievances too. Public opinion, at times, is scarier than an assassination. So we're just going to wait and react? Tsunade frowned, frustrated by the lack of control over the situation. It was too passive. Not exactly. Takashi smiled. Think about it. As long as I stay in the camp, he can't manipulate public opinion against me. As for assassinations, he first needs to find someone willing to do it. After all, nobody's stupid. Without enough incentive, who would take that kind of risk? Hanzo the salamander was strong, but was he stupid? Definitely not. Without sufficient profit, no one would care about Danzō. The problem for Danzō right now was that he'd been stripped of his position and no longer had control over village resources and power. Without sufficient profit, convincing Hanzo to make a move would be next to impossible. If you were Hanzo, would you help Danzō for no reason? Without enough benefits, only a fool would agree to something like that. Tsunade shook her head decisively. She wasn't stupid, and neither was Hanzo. It all depended on what Danzō could offer to entice Hanzo. So, in the short term, you're safe? Tsunade asked. Yes, Takashi nodded. Then, shouldn't we talk about what just happened? Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she took a step toward the door and locked it. What's this girl planning? Is she coming for payback? Ahem. Takashi tried to defend himself. Tsunade, you can't really blame me for that. You were the one who threw the blanket over my head. I still had the plate in my hands, I couldn't just let it drop. So, what do you suggest we do? Was it nice to look at? Yes. Takashi, feeling that honesty was the best policy, nodded. It was nice. You. Tsunade, who was ready to be angry, found herself at a loss. Takashi Hyuga, you're really that blunt? How about I take a loss and devote myself to you? Takashi Hyuga, get over here and die. Wait, don't get violent. We can talk this out. Hey, are you serious? I might actually fight back. Hold on, I'm still a kid. You can't do this. Tsunade's furious roar woke up everyone in the camp. People rushed out of their cabins and made their way toward the medical tent. Wait. Most people weren't familiar with Tsunade, but Sarutobi-Santa was. Hearing the familiar voice, he paused, and his expression changed. He quickly stopped the others. Santu, what about the medical tent? Kobayashi turned back. Sarutobi-Santa rubbed his face and said helplessly, it's Lady Tsunade. I'm sure of it. Let's go back and get some sleep. Those on duty, carry on. Don't disturb them. Lady Tsunade was here at the camp, and in the medical tent at that. Coupled with Takashi's shouting, the men in the camp exchanged knowing looks. Some of the more lecherous ones chuckled and cast envious glances at the tent. Ahem, everyone not on duty, get back to sleep. This is none of your business. After shooing away the gawkers, Kobayashi pulled Sarutobi-Santa aside and asked in a low voice, are you sure it's Lady Tsunade? Is she with Takashi? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Let's go. Sarutobi-Santa didn't want to discuss it further. If Kobayashi couldn't keep his mouth shut, it would be trouble for everyone. The camp, which had briefly come alive with activity, quickly settled down. Only the guards on duty occasionally glanced at the medical tent, curious about what was happening inside. Tsunade, enough already. Kissing is one thing, but biting me? Takashi rubbed his lips, which seemed to be bleeding. Tsunade licked her lips, savoring the taste. After a moment, she shook her head. It doesn't feel particularly special. Maybe it's because you haven't grown up yet? Damn it. If not for the restrictions of decency, I'd teach you the meaning of discipline. Let's sleep. Takashi grabbed a fresh blanket and covered himself, not wanting to argue with Tsunade. He pulled the blanket over and settled into sleep. As for Tsunade, she could either join him or sleep at the table. Fortunately, he'd been forward-thinking, knowing the harsh weather in the rain country would make blankets moldy in the damp winter, so he'd brought a few extras. Only a fool would sleep at the table after all that. In the dark, Tsunade felt a wandering hand slipping into her clothes. She let out a cold chuckle. Didn't you say I was rough and unladylike? Why are you reaching now? Ahem. Takashi cleared his throat, trying to change the subject. When are you leaving? I can't stay too long. Originally, Tsunade had planned to stay a while at the camp, but after her conversation with Takashi, she realized that her presence wouldn't be particularly helpful. For now, Takashi's safety was assured. Even if they were right and Danzō was indeed trying to persuade Hanzo to assassinate him, it wouldn't be easy. Then head back tomorrow. If you stay too long, people in the camp might get upset. With New Year approaching, everyone was missing the village and their families. It was only a matter of time before people became dissatisfied with the company he had, especially since she was the only female ninja in the camp. At first, it might just pique their curiosity, but eventually, someone would surely start to resent it. Alright. Tsunade wasn't one for lingering sentimentality. At dawn, Tsunade quietly left the camp to return to the village, without even making an appearance to the camp's other members. In her words, there was no need, she'd only stayed one night. No point in drawing it out. Chapter 33, Jiraiya. Something feels different about Tsunade. As for what would happen if word got out about her coming and going from the camp, it wasn't something Tsunade cared about. Staying too long might leave a bad impression, but just one night? Who would dare complain? Has Lady Tsunade left? Once Takashi stepped out of the medical tent and confirmed they were alone, Kobayashi and Saratobi Santo approached. Stretching lazily, Takashi replied, "She left early this morning." Why Tsunade came, Takashi kept that to himself. As for what happened last night? That, he was even less likely to disclose. The two captains wisely refrained from asking further. After confirming Tsunade had departed, they offered some well-meaning advice for Takashi to rest well and left. "I didn't even do anything. Just enjoyed holding her hand a bit." What rest? As the new year approached, the camp's atmosphere began to shift. The initial enthusiasm had faded, and many were glancing frequently in the direction of the village. Clearly, everyone was longing for home, wanting to reunite with family and celebrate the new year together. Yet, with missions to fulfill and no replacements until the next rotation, they could only stay stationed at camp, unable to go anywhere. Ha ha ha. The Great Toad Sage, Jiraiya, is back. Just 2 days before the new year, Jiraiya returned to the village after a long mission. "Old man, if there's another mission like this, don't assign it to me, just hand it to Orochimaru. It nearly killed me," Jiraiya grumbled as he handed in his report. The mission had taken far too long. "Take a break and get ready to celebrate the new year," said the third Hokage, smiling, shifting the topic. Of his 3 students, the third favored Orochimaru most, giving him the most attention. Due to their personalities, Jiraiya was actually the most obedient of the 3. Thus, troublesome tasks often fell on Jiraiya's shoulders. As for Tsunade, she was often busy with the medical division, and she'd reject certain missions outright. Orochimaru was even more decisive, engrossed in his experiments whenever he had money. Tasks? Best left to Jiraiya. "Alright, old man, I'm off." Rest? That was out of the question. Leaving the Hokage's office, Jiraiya headed straight for the hot springs, itching for some entertainment. Disappointment struck fast. Thanks to winter and the New Year season, the hot springs were empty. Jiraiya's hopes of catching an eyeful were dashed. If his eyes couldn't feast, at least his mouth could. Jiraiya sought out Orochimaru, dragging him from the research lab, and then coaxed Tsunade into joining them at a small tavern. Phew. Finally feel alive again. This last mission was torture. "Nearly killed me," Jiraiya complained as he drank. Orochimaru quietly listened, the words flowing in one ear and out the other as usual. After venting for a while, Jiraiya sensed that something felt off. Orochimaru was still his unresponsive self, treating Jiraiya's words as mere noise. But Tsunade. Jiraiya noticed the difference. Normally, when the 3 of them met up, Tsunade would respond to his complaints with insults and even a punch or two. But this time, she neither insulted nor hit him. "What happened while I was away from the village?" Jiraiya blinked in confusion. "Tsunade, is the food not to your liking?" Tsunade had always enjoyed the food here, but today, she barely touched her chopsticks. "Maybe my tastes have changed, it doesn't taste as good as before," she replied, surprisingly calm, even curious to hear about any amusing incidents Jiraiya encountered during his mission. Unbelievable. Is this the Tsunade I know? Jiraiya's jaw nearly hit the table. Even Orochimaru, who was quietly sipping his drink, found Tsunade's uncharacteristic calmness a bit odd. Since their team disbanded, the 3 had met less and less frequently, and it had been quite some time since their last reunion. After finishing their meal, they each went their separate ways. Jiraiya sought out his loyal little follower, Nawaki. "Has your sister been acting strange recently?" "Nope," came Nawaki's casual reply, his nose buried in a book Jiraiya had brought him. "Maybe her appetite isn't great." "Not just her, even Kushina is the same. Ever since Takashi left, we haven't had any of those delicious meals for a while." "Takashi? Tsunade's apprentice?" Jiraiya was surprised. "Apprentice? What apprentice?" Nawaki retorted, not even looking up. "He's just learning from her, she doesn't acknowledge him as a true student." He. Before long, Nawaki was absorbed in his book, leaving Jiraiya scratching his head in confusion. He felt like he was missing something, but he couldn't put his finger on it. While Hidden Leaf Village was decorated with red lanterns, the border camp looked the same as ever. Kobayashi hung up 2 handmade red lanterns at the camp gate to mark the New Year's arrival. Unfortunately, they only made the homesickness worse for some. A lack of awareness. Noticing the somber atmosphere around camp, Takashi could only shake his head. Many were thinking of home, yearning to return as soon as possible, yet there was no sign from the village at all. If they could ignore it at other times, during the new year, shouldn't the village send supplies to reward the border guards? Was Hidden Leaf Village really so impoverished it couldn't spare a little for its border guards? The Elders' Council certainly seemed negligent. It's getting closer, closer still. Takashi sensed that the third wave of his Tenseigan awakening was about to arrive. On New Year's night, it came as expected. Takashi, prepared, covered his eyes with a white cloth and lay quietly in bed. Each awakening wave lasted longer than the previous one. Perhaps because he didn't possess Otsutsuki Chakra, the Tenseigan awakenings took a bit more time. The intervals were quite long, too. In the entire border camp, Takashi, as the only medical ninja, was highly valued. Seeing the white cloth over his eyes made everyone nervous. "Takashi, are your eyes okay?" Kobayashi asked, clearly concerned. Takashi was crucial. As a member of the third Hokage's clan, Sarutobi-Santa knew some of the secrets. "Takashi, is it the side effects of the Byakugan regression again?" "Yes, my eyes are uncomfortable. Feels like something is pulsing inside. During this time, I'm sensitive to bright lights and can act rashly. You'll all need to protect yourselves. This side effect has happened twice before, each time lasting for a while. I'm not sure how long it'll last this time. Damn." Kobayashi cursed. "The Hokage should have had you brought back, you're not in good health." Santo felt the awkward tension as Kobayashi's words rang with frustration, which he couldn't easily counter as a member of the Third's clan. Takashi smiled, calming Kobayashi. "Captain, I've gone through this twice. I can manage, so there's no need for a transfer. But if someone gets hurt, can you still treat them?" Kobayashi asked, voicing his biggest concern. As a medical ninja, Takashi's duty was to treat and rescue the wounded. If he couldn't, he'd essentially be a figurehead. Chapter 34, A Treat from the Little Rich Girl. Kushina. Simple treatment and surgery are no problem, Captain. Rest assured, I might not be suitable for battle, but that doesn't mean I can't use ninjutsu. In truth, the impact on Takashi wasn't too severe. As long as he avoided direct bright light, everything else was manageable. He could still perform medical ninjutsu or even fight if necessary. Exaggerating the severity of his condition was simply a way to show vulnerability. Takashi couldn't be certain if there were any of Danzō Shimura's people in the camp. If there were, then showing weakness was the best way to set a trap. If Danzō tried to take advantage of the situation, Takashi was ready to give him a big surprise. That's good to hear. Kobayashi let out a sigh of relief. Takashi, just stay here in the medical room and rest. Leave everything else to me and Santu. While you're recovering, we'll be extra cautious to minimize injuries and reduce the trouble for you. Once you're fully recovered, we'll all be at ease. After reassuring Takashi, Kobayashi and Sarutobi-Santa left together. Once they were away from the medical room, Kobayashi began to complain. Santu, Takashi's condition shouldn't have happened. Do you know what's going on? I don't know. What a joke. How could he say anything about it? He didn't have a clear answer, just some suspicions. Even if he knew something, he wouldn't speak up. It could ruin everything. Don't worry about it. He'll get better soon. Takashi has had similar incidents twice before in the village. He recovered quickly both times. Just make sure no one worries too much about it. I guess that's all we can do. The news of Takashi's eye problems resurfacing spread through the camp quickly. That same night, the third Hokage, back in Hidden Leaf Village, received the news. The information was relayed by Sarutobi-Santu. Danzō, what are you planning to do? Takashi's condition presented a good opportunity for Danzō Shimura to act. But taking action carried the risk of exposure, and the third Hokage was curious to see what Danzō would decide. The third Hokage was certain that Danzō had his own channels to receive the same information. Would Danzō act on it, knowing Takashi was in a weakened state? That was the question that intrigued the third Hokage most. Humphrey. Receiving the same intelligence, Danzō snorted, tossing the information scroll into the fire to burn it completely. The third Hokage knew what kind of man Danzō was, and the feeling was mutual. Danzō understood the third Hokage just as well. Cooperating was one thing, but the third Hokage would not tolerate Danzō crossing any lines. If Danzō dared to take that extra step, the third Hokage would not hesitate to throw him under the bus. As a power-hungry man with ambitions of becoming Hokage, Danzō wasn't foolish enough to take a risk that would jeopardize his own position just to exact revenge on Takashi. To Danzō, Takashi's current condition looked like a good opportunity to act, but it was really just a trap. The reason Tsunoda had gone to the border camp was clear. The third Hokage appeared to tacitly allow Danzō to retaliate, but in reality, he had placed a patch to prevent it. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzō glanced toward the Hokage's office, gritting his teeth. To keep himself out of trouble, the third Hokage had made Danzō the fall guy. If Danzō managed to successfully assassinate Takashi despite the patch, the third Hokage would accept it. As long as Danzō didn't use the village's resources, all the blame would fall solely on him. All the anger would be directed at Danzō. Takashi, how are your eyes? Are you taking good care of yourself? Since the third occurrence of the Tenseigan manifestation, Takashi had stayed in the medical room, not even eating or drinking anything that wasn't self-prepared. Although his medical ninjutsu skills were good, he still decided to be extra cautious during such a critical time. Still the same. It'll last for a while, probably not getting better until after the new year. Captain, is there something you need from me? With his eyes wrapped in cloth, Takashi couldn't see, but his movement wasn't hindered. His strong sensory abilities, along with his control over attraction and repulsion forces, compensated well enough for his blindness. Don't bother with that. It's freezing cold, better to drink less water unless you enjoy running to the bathroom. Captain Kobayashi stopped Takashi from pouring himself a drink and then took out a scroll from his pocket, handing it to him. Just now, a ninja from the village arrived at the camp, saying it was a scroll sent by Lady Tsunoda. It was an ordinary sealing scroll containing various items Tsunoda had bought. Though Tsunoda did the shopping, the person paying for it all was Kushina. After learning that Takashi had been assigned to the border camp and wouldn't return to the village for at least a year, Kushina had become rather gloomy. After all, her only real friend had just left her side and wouldn't be back for a year. As for little yellow hair, he was just half a friend, at best. So Kushina and Tsunoda had put their heads together and bought a bunch of things, sealed them into a scroll, and sent someone to deliver them to Takashi. Thank you, Captain. Takashi put the scroll away, smiling as he thanked Captain Kobayashi. Kobayashi quickly waved his hand. No need for thanks. As the camp captain, it's my duty to take care of my teammates. I need to get back to my duties, so I won't disturb your rest any longer. After seeing Kobayashi off, Takashi opened the scroll, sensing its contents, and then he froze. Did they move an entire market into this thing? Who did the shopping, Tsunoda? No, Tsunoda was broke as usual. Only one person could afford to buy all this stuff for him, little rich girl Kushina. It's not easy to repay such a favor from the little rich girl. I haven't even sorted out what I owed Tsunoda. Takashi scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on. As a man, he certainly didn't mind having multiple girlfriends, or even more than a few women, but if the people in question were Kushina and Tsunoda, that could turn into a huge mess. Both of them had fiery tempers, both were strong-willed, and both were incredibly powerful. Right now, Tsunoda had the upper hand while Kushina was still young. But once Kushina became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and grew up, her power would surpass Tsunoda's. Just imagining the two of them fighting gave Takashi a bit of a headache. Forget it. That's a problem for the future. At least for now, I don't need to worry about that. Takashi picked out some vegetables and a piece of beef, deciding to treat himself to a good meal. The conditions at the camp were really basic, and eating well was rare, usually just some roasted meat from hunting trips. Anything else was out of the question. Captain Santu, could you do me a favor? What do you need? Sarutobi Santu walked into the medical room. Takashi pointed to the open space next to the medical room. Could you bring a few people to help clear the snow and then use the ice blocks to make a box? I'd like it to be as big as possible. Vegetables could be kept indoors and used quickly before they spoiled, but the meat needed proper storage. Some of it could be made into cured or dried meat, while the rest could be kept frozen in a makeshift icebox. Alright. Though he wasn't sure why Takashi wanted an icebox, Sarutobi Santu didn't refuse. He called over a group of people, and soon, a bunch of them were busy shoveling snow and packing ice. Of course, Takashi wouldn't let them work for nothing. He made a big pot of beef stew with potatoes and made sure everyone ate well. Takashi, we've finished digging. What are you going to do with it? I need to freeze some meat. Otherwise, it'll spoil. When Takashi began pulling out large pieces of meat from the sealing scroll and tossing them into the makeshift icebox, the surrounding ninjas were dumbfounded. This was just too extravagant. Does this mean we won't run out of meat for a while? One ninja muttered to himself. Sarutobi Santu gave him a playful slap. This was all bought by Lady Tsunoda for Takashi, not for the camp. Want some? Go ask your wife to buy it for you. Once all the meat that needed freezing was placed in the natural icebox, Takashi sealed it with more ice. Phew, that was delicious. Are we digging up more ice tomorrow? Count me in first thing. Haha, I'll join too. Me too. A group of ninjas, enjoying their warm beef and potato stew, were already thinking about their next meal, making Takashi chuckle. Chapter 35, Sand Village's Provocation and Hidden Leaf Village's Retaliation. Takashi wouldn't take such a joke seriously, nor would he foolishly agree to it. It wasn't that he was stingy, it was just too much trouble to cook for too many people. Moreover, he couldn't keep using Kushina's little savings to subsidize the village's shinobi, could he? The new year arrived, and the shinobi in the camp organized a modest gathering to celebrate the occasion. Takashi, however, chose not to join in the festivities. Thump. Thump. Lying in bed, Takashi quietly felt the pulsing of his Tenseigan. Hidden Leaf Village, Senju residence. What's wrong, girl? Are you feeling down? Uzumaki Mido gently stroked Kushina's long red hair. Kushina forced a smile, saying, "No, I'm very happy, Grandma." Sigh. Mido sighed softly, tightening her embrace around Kushina. Only then did Kushina speak softly, her voice full of grievance. "Grandma, I'm not happy. I thought I'd be able to spend a lively new year with Takashi. He's my only friend, but he went straight to the border camp instead. Sister Tsunade told me the weather there is awful. I wonder if he's doing well. He must be missing me, right?" Mido opened her mouth several times but couldn't find the right words to comfort her and instead silently stayed by Kushina's side. As for Tsunade and Nawaki had gone to play with his friends, while Tsunade was summoned to a meeting. A meeting on New Year's Eve wasn't due to the third Hokage's love for disruption, it was a matter of urgency. In the first-floor conference room of the Hokage's office, a major meeting was underway. Aside from the third Hokage, representatives from the Elder Council, the Jonin class, and all other key figures who were eligible to attend were present. Only those on missions outside the village and Danzō Shimura, the unfortunate one, were absent. Everyone else was there. The third Hokage smoked irritably from his pipe, addressing the group. "Tonight is New Year's Eve, and everyone should be at home with their families. I'd like that too, but our enemies clearly won't let us enjoy a peaceful holiday. Since last year, shinobi from Sand Village have been entering the Land of Rivers, continuously provoking us. They've blatantly violated the peace treaty signed among the 5 great shinobi villages. The First Shinobi World War had shattered the peaceful shinobi world established by Hashirama Senju, tearing apart the peace accords he had led in signing. After the war ended, the villages sat down to negotiate once again, signing a new peace agreement. As time passed, each village regained strength, and the ambitions of some villages resurfaced, showing their teeth to their neighbors and frequently initiating provocations. The smaller nations wedged between the great shinobi villages existed mainly as buffer zones, reducing friction and conflicts between the major powers and thus lowering the probability of war. When one side openly sent people into a buffer state, the other side inevitably perceived it as a provocation. At this moment, Sand Village was actively provoking Hidden Leaf Village. And it wasn't just Sand Village. Rain Village, under the leadership of Hanzo the Salamander, was also increasingly restless. Hanzo, like Danzō Shimura, was an ambitious man. His goal was to lead Rain Village to become strong enough to stand on equal footing with the 5 great shinobi villages, earning the honor of the title Kage. He wanted to be recognized not just as Rain Village's leader but as the Rain Kage. Taking a deep draw from his pipe and exhaling a cloud of smoke, the third Hokage continued. In addition to Sand Village, Rain Village, under Hanzo's leadership, has also been testing our boundaries. Hanzo is an ambitious leader. Turning to the matter of Rain Village, Koharu Uchiha chimed in. Though Rain Village has gained strength, it is limited to dominance among the smaller nations. Even with Hanzo the Salamander, it poses no real threat to our village. Thus, our primary focus should be on Sand Village. Hanzo was indeed powerful, no one without strength would dare call themselves a demigod. However, individual strength is irrelevant unless one is another Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, as it lacks sufficient deterrence. Under Hanzo, the Rain Village could only threaten other small nations and villages but couldn't challenge the position of the 5 great shinobi villages. Because, in terms of overall strength, they were not on the same level. Individual power was not enough. Even in the 5 great shinobi villages, it wasn't sufficient. Take the late Senju Tobirama, he was powerful, and Hidden Leaf Village wasn't weak either. Yet, even they couldn't deter those with ambitions. The Gold and Silver Brothers staged a coup whenever they wanted, starting wars when they felt like it. They didn't care about Tobirama. If it were Hashirama, they would certainly behave. But Tobirama? Not so much. Similarly, among the 5 Kage, the third Raikage was known as the most formidable and tenacious. Yet even with the formidable Cloud Village, could they truly suppress the other villages? No matter how strong Rain Village might become, it would remain a minor player compared to the 5 great villages. Only Sand Village was a significant concern for Hidden Leaf Village. This prioritization of Sand Village was strategic, but the question remained, how should they handle it? Surely, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't simply send shinobi into the Land of Rivers to provoke them in return, would they? All eyes turned to the third Hokage, eager to understand his stance. The village cannot remain passive. If our enemy has taken action, so should we. Constant passivity will only embolden them. With this statement, the third Hokage indicated Hidden Leaf Village's intent to retaliate. But how they would retaliate required further discussion. Lord Hokage, sending our forces into the Land of Rivers rashly is not the best approach, Nara Shikashin, the strategic mind and head of the Jonin, advised. The enemy is provoking us, and we should retaliate, but we should take a different route rather than mirroring Sand Village's tactics. Nara's words drew everyone's attention. The third Hokage hesitated. Shikashin, are you referring to the Land of Rain? To hold the Hokage title, one needed formidable strength and sharp political instincts, and the third Hokage had both. The Sand Village was provoking them, but the Land of Rain wasn't peaceful either. What if Hidden Leaf Village sent forces into the Land of Rain, thus drawing the Sand Village's attention there? With both Hidden Leaf Village and the Sand Village invading, they could also stifle the growth of the Rain Village and suppress Hanzo's ambitions. I find Shikashin's idea quite insightful. Not only does it respond to Sand Village's provocation, but it also hinders Rain Village's growth and ambition. As expected from the village's brightest mind, he connected Rain Village and Sand Village with just a few words. Many in the room murmured in agreement. Tsunade, however, crossed her arms and frowned. Everyone, Senior Shikashin's proposal is indeed clever. It should effectively divert Sand Village's attention to the Land of Rain. With both Hidden Leaf Village and Sand Village entering, Rain Village's development will surely be impacted. But have you all considered how Hidden Stone's village will react? Why is Sand Village provoking Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Rivers and not in the Land of Rain? It's not because they fear Rain Village or Hanzo the Salamander. It's because Sand Village, or, more accurately, the third Kusagakure, doesn't want to provoke 2 strong enemies at once. Provoking in the Land of Rivers only antagonizes Hidden Leaf Village. Provoking in the Land of Rain would alert both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stone's village. After all, the Land of Rain borders the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth. Any activity there could be perceived as a threat by all 3. We must be cautious. If we plan to target both Sand Village and Rain Village, we might unintentionally draw Hidden Stone's village into the fray as well. Chapter 36, Danzō's collusion with Hanzo the Salamander. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming loudly, the geography of the Land of Rain is unique. It borders the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth. If we send our forces into the Land of Rain, it could provoke the Sand Village, while simultaneously triggering the nerves of the Land of Earth. Will Anoki just sit by and do nothing? She turned her eyes to Shikashin Nara and asked, what do you think, Shikashin? The third Hokage glanced at Shikashin Nara, who smiled as he stood up calmly and said, Lady Tsunade, it's true that sending our forces into the Land of Rain would simultaneously provoke the nerves of the Sand Village, the Rain Village, and even the Rock Village. However, we must also consider the enemies of the Rock Village. In recent years, the Cloud Village has frequently harassed and attacked the borders of the Land of Earth. The Rock Village and the Cloud Village have had quite a few small-scale skirmishes. I believe you all understand what I mean. Even if the Rock Village gets involved in the end, the main enemy we need to face will be the Sand Village, not the Rock Village. Shikashin had considered the possible involvement of the Rock Village before proposing this plan. Fortunately, the tensions between the Rock Village and the Cloud Village in recent years provided an opportunity for the Leaf Village. However, it was still a somewhat risky plan. If the Rock Village chose not to get heavily involved, it would be manageable. But if they sent a large number of shinobi to participate, the Leaf Village could end up surrounded. I hope you're right. Since Shikashin had already taken these factors into account, Tsunade, who wasn't too fond of dealing with these matters, decided to stay quiet. This was a strategic meeting, not a battle meeting, as the Leaf Village had no intention of going to war with the Sand Village. At least, not right now. After the meeting ended, the contents of the discussion were delivered straight into Shimura Danzō's hands. Danzō, who was considering how to persuade Hanzo the Salamander, realized his opportunity had arrived. Time passed by, and the camp remained the same. The new year did not bring much change to the camp. Unaware of the imminent sparks of the Second Shinobi World War, Takashi, who was still waiting for the awakening of the Tenseigan, had no idea what was brewing. In the anime and manga of Naruto, there's little information about the Second Shinobi World War. It's mentioned briefly that it was due to economic disparities between various nations and villages. Then, a chaotic free-for-all erupted. The Land of Rain became the battlefield. The Leaf Village fought the Sand Village, the Rock Village fought the Leaf Village, and the Sand Village also fought the Rock Village. Eventually, Hanzo the Salamander, unable to tolerate it any longer, led the Rain Village to declare war on the Leaf Village, the Sand Village, and the Rock Village, escalating the chaos. The three major villages fought each other, and also clashed with the Rain Village. The entire Land of Rain turned into a chaotic mess. Several distinguished guests arrived at the Rain Village and were received by Hanzo himself. In a spacious office, only two individuals were present, Shimura Danzō and Hanzo the Salamander. "I wonder what brings the Hokage's advisor to my Rain Village," Hanzo inquired. Because of his falling out with Uzumaki Mido, Danzō had been stripped of his position, a matter known only to a few insiders within the Leaf Village and not publicly announced. Thus, Hanzo was unaware that the man sitting before him was no longer a Hokage advisor. "I've come for a transaction, one that will benefit both the Rain Village and the Leaf Village," Danzō said coldly. "What sort of transaction?" Hanzo frowned. He wasn't someone who let others dictate terms, even if it was someone like Danzō, supposedly representing the Leaf Village. Under his leadership, the Rain Village had grown more assertive, openly and covertly seizing some of the Leaf Village's interests. But that wasn't enough to establish a grudge, as the gains weren't significant enough to warrant a full-scale conflict between the two villages. Danzō spoke plainly. The Sand Village has been frequently sending forces into the Land of Rivers, provoking the Leaf Village. As a result, the village held a meeting where someone mentioned the Rain Village, suggesting that it has become a threat. There was talk of persuading the Hokage to send troops into the Land of Rain, drawing the attention of both the Sand and Rock villages. What? Hanzo's face changed drastically. He rose in anger. Who made such a suggestion? Weren't they just putting the Rain Village right on the chopping block? If the Leaf Village sent troops into the Land of Rain, the Sand Village would undoubtedly follow. Once that happened, the Rock Village wouldn't just sit idly by. Friction between the three villages could easily spark a full-scale war. At that point, the Land of Rain would become a battleground for the Leaf, Sand, and Rock villages. Who made the suggestion isn't important. What's important is that the Rain Village is already seen as a threat by the 5 great shinobi villages. What is he trying to do? After the initial panic, Hanzo quickly calmed down. He couldn't believe Danzō would come all the way here to share such crucial information without a reason. There had to be a significant ulterior motive. So, what could possibly be of interest to this former Hokage advisor in the Rain Village or even the entire Land of Rain? Danzō, state your purpose. Hanzo sat back down, poured himself a glass of water, and looked intently at Danzō. "I want you to kill someone for me. In return, I'll oppose any proposal to send troops into the Land of Rain," Danzō said bluntly, not in the mood to play guessing games. "Kill someone?" Hanzo became instantly wary, staring at Danzō with suspicion. "Danzō, you've traveled far, bringing information valuable to my village. I appreciate that, but neither I nor the Rain Village will meddle in the Leaf Village's internal affairs." Was the information Danzō brought important? Absolutely. Otherwise, Hanzo wouldn't have said he appreciated it. But Hanzo wasn't about to accept the deal. If Danzō was offering such a tempting bait, the person he wanted dead was likely no ordinary individual. It could very well be a high-ranking official of the Leaf Village. If Hanzo took action, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Leaf Village, something the Rain Village could not withstand. Hyuga Takashi. That's the target. He's merely a medical ninja, not particularly powerful, but he's highly valued by Lady Mido, which prevents me from acting against him myself. Not a high-ranking Leaf official? Just a small-time medical ninja valued by the great Uzumaki Mido? Hanzo was confused. Why would Danzō need his help for someone like that? Takashi was a medical ninja, weak in combat. Danzō should be able to eliminate him with ease, so why was he seeking Hanzo's help? Could this be a trap? Wait, Hyuga, was the target someone from the Hyuga clan? Here's the information. I'll leave one of my men behind to await news. Once it's done, I'll do my best to dissuade the others from sending troops into the Land of Rain. Additionally, this entire matter will be solely your decision, Hanzo. It has nothing to do with me, and I will not acknowledge today's transaction. Leaving behind a file containing information about Takashi, Danzō got up to leave. If the village hadn't held the recent meeting about the Sand Village, it would have been hard to persuade Hanzo. But now, things were different. Danzō held the upper hand. For the sake of the Rain Village and the Land of Rain, Hanzo had no choice but to comply. Danzō, I haven't agreed to this yet. Hanzo called out as Danzō left. Chapter 37, Could the Second Ninja War be about to start? Danzō Shimura threw down the documents and left, wiping his hands clean of the situation, leaving Hanzo the salamander so angry that even his nose was crooked. What the hell do you take me for? Am I, Hanzo the Salamander, your subordinate? But Danzō Shimura had no intention of turning back, continuing to walk away at a leisurely pace. You don't have the right to refuse, unless you're willing to watch the Land of Rain become a battlefield, and watch its people suffer the devastation of war. Besides, you don't have much time. I hope to hear good news from you. Damn it. Hanzo the Salamander wished he could cut Danzō Shimura down, or poison him to death, but he dared not act. The fact that Danzō Shimura had dared to come to the village of the Rain Ninjas meant he had confidence. Moreover, as Danzō had made quite clear, Hanzo had no choice. Unless he could watch with open eyes as his country turned into a battlefield, as the people of the Land of Rain suffered the scourge of war. Leader, should we take him down? Get out. Hanzo the Salamander, furious, roared at his subordinates. This was both a conspiracy and an overt scheme. Just as Danzō Shimura had said, there was no room for refusal. After all, his adversaries would be Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Stones Village, and even Hidden Leaf Village. Sandwiched between the three major ninja villages, the Rain Village had no say. Danzō. Limited information, coupled with a verbal promise, had forced Hanzo the Salamander into an awkward position. After a while, Hanzo finally calmed down, picking up the documents on the table to read them carefully. A bloodline disease? In the ninja world, bloodline diseases were not exactly rare. Many ninja clans with Kekkei Genkai had such ailments, whether they were the Uchiha, the Hyuga, or other clans beyond Hidden Leaf Village. Would a mere medical ninja be worth Danzō Shimura making such a fuss? Hanzo the Salamander didn't believe it could be that simple. If it were that simple, Danzō would have handled it himself. The excuse that he couldn't act easily was nonsense. That old fox was wary, and thus dared not make a move himself, which was why he came to Hanzo. It was too difficult to glean intelligence from it, and Danzō had not explained clearly either. If Danzō had lost his position for just warning Takashi, only to get played in the end, Hanzo would probably laugh his head off. To kill, or to watch as his village and country became pawns in the ambitions of the great nations. What angered Hanzo the most was that Danzō only gave him a verbal promise. Regardless of whether the assassination succeeded or not, it would all be on Hanzo's head. Danzō Shimura would bear no responsibility. No one would admit to meeting him, much less to such an affair. Being so thoroughly manipulated was infuriating. His dream of standing equal with the five Kage hadn't been realized yet, and now the Land of Rain would be the first to fall into chaos. Hanzo could not accept such a result. Danzō, you better keep your word, or else. Nighttime. A puppet crow flew into the camp, landing on the window of the medical room. Takashi opened the window, letting the puppet inside, and untied the intelligence scroll strapped to its leg. He opened the scroll while controlling the puppet, using its vision to examine the contents. Yes, the blindfolded Takashi could see things using the puppet's vision. The intelligence scroll was from Tsunade, and the puppet crow had become their messenger, carrying information and letters between them. Emergency meeting? Why is Hidden Sand Village provoking Hidden Leaf Village at a time like this? Could the Second Ninja War be starting? No, the timing doesn't add up. According to the original timeline, the Second Ninja War wouldn't break out for another 3 or 4 years. After all, war isn't something that just erupts at the drop of a hat. It involves too much. So what was the reason behind Hidden Sand Village's provocation? Are they really so desperate to bite a piece of meat off the Land of Fire? The Land of Wind is too poor. The Land of Fire is resource-rich, excessively wealthy. This disparity meant that in the same period, Hidden Leaf Village's development outpaced Hidden Sand Village by miles, leaving it far behind. Since the establishment of the ninja villages, Hidden Sand Village has always yearned to take a piece of the Land of Fire. The growing strength of Hidden Sand Village's military has emboldened some, such as the third Kaze Kage or the siblings Chio and Debezo, who are part of the village's hardline, militant faction. Indeed, those who play mind games are never pure-hearted. Seeing Shikashi Nara's suggestion to divert the conflict towards the Land of Rain, Takashi couldn't help but grin. This was a wicked strategy. It responded to Hidden Sand Village's provocation while simultaneously suppressing the growth of the Rain Village. It dealt a heavy blow to Hanzo the Salamander's dreams of becoming a Kage and made him realize just how little strength his village truly had. As for Hidden Stones Village, if all 3 of the great ninja villages were to truly fight it out in the Land of Rain, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't suffer too badly. There was no way Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village could immediately unite to besiege Hidden Leaf Village. Add in the Rain Village, a mid-level force, and things would only get messier. Wait. Is the village planning to send people into the Land of Rain to divert Hidden Sand Village's attention in response to their provocation? Hidden Leaf Village's response was timely and crucial, not only for the village but also for Danzō Shimura. Knowing Danzō, he'd likely use this opportunity to pressure Hanzo the Salamander. And Hanzo, the so-called demigod, had been tricked by Danzō many times before. Danzō Shimura certainly knew how to manipulate him. Takashi didn't believe for a second that Danzō would let go of such a golden opportunity unless he had no intention of targeting Takashi anymore. Otherwise, without involving the village and without showing up himself, Hanzo would serve as a sharp blade, a perfect proxy. Once used, Danzō could simply walk away without a trace, without admitting any involvement. Don't ask, any questions would be met with denial. This has nothing to do with me. He really knows how to pick his timing. After destroying Tsunada's scroll, Takashi felt he needed to make some preparations, just in case Danzō had succeeded in persuading Hanzo the Salamander. If Hanzo was convinced, there would be no telling when he might strike. The camp was very close to the Land of Rain, and with Hanzo's strength, he could easily visit the camp whenever he wanted. Hanzo's speed, taijutsu, and especially his poison, which even he had to be wary of, were terrifying. If he wanted, he could easily sweep through the camp, leaving a trail of casualties. Hidden Sand Village's provocation and the village's plan had indirectly done Danzō Shimura a favor, giving him an easy opportunity to manipulate Hanzo the Salamander. Chapter 38, Salamander Hanzo backstabs Danzō Shimura. Danzō was certainly not a trustworthy person, but Salamander Hanzo had no other choice. Just as Danzō said, you have no choice but to trust me. Trust that I will help persuade others. Danzō, you really enjoy manipulating others, don't you? Takashi took out a scroll, tied it to the puppet crow's foot, and controlled the puppet to fly towards Hidden Rain Village. You want to use Hanzo to get rid of me while keeping your own hands clean? Not happening. Takashi was sure that Hanzo didn't know about Danzō's recent dismissal from his position. Only Shimura Danzō, acting as Hokage's advisor, could help Hidden Rain Village. Without that authority, he was just a conspirator hiding at home. Would Hanzo still follow his lead? The puppet crow flew to Hidden Rain Village, found the office building of the village leader, aimed at one of the patrolling ninja, and dropped the scroll before turning to fly away. What is that? Seeing something fall from the sky, the patrolling ninja instinctively caught the scroll, looking around in confusion. The dark night sky was filled with rain, and he couldn't see anything. A scroll? Who sent this? Could someone be watching me? Startled, the ninja carefully examined his surroundings. Seeing nothing suspicious, he hid from the rain before unrolling the scroll. After reading just 2 lines, his face changed dramatically. He immediately rolled the scroll back up and rushed towards Hanzo's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Hanzo's tone was harsh. He was still contemplating whether to accept Danzō's deal. Leader, someone has thrown in an intelligence scroll. The ninja handed over the scroll. Hanzo took it and asked, who sent it? So brazenly infiltrating the village, isn't that a bit too bold, treating me as if I don't matter? I don't know. The ninja shrank back, fearing reprimand or punishment. Fine, you may leave. Hanzo couldn't hide his disappointment. Compared to the 5 great shinobi villages, Hidden Rain Village's ninja were still lacking. There wasn't a single capable ninja who could be relied on apart from himself. After all, the Land of Rain was small. The number of people who could become ninja was limited, and Hanzo couldn't be selective. As long as someone could refine chakra, they were given training. Although the quantity of ninjas had increased, their quality left much to be desired. Among the small nations and minor villages, Hidden Rain Village was notable, but compared to the 5 great villages, they were still insignificant. Waving off the guard, Hanzo opened the scroll. Seeing the content, Hanzo's eyes widened in shock behind his breathing apparatus. Shimura Danzō had been stripped of his position as Hokage's advisor? Yet he came to me and tried to manipulate me? Damn it. Hanzo had been played. Danzō was trying to use him to gain something for nothing, offering a bit of intelligence to control him. Talks of persuasion and deals were all nonsense because Danzō currently had no authority to back it up. Danzō, how dare you trick me? The thought of spending 2 days tormented by indecision, afraid of a war breaking out in the Land of Rain, terrified of being dragged into Hidden Lee Village's affairs, only to realize it was all pointless, enraged Hanzo. Who had sent this scroll then? Could it have been that Hyuga Takashi, the one Danzō wanted to kill? Someone. Arrest the man Danzō left behind. Interrogate them and bring me the intelligence afterward. Hanzo wasn't going to trust Danzō any longer. Whether the information was true or not, a quick interrogation would confirm it. Even if the ninja Danzō left behind was a loyal operative, Hanzo would extract the truth. In the ninja world, there were countless ways to extract information from a corpse. Every village had its methods, some were better than others. 2 hours later, a file was handed to Hanzo. Shimura Danzō. After reading it, Hanzo was furious. The information on the mysterious scroll was true. Danzō had indeed been removed from his position and was currently staying within his clan's grounds, powerless. Hanzo's face flushed with anger behind his breathing apparatus. Danzō, so that's why you couldn't even kill a mere medical nin, you were scheming against me, trying to gain without risking anything. Good. Very good. Take this intelligence, along with the body, to Hidden Leaf Village's camp. Hand it over to them. I want to see how Sarutobi Hiruzen deals with Danzō. Conspiring to assassinate a Hidden Leaf Village ninja using an external power, leaking village secrets, if these charges stuck, Danzō would face serious consequences. Understood, leader. Wait, I will deliver it personally. Danzō, you lack honor, don't blame me for doing the same. You were the one who tried to make a fool of me first. The thought of being manipulated like a monkey made Hanzo want to kill Danzō. The next morning, the camp guard raised the alarm. All the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were on high alert. The leader of Hidden Rain Village, the so-called demigod Salamander Hanzo, had come uninvited, carrying a corpse. The title of demigod was well known in the ninja world. Kobayashi, the camp leader, nervously stepped forward to negotiate. Luckily, Hanzo came openly, not appearing as if he was attacking, otherwise, it wouldn't be a negotiation but an outright battle. Takashi, the leader of Hidden Rain Village, Salamander Hanzo, has arrived, and he's brought a corpse with him. The captain has gone to negotiate. There could be a fight. Sarutobi-san rushed into the medical tent where he was stationed as Takashi's bodyguard. Hanzo is here? For a village leader to enter another nation's territory without notice could easily lead to misunderstandings, even if he had no ill intentions. Could it be that the intelligence I sent last night had some effect? Takashi guessed at the reason for Hanzo's arrival. Demigod, why have you entered the land of fire? Kobayashi showed Hanzo respect. After all, Hanzo was a leader and a well-known figure in the ninja world. He deserved respect. Hanzo tossed the corpse he carried to the camp entrance. A few days ago, Shimura Danzō came to Hidden Rain Village, offering Hidden Leaf Village secrets to make a deal with me, hoping I would kill a medical ninja named Hyuga Takashi. I refused. This is the man he left behind. Relay this to your Hokage, I have no desire to be enemies with Hidden Leaf Village. What? Kobayashi nearly jumped out of his skin. The corpse was a Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Chapter 39, the third Hokage is furious. Wait, that's not even the main point. The main point is that Shimura Danzō leaked village secrets to make a deal with Salamander Hanzo, hoping the latter would kill Takashi. This is serious. Is everything you said true? Hanzo looked at Kobayashi coldly. I, for one, do not lie. This person offended me in the village, so I took action. Here's the intel from the interrogation, take it to the Hokage. Tell him, if he wants to respond to Sand Village's provocation, leave Hidden Rain Village out of it. I don't want to be enemies with Hidden Leaf Village, but that doesn't mean I'm a pushover. Taking me for a fool, huh? Well, don't blame me for stirring the pot then. Since Shimura Danzō did indeed leak Hidden Leaf Village's intel, I'll add a bit more to the story. He'll have to carry this burden. Something huge has happened. After dropping the body and saying his piece, Hanzo decisively left. Kobayashi was in a panic. Why would Lord Danzō want to assassinate Takashi? No idea, did Takashi somehow offend him? Regardless of whether there's a conflict or not, this shouldn't have been done. Worse still, he leaked village secrets and asked outsiders to do the dirty work. No matter what conflict there was between Takashi and Danzō, targeting him for assassination was wrong. Leaking village information to outsiders was even worse. Kobayashi rushed to the medical unit to inform them of what had happened, visibly distressed. What should we do now? What do we do? What do we do? Of course, we wait it out. Sarutobi-san held his head in his hands in frustration. Danzō, how could you? Assassination was one thing, but handling it so sloppily. Now it's come to this, and you've been sold out, you're finished. Sarutobi-san was sure that once this news reached the village, Danzō would be done for. The demigod Hanzo does seem to have quite a personality. Danzō, you didn't see that coming, did you? Ha ha ha. If not for Kobayashi and Sarutobi-san standing there, Takashi would have laughed out loud already. I will head back myself. This was a big deal, and neither Kobayashi nor Sarutobi-san could handle it. They needed to return to the village quickly for the third Hokage's decision. Hopefully, the Hokage won't be so angry to death. Ha ha ha. After Kobayashi and Sarutobi-san left, laughter echoed through the medical tent. The ninja in the camp looked at one another, bewildered. They understood Takashi's emotions, but laughing so openly, was that really okay? Danzō had truly shot himself in the foot this time. Even if his past contributions prevented severe punishment, the third Hokage wouldn't let him off easily. For now, Danzō's influence was completely diminished. By the time he could recover, Takashi would be able to deal with him easily, just like squashing a bug. Given the gravity of the matter, Sarutobi-Santo used the camp's messenger hawk to send an early warning back to the village, giving the Hokage a heads up, while he himself carried the corpse to Hidden Leaf Village. Traveling from the border camp back to the village, plus the snow-covered winter terrain that would slow him down, meant it would take Sarutobi-Santo at least 2 days to return. On the other hand, the hawk could reach Hidden Leaf Village in 3 to 4 hours. Lord Hokage, this is a scroll from the intelligence unit, sent from the camp on the Rain Country border. Salamander Hanzo had arrived at the camp early that morning, and Sarutobi-Santo had swiftly sent word, which meant the intelligence scroll arrived in Hidden Leaf Village shortly after the third Hokage finished lunch. Put it on the table, said the third Hokage without even looking up from the documents he was reviewing. The scroll could wait. After carefully finishing the document, thinking for a moment, and approving it with his stamp, the third Hokage finally set it aside and picked up the scroll. He unlocked it using a specific cipher, eyes scanning the contents. He skillfully picked up his pipe from the table, putting it in his mouth and lighting it. Puff cough, cough. He had barely taken a puff when his eyes widened in shock. He stood up abruptly, knocking his chair over and choking on the smoke he had inhaled. How could this be? This can't be true. The third Hokage, now completely uninterested in smoking, threw the pipe aside and grabbed the scroll, bringing it so close to his face that it almost touched his nose. Was this scroll serious? Danzō actually leaked village secrets to strike a deal with Hanzo, asking him to assassinate Kakashi? And in the end, he got betrayed? After reading it a second time, disbelief remained. By the third reading, anger was all over the Hokage's face. Danzō. The third Hokage shook with rage. He slammed the scroll down on his desk, startling the Anbu guard outside the door. He could tolerate Danzō going after Kakashi as long as Danzō didn't use the village's resources or drag him into it. He would turn a blind eye. After all, Danzō had shouldered many burdens for him, had accomplished much. He still had his uses, so the Hokage was willing to offer him some leeway. But the third Hokage could never have imagined that Danzō would be so audacious as to trade village secrets. Wasn't this betrayal? The village had just concluded an important meeting, and right after that, you, Danzō, used those secrets to make a deal? Where's your sense of decency? Get Danzō here immediately. And summon Koharu, Hamura, and that Akimeki Torafu. Get that fatso here too. Move quickly. Hanzo had openly arrived at the camp and made this matter public. There was no way to cover it up. Once the news spread, it would explode. One misstep and the entire upper echelon could be affected. The Hokage was very angry. The Anbu guards had no idea what was going on but knew that the Hokage was furious. All they could do was obediently summon the required people. Monkey, why did you call me over again? Didn't I tell you? Called over without any explanation. Akimeki Torafu was about to crack a joke, but he stopped mid-sentence when he saw the third Hokage's stormy expression. He chose to shut up and obediently sit on the floor, waiting for the others. On the surface, Akimeki Torafu appeared serious, but in his mind, he was wondering what could have made the third Hokage so angry. Clearly, it wasn't something simple. Soon enough, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado arrived as well. Walking into the Hokage's office, both noticed his expression and looked towards Akimeki Torafu. Akimeki Torafu returned them a look that said, I don't know either, before sitting down properly. He decided it was best to stay out of this. Chapter 40, The Third Hokage. This is Danzō's fault, and he must take the blame moving forward. He thought it best not to involve himself too much in village affairs. Instead, he would give more chances to Shikashin and try to promote the Inoshikacho formation, allowing himself to enjoy a quieter life at home. Hiruzen? Koharu Uchiha called tentatively, but the third Hokage remained silent. Oh dear. Things seemed serious. The third Hokage only acted like this when he was extremely angry, refusing to acknowledge anyone until everyone had gathered and he was ready to speak. The three exchanged glances, silently taking their seats. Lord Hokage. At that moment, the Anbu ninja who had been sent to summon Danzō returned. Where is Danzō? Asked the third Hokage. The Anbu ninja awkwardly replied, Lord Danzō said he wasn't feeling well, so... Bang. The words not feeling well struck a nerve, and the furious third Hokage slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone in the office. Is this the Sarutobi Hiruzen we know? Are we sure Tsunade isn't disguised as him? You may leave, said Koharu, standing up and dismissing the Anbu. Once he had left, she turned to the third Hokage. Hiruzen, what did Danzō do this time to make you so angry? What did he do? The third Hokage laughed out of sheer frustration. He almost overturned everything. Did you know? He attempted to assassinate a fellow Hidden Leaf village ninja, leaking village information to make a deal with Salamander Hanzo, asking him to kill Hyuga Takashi, only to be betrayed. Hanzo then marched to our border camp and revealed everything in front of dozens of our ninja. And you ask what he did? Assassinating a fellow ninja and leaking village secrets. These charges could be handled lightly or heavily. If handled lightly, it could be swept under the rug, but if made public, it would lead to serious consequences. If this had been exposed through some other channel, the third Hokage might have been able to deal with it. But it was Hanzo himself who had come forward and revealed everything in front of Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas stationed at the border. Those ninjas were already resentful of their long postings, enduring harsh conditions while separated from their families. Now, the revelation of Danzō's actions would leave them disillusioned. We are missing New Year celebrations, patrolling dutifully in the freezing snow and rain, only to find we have to be wary of our own people too? That we could be assassinated by our own comrades? Who could possibly accept that? Even though they weren't the ones targeted, everyone in the camp could feel the impact. They shared the same space, and empathy took over. Anyone would feel bitter in their place. Okimaki Torafu covered his forehead in resignation, while Koharu Utena and Hamura Midokado stared in shock, unable to believe what they were hearing. Has Danzō lost his mind? Assassinating a fellow ninja, and even employing an outsider to do it, it was something that would completely destroy trust within the village. If it were anyone else, that would be bad enough, but Hyuga Takashi was not just anyone. They could only imagine the reactions Tsunoda and Maito Uzumaki would have when they found out. Hiruzen, we must put Danzō under control immediately. If possible, a gag order should be imposed at the border camp, Koharu said, visibly anxious. The third Hokage sighed heavily. Do you think a gag order is possible? As if Maito Uzumaki would stand by idly. Tsunoda could turn the Hokage's office upside down if she wanted to. Sigh, I never imagined that Danzō would be capable of something so heinous. We must provide the villagers with an explanation. At this crucial moment, the third Hokage didn't hesitate to abandon Danzō. This mess was Danzō's doing, and Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't about to let himself get dragged into it. Hamura Midokado nodded solemnly. I agree with Hiruzen. This matter was caused entirely by Danzō, and we must take control of him to give the villagers an explanation. They needed to act fast before word spread. They had to arrest Danzō immediately and release a statement before the rumors took root. If they let things drag on, allowing villagers to become angry, it would be much harder to deal with. The best course of action was to take Danzō into custody and make the Hokage office's stance clear. I'll leave Danzō to you, said the third Hokage. I'll arrange for the announcement to be made. The third Hokage didn't even want to see Danzō. And Danzō's punishment? This was a delicate issue. Though Danzō had been thoroughly exposed by Hanzo, the Hokage office had to mete out severe punishment. Otherwise, many would lose faith. However, Koharu, Hamura, and Torafu weren't sure how far they should go. We'll keep him in prison for now. No matter what, Danzō has made significant contributions to the village. Even if he has erred, he shouldn't be punished too harshly. Not punishing Danzō would be impossible to justify to the villagers, but the punishment also needed to be carefully measured. After all, Danzō still had his uses. The third Hokage couldn't just abandon him entirely. After a brief discussion, Koharu, Hamura, and Torafu led the Anbu to Danzō's residence. Seeing his small courtyard surrounded by Anbu, Danzō realized something was wrong. Could it be that Maito Uzumaki had acted? Or had Hanzo failed? That half-witted demigod couldn't even manage to kill one medical nin? Danzō, your actions have been exposed. By order of the Hokage, you are to be arrested and detained. Please cooperate, said Torafu, forced to take on the role of the bad guy as Koharu and Hamura remained silent. Why? Danzō asked calmly. Torafu rubbed his plump face, scolding, you still ask why? You've nearly driven Hiruzen mad. Just because of a small dispute, you decided to assassinate Hyuga Takashi? Don't forget, you were the one who instigated this. If you had done it yourself, it would have been fine, but you leaked village secrets to make a deal with Hanzo. If Danzō had done it personally, Torafu might have respected him for it. But he wasn't willing to act himself or even show his face, instead using village secrets to make a deal. And then he got betrayed by Hanzo. Failed, huh? Even with all the ninjas at the border camp, they couldn't have stopped Hanzo. Although Danzō despised Hanzo deep down, he had to admit that Hanzo was indeed strong, much stronger than himself. So then, how did this all blow up? It couldn't possibly be Hyuga Takashi, that cripple, who had miraculously overpowered Hanzo, could it? No, Hanzo would have surely been manipulated by him. That much, Danzō was certain. Chapter 41, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen needs him, he will not fall. Danzō hadn't expected that Hanzo the salamander, whom he thought he had firmly in his grasp, would turn against him over a seemingly trivial piece of intelligence. How did the information leak? Danzō Shimura was not particularly concerned about being arrested or locked up. He was confident that the third Hokage wouldn't kill him. At most, he would be detained. In his current situation, he was already as good as confined, so he might as well bide his time in peace. The third Hokage needed him, the shadowy figure in the dark, the scapegoat to bear the blame, the sinister hand in the background. It was only a matter of time before he would re-emerge and reclaim power. Do you seriously have the nerve to ask? Okimeki Torafu was tempted to slap Danzō right then and there. Koharu Uchiha couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to scold him. Danzō, we've tolerated your underhanded deeds in the past, but why would you sell out the village's information and make a deal with Hanzo the Salamander? The village just held an important meeting, and right after, the intelligence was sold off. You really don't hold back. And yet, you're blind as a bat? What did she mean? Had he truly misjudged Hanzo? Hanzo captured your subordinates, interrogated them, and left them dead. Then, that venomous old man personally took the bodies to the gates of the border camp and exposed your entire operation in front of dozens of shinobi. Had he really been blind? Would Hanzo the Salamander truly do something like this? Danzō couldn't understand. Wasn't Hanzo concerned about Hidden Rain Village and the Land of Rain? Didn't he fear dragging his country into war? Even as the Anbu dragged him off and locked him in a dark cell, Danzō remained puzzled. And it wasn't just Danzō who was left bewildered, the third Hokage himself was stunned. Yet, however unbelievable it seemed, it had happened. Hanzo claimed he had no intention of opposing Hidden Leaf Village, but was such a matter really something a few words could settle? The entire village was thrown into an uproar when the latest announcement from the Hokage's office broke the peace. Why would Lord Danzō try to assassinate Hidden Leaf Village's own shinobi? No idea. The announcement said he not only assassinated our shinobi but also leaked village secrets, betraying the village's interests. How could he do such a thing? With that announcement, Danzō became like a rat in the streets, reviled and despised. Hidden Leaf Village's citizens relished the scandal while heaping praise on the third Hokage. In the wake of the incident, Danzō had been captured and imprisoned immediately, thanks to the Hokage's decisive actions. As for Danzō's ultimate fate, few people truly cared. With him locked up, everyone believed the Hokage would impose a fitting and harsh punishment. The prompt announcement and swift arrest helped dispel the anger and resentment among the villagers and shinobi. Without further escalation, the matter would gradually fade from most people's minds. So, does no one know why Hanzo turned on us? Sarutobi-san nodded. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hanzo didn't offer any explanation. He merely exposed Danzō's plot, threw down the bodies, and left. The bodies were verified to be members of the Shimura clan. Sarutobi-san, after returning to the village, reported every detail of the incident to the third Hokage. Thank you, Santu. Rest for now, and then return to the camp to announce the village's decision. I won't allow Danzō's actions to discourage our comrades. Barring any unforeseen events, this incident would be put to rest here. In the near future, the third Hokage would not allow Danzō to reappear or stir up trouble. When Danzō could walk free again would depend on when Sarutobi Hiruzen next needed his scapegoat or dark hand. And, of course, it also depended on the situation regarding the ancestral Senju residence. As long as Uzumaki Might remained, releasing Danzō would be unwise. Yes, Lord Hokage. Having completed his task, Sarutobi-san rested for the night in the village before setting off back to the camp. Upon his return, Santu immediately relayed the Hokage's decision to the camp, sparking cheers from the shinobi who had felt uneasy. Waves of admiration for the third Hokage filled the air. Santu then visited the medical unit, where he informed Takashi of the announcement and said, "The Hokage takes this matter very seriously. For now, focus on recovering. The captain and I will manage things in the camp." "Thank you, Deputy Captain." Takashi responded courteously. Indeed, the third Hokage had played this move masterfully. Not only did he garner goodwill, but he also managed to protect Danzō, burying the incident and diverting attention. With the villagers focused on the punishment announcement, few would question whether Danzō's punishment was genuinely severe or even carried out at all. The camp was already a testament to the effectiveness of this strategy. When the story first broke, the resentment among the shinobi in the camp was palpable. Now, they were all smiles, singing praises of the Hokage. They were nearly ready to erect a shrine in his honor. As dramatic as it seemed, with the situation now under control, Takashi could finally rest and await the completion of the Tenseigan's third phase of awakening. The third phase had lasted longer than expected. What Takashi initially thought would take only half a month had stretched on for over a month. Takashi suspected the prolonged awakening was due to his lack of Otsutsuki chakra and the dilution of his bloodline. When the Tenseigan's awakening finally ended, Takashi unwrapped the white cloth covering his eyes and took a mirror from a ceiling scroll to inspect himself. Aside from slightly fairer skin, there wasn't much change. Though there were no visible changes, internally, he had undergone a tremendous transformation. Takashi's body had fully recovered. To the camp's shinobi, this was great news. Everyone finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 42, Tailed Beast Transfer. On the agenda, even though Takashi claimed that while he couldn't see anything with his eyes, it didn't affect his ability to treat patients. Unfortunately, many still held a doubtful attitude towards this statement. Takashi could understand everyone's concerns. Anyone needing medical attention would naturally feel uneasy if they discovered that their doctor was blind. It was a normal psychological reaction, unless Takashi had actually treated someone successfully while not being able to see. Sadly, he never had the chance to prove himself. At the border camp during peacetime, conflicts and skirmishes were rare, let alone large-scale battles. Without battles, there were no wounded. And if someone managed to injure themselves without a battle or stepping on a trap, they'd surely be laughed at by the others. Hanzo of the Salamander had ambition, but he wasn't foolish. He wouldn't provoke Hidden Leaf Village without reason. As a result, the border camp remained peaceful, with Hidden Leaf Village as shinobi refraining from crossing into the Land of Rain, and the Rain Village's shinobi avoiding any entry into the Land of Fire. Tsunade would periodically send messages and intelligence from the village to the camp using puppet crows, which allowed Takashi to keep up with changes in the world of shinobi. Hidden Sand Village's provocations and probes towards Hidden Leaf Village continued. Although each attempt was superficial, it was still as annoying as a fly buzzing around your head. Aside from Hidden Sand Village's continual provocations, a more significant piece of news involved Kushina. Mito Uzumaki's health had declined significantly compared to the previous year. Mito's deteriorating health was absolutely bad news for Hidden Leaf Village. This meant that the transfer of the Nine Tails had to be brought to the forefront. Transferring the Nine Tails wasn't something that could wait until after Mito's death, it had to be done before then. This method of transfer would allow Mito to help suppress the power of the Nine Tails. Without Mito's suppression, it wasn't certain that Kushina could handle the power of the Nine Tails. Moreover, once a Jinchuriki died, the tailed beast would regain its freedom. Whether Hidden Leaf Village would be able to recapture the Nine Tails during this era was highly questionable. Without someone like Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, even Dobirama Senju would have a hard time against the Nine Tails. Let alone the current third Hokage and his peers. If the Nine Tails escaped its seal, the Night of the Nine Tails might happen sooner than expected. Right now, Hidden Leaf Village had no shinobi capable of using the Flying Thunder God technique to divert the Tailed Beast Bomb. If the Nine Tails Tailed Beast Bomb detonated in the village, the outcome would certainly be catastrophic. After countless comparisons by many online users, it's widely believed that a fully charged Tailed Beast Bomb from the Nine Tails is as destructive as a nuclear bomb, though without the dangerous radiation. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if an explosion comparable to a nuclear bomb happened in a village. The casualties during the Night of the Nine Tails were numerous, even with the assistance of the blonde kid who had diverted both the Tailed Beast Bomb and the Nine Tails away. If a major battle broke out within the village, who knows how many people would die. While the third Hokage wasn't necessarily a great person, he had one merit: he was aware of his own limitations. He would never compare himself to Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha. He knew very well that if the tailed beast escaped, no one in the village would be able to stop that fearsome fox. Mito Uzumaki was simply too old. She could still suppress the Nine Tails while it was sealed, but if it escaped, even if Mito didn't die immediately, she wouldn't be a match for it. Thus, the smooth transfer of the tailed beast had become a top priority for the village. Even Hidden Sand Village's provocations were relegated in importance. Transferring the tailed beast meant that Mito Uzumaki would die. Tsunade had already prepared herself mentally, but Nawaki and Kushina would likely be grieving for a long time. I hope everything goes smoothly. Takashi sighed, then destroyed the scroll Tsunade had sent. Far away at the border camp, there was nothing he could do but hope for a successful transfer of the tailed beast. In fact, even if he had been in the village, the Elders' Council wouldn't have allowed him to interfere. To them, Takashi was, at best, half a person, trustworthy, but not entirely. So he was never going to get the opportunity to be involved in something like this. Kushina, what's wrong? Are you feeling down? Lately, the atmosphere at home had become quite heavy. Tsunade hadn't gone to work for days, staying at home to keep her grandmother company, and Kushina hadn't shown her usual smile. Both Tsunade and Kushina knew what transferring the tailed beast implied. Only Nawaki, the clueless one, was kept in the dark. What's with all the questions? Tsunade slapped Nawaki on the head and advised earnestly, Nawaki, when you visit the daimyo this time, you have to behave yourself, understood? Don't even think about causing trouble at the daimyo's residence. To prevent Nawaki from having an excessive reaction, the best way was to send him away. This was Mito's decision. She hoped that when everything was over, they could bring Nawaki back and then tell him the truth. Got it? No need to be so fierce. Nawaki pouted unhappily. He didn't want to go to the daimyo's residence, but since his grandmother was too old to travel and Tsunade was occupied, he had to go as their representative. You brat, asking for a beating? Tsunade's face darkened. This brat, give him an inch, and he'd take a mile. Danger. Noticing his sister's expression, Nawaki quickly shut his mouth and obediently continued eating, deciding to figure out why Kushina was upset after he returned from the daimyo's place. This time, Jiraiya will accompany you to the daimyo's residence. After giving her brother a minor warning, Tsunade tossed him a bone. Jiraiya would be going with him. Although Jiraiya wasn't reliable with minor matters, he had never slacked off in important ones. Tsunade was confident in leaving Nawaki in Jiraiya's hands. The only downside was that Jiraiya would probably take Nawaki to peep on women bathing or something. Jiraiya's incorrigible tendencies were unlikely to change. What annoyed Tsunade the most was that Jiraiya not only failed to change himself, but was also influencing Nawaki. Thinking about her brother's once naive and innocent eyes and comparing them to now. She just hoped Nawaki wouldn't grow up to be as perverted as Jiraiya. Really? Nawaki was so excited he dropped his chopsticks on the table. Tsunade's face darkened. Yes, but if you follow him to do anything stupid, you're dead meat. I promise to be on my best behavior. Absolutely no mischief. Nawaki made all sorts of promises. His promises only made Tsunade even more worried. Nawaki was mischievous by nature, but if he obediently followed Jiraiya, who knows what kind of trouble they'd get into. These two were troublemakers, and nothing good ever came from putting them together. Yet, because of Nawaki's special status, no one but the daimyo could touch him at the daimyo's residence. This would only fuel Nawaki's arrogance. Chapter 43, A New Hokage Advisor, Mito Uzumaki. False. Finally able to go out and play with Jiraiya, Nawaki was so happy that he practically bubbled with excitement. Although he admired Orochimaru, Nawaki liked playing with Jiraiya the most. That's because Jiraiya never minded his childishness and always took him along, no matter what. Well, except for when helping out distressed young ladies, that was the only time Jiraiya would leave Nawaki behind. After a while, Nawaki got very attached to Jiraiya. The village moved quickly. Soon, Nawaki went with Jiraiya, bringing a group of people and gifts to visit the daimyo's mansion. Meanwhile, back in the village, preparations for the transfer of the Nine Tails began. The transfer location was the Senju ancestral home. Mito Uzumaki, dragging her aging body, held Kushina close and gently comforted her. Don't be afraid, child. Grandma will be watching you grow from above, my good girl. What? Grandma Mito, I don't want you to go, Kushina cried, her eyes and nose turning red. Her once beautiful, large eyes were filled with sorrow, and blood vessels were visible across the whites of her eyes. Silly child, Grandma doesn't want to leave you either, but this is our fate. Don't be sad. I've long since decided that it's time for me to go find your grandpa Hashirama. Without me around, that old man is bound to be causing trouble. With Mito's continuous comforting, Kushina gradually calmed down. Outside the ancestral home, Tsunade paced restlessly, but she couldn't rush inside. She needed to handle the part of the sealing process. Like medical ninjas, sealing specialists were treasures to any village. Tsunade was publicly known as a medical ninja, but in truth, she also had considerable talent in sealing jutsu. Secretly, she had been handling duties as a sealing ninja. Monkey, let's begin, someone said. Outside, the new Four Elders group waited patiently. With Danzō Shimura imprisoned, Torafu Akimaki had taken his place. Even though he didn't want to step into the limelight, Mito wouldn't let him keep hiding at home. That's right, after the scandal involving Danzō Shimura assassinating fellow villagers and leaking village secrets, Mito Uzumaki didn't trouble the third Hokage. She simply made one suggestion. The suggestion was for Torafu Akimaki to replace Danzō as an advisor to the Hokage. Torafu wasn't happy about it. Stepping into the spotlight meant the Inoshika trio would need to lay low, be discreet, and he had no interest in getting involved in the village's inner workings. He disliked trouble and didn't want to do things against his conscience like the third Hokage and his peers. But Mito wouldn't give him a choice. She dragged him out and put him in the Hokage advisor's seat. As the Hokage advisor, Torafu was now in charge of the medical division and Hidden Lee Village's medical system, which significantly reduced the influence of the third Hokage, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Mikado. Before the tailed beast transfer, Mito pulled Torafu out and forced him into the advisor's position, giving him control over the medical system and compelling the Inoshika trio to align with Tsunade. Whether they liked it or not, she was going to push them forward. After Danzō's chaotic actions, and with Tsuna deserting, Mido gritted her teeth and made these strategic arrangements. Tsunada's reasoning for persuading Mido was straightforward. Grandma, even if you don't think about me and Nawaki, at least consider Kushina. Once Kushina becomes the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the old man will surely let Danzō out. What will happen to Kushina then? Having raised the third Hokage and his peers, Mido knew Danzō well, petty and ambitious. Originally, she had no such thoughts, but eventually, she was moved by Tsunada's words. Tsunada and Nawaki's positions were too special. Even if Danzō resurfaced, he wouldn't be able to touch them. But Kushina? Danzō had always been harsh with Kushina. Thus, a certain lazy, food-obsessed man had to bear the consequences. Upon learning of Mido's plans, Dorafu was dumbfounded. He begged and pleaded, almost dropping to his knees, but Mido left him no room to refuse. Now that the Inoshikacho trio leaned towards Tsunada, and Dorafu held a powerful advisor position, even if he wanted to back out, the three families behind him wouldn't allow it. Dorafu Akimeki and the Inoshikacho trio were now firmly marked as belonging to Tsunada. As for why Tsunada proposed this arrangement, a certain someone, passing his time at the border camp, insisted it had nothing to do with him. All he had done was casually suggest it, not knowing Mido had such determination. That night, the Senju ancestral home was heavily guarded, filled with people standing watch. No one in the village knew what was happening. According to some villagers' recollections, they heard a beast-like roar in the middle of the night. The transfer of the tailed beast was successful. Kushina, with her exceptional talent and the Uzumaki clan's unique sealing jutsu, managed to subdue the Nine-Tails with the help of Mido and the sealing formation. The poor Nine-Tails, after being sealed for so many years, only had time to take a deep breath and let out a roar before it was sealed inside Kushina again. Mido Uzumaki. Curse you. In the sealed space, the giant fox, bound tightly by chains, roared in frustration. As the fox struggled, the chains clanged together. But the sealing chains were too strong. No matter how much the Nine-Tails struggled, it was futile. Like Wood Style and the Sharingan, the Uzumaki clan's unique sealing jutsu naturally restrained tailed beasts. Even though Kushina was just a child, after the Nine-Tails was successfully sealed, she could still suppress it steadily. Unlike the seal during Naruto's time, the Nine-Tails in Kushina's sealed space couldn't even relax. In Naruto's era, Kurama could lie down and rest comfortably in his sealed space. With Mido and Kushina, the Nine-Tails couldn't even dream of a moment's peace. The numerous specialized chains bound the Nine-Tails tightly from head to tail, not sparing a single inch. Kushina was too young, and they were worried that the Nine-Tails might act out, so they made sure to bind it extra tight, leaving the Nine-Tails suspended in an awkward position. Its rear end faced upwards, Nine-Tails bound tightly with its hind legs, leaving it immobile. Its front legs were tied to its torso, and its head was pinned at a 90-degree angle to the ground. The shame of the position aside, it was excruciatingly uncomfortable. The Nine-Tails cursed loudly in its fury. But Kushina, heartbroken over the loss of Grandma Mido, ignored its curses. Even though the Nine-Tails' struggles made Kushina uncomfortable, she had no intention of making things easier for it. Chapter 44, If you can afford it, I'll show you my puppet. Because Uzumaki Mido had told her, the big fox has a troublesome personality. If you're kind to it, it'll take advantage of you. Kushina, always obedient, took her grandmother's advice and decided to be a bit ruthless to the Nine-Tails. So, she hung it upside down without hesitation. Uzumaki Mido's burial took place discreetly on the third day after the transfer of the tailed beast. Apart from the Anbu and a select few, almost no one knew that the Nine-Tails had already been transferred. Kushina had become the village's new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Compared to the village, which was facing changes and a new era, the border camp remained the same, unceasing rain and no sunlight in sight. Fortunately, Takashi didn't need to go out on patrol or be on guard duty. Even though staying in the medical tent was a bit dull, it was better than running around in the pouring rain. Halt. A black-clad figure approached the camp, wearing a raincoat that covered their entire head and face. The shinobi on guard immediately blocked the stranger's path. The stranger stopped, raised their hand, and pushed back the hood of their raincoat. Lord Orochimaru? Once they confirmed the identity, the shinobi relaxed their guard. Lord, you've came to the camp. I am here to see Hyuga Takashi. I have some personal business with him. Orochimaru smiled at the guard, explaining his purpose. Despite rarely showing a pleasant face to Jiraiya, Orochimaru always seemed to wear a friendly smile when dealing with strangers, projecting a sense of approachability. Only those who knew Orochimaru's true nature understood that behind that smile lay a venomous snake, ready to strike at any moment. Please, come in. Orochimaru specifically asking for Takashi, saying it was personal business, was enough for the guard to not dare stop him. Once the identity was verified, Orochimaru was allowed to proceed unimpeded into the camp. Takashi, long time no see. Long time no see. Takashi hadn't expected Orochimaru to come all the way to the camp to see him. Here's the shipment. Orochimaru took off his raincoat, revealing a scroll and a list. Takashi picked up the list and took a glance at it. Great, his debt was about to increase again. At this rate, Orochimaru would become his biggest creditor, someone he owed a significant amount to. Confirming the amount, Takashi put the list on the table and frankly admitted, Orochimaru, I'm satisfied with the goods you've brought, but unfortunately, I don't have enough money at the moment. I'm afraid my debt to you will continue to grow. That's all right. I trust you'll pay it back eventually. Even though the debt kept growing, Orochimaru seemed perfectly content to continue being Takashi's creditor. Mainly because Takashi had a good income and a solid reputation, even while owing money, he'd always pay off part of the debt as soon as he could. If it were Tsunade, Orochimaru would have long stopped any collaboration to avoid getting deeper into a potential bad debt. I'll find a way to pay you back as soon as possible. Takashi didn't want to become a delinquent debtor. He was the type of person who couldn't relax until debts were paid off. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's shipments were extensive, and the debt grew too fast. Being stationed at the border camp had limited his opportunities to earn extra money, leaving him to rely solely on his salary to settle the debt. No rush, Orochimaru shook his head with a smile. Can I take a look at the puppets you've made? Suddenly, Orochimaru made a rather impolite request. Takashi had acquired a lot of materials, purchasing other parts and components, but he rarely showed the puppet to anyone. This naturally made Orochimaru curious about what kind of puppet Takashi was crafting. If you find it too intrusive, then forget I asked, Orochimaru added with a smile. Oh, this was the classic Orochimaru tactic, pushing in with a retreat. Was he really trying this on Hyuga Takashi? It's quite presumptuous of you, actually. Besides, I'm worried you might not be able to handle it. Most people wouldn't openly say someone's request was presumptuous, but Takashi was not like most people. He also threw in a comment that only piqued Orochimaru's curiosity further. Oh? Orochimaru ignored Takashi's dismissive comment, showing even greater interest. What kind of puppet could make me uncomfortable? I'm genuinely intrigued. Good to hear. Takashi grinned. The more curious Orochimaru was, the better, because he still wasn't planning to show it. What was that supposed to mean? Takashi had completely deviated from the script, and for a moment, the smile on Orochimaru's face froze. Yes, this was the Orochimaru Takashi remembered. The air around Orochimaru changed, becoming colder. Takashi nodded in satisfaction, then stood up and poured 2 glasses of water, pushing one towards Orochimaru. Clear my debt, and give me 5 million ryo. I'll satisfy your curiosity. The puppets were merely a stepping stone, a temporary force for Takashi. While the Tenseigan didn't have as many offensive capabilities as the Rinnegan, it was far from lacking. Puppets were just part of his transitional power. At the right time, he could unveil it to let everyone know that Hyuga Takashi could control some particularly unique puppets. As for whether this would draw unwanted attention, Takashi didn't care. Until the Tenseigan's 3rd stage of awakening was complete, he had needed to keep a low profile. But now that the awakening was complete and his mastery of the Tenseigan was improving, why should he stay in the shadows? If he kept hiding, he'd really end up as someone's pawn. Revealing some of his cards at the right time would only benefit him. Clear the debt and give you 5 million ryo just to see your puppet? Hyuga Takashi, are you serious? If you can afford it, I promise you won't be disappointed. Interesting. Orochimaru didn't know where Takashi got his confidence, but his curiosity had definitely been piqued. At that moment, he didn't care about the debt or the 5 million ryo. He only wanted to know the secret of the puppet. I'll clear the debt, and I'll throw in 3 batches of materials for free. Orochimaru was willing to spend money for something he was interested in, but he really didn't have much cash on hand right now. So he altered the conditions. Debt cleared, 3 free shipments of materials. As for the 5 million ryo, sorry, he simply couldn't afford it. He was strapped for cash himself. The materials need to be top quality. Deal. Hunting some strong creatures was a trivial matter for Orochimaru. Then, it's a deal. Takashi put down his cup, then raised his hand and waved. Under Orochimaru's curious gaze, a crow descended from the sky, flew into the medical tent, and landed on Takashi's arm. You can look, but no dismantling. Grabbing the puppet crow, Takashi tossed it to Orochimaru with a warning, look but don't touch too much. Catching the puppet, Orochimaru's first reaction was that Takashi was messing with him. But soon, Orochimaru dismissed that thought, as he quickly noticed something unusual about the crow puppet. Chapter 45, Orochimaru changes his research direction. No heartbeat. That's right, the puppet crow had no heartbeat. No matter how lifelike it looked, a puppet was still a puppet. Takashi wasn't going to put all his energy into puppetry. After all, it was only a temporary measure and not worth his complete focus. The smile on Orochimaru's face completely vanished. This is a puppet? Yes. Takashi intentionally picked up his cup to show Orochimaru clearly that he wasn't controlling the puppet. It looked alive, yet it was still a puppet, and there were no chakra threads controlling it. Orochimaru's eyes lit up instantly. This puppet was definitely something worth studying. He had to obtain it. Although he wanted to take the puppet away immediately, Orochimaru managed to hold himself back. After all, this puppet still belonged to Takashi, and he had only been given permission to see it, not to take it away. Taking the crow puppet away would likely require paying some kind of price. Ha ha ha, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're an interesting person, Takashi-kun. I think I'm quite interesting myself. Takashi raised his hand, and the puppet crow broke free from Orochimaru's grasp, hopping back onto Takashi's palm, tilting its head to observe Orochimaru. It definitely needed further study. Being stared at by the puppet crow in curiosity, Orochimaru felt his own breathing grow more rapid. A puppet that seemed to have life. It was astonishing. For someone like Orochimaru, who had always longed for immortality, it felt as though a new door to the world had opened before him. He had to get this puppet, at least one of them. After a moment of thought, Orochimaru was about to speak, but Takashi beat him to it. I need money. This wasn't a joke. Takashi was genuinely short on funds at the moment. Even if Orochimaru's debt was cleared, he would still be in need of money. Besides paying off his debt to Orochimaru, most of his money had been spent on purchasing all sorts of materials and parts, which weren't cheap at all. Takashi had practically poured all his resources into these puppets. From the beginning of making puppets until now, Takashi had almost lost count of how many he had made. The total number was certainly a lot, at least several hundred. Takashi planned to work hard to gather enough puppets to form his very own puppet army. One day, he would show the puppet masters of Hidden Sand Village what a real puppet army looked like. The so-called puppet army of Hidden Sand Village was nothing more than a unit formed by puppet users. Takashi's vision for puppetry was to be an army unto himself. Not only in quantity but in quality too. As for how Orochimaru might study the puppet, Takashi didn't care much. Without the Tenseigan's chakra, no matter how much Orochimaru studied, he wouldn't be able to grasp its secrets. Of course, if Orochimaru did manage to come up with something impressive out of it, Takashi could only acknowledge his brilliance. Short on money. Now Orochimaru was in a bit of a bind as well because, truthfully, he was also short on money. It was no joke, most of Orochimaru's income was poured into building his base and purchasing all kinds of equipment. Setting up a research base required considerable funds, and with the ongoing expenses and various experimental costs, Orochimaru was completely drained. He truly couldn't come up with much money at the moment. I'll figure something out. Since the terms were laid out, there was no point in discussing anything else. The solution was simply to find a way to make money. As for how Orochimaru would manage to raise funds, that had nothing to do with Takashi. Leaving the border camp, Orochimaru made his way to Hidden Leaf Village as quickly as possible. What would normally take 2 days for others, he managed in just 1. To save time, Orochimaru didn't mind exhausting himself. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, Orochimaru headed straight for the Hokage's office. Sensei. Orochimaru entered unannounced, slightly out of breath, and closed the door behind him. The third Hokage looked up curiously. Orochimaru, do you need something from me? As the third Hokage's favorite student, Orochimaru's nature was well known to him. If it wasn't something important, Orochimaru would almost never came to him voluntarily. Sensei, about the research project you mentioned before, I think I'm willing to give it a try. But I need funding from the village. I need money. There was a reason why the third Hokage liked Orochimaru so much. In everyone's eyes, Orochimaru was a versatile genius, with knowledge and abilities across all fields, truly a well-rounded shinobi. A research project. The third Hokage was stunned for a moment. He had previously suggested that Orochimaru redirect his research towards something beneficial for the village, focusing on public welfare would be the best approach. But his suggestion had been flatly rejected by Orochimaru at the time. Who could have expected that the same Orochimaru, who had previously refused without hesitation, would now bring up the project himself? Though surprised as to why his student had changed his mind, the third Hokage was pleased that Orochimaru was willing to take on the project. He knew better than anyone else just how talented his student was. Since you're willing to take on this project, I'm very happy. This project has been ongoing but progressing slowly. It would be great if you could take over, and you needn't worry about funding. No one knew what Orochimaru and the third Hokage discussed after that. Orochimaru soon entered the village's research facility, and in less than a month, a household appliance with a white snake logo, a refrigerator, was born. Thanks to the village's promotion, it was quickly accepted by the villagers. Oh my. Orochimaru wouldn't really go into appliance development just for some quick cash, would he? Upon hearing this news, Takashi was stunned. PFFT ha. The thought of Orochimaru racking his brains for a way to make money, even taking on projects he had once scoffed at, lowering himself like this, made Takashi laugh out loud. Why did this feel so amusing? The image of Orochimaru, wearing a white coat and working on appliance development, was akin to Tsunade becoming an anti-gambling ambassador or Jiraiya writing a sappy teenage romance. It created an enormous sense of contrast. Despite the humor, Takashi thought Orochimaru did an impressive job. If refrigerators were being made, could other household appliances be far behind? Not far at all. Once these basic appliances were developed, daily life would definitely become much more convenient. With a bit of effort, perhaps they could even usher in a period of accelerated development for the shinobi world. The truth was, the technological advancements in the shinobi world weren't impossible, it was just that the researchers had been heading in the wrong direction. With focus, these people could definitely deliver some surprising results. There was a joke in the shinobi world that wasn't actually that funny. In other nations' eyes, the people of the Land of Lightning were seen as highland brutes, unreasonable and full of muscle, even in their brains. Yet, in terms of technological development, the Land of Lightning far surpassed the other nations. Takashi couldn't understand where people got the nerve to mock the Land of Lightning as brainless brutes. I hope Orochimaru doesn't get too caught up in public welfare research. After all, research could be addictive, and this type of work brought in money fast, unlike his previous biological research, which was more of a money pit. What Takashi didn't know was that Orochimaru, at that very moment, was filled with enthusiasm. He was brimming with energy, fully immersed in the development of household appliances. In the past, he would never have touched such things or even looked down on them, but now, constantly being short on money, he had begun to see the benefits. Tsunade came to the border camp once again, though this time she came on a mission. Has Kushina's mood improved? Takashi poured a glass of water for Tsunade. Chapter 46, Where is the caged bird seal on your forehead? She is much better now. Not like right after Grandma passed, when she barely had a smile on her face. If it weren't for the old man refusing, I would have brought her to the camp so you could keep her company. Talking about Kushina, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Since the Ninetales transfer, Kushina's mood had been unstable. The Ninetales, being unwilling to be sealed, was constantly causing trouble, making Kushina feel unwell for extended periods. Tsunade's heart had been on edge, worried both about Kushina's ability to move on from her sadness and about the Ninetales stirring up trouble. The Uzumaki clan sealing techniques were powerful against tailed beasts, but Kushina was still too young. Moreover, the Ninetales was the strongest of the tailed beasts, and Kushina had cried under her blanket more than once from the burns caused by the Ninetales' chakra. As long as she's coming through it, that's good. She's a strong, determined child. As for the Ninetales, once Kushina grows up, she'll be able to fully suppress it. This was something no one else could help with, Kushina would have to handle it herself. By the way, how's the situation in the village? Don't even ask. Tsunade looked weary. Koharu Uchiha has been hopping around, trying to convince the old man to hand over the medical system's authority to her. After being refused, she's now trying to exonerate Danzō. Shimura Danzō was no good, and neither was Koharu. In the Elders' Council of Hidden Leaf Village, every member was bad news, except for Torafu Akimaki, who stayed out of the mess. Danzō was ambitious, dark-hearted, and corrupt. The third Hokage, while appearing noble on the surface, had done his share of shady things. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado were no different, clinging to power, often conspiring with Danzō. Even in the original storyline, when the Leaf Village was in chaos and the third Hokage had died, those two old folks were still at odds with Tsunade over their power, limiting her authority as the fifth Hokage at every turn. Takashi shrugged. Not surprising. That group cares about power above all. The medical system used to be under Koharu's control, but now it's in Torafu's hands, and she's definitely unhappy about it. Trying to clear Danzō's name is just a way to pressure the Hokage and maybe bring in an ally. You're right, Tsunade agreed with Takashi's analysis. As they spoke, Tsunade suddenly laughed. Now, that fatty Torafu is stuck in the Hokage's advisory role. He wants to step down but finds he can't. Even though he's being targeted, he still has to hold on to the medical system with all his might. If he knew it was your suggestion that led Grandma to put him there, he'd probably curse you out. Anyone else being put in that position would have been thrilled. But Torafu wasn't like the others, he was completely unwilling. Unfortunately for him, unwillingness didn't matter. Mundo had directly pushed him into that role, dragging both him and the clans behind him, the Inoshikacho trio, into Tsunoda's camp. In the current Hidden Leaf village, with Torafu serving as Hokage's advisor while also holding authority over the medical system, the result was a split within the Elders' Council. This was Lady Mudo's order, nothing to do with me. Takashi laughed heartily. No way he was taking the blame for that. Oh, by the way. Tsunoda's expression suddenly turned serious. The village is planning to send people into the Land of Rain to respond to Hidden Sand Village's provocations. There might be a new war in the shinobi world. To ensure a smooth transition for the new Jinchuriki, Hidden Leaf Village had tolerated Hidden Sand Village's provocations in the Land of Rivers. The priority was Kushina's transformation into a Jinchuriki. But Hidden Leaf Village's restraint had made Hidden Sand Village believe that Hidden Leaf Village was backing down, and their provocations escalated. Now that Kushina, the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, had stabilized, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't allow Hidden Sand Village to push any further. Provocation? Fine, I'll respond. And while I'm at it, I'll suppress the growth of Hidden Rain Village. The third Hokage wouldn't spare Hidden Rain Village just because of a few words from Hanzo the Salamander. There was no sympathy or tolerance between villages, only interests. Responding to Hidden Sand Village and asserting Hidden Leaf Village's strength while suppressing Hidden Rain Village's growth was in Hidden Leaf Village's best interest. Whether or not Hidden Rain Village and the Land of Rain were innocent, no one cared. It probably won't escalate into a full-blown war anytime soon, Takashi said. For now, the provocation was just that, provocation. As long as the line wasn't crossed and there wasn't proper preparation, it wouldn't easily lead to a full-scale war between the two villages, just some small skirmishes. Takashi had no reason to worry about a war. War wasn't something that could just happen overnight, and even if it did, given his position and skills on paper, he'd likely be assigned to stay at the camp's medical unit, treating and caring for the wounded, rather than fighting on the front lines. Besides, for the pay he received, what sense was there in risking his life on the battlefield? He couldn't control what others did, but he definitely wasn't going to throw his life away for the third Hokage. Enough about me. You should be careful yourself. You always claim to be a medical ninja, but you're fiercer than anyone else. In the entire shinobi world, only Tsunoda could carry the title of medical ninja while being more ferocious on the battlefield than anyone else. The rest of the medical ninjas wouldn't dare play like that, even if they accompanied a team, they mostly just played a support role. Tsunoda, on the other hand, turned herself into the main force and relegated her teammates to support. Cough, cough. Got it. What's with that look? Do I seem that reckless to you? Seeing Takashi staring at her with a skeptical look, Tsunoda gritted her teeth, leaned forward until their foreheads touched, and said through clenched teeth, I could afford to be like that before, but not anymore. Grandma is gone, and I need to take on more responsibilities, especially when it comes to you. What about me? Takashi raised his hand, giving a teasing poke. What have you been eating lately? Feels like you've grown again. Bit late for that kind of growth, isn't it? Cut it out. Tsunoda forcefully pushed away Takashi's hands, giving him a little headbutt before saying, I, along with Nawaki, have special statuses. No one can do anything to us. Kushina is similar. She's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and in a few years, when she's matured, the village will have to think carefully before trying to control her. But you're different. Damn Hyuga main house. Just the thought of the caged bird seal on Takashi's forehead made Tsunoda want to curse. In the past, she would always be the first to charge into battle. But now, Tsunoda couldn't do that anymore. She had people behind her, Nawaki, Kushina, the Inoshikacho Alliance, and, most importantly, Takashi. Everyone else was relatively safe, but Takashi was vulnerable to targeted attacks. The caged bird seal was far too deadly. Only by growing strong herself, and building a solid foundation of support behind her, could Tsunoda make sure the Hyuga clan didn't dare to make any moves. Even if the third Hokage asked them to cooperate, they would have to remain neutral. Yes. Damn the Hyuga main house. Takashi burst out laughing. What's so funny? You can still laugh? Teasing Tsunoda until she was on the verge of blowing up, Takashi finally stopped laughing. How about a game? No thanks. I'm not in the mood. Tsunoda stood up, swatting Takashi's hand away from her chest. Alright, enough messing around. Just cooperate and get this thing removed. Takashi gestured for Tsunoda to take off his forehead protector. Most members of the branch house can't wait to wrap their foreheads up tight, but you want yours exposed? After receiving several more meaningful looks from Takashi, Tsunoda finally gave in, yanking off his forehead protector with a bit more force than necessary. She didn't want to see the caged bird seal. It was a nice hour. Protector off. Happy now? Just as Tsunade was about to toss the forehead protector aside, she froze. Was she seeing things? Rubbing her eyes, she looked again. No, it wasn't a mistake. There was nothing there. The seal on your forehead. That massive caged bird seal, where had it gone? Takashi wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her onto the table, and leaned in close, giving her a hint. Remember when we were studying in the hospital, and you asked me why I smelled strongly of paint? Did she? Tsunade tried to recall, her mind a bit muddled. Yes, that had happened. She had asked him directly, and Takashi had explained it away as getting paint on himself while painting at home. He even lifted his shirt to show her, and there was indeed paint. Tsunade hadn't thought much of it and believed him. So, the caged bird seal on your forehead was painted on? Tsunade felt her brain short-circuit. Wasn't the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal supposed to be an incredibly domineering curse mark? How could it just disappear like that? Yes, painted on. Impossible. Grandpa and second grandpa tried to break the caged bird seal when they established the village, and they failed without exception. Even the old man tried. How did you do it? Is it possible? Takashi pointed to his own eyes. That these eyes of mine didn't degrade, after all? Tsunade stared into Takashi's star-like blue eyes and fell silent. If they hadn't degraded, then that meant they'd evolved? Like the Uchiha's Sharingan? Chapter 47, The Third Kusagakure meets Hanzo the Salamander. Don't tell me that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can evolve just like the Sharingan. Why not? Takashi replied, I've gained some strange abilities, and because of them, the caged bird seal that bound me has disappeared. I can only say that my eyes have evolved. Damn it. The moment she heard that, Tsunade felt like hitting someone. She didn't care whether his eyes had regressed or evolved. The caged bird seal that had bound him was gone, and he hadn't told her sooner? She had been worried all along that the old man might join forces with the Hyuga main house to target Takashi. If she had known that his caged bird seal was gone, why would she have been so wary? Jerk, stop rubbing it. Hidden Leaf Village still hadn't given up on sending people into the Land of Rain to provoke Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village. The third Hokage and his advisors unanimously believed that it was a plan with multiple benefits. Even if there were some mishaps along the way, Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village would still fall for it. The information about the village's response to Hidden Sand Village has been leaked by Shimura Danzō. I wonder if it will affect the plan, Nara Shikashin voiced his concern. Even if it does, it's not our problem. Nowadays, the Inoshikacho trio is no longer aligned with them. Sigh. Okimeki Torafu sighed, suddenly finding the roast meat in his hand less appetizing. What do you think Lady Mido was thinking, putting someone like me, a plump guy, in an advisory position to the Hokage? Not only that, but she even entrusted the medical system to me, clearly not intending for me to step down anytime soon. You think you can step down? Nara Shikashin retorted in exasperation. Nowadays, with the Inoshikacho clans and several other families aligned with Lady Tsunade, do you really think you can step down? Why is it that I, this poor fat man, have such rotten luck? I just wanted to stay at home, study some good food, and maybe give my clan a little push from behind. Was that too much to ask? Has the new Jonin commander been decided? Since the village's founding, the position of Jonin commander had always been held by someone from the Nara clan, but now that position was gone. With Hokage's advisory role and control of the medical system in Okimeki Torafu's hands, the Elders' Council group would find ways to diminish the influence of the Inoshikacho trio. The most obvious move was to take away Nara Shikashin's position as Jonin commander, which held significant power. It's already decided, Saratobi Matsuda, Okimeki Torafu sighed. Nara Shikashin frowned slightly. Matsuda? If he's become the Jonin commander, I doubt any good will come of it. Who knows? Okimeki Torafu continued eating his roasted meat. He was nominated by Hamura, so it's probably the Hokage's idea. No, I just can't understand why Lady Mido won't let go of me. Where's your brain? Nara Shikashin gave him a look of disdain. Most likely, it was Danzō's actions that pushed Lady Mido to do this. She didn't want Tsunade and others to end up in an awkward position after she was gone, and only if you stepped up would Tsunade have more say in things. Forget it, let's drop it. Okimeki Torafu grew more depressed the more he thought about it. He nearly said they should just put Tsunade in his position directly. But on second thought, that would have been too overt, and they needed someone to stand out in the open who could compete with the third Hokage and his people. So, he, Okimeki Torafu, was pushed forward. The Inoshikacho trio had considerable influence, and many clans in the village were aligned with them. Okimeki Torafu had once been classmates, teammates, and fellow disciples of the second Hokage, Tobi Ramasenshu, alongside the third Hokage and his allies. Him standing out openly would bring a greater sense of deterrence. On the borders of the Land of Rain, Hanzo the Salamander, leader of Hidden Rain Village, stood in a cave carved into the side of a mountain, gazing out at the gloomy sky. A small black dot appeared on the horizon, growing larger as it approached. Kusagakure, you're late. Hanzo's tone carried displeasure as the other party hadn't arrived at the agreed time, making him wait for an extra 2 hours. Waiting 2 hours wasn't a big deal, but what irked Hanzo was that the third Kusagakure clearly didn't see him as an equal. Apologies, there were many matters to attend to in the village, the third Kusagakure said indifferently, stepping off the iron sand that had brought him to the cave. Do you really think I'll believe that? The third Kusagakure didn't care whether Hanzo believed him or not. Hanzo, don't forget that you're the one who approached me, seeking cooperation with Hidden Sand Village. I've already shared information with you. Isn't that enough to show Hidden Rain Village's sincerity? Hanzo tightened his grip on his scythe, his hand clenching around the handle. If it weren't for the fact that he was the one who had come seeking cooperation, he would have liked nothing more than to feed the third Kusagakure some salamander poison. Hidden Leaf Village wanted to respond to Hidden Sand Village's provocations by dragging Hidden Rain Village into the mess. Hanzo had no choice but to take the initiative and seek allies. Hidden Sand Village was his chosen target. One could say that Shimura Danzō's dealings with Hanzo, trading village intelligence, had already altered the course of Hidden Leaf Village's plans. Without the information leak, both Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village would have walked into Hidden Leaf Village's provocations when they sent people into the Land of Rain, dragging Hidden Rain Village into an unnecessary disaster. With the leak, it was clear that Hidden Leaf Village was determined to involve Hidden Rain Village, forcing Hanzo to seek a new way out. The third Kusagakure acted as though he couldn't see Hanzo's anger, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, staring into the distance. The sincerity of the demigod has indeed been noted, said Kusagakure. So, how does Hidden Rain Village wish to cooperate? If you intend to use this information to prevent Hidden Sand Village from entering the Land of Rain, you'd better forget it. So what if Hidden Rain Village had risen in power? Could they compare to the 5 great shinobi villages? How Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village chose to compete was their business, and Hanzo had no right to interfere. Damn it. Hanzo really wanted to swing his scythe and teach the third Kusagakure a lesson. The other party didn't seem to regard him as a demigod at all. The message was simple, either be Hidden Sand Village's dog and work together against Hidden Leaf Village, or just sit back and watch as Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village battled it out. As for whether Hidden Rain Village got caught in the crossfire, who cared? Clink clink clink. The chains on Hanzo's side rattled as he shook with rage. Kusagakure, don't push me too far. If I sought you out, I can just as easily turn to others, like Hidden Leaf Village. Whatever makes you happy. The third Kusagakure glanced at Hanzo. I hope that when Hidden Stones Village decides to step in, the demigod will still be able to say the same thing. Turn to Hidden Leaf Village? Go ahead and try. Chapter 48, Hidden Stones Village, they're definitely here to provoke me. Damn it, do they really think I, Hanzo the Salamander, am just made of mud? The black iron sand floated up, circling around the third Kusagakure. But the third Kusagakure had no intention of turning back. He never put Hanzo the Salamander on the same level as himself. Hidden Rain Village has no choice, nor do you. How things unfold is up to you. Cooperation? Why would Hidden Sand Village need to cooperate with you? As for siding with Hidden Leaf Village, that was even more impossible. That would only lead Hidden Stones Village to double down. In the end, there was only one outcome, Hidden Rain Village and the Land of Rain had no choice, and they couldn't escape either. Humphrey. I hope you won't regret this. Leaving those harsh words behind, Hanzo dashed into the curtain of rain, soon disappearing into the mountains. Faced with the third Kusagakure's threats and mockery, Hanzo showed no intention of backing down. He didn't want his village and country to suffer needless misfortune, but he also wouldn't bow to the 5 Kage. After all, once you bow your head, you can never lift it again. Such a result, for someone like Hanzo who aspired to be on equal footing with the 5 Kage, would be worse than death. Ignorance. What level does he think he's at, wanting to be the reigned Kage and equal to the 5 Kage? Does Hidden Rain Village have a choice? No. In the power struggle between Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Rain Village was nothing more than collateral damage. Hanzo had no real options, unless he could elevate himself from a demigod to a true god. Without such power, even obtaining some of Hidden Leaf Village's intelligence was meaningless. It would, at best, just add more chaos to the situation. Tsunade stayed at the camp for a few days before returning to the village. Just as she had said, the village sent a group of shinobi who boldly entered the Land of Rain. Hidden Leaf Village's entry into the Land of Rain was in response to Hidden Sand Village's provocations. Hidden Sand Village, seeking to provoke further, would not back down and promptly dispatched their own forces from the Land of Rivers to the Land of Rain. The situation in the Land of Rain shifted, and tensions began to rise. The Land of Rain bordered the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth. When Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village entered the Land of Rain, Hidden Stones Village, initially content to be a spectator, suddenly became uneasy. What were Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village planning to do by sending forces into the Land of Rain? Provocation shouldn't be done like this. If you really wanted a fight, head to the Land of Rivers. What are you doing bouncing into the Land of Rain? To Hidden Stones Village, the actions of Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village were clear provocations. If Hidden Leaf Village simply wanted to go against Hidden Sand Village, they could have just launched operations from the Land of Rivers. There was no need to make such a fuss in the Land of Rain. While Hidden Leaf Village's plans targeted Hidden Rain Village, Hidden Stones Village didn't see it that way. To them, Hidden Rain Village wasn't significant enough for Hidden Leaf Village to pay that much attention. They figured Hidden Leaf Village must have other motives. An important meeting was held in the Sushi Kage's office, and soon, Hidden Stones Village also sent a team of shinobi into the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain became filled with tension. Even the constant downpour couldn't extinguish the sense of gunpowder in the air. A chaotic situation filled with tension inevitably led to clashes, and clashes led to battles. The medical room beds, which had been empty for half a year, finally saw some use. If it weren't for the wounded being brought in from the Land of Rain, Takashi would have nearly forgotten that he was a medical ninja at the camp. Though the Land of Rain was in chaos, it hadn't affected the border camp. After all, the camp's main purpose was reconnaissance and acting as a buffer, not to push its personnel onto the battlefield. As long as they ensured no enemies from the Land of Rain invaded the Land of Fire, they had fulfilled their mission. When the conflict intensified or escalated into full-scale war, the village would send additional forces. At that point, the camp would become a logistics and resource hub for the war effort. However, Hidden Leaf Village wasn't planning on launching an invasion. If possible, the third Hokage would rather have more 5 Kage summits to promote peace and development throughout the shinobi world. After all, none of the other villages had Hidden Leaf Village's inherent advantages. In terms of development, only Hidden Clouds Village could stand a chance at competing. Hidden Leaf Village had strong resources, a large population, and the highest number of shinobi among the 5 great shinobi villages. Though Hidden Clouds Village was trying to catch up, it would take a long time, provided they had the funding to do so. Hidden Stones Village remained true to its approach of amassing troops. Lacking natural and economic advantages, they banked on a large-scale army and Earth-style battalions. Hidden Mist Village was still mired in internal strife, at least until the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, took over. It would be difficult for them to initiate any external warfare, at best causing some small disturbances. As for Hidden Sand Village, it occupied the most barren land in the shinobi world but harbored the greatest ambition. Perhaps because their land was so poor and their population so small, Hidden Sand Village constantly eyed the Land of Fire, dreaming of taking a bite out of it. The provocations in the Lands of Rivers and Rain were the best proof. Apart from ambition, the main reason lay in Hidden Sand Village's exhausted development potential. They had stagnated, unable to progress, and to climb higher, they needed more resources, people, and money. Without sufficient population, resources, and funding, development stagnated, and they had been going in circles for years. Meanwhile, Hidden Leaf Village, their neighbor, grew stronger each year. How could Hidden Sand Village stay calm? Hidden Leaf Village didn't mind peaceful development among the 5 great nations, but Hidden Sand Village did. They were unwilling, 100 times unwilling, to accept such a situation. Though minor conflicts continued, there was no large-scale fighting, and the situation seemed to stabilize. While the tension remained high, none of the 3 parties was willing to make the first move, fearing they'd get ganged up on. The Land of Rain remained relatively stable, which Takashi was quite pleased about. At least until his rotation was over and he returned to the village, he hoped the conflict wouldn't escalate. Once the conflict escalated or broke into localized warfare, any hope for rotation would vanish, and all camp personnel would have to stay put and continue their duties. As the year came to an end, Takashi and the other shinobi scheduled for rotation made their way back to the village. Everyone had smiles on their faces, eager to return home and spend a bustling new year with their families. Home at last. Looking at the rustic gates of Hidden Leaf Village, Takashi felt a strange sense of warmth. Guarding the border camp for a year had been truly exhausting. First stop, the hot springs. A soak in a hot bath, then some food, and then a good rest at home. Takashi didn't go looking for Tsunade. The end of the year, combined with the changes in the shinobi world situation, meant Tsunade was likely busy, probably in a meeting at the Hokage's office. He found a hot springs inn and chose a private hot spring. With his ticket, he headed to the changing room. Soaking in the steaming water, Takashi let out a long sigh of relief. There was nothing like being back in the village. At the border camp, even taking a hot bath was a hassle, and as for food, there hadn't been much variety to choose from. With his eyes closed, Takashi started feeling drowsy, thoroughly relaxed in the hot water. After the bath, Takashi's entire body felt at ease. He rubbed his stomach, deciding it was time for some barbecue to soothe his insides. After 2 days on the road, eating nothing but dried rations, he deserved it. He headed to the barbecue restaurant owned by the Akimaki clan, found an empty seat, and ordered a good amount of meat. Chapter 49, Kushina, please stop crying. He was determined to have a hearty meal and then head home to sleep. When it comes to food, the Akimaki clan knew their stuff. Their unique barbecue could easily rake in tons of cash, a lucrative business that many families envied. Unfortunately, other clans simply didn't have the Akimaki's knack for it. All they could do was watch with envy. Not bad, picking up a slice of barbecued meat, dipping it lightly in sauce, and popping it into his mouth, Takashi gave an approving nod. Fresh ingredients, top-notch sauces, and refreshing side dishes. With a setup like this, it was hard for the Akimaki not to make money. Hidden Leaf Village had no shortage of barbecue restaurants, but only the Akimaki-owned ones remained packed year-round, and theirs were also the priciest. As Takashi was about to enjoy another slice of grilled meat, a small figure suddenly darted toward him. How bold! Trying to snatch food mid-bite? He instinctively raised his hand to stop them, but then he caught sight of a head of fiery red hair. Kushina? Takashi dropped his hand and wrapped the little figure in his arms. Sniff. Takashi, Grandma Mito is gone. Kushina nestled into his embrace, her sobs muffled as she started to cry. What are you? Before Takashi could finish his sentence, the piece of grilled meat was snatched away by Tsunade, who ate it in one bite and raised an eyebrow at him. Tastes good. Hee hee, long time no see. Nawaki grinned, pulling up a small stool to sit nearby. There, no more crying. Holding Kushina close, Takashi helplessly began comforting her. You better comfort her properly, she's been going on about you for a whole year. Giving Takashi a look that seemed to say good luck, Tsunade sat beside Nawaki, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and placed more meat on the grill. After not seeing Takashi for an entire year, Kushina's tightly held emotions finally burst out. The little girl sobbed miserably, and the front of Takashi's freshly changed clothes was soon soaked. All he could do was continue comforting her, hoping she calmed down soon. Kushina, how did you know I was back? Since comforting wasn't quite working, Takashi decided to try changing the subject. Tsunade told me you'd arrive today, Kushina replied between sobs, her words broken up by her sorrow. Taking a bite of barbecued meat, Tsunade commented, came back but didn't even think to look for us, straight off to soak in the hot springs and head for barbecue. Don't even start. Takashi looked up at the ceiling in exasperation. Camp life is unbearable, just taking a bath is a hassle, let alone food. Old man Hokage is the worst. He's the one who sent you off to that border camp. Kushina's mood gradually stabilized as she redirected her focus, her little sniffs accompanied by complaints about the third Hokage. Thankfully, the barbecue place was bustling, and their tables were spaced out enough that Kushina's words weren't overheard. Otherwise, someone might have jumped up to scold them. Or even gone to report them to the police force. At this time, the third Hokage was regarded as a revered leader in the village, enjoying a high level of respect. Look at you, you've lost weight. You haven't been eating properly, have you? Look how delicious this barbecue is. Hey! Nawaki, don't eat so fast, you're going to finish it all. Takashi quickly brought Nawaki into the conversation to divert attention and focus Kushina's frustration elsewhere. Nawaki. As expected, Kushina, who had been sobbing just a moment ago, immediately got angry when she heard this. How could you try to eat all the meat by yourself? Tsunade, who was still feasting, immediately put down her chopsticks, while Nawaki, holding a piece of meat, looked bewildered. I only just started my second piece. The rest was eaten by my sister, not me. Kushina had always had a fiery personality, and it had only gotten more intense as she got older, much like Tsunade. This made Nawaki a little afraid of her. It wasn't me. I didn't do it, Nawaki hurried to explain, raising his hand as if to point at Tsunade, but when he saw her warning glare, he felt like he wanted to disappear. You all are just terrible, always bullying me. Alright, Nawaki was just hungry. Let's order some more meat. I'm hungry too, let's all eat to our heart's content. After calming Kushina down, Takashi winked at Nawaki, then called the waiter over to order a lot more dishes. With Takashi around, plus Tsunade's interruptions and Nawaki drawing the ire, Kushina quickly calmed down. Takashi even started sharing some of the funny stories from the camp. By the way, Nawaki, You're about to graduate, right? As they chatted, the conversation shifted to that topic. Yeah, once I pass the graduation exam, I won't be a student anymore. I'll be a real ninja. Nawaki put on a smug expression, almost getting up to strike a victory pose. Even after graduation, you'll still be a rookie. Tsunade mercilessly cut him down. Your sister graduated from the Ninja Academy when she was 6. How can I compare with you? Nawaki shouted. Takashi graduated when he was 10. Why don't you call him a rookie too? In truth, Nawaki wasn't a rookie, he was only one compared to Tsunade. Among the students about to graduate, Nawaki was one of the top performers in every subject except the academic ones. Takashi chuckled as he watched the siblings bicker. A smile also appeared on Kushina's face, though it held a hint of schadenfreude. Takashi. While Tsunade was lecturing Nawaki, Kushina leaned close to Takashi and whispered, "Can I invite some friends to your place tomorrow? I want to treat them to barbecue." "Of course. I promise our little princess won't be disappointed." Hee, Takashi, you're the best. By the way, who are you inviting? Kushina counted on her fingers. Mikoto-ne, the little blonde guy, oh, and Mayo. PFFT. Takashi, who had been sipping tea, spat it out. That little blonde guy. Is it who I think it is? Is the little blonde guy Minato no Mikaze? Yeah. Kushina smiled, her eyes curving with joy. He's the only one in class who wants to be friends with me. Oh, and Mayo too, but Mayo is a little too quiet. You once said the little blonde guy always catches the girls' attention, so I think calling him that suits him. When he was younger, Minato no Mikaze was a cheerful boy with a sunny smile and good looks, plus he excelled in all subjects. Because of this, he attracted a lot of attention from the girls in class. Oh boy. I just meant it as a description, not for you to call him that. But since the term little blonde guy doesn't have the same teasing undertone in the world of shinobi, and Minato already had blonde hair, he eventually just resigned himself to the nickname after Kushina had called him that long enough. Takashi, when Mayo comes over, please don't be mad at her, okay? She's really shy. Kushina looked up at Takashi, her eyes wide with hope. Chapter 50, The Joy of Being Spoiled by a Little Rich Girl, Who Can Relate? Takashi chuckled, of course not. Your friends are my friends. Why would I be mad at them? By the way, why are you worried that I'd be upset with this Mayo? Takashi was genuinely puzzled. He didn't know any child named Mayo, let alone a little girl. You'll find out tomorrow. Kushina tried to keep things under wraps. Smiling, Takashi gently ruffled her head of red hair, putting a few pieces of meat on her plate. Eat up. It's the perfect time to grow, eating more meat will help you get taller. After they finished their meal, Takashi paid the bill, and the four left together. However, when they reached his house, Takashi was stunned. Where's my house? The location was correct, but the house wasn't there. Did he go to the wrong place? Hee. Kushina, clinging to his back, turned her head and giggled. Takashi, I'm impressive, right? After you left for the border camp, I had the house torn down and rebuilt. Now it's a 3-story building with lots of rooms. I plan to live here from now on. Why didn't you tell me about this? Takashi turned to Tsunade with a questioning look. She opened the door, stepping into the courtyard with a hint of jealousy as she muttered, this little girl wouldn't let me say anything. She wanted to surprise you. And to think, I've always looked after her, but she wouldn't even lend me 200,000 ryo. But she turns around and spends it all on building you a house. Here I am, Tsunade, just like an outsider. Nawaki seemed hesitant, wanting to say something but holding it in. But Kushina wasn't one to hold back. She blurted out, of course I wouldn't lend it. With her nose scrunched, she looked up seriously. Grandma Mido told me not to lend you money, or even give you any, because it would never come back. Tsunade. Ungrateful brat. Ha ha ha. Takashi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tsunade looked like she wanted to kick him. How could he laugh at this? To be honest, being spoiled by a little rich girl felt good. The only question was, does this make me a freeloader? Then again, it's more like she forced it on me. Stepping inside, Takashi took a look around. No doubt about it, top-notch furnishings. The house must have cost a fortune, no wonder Tsunade felt a twinge of jealousy. Anyone would. After surveying the environment and layout, Takashi asked, have you all been staying here recently? Tsunade, slumped on the couch with a look of resignation, waved her hand. Kushina didn't want to go back, and Nawaki said that staying home always reminded him of grandma. Besides, the ancestral home hasn't been maintained in ages. Once this house was finished, we all just moved in. After Mido passed, the Senju ancestral home lost its warmth. Neither Kushina nor Nawaki wanted to return, and even Tsunade didn't feel like going back. afraid it would bring painful memories. With the two youngsters often crying and mourning, Tsunade felt the need to stay strong, though no amount of resilience could fully stave off the sadness. Eventually, she moved in with them. "This is wonderful, Kushina." "Thank you, I love it." Takashi pinched her cheek. "If you're tired, go ahead and rest. I'll make something tasty for you later." Kushina, who had been yawning since they left the barbecue restaurant, was now on the verge of dozing off on his back. Meanwhile, Nawaki's eyes darted around, planning to sneak out, but as soon as he reached the door, he noticed his sister standing there, arms crossed, staring at him expressionlessly. Dejected, Nawaki turned and trudged upstairs. Why should he go to bed just because Kushina was tired? That's not fair. But with Tsunade's imposing presence, he didn't dare argue and reluctantly went to his room. Did he do something wrong? Takashi wondered aloud. Tsunade wasn't usually this strict with Nawaki. In fact, she was often lenient. Not letting him go out meant he must have done something serious to upset her. It's all of that pervert Jiraiya's fault. Tsunade gritted her teeth. That idiot came back and immediately took Nawaki out and about. Just over 10 days ago, they even snuck into the women's bathhouse, fell off the roof, and nearly scared the life out of several ladies in the bath. The incident even reached the Hokage's office. Tell me, wouldn't you be mad? Takashi was stunned. Seriously? That intense? Since Jiraiya returned to the village, Nawaki had definitely been picking up bad habits. No wonder Tsunade was strict about him staying home. Who would dare let him out with that kind of behavior? He's only 9, for crying out loud. Having a troublemaking brother put Tsunade in a tough spot as both an angry and helpless older sister. The old man asked me about Nawaki's future recently, but I haven't replied. Not every child who graduates from the ninja academy gets assigned to a ninja team and grows through missions under a teacher's guidance. It depends on the individual. For Nawaki, Tsunade could easily find a private mentor for him. Originally, she'd considered Orochimaru. With one word, he wouldn't have refused her request. But after discussing it with Takashi, and factoring in Jiraiya, well, even before Jiraiya officially became Nawaki's teacher, they were already stirring up trouble. Tsunade's blood pressure was through the roof, tempted to smack the both of them. Do you really trust Jiraiya? If Tsunade were choosing, she'd pick Orochimaru over Jiraiya without hesitation. Well, thinking about Jiraiya's antics, Takashi couldn't help but laugh. Jiraiya's pretty perverted, and he does things that drive people nuts, but as a teacher, I believe in his ability to guide students. His personality is also a good match for Nawaki's. With Jiraiya, there's a chance Nawaki could gain the favor of Mount Myabaku. Naruto was like a toned-down version of Nawaki, and even he earned the respect of Mount Myabaku. There was no reason Nawaki couldn't. Learning some sage arts would certainly boost his abilities. Let me think about it. I'll think it over. The more Tsunade thought about it, the more torn she felt. Though she hated to admit it, Jiraiya had grown steadily over the years, constantly reaching new heights. Damn it. Why couldn't that pervert just behave? It's fine to be perverted, but why take a kid along for the ride? Growing increasingly frustrated, Tsunade rubbed her temples, letting out a heavy sigh. By the way, do you want to sign a summoning contract with the slugs? I brought the scroll. A summoning beast wouldn't be of much help to me, and I don't want to become a full-time medical ninja. Takashi shook his head. He had never planned on signing a summoning contract. If he could get it for free, maybe he'd give it a shot. But who knows how hard it would be to learn senjutsu from the Shikatsu forest, or how dangerous it might be. Haven't you learned senjutsu from the slug sage? Tsunade suddenly looked a bit embarrassed. The slug sage said I didn't have enough talent. I could learn it, but it would be really dangerous, so I gave up. Not talented enough? Really? Or are you just making excuses? Chapter 51, Little Tsunade, he has quite the talent. Under Takashi's questioning gaze, Tsunade's face flushed. Stop staring at me like that. Slug Sage said I have no talent. Well then. The truth was out. With Tsunade's personality, she'd never give up on something just because she's untalented, so it must be that she genuinely has zero aptitude in this field. No wonder she seems so embarrassed whenever this topic comes up. It's not that she doesn't want to learn, it's that she really can't. This skill demands extreme talent and carries a high level of danger. A single mistake, and you could be dead. Who knows how different the training methods for senjutsu in the Shikatsu forest are compared to those in Mount Myabaku. Boom. Tsunade quickly formed a series of hand signs and slammed her palm on the floor, summoning a palm-sized slug that appeared on the ground. Tsunade, is there something you need? A clear, feminine voice echoed through the living room. Unlike the toads of Mount Myabaku or the snakes of Ruchi Cave, the Shikatsu forest has only one slug, the slug sage. The small slug summoned was a split-off of the slug sage, essentially a separate entity formed from its body. The size of the summoned slug depends on the chakra used. The more chakra, the larger the slug. Without seeing its appearance, just from its voice, one could easily mistake the slug sage for a stunning beauty. Unfortunately, it's just a slug, a massive slug. Annoyed, Tsunade glared at Takashi. I want him to sign a summoning contract with the slug sage. I hope the slug sage can check if this guy has the talent to learn the senjutsu of the Shikatsu forest. Didn't you say you didn't want to sign a summoning contract? Well, I'm making you sign it. And while we're at it, let's see if you have what it takes to learn senjutsu from the Shikatsu forest. Once the test is done, if you don't have the talent, I'll laugh at you for a whole year. Could he refuse? With his Tenseigan, Takashi wasn't particularly eager to learn senjutsu. After all, it's highly dangerous. One wrong move, and you'd have no idea how you even died. Why take the risk? No way, he had to sign the contract, and he had to get tested. Tsunade's temper flared up. She wouldn't let Takashi use this to mock her. No getting out of this. Takashi shook his head helplessly, raised his hand to bite his finger, and pressed his handprint onto the summoning scroll. Speaking of which, this scroll was actually left by Senju Hashirama. But his wood style was so overpowered that the giant slug never really had a chance to shine. Compared to Hashirama's insane regenerative abilities, the slug sage's healing powers were slower by far. Please wait a moment, Lord Takashi. After the contract was signed, the summoned slug returned to the Shikatsu forest and then reverse summoned both Takashi and Tsunade to the Shikatsu forest. Shikatsu forest isn't exactly what one would call a sacred place, or at least, it doesn't look like one. The area was full of bare rocks and trees stripped down to bare branches. Slugs covered the landscape, countless slugs. Anyone with a fear of densely packed objects would probably be scared to death at this sight. At the heart of Shikatsu forest stood an enormous slug, towering over the surroundings. This was the slug sage, and all the other slugs within Shikatsu forest were its split-off entities. So big. Takashi stood on the slimy ground, looking up at the slug sage, which was larger than a mountain, and gestured with his hand. He figured that the slug sage's body was definitely larger than the Nightingale's. Hello, little Tsunade. The slug sage moved its enormous body and lowered its head to greet Tsunade. Hello, slug sage. Tsunade replied with a smile, but Takashi felt that Tsunade seemed a bit guilty. Had she wronged the slug sage in some way? Hello, I am the slug sage, the massive creature greeted, examining Takashi. The slug sage lowered its head and examined Takashi. Your chakra feels unusual. I remember something similar appearing a long time ago. How long has it been? Back when Kaguya Otsutsuki planted the god tree, the three sages of the three great lands, Slug Sage, White Snake Sage, and Great Toad Sage, already existed. The Great Toad Sage even helped the Sage of Six Paths, encouraging him to resist his mother. In the saga of the Sage Brothers and Kaguya, this twisted family drama, the three sages also played a role, though only the Great Toad Sage showed up directly. Slug Sage, we're not here to share stories. I brought him here to see if he can learn the senjutsu of Shikatsu Forest, Tsunade interjected, breaking the sage out of its reverie. My apologies, little Tsunade. I got distracted, the slug sage replied. Since he has signed the summoning contract, I shall conduct the test. Child, are you ready? The massive head of the slug sage loomed above them. Tsunade quickly moved a good distance away, folding her arms beneath her chest, her face showing an expression of great anticipation. So, you laughed at me for having no talent, huh? You're about to see what real hardship is. Slug sage, how should I? Whoa. Takashi began, but before he could finish, the sage lunged forward, swallowing him whole. Feeling the sticky liquid envelop him, Takashi was left completely stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Ha ha ha. Seeing Takashi scared half to death before being swallowed by the slug sage, Tsunade burst into laughter, clutching her stomach as tears filled her eyes. Finally, someone else got a taste of the despair she had once felt. She would never forget the feeling of being swallowed whole by the slug sage, covered in that slimy, viscous mucus. It was an unforgettable experience. Just thinking about it made her shiver. But now it was Takashi's turn. Wait, is this really how you learn senjutsu in the Shikatsu forest? Unable to move even a finger, encased in goo, Takashi was thoroughly bewildered. This was horrible. Before long, a sudden force surged from beneath him, and Takashi felt like a rocket blasting off, flying straight out of the slug sage's mouth and landing hard on the ground. Luckily, a group of small slugs cushioned his fall. Otherwise, falling from such a height would have been seriously painful. At this moment, Takashi was covered in slime, as if he had just been pulled from a vat of thick soup. Worst of all, the slime carried an odd smell. Ugh! Takashi retched on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Tsunade sat on the ground, laughing uncontrollably, not even caring if her clothes got dirty. She pounded the ground as tears of laughter rolled down her cheeks. This look on Takashi was just priceless. It's just a test. Was all that really necessary? What's so funny? Takashi shouted angrily. Tsunade only laughed harder, her laughter filled with schadenfreude. Ahem. Little Tsunade, he has quite the talent, the slug sage said, seemingly unaware of why Tsunade was laughing. There was nothing amusing about the situation to the slug sage. After all, as a slug, it didn't quite grasp the human sense of humor. Chapter 52, Tsunade, turns out I'm the clown, ha ha ha. Wait, he has talent? 1 second, Tsunade was laughing loudly. The next, her laughter abruptly stopped. Her eyes widened as she pressed further. Slug sage, are you sure he really has talent? Yes, his aptitude is quite good, not inferior to that of young Hashirama. If he puts in the effort, he will definitely be able to master the senjutsu of the Shikatsu forest. The slug sage confirmed, even bringing Senju Hashirama into the comparison. Takashi's talent for learning senjutsu was comparable to her grandfather's, Senju Hashirama. Did this mean the clown here was actually her? After realizing she was the one who'd been the fool, Tsunade was no longer in a laughing mood. She knew better than anyone who her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, was. The title god of shinobi wasn't just for show, it was universally acknowledged across the ninja world. If Takashi's aptitude for learning senjutsu could be compared to Hashirama's, it meant he was very likely capable of mastering it. What should I do now? Tsunade thought, filled with regret. Her current feelings were complicated, afraid that Takashi wouldn't succeed, but also afraid that his talent was too exceptional, making her look foolish in comparison. After all, talent like this was certified by the slug sage. Wait, I want to know, how exactly does one learn the senjutsu of the Shikatsu forest? If it were anyone else hearing the slug sage's assessment, they'd probably be ecstatic. Takashi, however, remained calm. He wanted to know the exact steps of the process. If learning senjutsu meant getting swallowed by the slug sage again, he wasn't interested. That disgusting experience was not something he wanted to relive. The slug sage, being just a slug, had no concept of human humor or what might be considered gross. For the slugs, being covered in mucus was the ideal state. If they ever dried out, it would mean injury. Unfortunately, what slugs love, humans certainly don't. Being swallowed by a massive slug and covered in sticky mucus was far from enjoyable. The slug sage, oblivious to what Takashi was worried about, replied earnestly, "It is quite simple. You sit cross-legged on the ground, and during the process, small slugs will lie on you to help you absorb natural energy. These little slugs not only assist in absorbing the energy but also prevent the natural energy from overwhelming you. Learning senjutsu requires absorbing natural energy and then blending it with your own physical and spiritual energies to reach a balance. Finding this balance is extremely difficult, and most who fail to master senjutsu fail at this step. Ironically, the initial step of absorbing natural energy wasn't as demanding. The small slugs, however, help newcomers absorb natural energy, absorbing any excess to prevent an imbalance from causing a destructive surge. If natural energy ran out of control, the result was turning into a stone statue. Whether it was the Shikatsu forest, Mount Myabaku, or Richi Cave, the consequences of failing to learn senjutsu were the same. You became a stone statue. There were plenty of statues at Mount Myabaku to prove that point. So it's similar to the toad oil at Mount Myabaku? Yes, but unlike the toad oil, which damages the body, the small slugs are careful. They help you, and they will absorb the natural energy for you if needed, the slug sage continued. Upon hearing this, Takashi let out a sigh of relief. If it just involved a bunch of small slugs lying on him, he could accept it. If it had required getting swallowed by the slug sage again, he'd be out. Once was more than enough to experience that awfulness. After arranging a time to begin the training, Takashi and Tsunade were sent back to Hidden Leaf Village. Damn it. The moment he landed on the floor, Takashi almost slipped, nearly falling flat. His whole body was still wet with mucus, making him feel utterly miserable. Slugs love this stuff, but humans couldn't stand it, unless you were some kind of weirdo. Without even pausing to grab a change of clothes, Takashi rushed straight into the bathroom, desperate to scrub himself clean as quickly as possible. Wait, is my talent really that bad? Tsunade slumped onto the sofa, lost in thought, still grappling with an existential crisis. After spending a year stationed at the border, Takashi needed some time to rest now that he was back in the village. His duties at the hospital were on hold, and the plan was to start senjutsu training after the new year. Takashi, wake up. Early in the morning, Kushina burst into his room, standing by the bed and calling out softly. Good thing he hadn't ended up sleeping with Tsunade last night. Kushina walking in would have caused some real chaos. A disheartened Tsunade had decided she needed some time alone to clear her head. Kushina, you're up this early. Takashi rubbed her head gently. It's not that early. Kushina glanced at the window, then grabbed his wrist with both her little hands, trying to pull him up. Takashi, hurry up. We need to go to the market to buy supplies. After that, we need to marinate the meat, it takes a long time. After throwing on some warm clothes, he took Kushina's small hand, and they stepped out into the chilly air. Takashi yawned into the cold wind. Really, on a cold winter morning, nothing could be better than sleeping in, bundled up in a warm blanket. Unfortunately, he'd promised Kushina to prepare a barbecue for her friends, so they had to get up early to get ready. Kushina, here for groceries again? Kushina. It was funny, because of her frequent trips to the market, Kushina had become well acquainted with the vendors there. Seeing her arrive, the eyes of the vegetable and meat sellers lit up. Kushina was quite the little rich girl. Every time she shopped, she bought a lot. The vendors loved doing business with someone like her. She was cute, polite, sweet-talking, and most importantly, rich. And she didn't haggle over prices. Stop, stop. Are you trying to move the entire market back home? Just because we have a fridge doesn't mean you can go crazy like this. Kushina's shopping spree left Takashi sweating. She had such a carefree heart, a few sweet words from the vendors, and she was ready to buy up half the market. Everyone's just so enthusiastic, Kushina said sheepishly. Takashi flicked her forehead lightly, scolding her, they just want you to buy everything they've got. Stick with me, and don't say anything. Okay. Rubbing her forehead, Kushina pouted, her lips sticking out so far that you could almost hang a kettle from them, her face full of grievance. Still, the little girl was obedient. She quietly followed Takashi around, not speaking, playing the role of a well-behaved sidekick. After finishing their shopping, they headed to the ramen shop for breakfast. As for Nawaki and Tsunade, unless something important came up, those two siblings would probably be sleeping in for a long time. Ah, it smells amazing. Whenever she was with Takashi, there was never a lack of smiles on Kushina's face. The little girl was enjoying her meal happily. Once she was full, she held Takashi's hand, skipping all the way back home. Watching her bounce along like a little rabbit, Takashi suddenly felt as though he were raising a daughter. She needed all kinds of guidance, lots of coaxing, and constant companionship. Back at home, Takashi gave Kushina her mission for the morning, to get Tsunade and Nawaki up and working. Chapter 53, Hyuga who looks 90% like Hinata? Ah. Why? I wanted to sleep a little longer. Soon enough, a wail echoed from Nawaki's room, and Takashi, busy washing and cutting meat, chuckled. With a little sister like Kushina, Nawaki's frustration was inevitable. He couldn't bear to hit her, nor could he scold her, and most importantly, there was no guarantee he could even win a fight against her. Despite being a few years older than Kushina, Nawaki's chances in a real tussle were still uncertain. Never underestimate Kushina just because of her age. Under the guidance of Takashi and Tsunade, the power of the little red hot-blooded habanero was definitely beyond what her original counterpart was capable of at this age. Why doesn't my sister have to work? Nawaki sat on a small stool, looking dejected as he slowly skewered the meat on bamboo sticks. Now that was a real soul-searching question. Takashi smiled and asked, are you sure you want to know why your sister doesn't have to work? What could be wrong with that? Nawaki paused for a moment, then nodded without thinking. Takashi promptly turned towards the staircase and shouted, Tsunade, Nawaki says you should come downstairs and help out. Are you serious? Is it not enough that my sister already hits me hard enough? Nawaki was stunned, left clutching a piece of meat in one hand and a bamboo skewer in the other, utterly confused. No, wait. Bro, I'm calling you brother here, don't shout again. My sister will kill me. She's been in a bad mood since last night, let her sleep a little longer, I'll do all her work. Driven by survival instincts, Nawaki leapt up and pleaded with Takashi to stop yelling. If Tsunade were woken up, the unlucky one would undoubtedly be him. How could you be so mean? You called my sister down to work, and even used my name. You said it, not me. I'm not forcing you. No, I mean it, this is all on me, nothing to do with you. Nawaki forced out an awkward smile. Takashi was laughing inside. You think you can slack off? Let's see if I let you get away with it. With the fear of being beaten by his sister looming, Nawaki had no choice but to buckle down and finish the rest of the work. Once everything was nearly ready, Kushina returned with her friends. Takashi, I'm back. Kushina burst happily into the living room, followed by three others. First was Mikoto Uchiha, the white moonlight in Nawaki's heart. Next was a blonde-haired Minato Namikaze, a shy but sunny boy. And third, Wait, who brought Hinata Hyuga to my house? Seeing the girl's appearance, Takashi was shocked. And he understood why Kushina had warned him not to be mad at this friend. Because she, like him, was from the Hyuga clan, and the girl, who looked 90% like Hinata, was actually from the main family. She resembled Hinata so much and was also a member of the main branch. Could it be that this girl would grow up to be the future clan leader's wife, or perhaps Hinata's mother? Hello, senior, I am Mikoto Uchiha. Of the three, the blonde-haired boy gave an embarrassed smile, scratching his head repeatedly, while Hyuga looked at Takashi with a complicated gaze. It was Mikoto Uchiha, the little prodigy of her clan, who introduced herself gracefully. Hello, I'm Hyuga Takashi, a friend of Kushina's, basically her older brother. Welcome to our home, Takashi said, smiling as he invited them to sit down, while Kushina happily ran off to fetch some drinks. Once they were seated, Takashi observed Hyuga, whose forehead bore no caged bird seal. She looked so much like Hinata. It was uncanny. But what was the Hyuga clan thinking, allowing someone from the main family to befriend Kushina like this, not just at school, but even visiting her home? The third Hokage and his advisors weren't usually this lenient. Oh hey there. Tsunade, having just woken up, yawned as she greeted the guests. She gave Takashi a look, making a circular gesture with her hand. Takashi suddenly understood. The Elders' Council group were difficult to deal with, and were particularly adamant that Kushina shouldn't have private contact with people deemed sensitive, like those from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. But with Danzō Shimura still in an Anbu prison cell, and Akimaki Torafu forced to step up as Hokage's advisor, things had shifted. Torafu, representing the Inoshikacho and some of the neutral shinobi clans, was aligned with Tsunade. With Torafu brokering peace in the middle, and no Danzō Shimura to stir up trouble, the third Hokage, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Midokado weren't in any position to target Kushina. Without Danzō to charge in headfirst and take the blame, the third Hokage and others simply couldn't bring these matters to the surface. So, Kushina had more freedom than ever before. Apart from not being allowed to leave the village, there were no other restrictions, even regarding making friends. Since the Hokage's office had no objections, the Hyuga clan certainly wouldn't interfere. They were even eager for Hyuga to get closer to Kushina, given Tsunade had her back. The Hyuga clan desperately needed a powerful ally to stand with them. You're from the main family branch, right? Mikoto Uchiha was poised and graceful, unfazed by the surroundings. The blonde-haired boy wasn't particularly shy either and quickly started chatting with Nawaki. Only Hyuga sat quietly on the couch, looking restrained. So Takashi decided to talk to her first. Yes, senior. Hyuga stood up quickly, showing none of the arrogance or prejudice typical of a Hyuga from the main family. Of course, with Tsunade present, even someone from the Hyuga main branch couldn't act arrogant. No need to be nervous. I told Kushina that her friends are my friends as well. Besides, we are from the same clan, so just think of it as visiting a friend's house. Relax. Hyuga nodded shyly, her pale skin gradually turning red. It might be a bloodline trait, but Hyuga clan members tended to have fairer skin than most. When they were emotionally stirred or embarrassed, blushing was quite noticeable. TSK, not only does she look so much like Hinata, but even her personality is so similar, blushing at the slightest thing. Nawaki, come help out. After greeting everyone, Takashi called for Nawaki. Senior, let me help too. Compared to the reluctant Nawaki, the blonde-haired boy had a strong sense of propriety. Without Takashi even needing to ask, Minato offered to help. With Minato Namikaze already helping, Nawaki had no choice but to follow along obediently. Seeing the two, one tall and one short, one with a bright smile and the other looking miserable, Takashi couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder this little blonde-haired kid became the fourth Hokage. It's true what they say, those who smile often are blessed with good fortune. But Nawaki, you really need to watch yourself. You lost your life to a single explosive tag, such a small thing, yet it cost you everything. Chapter 54, You don't want Mikoto Uchiha to find out, do you? With Nawaki and Minato Namikaze helping out, the barbecue grill was quickly set up. Takashi lit the firewood, then poured a good amount of charcoal on top. Once the coals were burning, he placed the marinated meat onto the grill. Soon enough, the aroma of the marinated meat started wafting through the air, enticing everyone. Standing in the yard, both Nawaki and Minato were already salivating. Smells amazing, the blonde-haired boy praised earnestly. He even looked up and gave Takashi a big, bright smile. Takashi nodded in acknowledgement, then playfully knocked Nawaki on the head. Ow, what was that for? Nawaki clutched his head, loudly questioning why Takashi had hit him. Look at Minato, then look at yourself. No wonder your sister scolds you all the time. If you keep this up, you'll only have dirty thoughts left in that brain of yours. Dirty thoughts? What does that mean? Minato was confused, not catching the drift. Nawaki's face flushed red, and he jumped up immediately. No, don't say it. I'll call you Big Brother, okay? Just don't say it. With Kushina's friends visiting today, if people found out that Nawaki liked dirty stuff, it would be beyond embarrassing. Minato Namikaze and Hugamayo wouldn't be a big deal, he wasn't too concerned about them. But Mikoto Uchiha was different. She was his first crush and a classmate to boot. Glad you understand the embarrassment. If you know it's humiliating, then stop doing it. Once you're older, do whatever you want, nobody will care. Takashi had Nawaki figured out. He was the kind who would admit his mistakes after getting punished but would go right back to the same behavior afterward. The only way to deal with a kid like Nawaki was to use special means. Takashi leaned over and whispered, "You don't want Mikoto Uchiha to find out about your dirty stuff, do you? Are you a devil?" Nawaki's eyes widened in horror. What are you two even talking about? It seemed so deep and mysterious, yet Minato couldn't quite understand. With a bewildered expression, Minato scratched his head, his big eyes darting between Takashi and Nawaki. He wanted to join the conversation, but had no idea what they were discussing. It all sounded so cryptic. Alright, I get it. I won't do those things anymore, okay? Nawaki, his face flushed, promised through gritted teeth. See? Finally got through to you. Don't just stand there. Go bring out the vegetables and the pickles from the cabinet. Okay. Shoulders slumped, Nawaki trudged back into the house, feeling like Takashi had his lifeline in a tight grip. As much as he liked certain things, he feared social death even more. If his antics with Jiraiya ever got out to the rest of the class, he might as well stop showing his face. Takashi, can we eat now? The tantalizing smell of barbecue filled the air as Kushina ran out, pulling Mikoto Uchiha and Hugamayo along with her. Takashi smiled and said, just about. But you'll need to bring out the chairs and tables first, we'll be ready to eat soon. On it. As the seasoning hit the skewers, Kushina couldn't contain her excitement and dashed inside. This is so good. Mayo, this one is great too. Eat more. Mikoto, here, Takashi said, eating this will make your skin even fairer. And you, little blondie, eat up too. Can you stop calling me little blondie? Holding a skewer in one hand and a glass of juice in the other, Minato Namikaze smiled awkwardly. He didn't really like being called little blondie, but Kushina seemed to enjoy it. Eventually, he just let her be. Besides the skewers, there were large cuts of roasted meat, as well as grilled fish. Takashi sat next to Minato, smiling as he asked, Kushina must cause quite a bit of trouble at school, doesn't she? It's not that bad. Minato's smile was a bit forced. Because in his mind, he could already see the image of the red-hot-blooded habanero beating up her classmates. Kid, you really know how to lie with a straight face. Takashi laughed and patted Minato on the shoulder. Using delicious barbecue to entertain her friends, Kushina fluttered around like a joyful butterfly, running back and forth and chatting non-stop with her three companions. That kid actually managed to stay quiet for once. Seeing Kushina so happy made Tsunade, her sister figure, happy as well. She carried a bottle of sake and sat beside Takashi, glancing at Nawaki, who was quietly eating his skewers. Given her understanding of her little brother, Nawaki shouldn't be this quiet in such a lively setting. Takashi stifled a laugh and leaned close to Tsunade's ear, whispering, I told him earlier that if he kept messing around with Jiraiya, I'd let Mikoto Uchiha know what he's been up to. That's it. Tsunade looked over at Mikoto Uchiha, who was chatting away with Kushina, and suddenly felt a headache coming on. She was happy that her brother had someone he liked, but it being someone from the Uchiha clan, that was a bit of a problem. After all, there was too much bloodshed between the Senju and Uchiha in the past. Do you think he has a chance? Not really. It's just a simple crush. Takashi shook his head. That kid's got it rough then, Tsunade said, her voice tinged with schadenfreude. Is someone talking about me? Nawaki, who was taking a big bite out of his skewer, suddenly looked up, feeling his ears burning. Is it my sister? Instinctively, Nawaki looked over to Tsunade, only to see her whispering with Takashi, not looking like they were talking about him. Was it just my imagination? Nawaki shook his head, deciding he was wrong. After all, Tsunade was his sister, she wouldn't talk about him behind his back. Once the large chunks of roasted meat were done, Takashi carried them back into the living room along with Tsunade. The backyard was left to the kids. With plenty of meat, vegetables, fruits, and drinks, they could enjoy themselves as much as they wanted. And as expected, with Takashi and Tsunade gone, the atmosphere in the yard became much livelier. Have you decided about his teacher? Might as well be Jiraiya. Though not entirely happy about it, Tsunade had still chosen Jiraiya. Haha, don't worry. Besides being a pervert, Jiraiya doesn't really have any other flaws. And honestly, Nawaki is almost turning into a mini Jiraiya himself. It might not be a bad thing for them to stick together. Can you hear yourself? What do you mean? Nawaki is already turning into Jiraiya. The more Tsunade listened, the more it didn't sit right with her. She rolled her eyes at Takashi, grabbed her sake bottle, and took 2 big gulps before stretching lazily. Not having to work, lying around at home, with good food and drink, this is the life. Is there still hope for you? Takashi had pretty much given up on Tsunade. Getting her to change her habits would be harder than moving a mountain. Whatever, let her be. Takashi had pushed for Jiraiya to be Nawaki's teacher not because he had anything against Orochimaru. Actually, Orochimaru had been good to Nawaki and would have made an excellent teacher. But Takashi wanted Nawaki to avoid the fate of being blown up by an explosive tag. Throwing Nawaki to Jiraiya might just let him and little Blondie become fellow disciples. After eating and drinking their fill, Tsunade headed back to her room for an afternoon nap. Chapter 55, Orochimaru's full purse. Buying 3 puppets with a wave of his hand. Kushina was out shopping with her 2 friends, leaving Nawaki bored and without plans. He decided to hang out with Minato Namikaze. The 2 sat on the ground, whispering for a while before they sneaked away together. Watching the 2 boys scurrying off like thieves, Takashi could only hope that Nawaki wasn't taking the blonde kid anywhere strange or buying any weird books. No money on Nawaki? Oh, well then, nothing to worry about. After all, Minato was also broke, and he wasn't Nawaki. There was no way he'd spend his pocket money on erotic novels. So, with that settled, Takashi let them be. Not long after the group of troublemakers dispersed, a special guest arrived at the house. Takashi-kun, long time no see. Seeing Orochimaru with a smile on his face, Takashi stepped aside to let him in. It's been a while since I've seen you. I thought maybe you'd changed your mind. Do you think I would? Just thinking about the prospect of dismantling the puppets for research made Orochimaru's heart race with excitement. He wasn't about to miss out on such a fascinating study. The reason he hadn't appeared for so long was simply because he had been working hard to make money. Now that his wallet was full, Orochimaru naturally had to pay a visit. He pulled out a scroll and placed it on the table, his smile vanishing as he spoke seriously. Takashi, 10 million ryo. I need 3 puppets. Classic Orochimaru. Hearing the price, Takashi almost wanted to give Orochimaru a thumbs up. What generosity. But he still shook his head. No. I can only give you 2. 3, Orochimaru insisted. Earning money was no easy task, and he didn't want to suffer any losses. Besides, he'd already waived a considerable debt for Takashi. Paying 10 million for just 2 puppets was daylight robbery. If the puppets weren't so fascinating to him, Orochimaru would never be willing to spend that much. 2, Takashi reiterated. 3. 2. The 2 haggled back and forth until Orochimaru showed no signs of budging. Takashi eventually nodded in agreement. Alright, 3 then. But let me make it clear, whether you're researching or just playing around, if you break them, don't come running to me. No returns allowed. If I break them, I'll just buy more, Orochimaru replied dismissively. He had figured it out, Takashi was after money right now. If money could solve the problem, then there was no need to worry. If they got damaged, he'd simply buy replacements. Over the past half year, he'd made quite a bit of money, and with future profits from his other ventures, as well as mission rewards and new projects, money wouldn't be an issue. In the future, it could be said that as long as the Sannin were willing to work hard, none of them would lack money. On the surface, Jiraiya seemed to be the wealthiest. His novels were highly popular, and he earned the most income from them. On top of that, he completed more missions than Tsunade or Orochimaru. But that didn't mean Orochimaru and Tsunade couldn't make as much. If Orochimaru stopped his strange and extravagant research and experiments and simply focused on missions and research that paid well, his income would surpass Jiraiya's. As for Tsunade, she just needed to announce her services, and people from all over the Fire Country, even beyond, would eagerly line up to pay for her medical expertise. Don't underestimate the money-making potential of a talented medical ninja. With skill and a bit of a ruthless streak, money would roll in quickly. Choose 3, then, Takashi said, tossing a scroll towards Orochimaru, gesturing for him to pick. Takashi's puppets came in 3 varieties: reconnaissance puppets, expendable puppets, and combat puppets. Combat puppets were the most powerful and the most numerous, made from high-quality materials. There were fewer reconnaissance and expendable puppets, the latter being crafted from leftover scraps and thus of lesser value. Orochimaru opened the scroll, glancing at the various puppets within, his smile turning a bit peculiar. Interesting. As expected, Takashi-kun is a fascinating person. As long as you're happy. Pick 3, and only 3. Takashi held up 3 fingers, signaling Orochimaru to hurry up and pick, not wanting to waste time. A wolf, a small boar, and a crow. Except for the crow, the wolf and boar appeared to be made from creatures Orochimaru had personally hunted. Now, as puppets, they were being sold back to him at an exorbitant price. When the 3 puppets emerged from the scroll, they immediately stood beside Kakashi. "Can I control them?" Orochimaru asked curiously. "Sorry, no. Only I can control these puppets. But don't worry, they won't attack you and will even cooperate in your research. They won't resist, even if you dismantle them." Since it was a sale, Kakashi wanted to make sure the customer was satisfied. He was also upfront with Orochimaru, only he could control the puppets, so there was no point trying anything sneaky. Of course, if Orochimaru managed to crack their secrets, Kakashi would admit defeat. Orochimaru smiled confidently and left with his new puppets, eager to start his research. As for Kakashi's claim that only he could control them, Orochimaru wasn't fully convinced. He had confidence in his own abilities to unlock their secrets. Puppets with a semblance of life, researching these would be extremely exciting. Watching Orochimaru rush off, full of confidence, Kakashi could only hope he wouldn't get too obsessed and drive himself into a corner. Obsession was one thing, but what if Orochimaru started down a darker path? That would be bad. But with Danzō Shimura still locked in the Anbu prison, unable to interfere for the time being, there was a good chance Orochimaru wouldn't be lured into darkness. Without Danzō's shady support, conducting human experiments in the village wouldn't be so simple. "Senpai." Seeing Kakashi get up, Minato immediately stood and greeted him. After their last group dinner, Minato and Nawaki had grown closer. They now spent a lot of time whispering, training, and working hard together. Kakashi wasn't sure if Nawaki had turned over a new leaf or was just trying to save face, but he seemed to be sticking close to Minato. No need for formalities. "Come by often." "Nawaki is fine, but Kushina doesn't have many friends and gets lonely." "Yes, sir." Minato scratched his head awkwardly. This habit of his was exactly like Jiraiya's. Whenever Jiraiya felt awkward or embarrassed, he'd scratch his head. He also did it when he was lying. By the time Kakashi finished freshening up and stepped outside, he heard Nawaki shouting loudly in the courtyard. Chapter 56, Ordering Food Before Getting Out of Bed? Wiping his face with a towel draped over his shoulder, Kakashi strolled to the doorway, leaned against the doorframe, and watched 2 young boys in the yard practicing kunai throwing. Sometimes, a 2 or 3 year age difference doesn't prevent people from becoming good friends, it's just a matter of opportunity. Compared to the age gap between Nawaki and Minato no Mikaze, this wasn't bad at all. Future Shizue Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha had an even larger age gap, yet their relationship was that of both mentor and friend. Unfortunately, Shizue Uchiha ended up leading Itachi Uchiha astray. Children like Itachi Uchiha, who are smart but impressionable, shouldn't be fed too many skewed ideas. Once such notions take root and grow, they can veer irreversibly off course. Kakashi didn't mind Nawaki playing with Minato no Mikaze, even Tsunade seemed relieved. She didn't care if her younger brother made a few more friends, what mattered to her was that he didn't spend all day causing trouble, or worse, getting involved in mischief. "Minato," Kakashi called out during a break in their training, gesturing to the blonde boy. Minato blinked in surprise and ran over. "You called me, senpai? Don't be nervous. Sit down." Kakashi motioned for him to sit. Nawaki swaggered over and sat beside Minato, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, curious about what Kakashi wanted with his friend. Though Minato had initially befriended Kushina, over time, Nawaki and Minato had become closer friends than Minato and Kushina were. Reluctantly, Minato sat down. Once he was seated, Kakashi asked, "What plans do you have for New Year's? If you're free, come celebrate at our house. It's livelier with more people around." "Huh?" Minato looked dumbfounded. "Did he just invite me to celebrate New Year's? That's great." Nawaki clapped his hands, beaming. "Minato's always alone at home during New Year's, it's so lonely. It's perfect if he comes over to join us." Minato was caught off guard by the sudden invitation. It was the first time anyone had ever asked him to spend New Year's together. "Alright, no more us, it's settled. Go get some rest," Kakashi said firmly, seeing Minato hesitate but clearly tempted. "Ha, awesome." Nawaki laughed loudly, pulling Minato away with him. After the 2 boys left, Tsunade descended the stairs. She wrapped her arms around Kakashi's waist from behind and rested her chin on his shoulder. "You've taken quite a liking to that kid, haven't you?" Tsunade suspected that Kakashi's invitation wasn't just for the sake of holiday cheer, it had a deeper purpose. That kid's got potential. As long as he doesn't stray off course, he'll grow into a great ninja. I've got a good feeling about him. A civilian prodigy like Orochimaru? Not quite. Recalling the blonde boy's journey, Kakashi said, he's more of a blend between Orochimaru and Jiraiya, not as dazzling as Orochimaru but someone who steadily builds his strength. It was true that Minato was a prodigy, but his early growth wasn't as spectacular as Orochimaru's. In the history of Hidden Leaf Village, only a few geniuses could rival young Orochimaru, perhaps only Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha. Unfortunately, Kakashi didn't reach the same heights, and Itachi's life was nothing short of tragic. Minato might not have been as flashy early on, but his consistent, steady progress allowed him to raise his ceiling step by step, though his life was tragically cut short. Not as dazzling as Orochimaru but able to steadily climb higher. Tsunade frowned. As someone who had grown up alongside Orochimaru, she knew just how terrifyingly talented he was. Aren't you exaggerating a bit? Exaggerating? Once Minato matured, he'd surpass Orochimaru with ease. The remarkable thing about Minato was that his talent seemed to grow endlessly, with no apparent ceiling. What's with that look? Are you doubting me? Fine, since you think so highly of this kid, I'm curious to see where his limits lie. If you're so impressed, why not take him as your disciple? Just because I admire him doesn't mean I want to take him on as a student, Kakashi thought. Even if he did, the third Hokage probably wouldn't approve. Despite the questionable morality of the third Hokage, his judgment of people was undeniably sharp. Kakashi opened his mouth but decided against arguing. Tsunade didn't press the matter. She stretched and headed toward the bathroom. Is Kushina still in bed? Yup, the lazy bones is still sleeping. She said she wants ramen. Oh, and specifically your homemade ramen. Still in bed and already placing orders? By the stream where they were training, Minato scratched his head. Nawaki, why do you think your senpai invited me to celebrate New Year's? How would I know? Nawaki tossed more firewood onto their campfire and flipped the fish they had caught from the river. Maybe. My sister says he's cunning but good at judging people. He probably sees your potential, Nawaki guessed. Thinking wasn't Nawaki's strong suit, but since it involved his friend, he gave it a shot. Hey. Nawaki's eyes suddenly lit up. Minato, why don't you ask Kakashi to be your teacher? My sister says he's officially a medical ninja, but he's actually super strong. With a teacher like him backing you up, no one would dare mess with you at school. Was that what I asked? Hearing the word backing, Minato couldn't help but recall Kushina's first day of school. After beating up a few classmates, she had yelled, "My sister is Tsunade." Even the teacher had been too scared to intervene. But having someone as a mentor didn't sound bad. Besides avoiding bullying, he could learn things beyond what the Ninja Academy taught. Minato's growing friendship with Nawaki was mostly thanks to their mutual curiosity. Minato admired Nawaki's knowledge of advanced topics their teachers hadn't covered, while Nawaki enjoyed teaching him, finding it rewarding. A teacher, huh? But Kakashi is a medical ninja. Would Nawaki lie to me? Is Kakashi really that strong? Still, becoming his disciple probably wouldn't be easy. Oh no. The fish is burning. The smell of burning fish soon sent the two boys scrambling. They were relieved to salvage their meal. However, after a single bite, both grimaced. Ugh, this is awful. Ahahaha, I guess we forgot seasoning. That's why it's so fishy. Blondie, you did this on purpose. Nawaki-kun, I swear I didn't. I just forgot, that's all. PFFT, like I believe you. And stop calling me Nawaki-kun, it sounds terrible. Then don't call me Blondie. That's just as bad. Chapter 57, Who Gives Test Papers as a New Year Gift? As New Year approached, the third Hokage remained busy. Even on New Year's Eve, he would stay in his office working late into the night before heading home. Tsunade, do you need something? Oh, nothing much, just here to ask you for someone. Ask for someone? The third Hokage looked puzzled. What person could Tsunade be asking for? Sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, Tsunade leaned back lazily. Well, Nawaki's about to graduate, so I'm planning to have Jiraiya as his teacher to guide him on missions. Also, since Kushina's friend is visiting, Kakashi thinks that little Minato Namikaze kid is pretty good and wants to try his hand at being a teacher. I'm here to help him get the kid. The third Hokage was speechless. Seriously? You're just going to whimsically demand a promising kid I've been keeping an eye on? Although any student eventually trained would technically be part of the Hokage's faction, even within the faction there were now smaller subgroups. There was Tsunade's faction, led by her, with Akimaki Torafu as her second-in-command, supported by other allied clans. A talented child like Minato was something the third Hokage was reluctant to give up. After deliberating, he sighed and said, fine. Kakashi can take him as a student. But weren't you planning to hand Nawaki over to Orochimaru? Why Jiraiya now? Ahem. Tsunade coughed awkwardly. Orochimaru's busy, you know. That guy locks himself in his lab for months at a time. Nawaki wouldn't last a day with that temperament. Besides, he likes hanging out with Jiraiya, so I figured I'd just ask Jiraiya to take care of him. Tsunade certainly wasn't going to tell the third Hokage that Kakashi had more confidence in Jiraiya, and after several conversations had managed to convince her to change her mind. So Nawaki would be entrusted to Jiraiya, while Orochimaru could continue with his research. The third Hokage took the smoking pipe from his desk, lit it, and took a few puffs before speaking. Nawaki and Jiraiya should get along well. How could they not? They practically follow in your footsteps. Tsunade didn't know what to say. Back when the third Hokage trained Jiraiya, they used to peep on people taking baths. Now it was Jiraiya bringing Nawaki along. Was this the real legacy of the Hokage faction? A bunch of troublemakers. Tsunade shot the third Hokage a glare before standing up and leaving. Feeling awkward under her gaze, the Hokage sighed inwardly. Sigh, it wasn't easy to become Hokage or secure this position. What's wrong with having a few harmless hobbies? Can't the Hokage relax once in a while? Speaking of relaxation, it was about that time. The third Hokage retrieved his crystal ball, set it on the desk, and stared intently at it, though what he was watching was anyone's guess. When Tsunade got home, she flopped onto the sofa and said to Takashi, "It's done. I got the kid from the old man. Good luck, I'm rooting for you." Saying this, she scooped Kushina into her arms and playfully ruffled her hair. Curious, Kushina asked, "Tsunade, what did you get done? Are you for real? I was just talking casually, and you actually went and got him?" Takashi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Takashi said he thought Minato had a lot of potential, so I decided to help out and asked for him to be your student. As she spoke, Tsunade playfully pulled Kushina's cheeks, stretching them to either side. Kushina protested but couldn't escape. When he found out, Minato Namikaze was completely stunned. I'm really becoming his student? It felt like a pie had fallen from the sky and landed directly on his head. Sensei. The first time he called someone that, the blonde boy was both nervous and shy. Takashi smiled and patted his head. Don't be nervous. Train hard. I believe you'll achieve great things. Yes, Sensei. This is my New Year's gift to you. In the future, if you have any questions or run into trouble, don't keep it to yourself. Come talk to me. Takashi handed Minato a prepared ninja tool pouch. When training with Nawaki, Minato often glanced enviously at Nawaki's ninja tools pouch. Though he hid it well, Takashi had noticed and prepared a new one for him as a New Year's gift. The pouch itself wasn't expensive, but the tools inside were. Don't be fooled by the carefree way main characters in the series throw kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags around like they're free. In reality, only wealthy ninjas could afford such luxury. Ordinary ninjas wouldn't dare waste supplies, and even on the battlefield, they'd scavenge for reusable tools. Minato, unfortunately, belonged to the too broke to throw kunai category. Take it. Though embarrassed, Minato accepted the pouch as Takashi gently pushed it into his arms. What about me? What about me? Nawaki jumped up, eager for his own gift. Me too. Kushina ran over, leaped into the air, and clung to Takashi's back. Careful, don't fall, Takashi said with a sigh, pulling out more New Year's gifts. Kushina's gift was a set of jewelry, not expensive, as the little rich girl didn't need anything extravagant, but it was thoughtful. Takashi, you're the best. I love it. Ecstatic, Kushina ran off to show Tsunade her new jewelry, her grin so wide it barely fit on her face. Tsunade, unimpressed, rolled her eyes as Kushina proudly showed off her gift. And this is for you, Nawaki, Takashi said, handing over a box. Thanks. Nawaki tore into the box eagerly. But the moment he opened it, his grin froze, and the color drained from his face. What was inside? Curious, Tsunade, Kushina, and even Minato leaned in to take a look. A thick stack of test papers. You're a monster, Tsunade gave her brother a sympathetic glance. Kushina's mouth fell open in shock. Minato scratched his head, trying not to laugh. Nawaki's hands trembled as he clutched the stack of papers, his fingers whitening from the effort. Why? Normally carefree and cheerful, Nawaki completely broke down, his voice echoing through the room. Why does Minato get a ninja tools pouch, Kushina gets jewelry, and my New Year's gift is this? This was inhuman. Don't you know I suck at academics? You're trying to kill me, aren't you? Kama Chapter 58, Border Tensions Escalate PFFT Huhaha. Tsunade bent over with laughter. Kushina also joined in, laughing along. Seeing the two laughing, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but join in as well. You all. Wah. This is bullying. Nawaki cried even more bitterly. He didn't like the gift, and the worst part was that he couldn't just get rid of it. He knew Tsunade would make sure he completed it. The thought of finishing all those test papers made Nawaki want to just end it all. Ahem. Takashi finally stopped laughing when he saw how distraught Nawaki was. Reaching into his bag, he pulled out a brand new ninja tools pouch. Alright, stop crying. Your real gift is the same as Minato's. The test papers were just a joke. Takashi wasn't actually a devil and hadn't meant to torment Nawaki on purpose. The test papers were just meant as a harmless prank, though their devastating impact had been undeniable. Well, this was enough teasing for now. Seeing the ninja tool pouch, Nawaki's tear-streaked face lit up with a grin. He quickly tossed aside the papers, grabbed the ninja tool pouch, and hugged it to his chest, not even caring about the tears and snot on his face. He looked up at the blonde boy proudly. I have one too. Seriously? Showing off a New Year's gift to someone younger than you? With an exasperated pat on Nawaki's head, Takashi took out one last box and tossed it to Tsunade. I did think about buying you a present, but I figured you might need this more. Need what? After laughing for so long that her stomach hurt, Tsunade was curious to learn she had a gift too. She opened the box. She wasn't worried that there'd be exam papers inside. After all, Tsunade-senju didn't need those. What the? The moment she opened it, Tsunade let out a loud exclamation. Takashi had initially planned to get Tsunade a proper gift, but after realizing she had already gambled away her salary, he decided to give her something more practical, money. A box filled with cash seemed more appropriate than any trinket. So he put some cash inside a gift box. As expected, Tsunade got even more excited than Nawaki upon seeing the money. If it hadn't been for the three kids being present, she might have jumped on Takashi and rewarded him with a couple of kisses. He truly understood her. She was in desperate need of cash. And here it was, money handed over as a gift. Alright, everyone has their gifts now, time to eat. After distributing all the presents, Takashi clapped his hands. Everyone gathered around the table, ready to start eating. Wait a second. Just as they were about to begin, Nawaki suddenly said, Sis, you're the oldest one here. Shouldn't you be giving us gifts instead of receiving them? Crack. Tsunade's expression changed, and the chopsticks in her hand shattered into splinters. You little brat, why do you always have to say the wrong thing? Gulp. Nawaki swallowed nervously, realizing that he had just said something he definitely shouldn't have. You just can't stay quiet, can you? You got your gift, now zip it. Why provoke your sister? Are you trying to get beaten up? Your sister's broke, there's nothing in her pocket but some spare coins. What gift could she possibly give? Hand out a coin to each person. Oh. Sis, I'm sorry, stop hitting me, it hurts. While the nations and villages across the ninja world were celebrating the new year with lights and festivities, the Land of Rain was the exception. Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Hidden Stones Village had all sent ninja into the Land of Rain, and for the people of the Land of Rain, it was nothing short of a disaster. At first, everyone was still keeping things somewhat under control, but as time went on, some of the ninja started causing trouble. Sir, according to the gathered intelligence, there have been reports of ninja raiding several villages in the west and taking a lot of goods. This is already the 6th time this month. Bang. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Hanzo the salamander slammed his hand on the table in anger. The intrusion by the 3 great shinobi villages had thrown the Land of Rain into chaos, and now some of the village ninja had started targeting the people of the Land of Rain. Based on intelligence, most of the raiders were from Hidden Sand Village, followed by Hidden Stones Village, while Hidden Leaf Village's ninja had mostly kept in line. All of you, leave. I will handle this personally. Hanzo was furious. He had swallowed his pride to approach the 3rd Kazekage, only for the latter to treat him like a lapdog. Not only had they humiliated him, but they had also let their village's ninja run wild, stealing supplies and food from civilians even before the war had properly begun. Are the ninja of Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village really that poor? Why are they even here in the Land of Rain? They must have assumed that Hanzo wouldn't dare retaliate. This was beyond insulting. After dismissing his subordinates, Hanzo paced back and forth in his office, growing more and more agitated. If you don't care about the people of the Land of Rain, then let me help you care less. Not only had they humiliated him, but they had pushed him too far, and Hanzo could no longer endure it. Currently, the ninja from Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Hidden Stones Village were all maintaining a cautious truce. Despite the heavy tension, there was no intention to escalate into a full-blown conflict. There were constant skirmishes and small clashes, but no large-scale engagements. Hanzo decided to stoke the flames. If war was inevitable, then he might as well muddy the waters first. If he was going down, he wasn't going alone. Hanzo gathered a group of skilled subordinates and quietly left the village. That night, several Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village patrol squads vanished without a trace. The disappearance of the patrol squads drew immediate attention from both sides. Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village sent ninja to investigate the area, and they ended up running into each other. Neither side was willing to back down, which directly led to an intensified conflict. After initiating one conflict, Hanzo shifted his focus to Hidden Sand Village's ninja. Without a strong leader present, the Hidden Sand Village squads were no match for Hanzo's hunting parties. Gradually, the losses for Hidden Sand Village began to mount. The team leaders in the Land of Rain realized something was wrong and immediately sent word back to their village. Hidden Leaf Village's teams were also encountering problems, as many Hidden Sand Village ninja began targeting them within the Land of Rain's borders, leading to the unexplained disappearance of several Hidden Leaf Village squads. In response, Hidden Leaf Village also sent word back to the village. Reluctantly crawling out from under her blankets, Tsunade grumbled as she left her cozy bed, yawning all the way to the Hokage's office. It was the same conference room as last time, though the seating arrangements had changed quite a bit. Okimeki Torafu, the Hokage's advisor, was not seated beside the third Hokage but next to Tsunade instead. Ninja from several clans, led by the Inoshikacho trio, were also seated on their side of the table. The Jonin commander, who used to be Narashikashin, had now been replaced by Saratobi Matsuda. Saratobi Matsuda, a stoic man with a perpetually serious expression, was as unreadable as the young Uchiha clan leader. Once everyone had arrived, the third Hokage gestured for Saratobi Matsuda to distribute the printed reports. Everyone, the situation in the Land of Rain has begun to shift. Hidden Sand Village has repeatedly encroached on the territories we control. Several patrol and mission squads have already been lost. As everyone opened the reports in their hands, they quickly realized that the situation had grown more complicated. Aha, so Hidden Sand Village can't hold back any longer? Chapter 59, Forced by Circumstances. Preparing for the worst after a night of messing around, Jiraiya looked utterly disheveled, his white hair a messy mop, and his body exuding strange odors. He hadn't even had the chance to catch up on sleep before being summoned to a meeting. The smell was so unpleasant that Orochimaru, seated next to him, kept shooting him disdainful glances. This meeting, Hidden Sand Village has gone too far. Jiraiya's words were cut short by Koharu Uchiha, who erupted in rage, causing Jiraiya to swallow whatever he had been about to say. Before earning the title of the Sannin, neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru had much say in village affairs. Had he not been Saratobi Hiruzen's students and strong enough in their own right, they wouldn't have even qualified to attend this meeting. Jiraiya consoled himself with a shrug, deciding to let Koharu vent as much as she wanted. Meanwhile, Orochimaru gave him another sidelong look of disdain before turning away. Seriously, what's your problem, Orochimaru? They provoked us in the Land of Rivers, and now, after our response, they've escalated to ambushing our forces. Are they deliberately trying to start a war between the two villages? In her younger years, Koharu Uchiha was more hot-tempered and prone to aggression. Right away, she placed all the blame on Hidden Sand Village. Could there be some misunderstanding? Tsunade wasn't going to just let Koharu rant without question. After reading the intelligence report, she spoke up, something about this doesn't feel right. Even if Hidden Sand Village was eager to fight, there's no reason to escalate the provocations this way. 1 or 2 times might be provocation, but this many times, can that still be called a provocation? Koharu was clearly displeased by Tsunade's words. She believed her analysis was correct. Hidden Sand Village was intentionally trying to provoke Hidden Leaf Village into a conflict. What's with this old woman today? Did she eat gunpowder for breakfast? Or is it that time of the month? Tsunade frowned, about to retort, but Akimeki Torafu, caught in the middle, quickly intervened. I think Tsunade has a point, but regardless, Hidden Sand Village is in the wrong here. They have initiated all of these hostilities, and we need to be ready for war. You're right. Tsunade thought for a moment and nodded, deciding not to argue further. Regardless of any underlying manipulations, the situation had reached a point where Hidden Leaf Village had no choice but to prepare for all eventualities, including war. Hidden Sand Village's behavior had crossed a line that Hidden Leaf Village couldn't tolerate. While Hidden Leaf Village wasn't known for initiating wars, it also wouldn't turn the other cheek when slapped. Unlike in the Third Shinobi World War, this Hidden Leaf Village wasn't about to make humiliating concessions. Ahem. The third Hokage cleared his throat and set down his pipe. Tsunade and Koharu both make valid points, but Torafu is correct. The village must prepare for all outcomes. Whether this is a misunderstanding or intentional escalation, Hidden Sand Village's actions will dictate what happens next. If it was a misunderstanding, Hidden Sand Village would likely cease its provocations. Hidden Leaf Village would exercise restraint, and the situation could stabilize. But if Hidden Sand Village continued sending reinforcements into the Land of Rain, The truth would no longer matter, it would signal their intent to engage in war. Mobilize a team of Jonin, ensuring enough medical ninjas are included, so they're ready to deploy to the Land of Rain at a moment's notice. The medical and logistics departments must also coordinate and prepare accordingly. War wasn't something that could be waged on a whim. Personnel needed to be mobilized, and logistical and medical supplies prepared well in advance, not scrambled for after the fact. Only fools wait until their stomachs hurt to build a toilet. The logistics department will ensure all preparations are in place, Hamura Midikado affirmed. The Hokage glanced at Akimeki Torafu, who quickly lowered his head, signaling he wanted no part of the logistics discussion. The medical department will also prepare the necessary supplies and ensure a team of medical ninjas is ready for deployment, Tsunoda stated, taking the lead for the medical division. Although Torafu nominally headed the medical department, the real authority rested with Tsunoda. Torafu was merely a figurehead. Tsunoda, can you personally lead the medical team to the front lines? The Jonin commander, Saratobi Matsuda, broke his silence. If war with Hidden Sand Village broke out, the front lines would require a high-ranking medical ninja to oversee operations. Tsunoda, with her unmatched medical expertise, was the ideal candidate. Most of Hidden Sand Village's puppet ninjas were masters of poison. Without a skilled medic capable of countering their techniques, Hidden Leaf Village's casualty rate would be catastrophic. Tsunoda hesitated. I can't answer that right now. I'll let you know before our reinforcements are deployed. Does Tsunoda not want to go to the front lines? Saratobi Matsuda glanced at the third Hokage, who promptly intervened. Tsunoda, if war does break out, I hope you can lead the front lines. Your presence there would be invaluable. I'll think about it, Tsunoda replied, unwilling to commit immediately. She needed to discuss the matter with Takashi first. Had Takashi not previously advised her to be cautious, she would have likely agreed without hesitation. The meeting concluded shortly after, with Tsunoda delegating medical supply logistics to Akimeki Torafu before heading home. Back at home, Tsunoda recounted the meeting's discussions to Takashi. After listening, Takashi pondered for a moment before speaking. The escalation feels strange. Could someone be deliberately stirring up conflict between the two villages? I think so too, Tsunoda replied. But Torafu was right, no matter how the conflict escalated, we must prepare for war. The possibility of manipulation had crossed the minds of many in the meeting, though only Tsunoda had voiced it. Jiraiya, wary of sparring with Koharu, had kept his thoughts to himself, and others had chosen to stay silent after Tsunoda took the lead. But if someone is behind this, who could it be? Hidden Stones Village or Hidden Rain Village? Both are suspect, but I'd say Hidden Rain Village is more likely, Takashi speculated. Between the two, he found Hidden Rain Village's involvement more plausible. Hanzo of the Salamander wasn't exactly known for being agreeable. His history suggested he wouldn't hesitate to stir trouble if it served his interests. After all, when the war escalated, Hanzo had declared war not just on Hidden Leaf Village but also on Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village. Chapter 60, The Impatience of the Sand Village. If Hanzo of the Salamander was truly behind all this, then why would he be guiding the conflict? Once conflict escalates, war can break out at any moment. And when war breaks out, the first to suffer would be the Land of Rain, which would inevitably become the battleground for the great nations. Is Hanzo just planning to let everything go down the drain? It doesn't quite make sense. Shaking his head slightly, Takashi spoke. Akimeki Torafu is right. Whether the Sand Village is deliberately provoking or someone else is pulling the strings, the final outcome could very well be an all-out war. We have to be ready. But you shouldn't go to the front lines. Why not? Tsunoda asked, puzzled. Takashi replied solemnly, from the village's perspective, you should be on the front lines. But from our perspective, you can't. You need to stay in the village. If the situation continues to escalate, I'm afraid Danzō Shimura will be brought back into the fold. Having you stay in the village is a way to counter this. As for Danzō, it's better to keep him locked up. When tensions rise and war breaks out, knowing the third Hokage's character, he'd certainly want to bring Danzō back, pulling him out of prison. But someone as insidious and ambitious as Danzō is best kept behind bars. Otherwise, he'd jump around, stirring trouble and causing unnecessary annoyance, even if he can't do much harm. Due to Kushina, Danzō had gone to warn Takashi, leading Maito Uzumaki to become dissatisfied, which eventually caused Danzō to lose his position as the Hokage's advisor. Even if it was a powerless title, it was still a high position. From his failed attempt to ally with Hanzo to assassinate him, it was clear that Danzō's hatred for Takashi ran deep. Not to mention, Maito pushing Akimeki Torafu forward had torn the Hokage faction into two. If Danzō were to come out, he'd certainly try every trick in the book to target them. What about the front lines? Tsunoda understood Takashi's concerns and knew that Danzō was a tricky character. Back then, Her grandmother's influence had kept him at bay, but now that Mundo was gone, Danzō could become a genuine menace if the third Hokage didn't take action. If she stayed in the village, she could prevent Danzō from being reinstated by the third Hokage. If she went to the front lines, she wouldn't be able to oversee these matters. Poor Torafu would be left to stand alone, entirely unable to stop the third Hokage. I'll go. After weighing the options, Takashi chose to take her place, while Tsunade stayed in the village. If he replaced Tsunade at the front lines, at most, she'd miss out on a chance to boost her reputation. But did Tsunade even need that? Not at all. As for the so-called glory of the three legendary Sannin, it was pure nonsense. The title wasn't an honor for Tsunade, or Orochimaru, or Jiraiya, it was a disgrace. If the three of them had truly defeated Hanzo of the Salamander, and he gave them the title out of respect, that would have been acceptable. But instead, the outcome was that the Rain Village lost the battle, yet Hanzo managed to defeat all three of them, arbitrarily bestowing upon them the title of Sannin. It was just a way to mock them. Takashi smiled, maybe war is an opportunity for me too. If I work hard, contribute more, and earn some merits, maybe people will start taking me seriously. I'm tired of everyone seeing Hyuga Takashi as nothing but some freeloader, a man who only made it because of the women around him. A freeloader? What do you mean? Basically, a man whose reputation comes from the women in his life. Ah. Tsunade paused for a moment, and then her expression began to change. PFT. Haha. Sorry, I couldn't help it. It's just too true. Haha, it's killing me. Unable to hold back, she laughed first. It wasn't her fault, in truth, Takashi's rise had indeed followed such a path. First, he got to know Tsunade, who recognized his talent, and then she guided him step by step in his growth. Then Kushina had grown fond of him, and finally, even Mundo had seen his potential. Tsunade, Kushina, Mundo, three women, each with a unique and important background. It wasn't surprising that others viewed Takashi as a freeloader. Though Takashi didn't mind living off others, it didn't mean he liked people treating him as someone who only got by through connections. Moreover, with Tsunade staying in the village, it worked more to his advantage, so he had no choice but to head to the battlefield in her place. Though he was going to the front lines in Tsunade's stead, Takashi had no intention of taking on the role of a medical ninja and charging into battle. If he was going to be a medical ninja, he'd focus on healing. There was no need to risk his life unless it came to a point where even medical ninjas had to fight. Meanwhile, in the Sand Village, a meeting was also being held regarding the escalating conflict with the Rain Village. Compared to the atmosphere in Hidden Leaf Village, the mood in the Sand Village was far more heated. The third Kusagakure, known as the strongest Kusagakure, was an ambitious man who wanted to lead his village to grow stronger, surpassing the other villages. Unfortunately, the Land of Wind was too poor, and its population and resources were too limited. The Sand Village had hit a developmental dead end. Without enough resources and people, progress had come to a halt. The only way to break this deadlock was to start a war and seize resources from other nations and villages. Taking over resource-rich territories would be even better. And the Land of Fire had always been a juicy target in the eyes of the Sand Village. Humphrey, the so-called demigod. The third Kusagakure sneered, tossing the intelligence report onto the table. Unlike Hidden Leaf Village's suspicions, the Sand Village directly pointed the finger at Hanzo of the Salamander. Given the chance to be a loyal dog, and yet playing these petty tricks in the shadows? Still, Hanzo's antics had ended up helping the Sand Village in a way. The third Kusagakure had always wanted to break the stalemate, but he had to consider the opinion of the daimyo's government. Now, with the conflict escalating, without the Sand Village being the aggressor, whether Hanzo was scheming or Hidden Leaf Village was acting on its own, sending this news to the daimyo would silence him. Once the daimyo was pacified, and with his support secured, then... Looking at the map of the Land of Fire, the third Kusagakure's eyes began to burn with intensity. The Land of Fire had an abundance of resources that the Sand Village desperately needed. With those resources, the Sand Village could push through its developmental limits and become increasingly powerful. Chio, send word to the daimyo's palace. The third Kusagakure gave Chio a look. Chio nodded. We won't let you down, Lord Kusagakure. She understood the third Kusagakure's intent, exaggerate the situation a bit. Spread the narrative that Hidden Leaf Village was bullying them, provoking the conflict, and planning a war. All these words would be delivered to the daimyo to incite his sense of crisis and anger. Once they had the daimyo's support, the Sand Village would be able to take the initiative. Chapter 61, Tsunade, let's lay our cards on the table. As long as I am in Hidden Leaf Village, Danzō can forget about getting out. At that time, there will be a legitimate reason to send people into the Land of Rain, and Hidden Leaf Village will have no choice but to fight. There will be no room for negotiations. For this war, the Sand Village has been preparing for a long time. Everything is ready, all that is left is a favorable wind from the daimyo's mansion. And how do you provoke the daimyo's anger and make him feel the crisis? It's simple. As long as someone helps create chaos, it will save the third Kusagakure a lot of trouble. The trouble of framing someone else can be skipped, all that's necessary is to identify the conflict as caused by Hidden Leaf Village. Creating chaos by oneself carries risks of exposure. If the daimyo finds out he's been deceived, he will definitely be furious. If someone else does it, then the third Kusagakure won't have those worries. In Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade once again arrived at the Hokage office building. This was the third time the third Hokage had summoned Tsunade after the meeting. The first time was in the conference room, where Tsunade didn't give a clear answer. The second time, he urged her, and Tsunade said she needed more time to think. Now it was the third time. Tsunade needed to give the third Hokage a satisfying answer. After all, things can't go on and on indefinitely. Old man. As she walked into the Hokage's office, Tsunade greeted him first, then shut the door and casually plopped down on the sofa in the Hokage's office. Tsunade, according to the information collected by the village, the Sand Village has already dispatched a group of reinforcements and is preparing to enter the Land of Rain. The third Hokage did not explicitly ask Tsunade to go to the Land of Rain, but he was hinting at her that once the war breaks out, the front lines will need her. It seemed that Tsunade didn't catch the Hokage's hint. She waved her fist and said, "If war is inevitable, then let's fight." "Tsunade, old man, I won't go to the front lines. I need to stay in the village, at the medical department." Tsunade directly cut off the third Hokage's persuasion. "Grandma is gone. Nawaki and Kushina are still young, they need me, and the medical department cannot function without me. But the front lines need you." The third Hokage couldn't help but raise his voice. Unfortunately, that didn't scare Tsunade. "Don't try to intimidate me, old man. Otherwise, I'll be so scared I might run to the daimyo's mansion, and then who knows what might happen." The third Hokage's aura was immediately snuffed out. It was as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. "I understand the front lines need me, but I can't leave without peace of mind." Tsunade made her stance clear to the third Hokage. The third Hokage asked in confusion, "Tsunade, what are you uneasy about? Could it be that I would target Nawaki or Kushina, or perhaps Hyuga Takashi?" The only people in Hidden Leaf Village that Tsunade could worry about were Nawaki, Kushina, and Takashi. "I don't feel at ease with that person in the Anbu prison. If I leave, and you decide to use him, Okimaki Torafu won't be able to stop him. You and I both know what he might do, so I can't leave. I'll just put it plainly, I don't feel at ease. That's why I can't leave, unless you get rid of Danzō Shimura." The third Hokage wanted to make a promise to Tsunade that he wouldn't use Danzō Shimura, but before he could say anything, he realized that it was a promise he couldn't make. Because the third Hokage needed someone to help him handle matters he couldn't address openly. And Danzō Shimura was the best choice for that. Besides, Danzō Shimura had proven himself to be capable in battlefield command during the First Great Ninja War. If the war breaks out, Takashi will go to the front lines in my place. He can do what I can do. Additionally, Nara Shikashin is an excellent strategist. Tsunade had come to make things clear to the third Hokage, explicitly telling him why she didn't want to leave the village for the front lines. Now it was clear. Since he wasn't willing to make her a promise, why would she dare to leave? Who knows if as soon as she leaves, Danzō Shimura gets released and starts causing trouble. While laying her cards on the table, Tsunade also recommended Takashi and Nara Shikashin. Is Takashi capable? The third Hokage was highly skeptical, though he had no doubt about Nara Shikashin. He was well aware of how capable Shikashin was. If the Hokage faction hadn't been torn into two, with the Inoshikacho trio allied with Tsunade, the third Hokage would not have removed Nara Shikashin from the position of Jonin commander. Tsunade stood up from the sofa, adjusted her clothes, and said irritably, "Old man, don't underestimate him. Takashi is someone I trained. I dare say, in all of Hidden Leaf Village, besides me, there is no better choice than him. Since you can't give me a promise, Takashi will go to the front lines in my place." If Tsunade was willing to say that, it meant Takashi truly had the ability to replace her. The third Hokage irritably picked up his pipe and began smoking. "Tsunade, Danzō's abilities, absolutely not." Tsunade harshly refused the third Hokage. "Want to release Danzō Shimura? I won't allow it. As long as I am in Hidden Leaf Village, Danzō Shimura will never be released from the Anbu prison." Tsunade would go to Anbu at any time to make sure the third Hokage wasn't trying to play any tricks by secretly releasing Danzō and letting him operate in the shadows. Sigh. The third Hokage let out a long sigh. "What a mess. Danzō, you have really disappointed me. Is there no room for a negotiation? The third Hokage's voice grew solemn. Tsunada's attitude was firm. No room for negotiation whatsoever, unless you hand him over to me. If you do that, I will immediately lead people to the border camp. Forget I asked. The third Hokage promptly shut his mouth. Keeping Danzō Shimura in the Anbu prison meant that at least he was alive, even if he couldn't be used. If Tsunade got her hands on him, given her decisiveness, he wouldn't survive 3 days. Forget 3 days, surviving 3 hours would be lucky. In any case, I won't leave, and Danzō Shimura cannot be released. Old man, I respect you, and I hope you respect me as well. Don't do anything that makes it hard for everyone. When Takashi mentioned this matter, Tsunade still had some hope for the third Hokage, but now, there wasn't any hope left. If she left, Danzō Shimura would surely be released. Since she had lost all hope, they do things by the book. She respected him and hoped for the same. Even though he was the Hokage, if things escalated, it wouldn't be good for anyone. Tsunade left in a huff. Not long after she left, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado arrived at the Hokage's office. Noticing the third Hokage's gloomy expression, the two knew the negotiation hadn't gone well. Hiruzen, did Tsunade refuse? Koharu tentatively asked. She refused. The third Hokage sighed. She explicitly told me that she didn't want to leave the village because she was afraid I'd release Danzō and use him. However, she recommended Hyuga Takashi and Nara Shikashin. Hyuga Takashi? Can he manage? Koharu and Hamura couldn't help but question his capability. Chapter 62, Jiraiya, I've figured it out. Women like the handsome ones, they admit that Takashi's medical skills are decent, but what about other aspects? Why are they so eager to send Tsunade to the front lines? What's their real motivation? It's not just because of Tsunade's medical expertise or her proficiency in mixing medicinal concoctions. The real goal is to make use of Shimura Danzō. Whether it's the third Hokage, Koharu Uchiha, or Hamura Midokado, none of them want the Hokage faction to split into 2 groups. They wouldn't dare personally dismantle Tsunade's faction, but leaving it untouched also leaves them frustrated. So they decided to use Shimura Danzō as their knife. As soon as Tsunade leaves the village, they can bring Danzō out and start making their moves. When Tsunade eventually reacts, they can blame it all on Danzō. When it comes to taking the fall, Danzō is quite experienced. However, their plan failed even before it started. Tsunade didn't take the bait, she even made her stance crystal clear. The third Hokage frowned and said, if Tsunade is confident, that means Hyuga Takashi has what it takes to hold the fort at the camp. You all know Nara Shikashin's command capabilities as well. It's just unfortunate about Danzō. The 3 of them fell silent. Finally, Hamura Midokado said quietly, we'll wait for the right moment. They could target others in the open or in secret, but not Tsunade. Her position was too special, pulling tricks against her could drive her straight to the daimyo's palace. And the daimyo would openly side with Tsunade. It was like trying to bite a porcupine and finding no angle of attack. Not biting left them bitter, hurting their interests. But biting would just fill their mouths with spines, without necessarily regaining any benefits. It was frustrating. Back home, Tsunade immediately sought out Takashi. Takashi had fully become the chief advisor of their household. Just keep the situation steady. As long as you stay in the village and ensure Shimura Danzō remains in prison, there's no need to worry. Even if the war goes poorly, you won't be blamed, Takashi reassured Tsunade, urging her not to overthink things. Tsunade looked worried. I'm not afraid of the old man stirring trouble. I'm more afraid of the war ending in defeat. The situation in the Land of Rain was too chaotic. Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Rain Village. Once things ignited, it'd be a huge free-for-all, with each side attacking another. There may be heavy losses, but Hidden Leaf Village won't lose the war. Trust me. In the original storyline, Hidden Leaf Village seemed victorious in the war at the Land of Rain, but in reality, they had lost. This was why Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya resented their titles as the 3 legendary Sannin. Hidden Leaf Village hadn't truly won the war, it was Hanzo of the Salamander who chose to surrender. And they, as the losers, had become village heroes, glorified as the 3 Sannin by the people. Takashi raised a clenched fist. I also won't accept defeat. Seeing Takashi's unwavering confidence, Tsunade could only say, alright then, I'll leave the Land of Rain to you. I'll stay in the village, and as long as I'm here, no one can let Shimura Danzō out. If they dared, she would tear them apart. Let's see who gets hurt worse. The third Hokage cherished his reputation, otherwise, he wouldn't keep Danzō around despite everything. Cherishing his image meant he didn't want any questions from the daimyo, so Tsunade had the confidence to make such claims. That's right. Keep up that fierce energy. I like a woman who's bold and unrestrained. Takashi laughed heartily and gave Tsunada's cheek a pinch. Tsunada slapped his hand away irritably. Hidden Leaf Village hoped Hidden Sand Village would show restraint, but Hidden Sand Village seemed to have no such intentions. Instead, they were sending more troops to the Land of Rain. Though the numbers weren't large, it clearly signaled their stance. Their position was clear: Hidden Sand Village wasn't backing down. Hidden Leaf Village had no choice but to respond in kind. This indicated that the war was indeed inevitable. While Hidden Leaf Village cursed Hidden Sand Village for escalating, they continued to send reinforcements, never stopping their village-wide mobilization. Honestly, I just got back from the border camp. I really don't want to head to the Land of Rain again right now. In a small tavern, Takashi was with Tsunada and the others, drinking and complaining a bit. Tsunada would stay in the village, but Orochimaru and Jiraiya couldn't escape. They had to join Takashi and the reinforcements heading to the Land of Rain. So, before setting off, they gathered for a meal, with Tsunada bringing Takashi along. Takashi and Orochimaru weren't particularly close, but they could have conversations. Jiraiya, being his usual sociable self, quickly got acquainted. However, once Tsunada took Takashi's arm, Jiraiya grew noticeably quieter. Listening to Takashi's complaints, Orochimaru smiled faintly and said, "I still have many experiments on hold, but unfortunately, those will have to wait." He had just bought a puppet from Takashi, and the related experiments hadn't even begun when the call for war came. If Takashi was reluctant to leave the village, Orochimaru felt the same. "I've got it better than you two," Takashi grinned. "I'm a medical ninja. I'll just stay in the camp, treating injuries and preparing potions. I won't be out there fighting like you two. Perhaps we could collaborate a bit." Orochimaru seemed quite interested in Takashi's work. Jiraiya sat to the side, not feeling too great. "Why are you so quiet today?" Tsunada poured Jiraiya a drink, noticing his unusual mood. Usually the most talkative, he seemed out of sorts today. It wasn't like him. "What are you talking about?" Though he felt uneasy, Jiraiya couldn't admit it. He downed the drink in one gulp and muttered, "I just didn't want to interrupt their conversation, that's all." "All right then." Seeing that Jiraiya wasn't in the mood to join in, Tsunada didn't push it. After the gathering, Takashi and Tsunada left together. Jiraiya continued drinking alone, while Orochimaru looked at him with disdain, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Some things need to be said aloud. If you never speak up, you'll never have a chance. Orochimaru knew all too well about Jiraiya's feelings for Tsunada. He had liked her for as long as he could remember. Unfortunately, Jiraiya's way of showing affection was hard to bear, and growing up together meant Tsunada saw him as more of a sibling than a romantic interest. "What's the point?" "I've figured it out, Tsunada just likes the handsome ones." Orochimaru's smile faded. Idiot. He couldn't remember the last time he had called Jiraiya that. He had thought adulthood might bring some sense, but apparently not. Just go die somewhere, Orochimaru thought. With your antics, it'd be a miracle if Tsunada ever fell for you. Suppressing the urge to kick Jiraiya, Orochimaru left with a scowl. Leaving Jiraiya alone in the tavern, drowning his sorrows. After leaving the tavern, Takashi went shopping for materials and components, feeling they would soon come in handy. As for Jiraiya, Takashi didn't ask, and Tsunada wouldn't bring it up either. She knew Jiraiya liked her, he always had. But she just couldn't feel anything romantic toward him, let alone fall in love. Why? Maybe it was because they were too familiar. They had grown up together as classmates, partners, teammates. After over a decade, she was too used to the way things were. There was no way to shift that into a romantic relationship. Knowing all this, Tsunada wouldn't bring it up, because doing so would just make everything awkward for everyone involved. Takashi had prepared for the journey to the Land of Rain. Kushina, Nawaki, and his young apprentice, Little Blondie, also knew about it. "Takashi, didn't you just return from the border camp? Why do you have to go to the battlefield again?" Kushina clung to Takashi's arm, pouting in dismay. Chapter 63, Kushina, I just can't bear to see Takashi go. Nawaki and Minato Namikaze didn't quite understand why Takashi had been summoned to the front lines right away, considering his situation. "Silly girl, it's because the village needs me. If the war wasn't breaking out, I'd definitely stay in the village. But as a village ninja, when there's a threat to Hidden Leaf Village, heading to the battlefield is just what I'm supposed to do, right?" Takashi smiled, lightly pinching Kushina's nose. All the scheming and underhanded tactics, Takashi and Tsunada had taken them upon themselves, ensuring that Kushina and the others didn't get caught up in it. At least not until they were strong enough to handle such matters. So, Takashi had to come up with another excuse. "But I don't want you to go." Kushina's big eyes were already brimming with tears. "I don't want to leave you either, but this is my duty. Do you remember what I once told you?" Kushina sniffled, nodding vigorously. Tsunada handed her a tissue, looking exasperated. This girl's attachment to Takashi had reached a point where even Tsunade felt a twinge of jealousy. As Takashi comforted Kushina, he glanced at Nawaki. Nawaki, if war breaks out, your class will graduate early, and the transition period will be very short. Jiraiya will definitely be heading to the battlefield, and you won't be able to follow him to learn. Huh? Nawaki panicked. Then what am I supposed to do? I can't just stay in the village forever. My dream is to become Hokage so I can protect everyone. How nice, my dream is also to become Hokage and protect the village and everyone. Minato glanced at Nawaki, they shared the same dream. You should focus on protecting yourself first. Tsunade gave her brother a light smack on the head. Nawaki winced in pain, wanting to complain but not daring to. But Nawaki's imminent graduation was indeed a problem. He was supposed to become Jiraiya's disciple, but now Jiraiya was heading to the battlefield. It wouldn't be appropriate to send Nawaki straight to the front lines right after graduating, would it? Hidden Leaf Village hadn't fallen so low that it needed newly minted Genin on the battlefield. Takashi understood Tsunade's concerns. If he were in her position, he wouldn't want Nawaki heading to the front lines too early either. The curse of explosive tags was nothing to take lightly. The village hasn't reached a point where we need fresh Genin on the battlefield. If it does come to that, just send him to the camp. He can assist me there. Theoretically, the chances of rookie Genin being sent to the front lines were low. But war is unpredictable, and if things get too intense, and casualties mount, no one will care if you're a newly graduated Genin. Every Hidden Leaf Village ninja would be obligated to fight. If it came to that, it would be better for Nawaki to stay by his side, assisting in the medical unit at the camp. I'll make the arrangements if needed, Tsunade agreed with Takashi's suggestion. Compared to sending Nawaki to fight alongside Jiraiya, it would be better for him to stay at the camp. He could get a feel for the atmosphere of war and grow from it, without the risk of putting his life on the line. With Takashi around, Nawaki's safety wouldn't be an issue. Minato, focus on your studies at the academy. When you graduate, I'll personally teach you. While I'm away, if you have any questions, you can ask Tsunade. She'll help you out. Understood, sensei. Minato Namikaze was an obedient student, always following his teacher's instructions without any rebellion, unlike Nawaki. As for Nawaki, any rebellious thoughts would be swiftly knocked out by Tsunade's two-handed persuasion. If words don't get through to you, there's only one answer, a smackdown. After that, let's see if you still insist on heading to the front lines. Tsunade had always believed in convincing people with virtue, her fists bore all that virtue, a fact Nawaki knew all too well. Her virtuous strength was always abundant, especially when it came to disciplining him. Hanzo of the Salamander's plan succeeded. He successfully intensified the conflict between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village, prompting both villages to send reinforcements to the Land of Rain. But his success came at the cost of the suffering of the Land of Rain. In theory, Hanzo should have been pleased with the success of his plan. But instead, he felt anything but joy, because the Land of Rain was even more chaotic now. With Hidden Sand Village sending reinforcements, Hidden Leaf Village also ramped up its troop deployment. Seeing both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village moving more troops, Hidden Stones Village wouldn't sit idly by. They too sent reinforcements to the Land of Rain. When Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village began constructing war camps in the Land of Rain, Hidden Stones Village followed suit. Hidden Stones Village wouldn't let its pace lag behind either Hidden Leaf Village or Hidden Sand Village. If one side made a move, the others followed, resulting in all of them getting caught in the conflict. What had begun as a conflict between Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village escalated as Hidden Stones Village got involved, dragging them deeper into the fray. The ninja from the three great villages were now in the Land of Rain, fighting on sight, no matter which village they came from. Even Hidden Rain Village wasn't safe. If they encountered ninja from Hidden Rain Village, they'd better leave quickly. If they didn't, they'd be beaten up as well. As the chaos in the Land of Rain grew, Takashi, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the others set off with the second wave of reinforcements. Listen to Tsunade, eat well, and don't starve yourself. Don't lock yourself in your room either, got it? Kushina held on to Takashi's hand, refusing to let go. Takashi knelt down, comforting the little girl who was reluctant to part with him. I'll be good, I promise. Just make sure you stay safe, alright? Kushina's nose was red from crying. Her voice was shaky, but her words couldn't stop Takashi from leaving. I promise, I won't take unnecessary risks. I'll return safely to the village, Takashi smiled, making a promise to Kushina. Kushina wiped her tears and nose, not caring if she got her clothes dirty. Let's pinky swear. Alright. He lifted his hand, extending his pinky, and made the promise with Kushina. Takashi then picked her up and handed her to Tsunade. The little girl was too clingy, her dependence on him too intense. Without Tsunade holding her, Kushina wouldn't let go. After waving goodbye, Takashi decisively turned and joined the main forces. The more he lingered, the harder it would be for Kushina. Tsunade, I don't want Takashi to leave. Kushina buried her face in Tsunade's arms, crying. Tsunade was at a loss. She wasn't good at comforting people, especially little girls. If it were Nawaki, it would be easier to handle, a couple of smacks and he'd behave. But she couldn't bring herself to do that to Kushina. Then grow up quickly. When Takashi leaves the village next time, you can go with him. Really? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? 2 months ago, you told me we didn't have money for food. This brat, I'm trying to comfort you, and you're stabbing me in the chest? Chapter 64, Offending 2 People with 1 Sentence. Classic Jiraiya. Forget it, this girl is too precious to hit. If she wants to poke me in the ribs, let her. I'll deal with her when she grows up. Tsunade sighed and compromised. Senior. Entering the crowd and joining the group leaving the village, Takashi greeted Shikashin Nara. Hello, Shikashin Nara responded with a polite attitude. But there was something a bit strange in the way he looked at Takashi. Takashi was used to it by now. Go ahead, look at me however you want. You're not the first to think like that. I'm Hyuga Takashi, and yes, I am a gigolo. What about it? I hope we have a good partnership. Shikashin Nara was the designated combat commander from the village, while Takashi was the medical ninja at the camp. Cooperation between them was inevitable, one to ensure the healing at the camp, the other to lead the battle strategies. Since they were from the same faction, getting along would be beneficial. Partnership or not, we're all doing it for the village. It's our duty, Takashi replied with a smile. Shikashin nodded slightly, agreeing with the sentiment. Speaking of a partnership felt too distant. Overall, their first meeting went well. Shikashin thought Takashi didn't seem like someone difficult to get along with. He had worried that because of Tsunade, Takashi might be arrogant, which would have been a headache for him as a combat commander. After all, he could command others, but not Takashi. He wasn't allowed to interfere with camp medical operations. His worries were not unfounded, any friction between them could easily spark conflicts. Despite Shikashin's alliance with Tsunade's faction, Takashi's relationship with Tsunade was closer than theirs, and you should never underestimate the influence of pillow talk. That kind of influence could work on men or women alike. If Takashi was willing to cooperate, and both sides worked hard together, it was certainly good news for Shikashin. After exchanging pleasantries, Takashi immediately sought out Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Compared to people like Shikashin Nara, who relied heavily on their intellect, Takashi preferred being around Orochimaru or Jiraiya. Conversations with smart people like Shikashin were too draining, every word had to be weighed and processed. Maybe that was just an Nara clan trait, always calculating, always assessing what to say and what not to say. In the past few days, Jiraiya seemed to have recovered his usual demeanor. Though he really liked Tsunade, he wouldn't let his feelings affect his duties or the village. Seeing Takashi approach, Jiraiya spoke up, I already heard from that brat about your plans for Nawaki. If the war breaks out, it'll be dangerous for him to follow me to the battlefield. Leaving him at the camp is for the best. Speaking of which, I should thank you for putting in a good word for me to be Nawaki's teacher. Oh, Jiraiya, you managed to offend 2 people with 1 sentence, didn't you? Orochimaru squinted at Jiraiya. Jiraiya coughed and quickly tried to explain, Orochimaru, that's not what I meant. I'm just happy, that's all, just happy. The matter of Nawaki's teacher had been discussed by Tsunade and Orochimaru had not refused. Yet, in the end, Jiraiya became the teacher. Orochimaru didn't care enough to dwell on it, but still, Jiraiya shouldn't have said it out loud. That loose mouth of his, he had to learn the hard way now, didn't he? Takashi could barely hold back a laugh. What do you mean, I spoke for you? Tsunade made the decision, not me. You better watch out. Don't let me catch you slipping. Takashi gave Jiraiya a meaningful glance, and Orochimaru simply turned away, deciding to ignore Jiraiya and instead started chatting with Takashi. Takashi also chose to ignore Jiraiya, after all, his loose lips had gotten him into trouble. He knew it would offend people, and he still went ahead and said it. I believe that the puppets you're making could be a surprising force on the battlefield. There are also many resources we could use out there, Orochimaru said. The most important thing for making puppets? Materials. And there was no shortage of materials on the battlefield, such as enemy corpses. As long as Takashi could get over his hesitation, he could utilize the enemy's bodies to create puppets. Putting these puppets onto the battlefield would definitely surprise their enemies. We'll see. Honestly, I'm not too keen on touching corpses, even if they're the enemies. But if there's a need, I'll do it, Takashi replied. He wasn't someone who liked to be squeamish. If the need arose, he'd do it, as long as it didn't involve their own comrades' bodies. As for enemy corpses, why overthink it? Using the enemy's bodies to create puppets and then using those puppets against them, it was perfect? Orochimaru smiled slightly. If you're interested, I could provide quite a bit of materials. It looked like Orochimaru had come prepared. If he wanted to research puppets, he definitely had to put in some effort, and Orochimaru was the kind of person who put his all into what he did. Why don't you help me make the puppets? I'll just finish the last step, Takashi suddenly suggested. Since he didn't really want to deal with corpses, why not have someone else do it, and he'd just finish it off? After all, Orochimaru didn't mind working with enemy corpses. Asking him to make the puppets would probably be fine. Sure, but I'll need some of the puppets we make. Don't worry, I won't take too many, Orochimaru immediately stated his condition. Deal. How could Takashi refuse such a good offer? He agreed right away, and thus they forged their cooperation. Watching Takashi and Orochimaru happily strike a deal, Jiraiya, who had been left out, was completely bewildered. Takashi, aren't you a medical ninja? How did you get involved in making puppets? And Orochimaru, since when did you get interested in puppets? Though Jiraiya hadn't seen it firsthand, he knew that if Orochimaru put his mind to it, he could master it any time. After all, Orochimaru was just that talented. Takashi looked Jiraiya up and down, his tattered clothes reeked. Who knew how long he hadn't changed them? Takashi's lips curled slightly, and he just let out a dismissive, "Hey." "Hey," Orochimaru followed, giving Jiraiya a meaningful smile. "Jiraiya. What's with you two? Do you really have to be this petty? All I did was say one wrong thing. Do you have to be so harsh to me? So annoying. Now I really want to know." Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling completely at a loss. Takashi and Orochimaru let him hear part of their conversation but withheld the truth, leaving him desperate with curiosity. "Just tell me, just a little, satisfy my curiosity." But Orochimaru, already used to Jiraiya's antics, was unmoved, only offering him a half-smile. Chapter 65, The Hyuga Clan's Hierarchy. Orochimaru, already accustomed to it all, remained unmoved, only offering Jiraiya a half-smile. But Takashi was getting fed up. Jiraiya, shameless as he could be, was truly exhausting. Not only was he exhausting, but he also kept leaning in closer. This idiot probably took his money to spend on some ladies for a few days, and hadn't even bothered to bathe or change his clothes. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Takashi finally gave in. "Stop rubbing against me. I only know how to make certain special puppets. Orochimaru wanted to study them, so we made a deal. On the battlefield, enemy corpses can be used to make puppets. It's free material, you get it? Special puppets?" Jiraiya scratched his head, wondering what kind of puppet could be called a special puppet. "Curious, aren't you? Well, I'm not telling you. Get lost, leaning won't help. Also, back off. Get lost." Jiraiya tried to use the same tactic he used on Takashi on Orochimaru, but he was immediately greeted with a cold glare and an even colder dismissal. Scram. Alrighty. Jiraiya wisely backed off, fully aware that Orochimaru wouldn't hesitate to resort to violence if he didn't. The second wave of support troops wasn't very large, at most 500 or 600 people. The situation in the Land of Rain hadn't yet escalated to where Hidden Leaf Village needed to send thousands of ninjas. The more people there were, the slower the pace of travel. Along with the need to transport various supplies, speed was just not feasible. Medical supplies could be carried with sealing scrolls, but for basic necessities, using sealing scrolls was too costly. Even with Hidden Leaf Village's resources, it couldn't afford such expenses, so supplies had to be carried by cart or on the backs of ninjas. As for the medical supplies needed at the frontline camp, they were all contained in a few sealing scrolls, carried by Takashi himself. In addition to him, the village had dispatched a team of 15 medical ninjas, all reporting to him. If the situation worsened, more personnel would be sent. After being scolded by Orochimaru several times, Jiraiya finally took the opportunity, during a rest stop, to jump into the river, scrub himself clean, and put on fresh clothes. No longer smelling awful and no longer shooed away, he joined Takashi's side. Compared to the perpetually cold and foul-mouthed Orochimaru, Jiraiya preferred being around Takashi. He could joke around and relax. "Takashi, aren't you going to say hi to your clansmen?" There were members of the Hyuga clan among the support troops heading to the Land of Rain. Jiraiya was puzzled as neither side seemed interested in even acknowledging the other, let alone chatting. Takashi glanced at his clansmen and smiled faintly. "Do you know the Hyuga clan's hierarchy? Main house and branch house?" Jiraiya scratched his head. "Correct, but not entirely." Takashi shook a finger, correcting him. "It's the main family, followed by branch family elders, then the branch family, And finally, those with diluted bloodlines. 4 tiers. Oh, I see. Jiraiya nodded in realization but quickly raised another question. Wait a second. That's still only 3 tiers. Aren't the branch elders part of the branch family? If they're part of the branch family, why aren't they grouped together? Due to the clan's system, becoming a branch elder requires significant merit. Ordinary branch members have no chance of assuming such a role. Most branch elders are former main family members who lost their inheritance rights and were branded with the caged bird seal. They look down on regular branch members. On the surface, they're branch elders, but their hearts align with the main family. That's why they're a separate tier. Now do you understand? Damn. Jiraiya's jaw dropped. That's so brutal? So when it came to matters involving branch interests, most branch elders wouldn't side with the branch house because their loyalty lay with the main house. But aren't they supposed to be branch members forever? If that's the case, why lean toward the main house? Jiraiya's confusion only deepened. Takashi looked up at the sky, making Jiraiya follow his gaze, thinking there might be something there. But there was nothing. They became branch members due to the inheritance system, but their Byakugan purity remains high. If given the chance, their descendants could marry back into the main house. Huh? Jiraiya looked utterly confused. Orochimaru also listened with great interest. No matter how prestigious the main house seemed, there were only so many of them, and not every generation had suitable matches. So, branch members with high Byakugan purity became suitable options. Besides having few members, there were considerations of blood relations. The main house had a tough time finding appropriate matches over generations. This is driving me nuts. Do all major clans have such complicated dynamics? Suddenly, Jiraiya felt lucky to be a civilian ninja rather than being born into a big clan. Don't make that face. Takashi saw that Jiraiya clearly misunderstood something and decided to clarify. Not every ninja clan is like this. In all of Hidden Leaf Village, no, in the entire Shinobi world, only the Hyuga clan is like this. The other clans aren't, like the Uchiha, they don't have these weird rules. In fact, most clans don't even mind marrying outside the clan, like the Senju clan. Recalling the antics of the Senju clan, Takashi couldn't help but laugh. Back in the day, the Senju clan loved marrying into the Uzumaki clan, which led to a lot of resentment. The Uzumaki clan felt annoyed because the Senju always took away their most beautiful and talented girls. Such antics were indeed a bit outrageous. They could have just married off their own women to the Uzumaki, right? After all, mutual alliances through marriage were standard practice. Idiot. Why do you think the Uzumaki harbored resentment? Orochimaru, unable to stand Jiraiya's naivety, interjected. Think it through, if both sides played fair, why would the Uzumaki bear a grudge? Clearly, the Senju were being opportunistic, always taking advantage while leaving the Uzumaki feeling shortchanged. After being scolded, Jiraiya finally understood. Even someone as thick-skinned as him couldn't help but mutter, that's just too stingy. Why else would they be resentful? Jiraiya had a knack for lightening the mood and making blunders. Sometimes, after being scolded by Orochimaru, he would ignore it. But if the insults got too harsh, he'd snap back at Orochimaru. Amusingly, when Jiraiya did push back, Orochimaru would always walk away with a cold expression, as if he didn't want to argue with an idiot, leaving Jiraiya howling in frustration. Chapter 66, reminding Orochimaru 3 days later, the team arrived at the border camp. The reinforcements would rest there for one night before heading straight to the construction site in the Land of Rain. The border camp was too small to accommodate many people, serving only as a supply transit point. The ceaseless downpour, day and night, made everyone irritable. With so many people around and too few huts, most had to squeeze into tents. Even Takashi had no choice but to forego resting in the medical tent, which was already overcrowded with wounded sent back from the Land of Rain. Orochimaru, rather unluckily, was assigned to share a tent with Jiraiya, while Takashi got one all to himself. He gave Orochimaru a sympathetic glance and slipped into his tent. After several days of traveling, Takashi understood clearly, anyone left alone with Jiraiya would definitely be driven insane. At least this version of Jiraiya was an absolute chatterbox, with an endless stream of words and constant babbling. If that wasn't enough, he also had a tendency to act foolish. That night, Takashi didn't sleep well. The tent was stuffy, the rain poured heavily, and the water drumming on the tent was loud enough to keep anyone awake who wasn't used to it. A sleepless night left Takashi yawning non-stop the next day. After replenishing their supplies, the reinforcement team set off at dawn, heading straight to the camp being built in the Land of Rain. The camp in the Land of Rain was still under construction. There was a wooden fence around the perimeter, but the buildings were still being rushed. Most of the ninja could only make do with tents, which made the sleeping conditions even worse than those at the border camp. Luckily for Takashi, he no longer needed to squeeze into a tent. As a top-tier medical professional, he had his own room, a privilege that spared him from sharing and from staying in a tent. The only downside was that as soon as he arrived at the camp, he had to immediately start work. The medical unit was overwhelmed with wounded. Clean the wounds, stitch them up. Bring me 2 vials of the type 2 antidote over here. Prepare the herbs on this list. I need to mix some antidotes. The moment Takashi took over, he was swamped. He had to manage patients and develop antidotes simultaneously, barely finding a moment to catch his breath. Many of the injured had been poisoned, which meant that developing the right antidotes was essential before any further treatment could proceed. The ninja from Hidden Sand Village were adept at using poisons, constantly improving and updating their toxins. Though Takashi had brought many antidotes from the village, few were effective, requiring him to start from scratch for most of them. Prepare my room for work. I need peace and quiet, and I don't want to be disturbed. To properly develop these antidotes, Takashi needed a quiet space. His role shifted from healing patients to antidote research. The medical staff quickly got to work, clearing out the largest room for Takashi and moving all the necessary herbs and equipment inside. Oh, and go get Orochimaru. I need his help here, Takashi ordered. Yes, sir, one of the medical ninja replied, hurrying off to summon Orochimaru. Soon, Orochimaru arrived. You need my help? Orochimaru walked into the room, eyeing the poison samples Takashi was working on with curiosity. He looked at them for a while, then shook his head with a smile. Hidden Sand Village is still up to the same old tricks, I see. The poisons are as predictable as ever. Without looking up, Takashi replied, Orochimaru, I need you to help me analyze these poison samples. Many of them are mixtures of venom from desert snakes, which I believe you are quite familiar with. People might think that nothing survived in the desert, but in reality, most of the creatures there were venomous: snakes, lizards, scorpions, and so on. The Hidden Sand Village ninja collected venom from these creatures, using it to create poisons. No problem. Leave it to me. By the way, if possible, I'd like to assist you further, Orochimaru offered. He was skilled at this sort of work, but he also had an ulterior motive. Instead of heading to the battlefield, he preferred to stay at the camp and work on things that interested him, like crafting puppets. The morgue was full of enemy corpses, which Orochimaru found to be valuable research material. Since they were enemies, using their bodies didn't really matter. But before he could start his experiments, he needed a legitimate reason to stay in the camp, or he'd be sent back to the front lines. Takashi glanced at Orochimaru while shaking a vial of antidote. Well, if I'm coasting along, then Orochimaru's certainly coasting too. Suit yourself, Takashi said. If Orochimaru wanted to stay, let him. One person wouldn't change the course of the war. Having him around would actually make Takashi's work a lot easier. After all, Orochimaru was remarkably versatile. He could handle anything thrown his way and always delivered results. With his goal achieved, Orochimaru smiled and put on rubber gloves, starting to analyze the poison samples. Desert viper venom, poisonous lizard. Oh, there's even water lizard and sea viper venom, and plenty of plant toxins as well. Orochimaru dove into work, focusing on analyzing the poison samples, while Takashi concentrated on making the antidotes. Hidden Sand Village had gone to great lengths to collect these toxic substances, animals, plants, and various mixtures. Without the appropriate antidotes, if Hidden Leaf Village's forces encountered Hidden Sand Village ninja, their casualties would skyrocket. For most ninja, killing an enemy was a challenge, but wounding them was much easier. Once wounded, poison took hold, and death followed swiftly. Single toxins were relatively easy to handle, but mixed poisons were a nightmare. Without antidotes, if the medical ninja had to rely solely on medical jutsu to extract the toxins, even working non-stop wouldn't be enough. After analyzing the samples, Orochimaru grinned. Well, Takashi-kun, my part is done. The guy couldn't wait to get his hands on the enemy corpses. Takashi sighed, unsure of what to say, but he had to remind Orochimaru, Orochimaru, I don't mind if you use the enemy bodies for your puppet work. You'll need to provide your own materials and parts, but remember this, never, ever touch the bodies of our comrades. They are the village's heroes. Any ninja who died for the village, even a genin, deserved respect, not experimentation after death. I will strictly adhere to our agreement, Orochimaru promised before eagerly heading toward the morgue. Hopefully, he won't step out of line. Better be cautious, Takashi thought. He carefully stored the antidotes and had them taken away. Then, turning to one of the medics, he instructed, send someone to find Narashikashin and have him assign more personnel to the morgue. Our comrades' bodies must be secured immediately, sealed in scrolls for safekeeping. Chapter 67, Better safe than sorry, huh? The ninja who was just about to deliver the antidotes paused, confused. Sir, we've already taken care of our comrades' bodies according to strict procedures. Only when the number reaches a certain threshold do we use sealing scrolls to move them. If we rush it, we'll end up wasting a lot of sealing scrolls. Do as I say. Go and report. Takashi would rather waste a few sealing scrolls than risk Orochimaru laying hands on their comrades' bodies. Orochimaru's moral boundaries, if they existed at all, were flimsy at best. When he went off the rails, there were no limits to his behavior. Rather than worry, it was better to take precautions. If it were a promise from Jiraiya, Takashi might be inclined to trust it. But when it came to Orochimaru, forget it. The impression he had left was too strong to ignore. Better safe than sorry. No one would care if Orochimaru played around with enemy bodies, as long as he didn't overdo it. But if he touched their own comrades' bodies, and word got out, his reputation would be utterly ruined. Not only would Orochimaru's name be tarnished, but it might also implicate Takashi himself. Takashi had no desire to be labeled as someone who used his comrades' bodies for research. Yes, sir. The ninja carrying the antidotes obediently went to report. Quickly secure our comrades' bodies. Nara Shikashin was studying the topography of the Land of Rain when the ninja sent by Takashi delivered the message. Why rush to secure their comrades' bodies? Was there a fear that someone might tamper with them? Has anyone unusual been around the medical unit recently, aside from the regular guards and medical staff? Lord Orochimaru went there today. He's assisting Lord Takashi in developing antidotes. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikashin understood Takashi's concern. Takashi was worried that Orochimaru might use the bodies of their comrades for experiments. And was Orochimaru capable of such a thing? He absolutely was. People who loved research and experiments were always a bit unhinged. Takashi didn't want to take the risk, and neither did Nara Shikashin. If this matter were exposed, Takashi would be implicated, and Nara Shikashin wouldn't escape unscathed either. After a moment of thought, Nara Shikashin said, "Follow his instructions. I'll personally report to Lord Hokage." Nara Shikashin was confident that the third Hokage would not oppose the decision because the third Hokage understood his disciple well. There were jokes one shouldn't make, and actions one shouldn't take. Once crossed, there was no turning back. Better to err on the side of caution. It was late into the night by the time everything was finally sorted out. With more medical ninja and staff arriving, the wounded in the medical unit were all treated and settled. Takashi finally had a moment to catch his breath. Before Hidden Sand Village's puppet corps entered the fray and before Chio herself arrived in the Land of Rain, the newly developed antidotes would suffice. From here, it was just a matter of assigning people to produce more antidotes in the right proportions. Chio loved using new toxins, and the poisons she developed were always incredibly potent. And then there was Hanzo of the Salamander, another terrifying threat. When Hanzo unleashed his full power, even he, the Salamander's host, would be poisoned by its venom, which spoke to just how deadly it was. If you were poisoned by the Salamander, there was no point in trying to save you, you wouldn't live that long. One only had to look at the final battle between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Rain Village to see the effect. When Hanzo took the field, only Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were left standing among Hidden Leaf Village's forces. Hanzo was pure poison. When he unleashed his venom, he spared no one, friend or foe. You might beat him, but you'd definitely pay a price. Thankfully, the Salamander's venom didn't spread too quickly. Otherwise, Hanzo's threat level would have been as fearsome as the poisoned Luo from Luo continent. Even if he couldn't beat you, he could still kill off your weaker allies with poison. Nara Shikashin reported everything about Orochimaru to the third Hokage and Tsunade, as they were both key figures. The third Hokage was the leader, and Tsunade was someone they relied on, so he reported to both. What the village decided to do about it wasn't Nara Shikashin's concern. He had enough on his plate without worrying about these matters. Fortunately, the medical unit didn't require his attention, which saved him considerable effort. Two specially trained messenger hawks swiftly took to the sky, braving the rain as they headed toward Hidden Leaf Village. By nightfall, the scrolls had safely arrived at Hidden Leaf Village's intelligence division. The intelligence staff immediately split the scrolls, delivering one to Tsunade, stationed at the medical unit, and the other to the third Hokage in his office. Tsunade glanced at the scroll, then tossed it aside. She wasn't interested in handling such matters. Let the third Hokage worry about it. The third Hokage, however, wasn't as carefree as Tsunade. He frowned as he read the scroll from Nara Shikashin, noting that Takashi's arrangements, while sound, would significantly increase the village's expenses. War is fought with both manpower and money. Without people, even vast resources are useless, and without funds, you can't support the troops. Hidden Leaf Village certainly wasn't lacking in personnel. It had the most ninja of the 5 great shinobi nations. Its finances were also relatively stable, thanks to the foundation left by Tobirama Senju and over a decade of development. Compared to Hidden Rain Village, Hidden Leaf Village might not be as wealthy, but it was certainly better off than the other 3 major villages. Still, even with money, wastefulness wasn't an option. Sealing scrolls were notoriously expensive, difficult to make, and produced in limited quantities. Using a large number of them to secure bodies would be quite a financial burden. The third Hokage instinctively wanted to reject the request, but reason quickly overruled that impulse. After all, this involved his most cherished disciple, Orochimaru. It didn't surprise the third Hokage that Orochimaru had become Kakashi's assistant. He knew his disciple's capabilities well and believed that helping Kakashi would be beneficial. But the idea of Orochimaru experimenting on bodies didn't sit well with him. As mentioned before, researchers and experimenters are often a bit mad. No one could predict what drastic actions Orochimaru might take with corpses. If he confined his experiments to enemy bodies, that would be one thing. But if he started using their comrades' bodies, it would cause a massive scandal. Fine. After careful consideration, the third Hokage decided to approve the request. A bit of extra spending was acceptable if it prevented Orochimaru from tampering with their comrades' bodies. The morgue's budget would increase slightly, but everything else would remain the same. This way, the risk of Orochimaru experimenting on their own could be minimized. If it hadn't been Orochimaru, the third Hokage would have likely told anyone else to get lost. Did they not know how costly war was? Were they unaware that they needed to economize? The third Hokage's reply quickly reached the camp. With his approval, Naruto no longer concerned himself with the matter. As long as the third Hokage knew and approved, even if Orochimaru couldn't resist experimenting on their own comrades' bodies, it would be on the third Hokage. Chapter 68, Orochimaru, not satisfied. Suck it up. After resting for 2 days at the camp, the reinforcement troops began receiving their assignments. Squad after squad of ninja left the camp and entered the battlefield. On a ninja battlefield, large-scale frontal assaults were rare. Most battles were fought in small squads. A more intense skirmish might involve a platoon, with a few dozen or up to 100 people, already a significant engagement by ninja standards. Due to the unique nature of the ninja profession and their limited numbers, it was impossible for ninja warfare to resemble the massive charges of regular armies. More and more ninja were dispatched to the battlefield, and even Jiraiya received his assignment. However, when Jiraiya was preparing to leave the camp, he suddenly noticed something strange. Why wasn't Orochimaru on the squad list? Could it be that Orochimaru was leading another team? Confused, Jiraiya went to find Naruto, who directed him to look for Orochimaru in the morgue of the medical unit. Jiraiya headed to the morgue, pushing open the door. As he walked past the neatly arranged corpses, he remained composed, finally locating Orochimaru in a small, secluded area at the back of the morgue. Upon entering the room, Jiraiya saw Orochimaru working on a corpse, installing some kind of components. Jiraiya's steps faltered, and his eye twitched as he took in Orochimaru's blood-covered hands and the pile of organs stacked nearby. Orochimaru, even if these are enemy bodies, we shouldn't desecrate them like this. Without looking up, Orochimaru replied, these corpses have already been used by the interrogation and intelligence units, they were incomplete to begin with. I'm just making use of waste material. Hidden Leaf Village was certainly not interested in respectfully handling enemy corpses. The bodies of their own comrades were collected for proper burial, but the enemies were for extracting secrets and intelligence. The bodies sent to the morgue were already exploited. Calling it waste utilization wasn't far from the truth. If Orochimaru didn't use them, these bodies would be burned and buried somewhere. Even so, you shouldn't be conducting experiments on them. Jiraiya couldn't accept such actions. Orochimaru remained calm. I'm just making puppets. It's a traditional trick of Hidden Sand Village. Has anyone ever accused Hidden Sand Village of being inhumane? Jiraiya was speechless. Indeed, Hidden Sand Village was notorious for using corpses to create puppets. If they could do it, why couldn't Orochimaru? Besides, I have Kakashi's permission. These bodies belong to me. I'm acting within my rights, I've done nothing wrong. Fine, Jiraiya conceded, though not without frustration. But don't you have a mission to carry out? Most of the reinforcements have already entered the battlefield, and I'm about to lead my squad out too. No need. I'm Kakashi-kun's assistant. I get to stay at the camp, and when I don't have tasks, I can do whatever I want. No way. Jiraiya shouted indignantly, it's one thing for Tsunade to stay in the village, but why do you also get to avoid the battlefield while I'm the only one who has to go out there? Jiraiya didn't mind fighting for the village, but anyone would feel a bit of imbalance in their heart under such circumstances. Just like now. If Orochimaru had to go fight like him, Jiraiya would have had no issues. But instead, Orochimaru got to stay, and he had to lead a squad into battle, facing the dangers of the front lines. He might act like a fool, but he certainly wasn't actually stupid. Click. Orochimaru finished attaching the last component, cleaned the blood off the body, then put the completed puppet away. He looked at Jiraiya, his face sporting a gleeful smirk, because I'm the assistant. I can help Kakashi analyze toxins, mix antidotes, and even act as a temporary medical ninja. And you? What can you do? Take that. I don't accept this. Jiraiya's face turned bright red. Orochimaru's argument was logical, leaving Jiraiya unable to refute it. Orochimaru truly had many skills and could handle all these tasks. Unable to argue, but still feeling deeply unsatisfied, Jiraiya growled internally. If you have nothing else to say, please leave. Don't interfere with my work. Orochimaru unceremoniously gave him the boot. I'm going to find Kakashi and ask him to revoke your position as his assistant. Jiraiya stormed out of the morgue, heading straight to the medical unit. Revoke Orochimaru's assistant position? Kakashi, who was in the middle of brewing medicine, straightened up, stretched, and loosened his stiff muscles. Why? He's doing a great job. Whether it's identifying types of poisons or preparing antidotes, he's done well. When we're short-handed, he even steps in as a medic or medical ninja. An assistant like that is hard to come by. To be honest, aside from worrying about Orochimaru's occasional mischief, Kakashi was growing increasingly fond of having him as an assistant. With Orochimaru's help, Kakashi was spared a lot of trouble and exhaustion. Orochimaru could fill in for him on many tasks. But Jiraiya struggled to find a reasonable argument. He didn't have a logical reason to remove Orochimaru. He couldn't very well say, I feel unbalanced about this, so I hope you revoke Orochimaru's position as your assistant. That would be ridiculous. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have goofed off so much back then. I should have studied more and become a versatile talent like Orochimaru. Now that I think about it, I regret it. Oh well, I'll just go by myself. Anyway, our team has long since disbanded. Usually, a ninja squad disbands once all its members pass the Chunin exams. After that, how they grow and what they do is up to them. The village-appointed instructor isn't going to babysit forever. Once disbanded, you either form your own squad or do whatever you like, it's your choice. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were different because their teacher was the third Hokage. Unlike other instructors, the third Hokage couldn't personally lead them on missions all the time, so he asked others to help train them. Their squad only truly disbanded after all three passed the Jonin exams. After that, they each went their separate ways. Tsunade joined the medical corps, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya became freelancers, either taking on missions or doing as they pleased. This explained why Jiraiya and Orochimaru took on far more missions than Tsunade did in the original story. After disbanding, Tsunade entered the medical unit. Following the Second Shinobi War, she left the village, heartbroken, spending over a decade away without taking on any missions. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was always busy with his research and experiments, eventually defecting from the village. As a result, he completed fewer missions than Jiraiya. Only Jiraiya, like an old ox, earnestly and diligently fulfilled mission after mission. Chapter 69, Have you heard the story of Pure Beiji and Brave Albin? Kakashi and Obito's team was a peculiar one. In a more conventional squad, the members would have likely gone their separate ways long ago. In fact, if this squad had disbanded earlier, perhaps the three of them wouldn't have faced such tragic fates. The little blonde sensei, Minato, was essentially dragging three burdens across the battlefield non-stop. Looking at the mission scroll in Jiraiya's hand, Hyuga Takashi raised an eyebrow and asked, "You got a mission?" "Huh?" Jiraiya blinked, then grinned sheepishly. "Ahaha, yeah. I'm leading a small ninja squad to the front lines. The sand ninjas have been invading the territory around our village. Things are getting pretty intense. Well, good luck with that. Hopefully, I don't see you in the medical ward. If you can help it, choose the ward over the morgue, the latter's not exactly lucky. Hey, don't jinx me." Jiraiya spat, glaring at Takashi. "What kind of blessing is that? Oh, by the way, how's your book coming along?" Takashi asked casually. Jiraiya's mood instantly brightened. "Still collecting material. I'm letting the ideas simmer before I continue writing." Takashi smirked. "Well, keep it up. Maybe aim for something as classic as the tale of Pure Beiji and Brave Albin." "Wait, what? Beiji? Albin? Who are they?" Jiraiya asked, puzzled. "You don't know?" Takashi raised an eyebrow. Wow. I thought you were well read. Let me tell you about them, it might even inspire your next book. Takashi began narrating the story. As Jiraiya listened, his expression shifted from curiosity to deep fascination. His dark complexion reddened, and he leaned forward, captivated yet embarrassed. His back hunched like a cooked shrimp, as though suppressing a strong reaction. Jiraiya, the infamous pervy sage, looked utterly stunned. Is he actually excited by this? Noticing Jiraiya's awkward posture and flustered expression, Takashi instinctively took a few steps back to put some distance between them. This story. It's amazing. Jiraiya exclaimed. I've decided, my next book's heroine will be her. Beiji. That's a fantastic name. And Abin. No, that's too ordinary. I'll give him a better one. Lost in his thoughts, Jiraiya's face grew redder, and his grin turned suspiciously lecherous. He even started drooling. Writing this is going to be very fun. Wait a minute. Did I just corrupt Jiraiya? Compared to what I'd read in my past life, the risque tales in the ninja world are child's play, barely scratching the surface. But even this seems to set Jiraiya's imagination on fire. If I were to bring over some real classics from back then, it would probably blow everyone's minds. Ha ha ha. This story blends perfectly with my material. Jiraiya burst out laughing, throwing his head back with his hands on his hips. Unfortunately, the conspicuous tent in his pants made the scene quite uncomfortable. Lord Takashi, we need your help here. A young medic rushed into the room but froze in her tracks, her eyes falling on Jiraiya's unfortunate display. Her face turned beet red. Pervert. She shrieked. Jiraiya's laughter died immediately. No. I'm not a pervert. I swear. Let me explain, it was too late. The flustered medic fled the room, branding Jiraiya as a pervert for life. Takashi, Jiraiya pleaded desperately, you'll back me up, won't you? Takashi glanced at the pot of medicine simmering on the stove. Oh look, my brew is ready. The patients need this, he said, swiftly picking up the pot and walking away. Leaving Jiraiya to deal with his existential crisis, Takashi thought, explain? How? Should I say, I told him a risque story, and now he's excited? That would make me just as guilty. Within hours, the story of Jiraiya's perverted moment spread like wildfire through the medical ward. Medics, injured ninjas, and staff alike were all whispering about the shameless pervert in the rest area. According to the rumor mill, he had strutted around in broad daylight with a tent in his pants for all to see. Hearing the embellished tales, Takashi silently offered Jiraiya 3 seconds of pity. It wasn't entirely his fault. But seriously, getting this worked up over a simple story? No wonder people think he's a pervert. Fortunately, Jiraiya had endured plenty of embarrassing moments in his life. Though mortified at first, he eventually shook it off and returned to his usual carefree self. Still, unwilling to linger at the camp, he quickly led his ninja squad to the front lines, determined to distract himself with work. Meanwhile, Takashi remained in the medical ward, busy treating patients. Hold still, brother. The broken kunai is stuck in your bone, it's going to take a bit of work to get it out. With practiced precision, Takashi used his chakra scalpel to sever the pain nerves, then carefully extracted the weapon. After suturing the wound and applying a healing technique, the procedure was complete. A kunai lodged in the ribcage wasn't the worst injury Takashi had seen. One particularly unfortunate patient had been struck by a shuriken, in the butt. The placement was awkward. If it had been just a couple of centimeters closer, the poor guy's rear exit might have been destroyed entirely. When the unconscious man was brought in and his pants cut open for treatment, the sight drew a crowd of shocked medics. Good thing he wasn't awake to witness it. If he'd known people were gawking at his backside, he might have fainted all over again. Lord Takashi, this patient's poison is spreading. Lord Takashi, we have a critical injury here. Lord Takashi, late into the night, after finishing a long day's work, Takashi slumped in his chair, too exhausted to move. Orochimaru walked in, his mouth curled in a smile that nothing could wipe away. It was clear he was in a good mood and had gained quite a bit. Unfortunately, after a day of relentless work, Takashi had little energy left to discuss puppets with Orochimaru. Chapter 70, Watching is okay, but it'll cost you. Back at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, it didn't seem so bad, but once in the camp, the workload was enough to tire anyone to death. It may look like medical ninja don't have to go to the front lines and can stay in the camp, but few people understood just how busy medical ninja actually were. Especially when there were many wounded, it left hardly any time even to eat. And as the person in charge of the medical unit, Hyuga Takashi was the one everyone turned to first whenever they encountered a difficult patient. Looks like you had a good haul, Takashi noted. Not bad, but the next step is up to you, Takashi-kun, Orochimaru replied, placing a sealing scroll on the table. He was curious about how Takashi managed to give puppets life. How many? Dragging his exhausted body, Takashi picked up the scroll and weighed it in his hand. 200. Orochimaru flashed a grin, his teeth gleaming white. Perhaps his time spent with corpses had given him an eerie aura. I'll give you 20. The rest are mine. Takashi wasn't too greedy, he gave Orochimaru a tenth of the haul. Deal. Orochimaru agreed without hesitation. He wasn't concerned about the number of puppets, what mattered to him was how Takashi could make the puppets come alive. Takashi held up the scroll, signaling with his eyes for Orochimaru to leave. The last step was inconvenient to do in front of others. But Orochimaru showed no intention of leaving. Seeing Takashi wanting him to leave, Orochimaru made a suggestion, let me watch, and all the puppets created afterward are yours. The materials I brought should be enough for 500 puppets. What the heck? Did Orochimaru rob someone? How did he gather so many materials? Is research really this lucrative? It had only been a little over half a year, and Orochimaru was already filthy rich. Letting Orochimaru watch in exchange for 500 puppets, was it worth it? After considering it, it seemed worthwhile. Even if Orochimaru saw it, he wouldn't be able to replicate it. And even if he could, it would take him time to figure it out through his own research, which wouldn't affect Takashi. No deal. 500 puppets are too few. Takashi shook his head. Watching was allowed, but the price had to be right. 1,000 then. Orochimaru understood Takashi well. Money. Right now, he didn't lack it. He wouldn't say he had gotten rich overnight, but he had enough, with more income on the way. As long as money could solve the problem, it wasn't a problem. Worst case scenario, he'd continue his old job, doing research and making money. During wartime, in addition to all sorts of ninja tools, ration pills were also in high demand. Orochimaru didn't mind diving into those areas. As long as it made money, well, he wouldn't sell his dignity, but everything else was fair game. Deal. Takashi snapped his fingers and reminded him, make sure to get the puppets to me as soon as possible. Don't delay too long, my life depends on them. The materials will arrive at the camp soon. I'll just watch without asking questions, and I won't tell anyone. You can rest easy, Takashi-kun, Orochimaru assured him. Good. With the terms set, Takashi stopped trying to keep Orochimaru away. He took out the prepared puppets from the scroll, placed his hand on one, and, under Orochimaru's curious gaze, infused chakra into the puppet's core. The puppet, which had previously been lifeless, suddenly twitched, then stood up like a living person. Its closed eyes opened, revealing bright blue irises. This. Even though Orochimaru had mentally prepared himself, he still stood up, staring incredulously at Takashi's hand. Infusing chakra could give a puppet life? Was this even possible? How was it possible? Orochimaru felt his worldview shatter. Ha ha ha, this is incredible, absolutely incredible. Suddenly, Orochimaru started clapping and laughing. He wasn't just laughing, his whole body was trembling, almost as if he were having a seizure. Giving a puppet life, anyone who saw this would have their worldview completely upended. Especially the puppet masters. If Takashi's puppets ever met Hidden Sand Village's puppet core, those puppet masters might start doubting whether they'd taken the right path. Too bad giving life to puppets was something impossible to replicate, unless they could also awaken the Tenseigan. With a glance at Orochimaru, who was trembling and laughing, Takashi quickly took out more puppets, injecting them with chakra in rapid succession before storing them away. Soon, all the puppets had transformed into his likeness. In the room, 20 puppets of inferior quality were left behind. These were for Orochimaru. Takashi-kun, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Orochimaru didn't mind the quality. After all, the puppets in his hands wouldn't be used for fighting, most of them would be disassembled for research or used in experiments. Appearance didn't matter to him. The pleasure is mine. Just remember to keep your promise and don't spill any secrets. Of course not. With his puppets in tow, Orochimaru left in high spirits. If conditions had allowed, he would have started his experiments right there in the camp. Finally, a chance to rest. After seeing Orochimaru off, Takashi started to wash up. He had just laid down when, suddenly, the room blurred, and he found himself whisked away from the rest area, transported to the Shikatsu forest. Takashi-kun, the time to practice senjutsu has come, said the slug sage, shifting its enormous head and reminding him that it was time for his sage training. Can't I just not practice today? I want to sleep. Before Takashi could say a word, a swarm of small slugs crawled onto his body. Fine, let's do this. If it doesn't kill me, I'll train until it does. Who needs sleep at my age, anyway? Everyone's pushing themselves, let's see who gets worn out first. Takashi sat cross-legged on the ground and began absorbing the dense natural energy from Shikatsu Forest, following the instructions of the Slug Sage. Shikatsu Forest, Mount Mayabaku, Rishi Cave, these three were known as the three great sage regions of the ninja world, places where natural energy was far denser compared to the rest of the world. Training in senjutsu here was twice as effective, though it also increased the risk of turning into stone. The abundant natural energy, combined with Takashi's talent, the guidance of the Slug Sage, and the help of the small slugs, soon led to natural energy entering his body. Crack. On his first attempt, Takashi failed to find the balance, and his arm began to petrify. The small slugs on him quickly crawled over and wrapped themselves around his hand. As the petrified arm became covered in their mucus, the stone slowly receded. This was far more convenient than the toad oil from Mount Mayabaku. An imbalance in natural energy would lead to petrification, but the small slugs could absorb the runaway energy, preventing him from turning to stone. If it weren't for being covered in sticky mucus, Takashi would have given these slugs a thumbs up and a 5-star rating. Chapter 71, Declaring War? Nah, just fight already again. With the Slug Sage and countless small slugs assisting him, as long as he didn't absorb too much natural energy at once, there was no risk of full-body petrification. Takashi gritted his teeth and continued his attempts. Petrification. Again. Petrification. Again. Damn it. Who said I was talented? How many times did I turn to stone in just one night? Takashi cursed, not realizing that the Slug Sage was watching in awe. Little Takashi is this determined? Why does he remind me so much of young Hashirama? No, actually, his progress is faster than Hashirama's. Takashi may have experienced more cases of petrification than Hashirama, but his speed in absorbing natural energy was far more impressive. The Slug Sage didn't say anything about this, it simply watched as Takashi began to grow increasingly frustrated. It doesn't understand, really doesn't understand. Why is little Takashi so impatient when his progress is so fast? Is that the essence of human nature? After the Slug Sage ended the reverse summoning, Takashi returned to the rest area of the camp's medical unit. Seeing the dim light of dawn, Takashi collapsed onto the bed. I'm exhausted. Senjutsu really isn't for humans to train in. Reflecting on the events of the night, Takashi closed his eyes in a daze. It had been exhausting and rough, but at least it was better than Naruto's experience. At least he didn't have to risk sitting on sharp mountain peaks or eat revolting bug meals like Naruto had. He only had to endure being covered in sticky mucus. It wasn't poisonous, just a bit gross. Plus, it had a moisturizing effect on the skin. Many people would love to have that. Luckily, there weren't many patients being brought in today. Those who had already been treated didn't need Takashi's direct supervision, the medics and medical ninja could handle it. Takashi focused on developing antidotes and treating severely injured patients. Otherwise, he'd be dead from overwork soon. Is the workload in the medical unit always this heavy? When Narashikashin saw Takashi's tired, dark-circled face, he was surprised. Kid, are you okay? You're still young, yet you look even more worn out than me, an old man. If not for the fact that the medical unit was peaceful, without any rumors or gossip, and that Takashi's relationship with Tsunoda was well known, Narashikashin would have suspected that Takashi was spending his nights getting cozy with the medics. Don't mention it. It's all Tsunoda's fault. Takashi yawned, still feeling drained. He had to work during the day and train in senjutsu with the Slug Sage at night, leaving him with less than 4 hours of sleep. Anyone would be exhausted. It was impossible to describe how overworked he was. Tsunoda-hime? Narashikashin was taken aback. Takashi waved it off. There are things I can't really say, but just know that I have to work during the day and stay up late training at night. Alright, then. Narashikashin wasn't one to press for answers. If Takashi didn't want to explain, he wouldn't pry. I came to tell you that Chio, one of the elders of Hidden Sand Village, has led reinforcements into the Land of Rain. The situation will be even more severe from now on. So, that old lady Chio had already arrived? Looks like the medical unit will be busy. It seemed like Takashi would be dedicating most of his time to cracking poisons and developing antidotes. Chio was ruthless in her use of poisons, and her speed in developing new toxins was first-rate. If Takashi couldn't keep up, it would be a huge problem. Narashikashin had come to remind Takashi to mentally prepare himself. He couldn't afford to drop the ball, otherwise, everyone would suffer, and Tsunoda would be in an even tougher spot. Yawning again, Takashi replied, Don't worry, Shikashin-senpai. With Orochimaru helping me, there shouldn't be any problems. Even if Orochimaru and I can't manage, I can contact Tsunoda and send the samples to her. In the ninja world, there were countless ways to send messages and items. Even if Takashi couldn't handle it, He could send Chiyo's new poisons back to the village via slugs, where Tsunade could analyze and develop antidotes before sending them back. The speed was astounding, though it did mean making the slugs work overtime. That puts my mind at ease. Naruto was confident in his ability to manage everything else, but Chiyo's poisons posed a significant threat to Hidden Leaf Village as ninja. If they could crack the poisons, Chiyo's effectiveness would be cut in half. That wasn't an exaggeration, it was reality. For ninja who specialized in poisons, if you could neutralize their toxins and produce antidotes, their capabilities were effectively halved. Take Danzō of the Salamander, for example. While his taijutsu, kenjutsu, and body flicker technique were top tier, his most feared weapon was his salamander's venom and its summon, the salamander itself. If he lost his poison and the salamander, Danzō would drop from being a demigod to a mere entry-level Kage-level ninja. Even among Kage-level ninja, the differences could be enormous. Unfortunately, the salamander's venom was so potent that no one in the ninja world had yet developed an antidote. Since even its host was affected by its own venom, most people dared not even try. Having received the information he needed, Naruto got up to leave. Oh, and the village will be sending another group of medical ninja and medics, along with medical supplies, tools, and herbs. Your burden should lighten a bit. Lighten a bit, my foot. The patients he treated were all critically injured, and ordinary medical ninja couldn't handle them, leaving it all to him. Unless the village sent exceptionally skilled medical ninja, it wouldn't ease his burden much. Let's hope so. Takashi didn't hold out much hope. There weren't many medical ninja in the village to begin with, and Takashi knew most of them. Those capable of helping with his workload were few and far between. So reducing his burden wasn't something Takashi expected. As long as they sent more medical ninja, it would be good enough. He'd focus on treating critically injured patients and preparing antidotes, no need to stress over other things. Looking at the current situation in the Land of Rain, the war wasn't going to end anytime soon. It was almost funny, the Land of Rain was already in chaos, with Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Hidden Stones Village all fighting each other, while Hidden Rain Village got caught in the crossfire. Yet, none of the three great villages formally declared war. No declaration, just silent action. The fight was on, but no one was willing to officially declare it. Though Hidden Sand Village initiated the conflict, they didn't want to bear the reputation of instigating a war. Hidden Leaf Village, being the reactive party, was even less likely to declare war. Chapter 72, Sakamo Hatake. If I knew I'd be this embarrassed, I'd rather die on the battlefield. Hidden Stones Village did it even worse. They had no intention of joining the war, but Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village dragged them into the muddy battlefield of the Land of Rain. Moreover, with the ongoing friction between Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village, and the ever-present threat posed by the Third Dry Kage, Hidden Stones Village couldn't just openly declare war and fire the first shot. They could fight, but they couldn't afford to officially declare war. After all, the first one to make a move would always be targeted. If they won, things might be fine, but if they lost, they'd face severe war reparations and total humiliation. Therefore, even though the three great ninja villages fought viciously in the Land of Rain, none of them officially declared war. And as for Hidden Rain Village, it was nothing more than a sacrificial pawn in the games of the three major ninja villages. Who would care about them? In hindsight, Hidden Leaf Village had the Third Dry Kage and Hidden Clouds Village to thank for the current situation in the Land of Rain. The Land of Fire was a juicy piece of meat. Hidden Sand Village wanted a bite, wanted to sink their teeth in deep enough to have the juices running down their chin. Hidden Stones Village wanted the same, considering they weren't much richer than Hidden Sand Village. While Hidden Sand Village dared to make a move, Hidden Stones Village couldn't, all because of the looming threat of the Third Dry Kage. Over the years, the Third Dry Kage and Onoki had butted heads more than a few times, leading to escalating skirmishes between their villages. One day it was Hidden Stones Village attacking, the next day it was Hidden Clouds Village. This was why, in the original story, Hidden Stones Village only entered the Second Shinobi War passively and retreated from the Land of Rain after a while. It was because the Third Dry Kage was stabbing Onoki in the back. Compared to Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Clouds Village was the true threat to Hidden Stones Village. Hidden Leaf Village wasn't inclined to start wars casually, and while Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village didn't see eye to eye, neither would initiate a large-scale war. The simple reason was that they were both poor. Only the Land of Fire was a delicious prize, dripping with promise. Therefore, during the Third Shinobi War, Onoki seized the opportunity without hesitation and attacked the Land of Fire. Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Mist Village only launched probing attacks, and with the death of the Third Dry Kage and the rapid rise of Minato, the two villages had to end their probing offensives hastily. This illustrated the extent of Minato's accomplishments during the Third Shinobi War. Unfortunately, such a hero ran into the old guard, the Third Hokage and his cronies, and couldn't even grasp the basic powers of a Hokage. Worse still, there was Obito, who betrayed him, his own teacher. Ever since Minato became Hokage, his luck had been nothing but miserable. He was backstabbed by the third Hokage, betrayed by the elders, and even betrayed by his own student. And to top it all off, Kakashi managed to give a divine assist. If he had kept his mouth shut, Obito wouldn't have been able to determine Kushina's delivery time. Without that knowledge, Obito wouldn't have dared to stir up trouble in Hidden Leaf Village. He couldn't be sure whether he'd have to face Minato alone or both Minato and Kushina. If nothing happened to Minato and Kushina, the Uchiha massacre likely wouldn't have occurred either, as neither of them had any prejudice against the Uchiha. With their combined strength, even the Elders' Council would think twice before attempting anything. In summary, the root cause of the drastic changes in Hidden Leaf Village's situation was simply that Kakashi Hatake couldn't keep his mouth shut. Lord Kakashi, we have a rather special injured person from the front lines who need your attention. Oh? What kind of special patient? On the battlefield, no one cares who you are, that's nonsense. Some people, no matter what, had special status. Walking out of the rest area and into the surgery room, Kakashi glanced at the man lying on the operating table. Well, speak of the devil, and here comes the devil's father. Cough, cough. Tsukumo Hatake, lying on the operating table, was deathly pale and coughing continuously, clearly in bad shape. Did you encounter a particularly difficult enemy, Senior? Kakashi approached to examine Tsukumo's condition. The older ninja coughed and spoke haltingly, cough, cough. Yes, I ran into Hanzo of the Salamander. Cough, cough. He's as strong as they say. Tsukumo Hatake, a senior slightly older than Tsunade, his strength was indisputable. He was considered a leading figure of Hidden Leaf Village's new generation. Not to mention, he was the head of the Hatake clan. No wonder the young medic said they had a particularly special patient. The clan leader of the Hatake clan, that was indeed someone noteworthy. Kakashi cut open Tsukumo's clothes to examine the wounds, and Tsukumo's pale face began to flush, since a group of young female medics stood in the room, all staring wide-eyed at him. Worse still, Kakashi hadn't left him with any clothing for the examination, not even his undergarments. Cough, cough. Can you cover me up a little? Tsukumo Hatake was extremely embarrassed. If he had been standing, he would probably be curling his toes in mortification. Sorry, no can do. Kakashi turned and shouted at the group of onlooking medics who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle a little too much. What's with you all? If you're going to watch, fine, but why are you chatting about it too? Haven't you ever seen a man before? Or is it just that the Hatake clan leader's size is that interesting? What's wrong with you guys? When Jiraiya pitched a tent, you all called him a pervert, but when Tsukumo Hatake is lying there naked, you watch with glee. Can't you people be a little less shallow? Tsukumo Hatake. I'm done. Just end me. If he had known something so humiliating would happen after coming back to camp, Tsukumo Hatake would rather have died on the battlefield. This was just too embarrassing. After sending the crowd away, Kakashi resumed the examination. You've got multiple lacerations, and the wounds are deep. You've also been poisoned. Senior, you're lucky, not many people manage to escape from that demigod. Don't underestimate scythes as weapons. The wounds they leave are far worse than those from ordinary ninja tools. And with Hanzo's salamander poison. It's not a joke. Kakashi wasn't exaggerating. The fact that Tsukumo managed to escape from Hanzo and make it back to the camp for treatment was a testament to his strength. At this point in time, both he and the future Sannin were still in the midst of their growth phases, far from reaching their peaks. You were fast, Senior. You didn't inhale much of the poison, but please bear with me a little longer. The treatment process was the usual, removing the poison, cleaning the wounds, stitching them up. When the wounds were too large, even medical ninjutsu couldn't fully heal them right away. After the treatment ended, Tsukumo Hatake drifted into a deep sleep. Kakashi handed him over to the medics and returned to the rest area. As for whether the young, wealthy, fairly handsome clan leader would be taken advantage of by the nurses, that was beyond Kakashi's control. Chapter 73, Escalating Tensions Between Hidden Sand Village and the Land of Rain. Well, at least he managed to drag his half-dead body back to camp. Not many people could do that. The Sannin didn't have it that rough during their fight with Hanzo of the Salamander, but don't forget, there were 3 of them, while Tsukumo Hatake was alone. To achieve such a feat alone was already commendable. Oh, it seems I should congratulate him, Orochimaru said with a sly smile. He noticed Kakashi handing over a glass vial and couldn't help but ask, a new type of poison? Kakashi replied, sitting down and rubbing his throbbing temples. Working during the day, attending meetings after hours, and being dragged off to learn senjutsu in the middle of the night, it was taking a toll. Severely sleep-deprived, Takashi was in poor spirits. Not exactly new, it was taken from Sakamo-senpai's body, and it's related to the salamander. Look into it for me, would you? Before 20 seconds had passed, Takashi was already sound asleep. Orochimaru lifted his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Has the workload in the medical unit really gotten this overwhelming? It doesn't seem that way. So, you're telling me the casualty count for our troops is significantly higher than Hidden Leaf villages? Arriving at the camp, Chio needed to take control of everything, including battlefield intelligence. Listening to her subordinate's report, Chio's eyebrows were almost tied in a knot. So far, Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Leaf Village, and Hidden Stones Village had each deployed nearly 1,000 ninjas to the Land of Rain. Despite the chaos of the multi-sided skirmishes, Hidden Sand Village's casualty rate was much higher than Hidden Leaf Village's, something Chio couldn't accept. Setting aside the ambushes, even in direct combat, their casualty rate was higher than that of other villages. And what did that imply? It suggested that Hidden Sand Village's shinobi weren't as well trained as Hidden Leaf Villages. Chio wasn't about to take that lying down. She picked up the record scroll and scanned it carefully. Then she sneered, "Ha! Hidden Leaf Village came well prepared, even arranging all kinds of antidotes. Damn it. Is it just because they're rich? If Hidden Sand Village had such resources, they wouldn't have been the ones to initiate this war." For a moment, Chio was both envious and jealous. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, you couldn't definitely say which village had the best rank-and-file soldiers. In one-on-one combat, Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi had an advantage. In small-scale skirmishes, Hidden Sand Village had the upper hand. But when the numbers increased, Hidden Stones Village's shinobi were the most ferocious. The reputation of the Earth-style Corps wasn't just for show. Many of Hidden Sand Village's shinobi were skilled in poison techniques, but unfortunately for them, Hidden Leaf Village had invested heavily in countermeasures. Various antidotes were in place, effectively neutralizing one of Hidden Sand Village's key advantages. In the ensuing battles, Hidden Sand Village was bound to take heavy losses. What's the meaning of all these reports of squads going missing? Chio's frown deepened. There wasn't much good news to be found. No one would be pleased in such a situation. It's Hidden Rain Village, one reporting ninjas spat through gritted teeth. Ever since the conflict escalated into a full-blown war, Hidden Rain Village has been targeting us, especially Hanzo the Salamander. While the 3 great villages were embroiled in chaotic warfare, Hidden Rain Village had adopted a fight anyone and everyone stance. Hidden Sand Village, however, bore the brunt of their attacks, largely because the 3rd Kusagakure had tried to make Hanzo of the Salamander his pet. That humiliation had been etched into Hanzo's mind ever since. Humphrey, that old venomous snake. I'll get him eventually. Chio knew exactly why Hidden Sand Village was being singled out. It was all because the 3rd Kusagakure had tried to humiliate Hanzo. Trying to subjugate someone like that was blatant disrespect. The fact that Hanzo hadn't lashed out immediately and fought the 3rd Kusagakure on the spot showed remarkable restraint. Retaliation was inevitable. On the surface, Hidden Rain Village was fighting everyone, Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Sand Village. But in reality, Hanzo was focusing more of his efforts on Hidden Sand Village. If he wants to target us, then let's give him a response. Taking a beating without retaliating, what would that do for Hidden Sand Village's pride? Others might fear Hanzo the Salamander, but Chio wasn't among them. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye. Chio was ready to send Hanzo a fitting gift. If you don't want to be my pet and you continue your unhinged retaliation, then don't blame Hidden Sand Village for not showing mercy. Hidden Leaf Village's camp. Still sleep-deprived, Takashi was summoned to attend a meeting. Narashikashin, sitting at the head of the table, held a pointer in his hand and gestured at the map hanging on the wall. According to the intelligence gathered by the village, tensions between Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Rain Village have escalated in recent days. The map was marked with circles, representing villages and towns within the Land of Rain. Within just a few days, Hidden Sand Village has launched attacks and raids on towns and villages throughout the Land of Rain. The only places spared were the Daimyo's palace and Hidden Rain Village's headquarters. Hidden Sand Village's retaliation had come fiercely. Chio wasn't someone known for her mercy. She led her troops to attack the settlements in the Land of Rain without hesitation. Except for the Daimyo's palace and Hidden Rain Village's central stronghold, everywhere else suffered under the onslaught. If Hidden Rain Village weren't so difficult to breach and the Daimyo's palace off-limits, Chio likely wouldn't have spared those 2 places either. Right now, Hidden Rain Village had become a living hell. Under this wave of retaliation, countless citizens of the Land of Rain lost their lives. Even those who survived had little chance of enduring the ongoing war. With everything that happened, one could say the Land of Rain had been destroyed. Total chaos, absolute disarray. Not only had the war erupted years earlier than originally anticipated, but Hanzo of the Salamander also had his sights set firmly on Hidden Sand Village. And Hidden Sand Village wasn't one to back down, they retaliated fiercely. Danzō, damn you. This is all your fault. The drastic change in the situation could largely be attributed to Shimura Danzō. If he hadn't been hellbent on eliminating Takashi and using information to win over Hanzo, the provocations between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village wouldn't have escalated into war so quickly. Without that intel, Hanzo wouldn't have tried to negotiate with Hidden Sand Village, and there wouldn't have been a chance for the third Kusagakure to humiliate him. A demigod wouldn't easily let such an insult slide. His fixation on targeting Hidden Sand Village was proof enough. On the surface, he was fighting everyone, Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Sand Village, but behind the scenes, he was laser-focused on making Hidden Sand Village suffer. Somehow, without doing anything directly, the butterfly effect had fanned the flames of chaos across the ninja world. What Hidden Sand Village is doing is excessive. Wars shouldn't target civilians. Exactly. If Hidden Sand Village had any humanity, they wouldn't have started this war in the first place. One after another, voices rose up, cursing Hidden Sand Village's actions. Do your consciences not hurt? Takashi found it all a bit amusing. Sure, Hidden Sand Village was despicable, but was Hidden Leaf Village any better? And what about all of you sitting here? Takashi wasn't one to be overly righteous, but he couldn't help finding the scene darkly humorous. Chapter 74, Hanzo of the Salamander declares war on the three great ninja villages. Let's not forget, Hidden Leaf Village also played a part in making the Land of Rain the way it is now. If Hidden Leaf Village hadn't tried to drag Hidden Rain Village into the conflict, the Land of Rain wouldn't have ended up in such dire straits. Orochimaru, sitting beside Takashi, wore a faint smile on his lips. However, the smile seemed more mocking than anything else. Noticing someone looking his way, Orochimaru turned to meet Takashi's gaze. The two exchanged smiles. Perfect, they shared the same views. Since they were already involved, there was no need to justify themselves or seek praise. What is wrong with you two? Everyone else was condemning Hidden Sand Village, yet these two were grinning away. If it were anyone else, Narashikashin would have immediately reminded them to mind the occasion. But he knew he couldn't control either Takashi or Orochimaru. Everyone. Narashikashin raised his voice, interrupting the ongoing arguments. Hidden Sand Village's retaliation isn't just targeting Hidden Rain Village. They're also focusing heavily on plundering resources. Don't forget their purpose in starting this war in the first place. From here on out, Hidden Leaf Village's strategy will shift from offense to defense. Let's hope Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Rain Village exhaust each other for a while. Since Hidden Sand Village intended to retaliate against Hidden Rain Village, Hidden Leaf Village would simply alter their approach and let them wear each other down. Retreating entirely wasn't an option. If Hidden Leaf Village were to do so, Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Rain Village would undoubtedly stop fighting each other and refocus their efforts. This war was a chaotic free-for-all. Anyone attempting to back out would become a target. The change in strategy had little to do with Takashi. As a medical ninja, his mission was to stay in the camp, not to fight on the front lines. Unless the enemy breached the camp, or unless Hidden Leaf Village was on the verge of collapse, Takashi didn't need to concern himself with the battlefield. As for the innocent civilians of the Land of Rain, Takashi had no sympathy for them either. Like he always said, if Hidden Sand Village were the main villain, then Hidden Leaf Village was the accomplice. It wasn't his place as an accomplice to feign sympathy for the victims. At this stage, his primary focus was on doing his job well, accumulating as many puppets as possible, and dedicating himself to learning senjutsu. Faced with Hidden Sand Village's frenzied retaliation and pillaging, Hanzo of the Salamander was enraged to the point where the poison sacs inside his body nearly exploded. In his fury, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Damn old hag." Hanzo and Shio had known each other for years, and they never got along. She called him an old venomous snake, and he called her an old hag. Hidden Sand Village's retaliation had undoubtedly pushed the demigod to his breaking point. And the cost of angering a demigod? What did you say? Takashi almost thought he'd misheard. He raised a hand to scratch his ear and asked, Hidden Rain Village declared war on us? Yes, not just us. They declared war on Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Sand Village as well. Jiraiya, who had just returned from the battlefield for some rest, scratched his unwashed hair and sighed. I don't know what kind of stimulus that demigod received, but he just declared war on all three great ninja villages at once. Doesn't he fear retaliation? Jiraiya couldn't make sense of it. Good grief, Hanzo of the Salamander ended up following the same path as in the original story. Knowing the unwinnable situation, wouldn't it have been better to conserve his strength? But no, he chose to declare war on all three great villages in a fit of rage. Even more astonishing was that the Hidden Rain Village ninja, led by Hanzo, launched a series of mad attacks against the territories occupied by Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Hidden Stones Village. Faced with Hanzo's seemingly crazed assault, the three great villages were caught off guard. How dare he? To the three great villages, Hidden Rain Village was nothing more than a sacrificial pawn in their games. Otherwise, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't have deliberately dragged them into the conflict. They clearly didn't take Hidden Rain Village seriously, their size and power were not even in the same league. Even Hanzo, a so-called demigod, wasn't respected. The third Kusagakure had humiliated him, wanting him to become his pet. From beginning to end, none of the three great villages had considered Hidden Rain Village's feelings or potential reactions. The result? The very village that the three great villages treated as expendable had declared war on them. Not only that, but Hidden Rain Village declared war on all three villages at once and launched attacks against them. Where did Hanzo of the Salamander get such audacity? Did he really think himself a god? In the original story, Hanzo did declare war on the three great villages, but the impact was far less dramatic because, at that point, Hidden Rain Village had been pushed beyond endurance. Back then, the great conflict among the three villages had almost run its course. But now, the war had only just begun. And here Hanzo was, jumping into the fray. No kidding, Hanzo leading Hidden Rain Village against the three great villages actually caused some real damage, particularly to Hidden Sand Village, who were completely unprepared for such a fierce response. Our demigod is brave. Takashi was silent for a moment, then offered Hanzo a simple evaluation. He was brave. Other than that, Takashi really didn't know what else to say. If it were him, he'd prioritize preserving strength and waiting until the three great villages had exhausted themselves before striking a fatal blow. The Land of Rain was already ruined. Jumping into the fight now would just make them a prime target. It would be better to wait until the three great villages had almost finished each other off before making a move. The three great villages, after all, were desperately trying not to become the target of everyone else. They fought without official declarations, battling silently. But now, Hidden Rain Village had shattered that tacit understanding among the three great villages, laying everything bare. Once the news spread, the entire ninja world would be shocked. What happens next will depend on how the three great villages respond. If they didn't do something in the face of Hidden Rain Village's declaration of war, they'd be humiliated. And now that there was a prime target, the three great villages could finally unleash their full strength. Enough of that, just help me look over my manuscript. Jiraiya had no thoughts about the ongoing situation, what he cared about was whether his manuscript was any good. So, upon returning to camp, the first thing he did was find Takashi. Not to report in. Not to rest. Looking down at the manuscript Jiraiya had shoved into his hands, Takashi's face was full of question marks. You wrote all of this? Jiraiya nodded. Of course. I thought the story you told me before was great, so I added some details. Don't worry, once the book is published, you'll get a share of the royalties. No, I mean, when did you have time to write this? Takashi wasn't particularly interested in the royalties. Sure, it would be nice, but it wasn't his primary concern. What he was curious about was when Jiraiya found the time to write this. He was supposed to be on the battlefield. Not hunkered down in camp, writing. Oh, during those breaks in the recent battles, why? Jiraiya asked, looking genuinely puzzled. You're something else. Other people go to the battlefield to risk their lives and fight the enemy. And you, Jiraiya, found the time to write a book, and not just any book, but a risque one at that. Chapter 75, Jiraiya, Orochimaru must be mad because my writing is just that good. This wasn't even the most impressive part. The Land of Rain experienced constant downpours, and there were no tents on the battlefield for resting. Usually, you had to grab whatever spot you could find for a quick break. Where did Jiraiya find the time to write a book? Where did he find a dry place to do it? The manuscript was spotless, not even touched by the rain. Takashi genuinely admired Jiraiya for his dedication. To write such a risque book, this guy really went all out. Coming back drenched, he immediately produced a stack of written pages. How did he manage it? Ahahaha. Seeing Takashi give him a thumbs up, Jiraiya smiled sheepishly. You're something else, Jiraiya. Alright, let me take a look at this manuscript, I'll give it a review. Takashi picked up the manuscript and began to read. After reading a few pages, he glanced up at Jiraiya, then looked back down at the manuscript. Jiraiya suddenly felt a pang of nervousness. Did he write it poorly? Maybe the storyline wasn't smooth enough? But the plot of the pure housewife Mage he had devised was pretty solid, wasn't it? After reading a few more pages, Takashi handed the manuscript back to Jiraiya without hesitation. It's very well written. Keep it up, and once it's done, send it to a publisher. I'm sure it'll become a big hit across the ninja world. This guy, Jiraiya, really is a master of risque writing. He writes with true flair, though the protagonist, Beiji's first love interest, felt somewhat familiar. Really? Jiraiya's heart nearly leaped out of his chest in joy as he jumped to his feet. Yes, really. Trust yourself, trust my judgment. If you still don't believe me, let Orochimaru take a look. Alright, I'll go find that conceited Orochimaru. Once I finish the manuscript, I'll have someone send it back to the village. Or no, asking someone isn't safe. I'll have the toads help me deliver it for printing and publication. With the manuscript in hand, Jiraiya dashed away, grinning from ear to ear. Takashi rubbed his face to wake himself up. Hopefully, that guy doesn't get beaten to death. Bursting into the morgue, Jiraiya found Orochimaru resting. He proudly put on an arrogant expression and handed the manuscript over. This is my new book. Takashi said I should ask you to take a look. New book? Didn't you just head to the battlefield? When did you find the time to write a new book? Like Takashi, Orochimaru shared the same question. If it was just Jiraiya asking him to read it, he'd have refused outright and ignored him. But since Takashi had sent Jiraiya here, Orochimaru decided to at least glance at it. Taking the manuscript, Orochimaru skimmed a few pages, his usually calm face suddenly darkening. Smack. He slapped the manuscript down on the table with force, his entire body emanating a frightening aura. Explain to me right now why the male lead is called Big Snake Snake. Jiraiya explained, he's a genius. Just like you, a jack of all trades. Takashi called him a hexagon warrior, someone so well-rounded that Beiji would be irresistibly attracted to him. Isn't it great? It's just like you. Get out. Orochimaru kicked Jiraiya out of the room. You idiot. You used me as a reference to write a risque character, making me the male lead? Orochimaru couldn't remember the last time he'd been this angry. Jiraiya, you jerk. Writing me as the male lead is bad enough, but you made the character so unflattering. Don't be mad. Give me back my manuscript. Damn it, Orochimaru. My manuscript. Get out. Take this garbage with you. Don't be mad. I can even share some of the royalties with you. Get out. In a fit of rage, Orochimaru chased Jiraiya down, delivering a solid beating. Fortunately, the manuscript was spared. Though Jiraiya was bruised and battered, he remained incredibly cheerful. He figured that Orochimaru's anger meant his portrayal had been too spot on. The character must have been depicted perfectly, which is why it struck a nerve with Orochimaru. Grinning ear to ear, Jiraiya made his way to the command center, where he eagerly asked, Senior Shikashin, do I have any missions coming up? There are missions, but I think it'd be better for you to take some time off. Seeing Jiraiya's black eyes and bruised face, Nara Shikashin stifled his initial thought of assigning a mission. This kid really has it rough, got beaten up like this and still wants to go on a mission. That's great. I could use some time to finish my manuscript. Senior, I'll head back for now. With his time off secured, Jiraiya planned to finish the rest of his writing in one go and send it back to the village for printing. Nara Shikashin. It seems the Hokage's student has a few screws loose. Should I report this to the Hokage? Finding an empty tent, Jiraiya slipped inside. Not even bothering to change out of his wet clothes, he took out paper and pen and began furiously writing away, feeling more inspired than ever. The Land of Rain was in turmoil, and Hidden Leaf Village wasn't much better. With Hidden Rain Village having declared war, the ball was now in the hands of the three great villages. The three great villages, which had been cautious before, could now freely unleash their full strength. This was precisely what Hidden Sand Village had wanted, but it wasn't something Hidden Leaf Village was too happy about. Hidden Leaf Village had been on the defensive all along, previously using the lack of an official declaration of war to hold Hidden Sand Village accountable for starting the conflict. Now, with Hidden Rain Village having shattered that dynamic, Hidden Sand Village no longer had to worry about taking the blame. Everyone, Hidden Rain Village has declared war on us. How should we respond? The third Hokage had been stressed to the point of losing a good amount of hair recently. What in the world happened to Hanzo of the Salamander? What kind of provocation made him suddenly decide to take the blame for Hidden Sand Village? Was it really worth it? With war breaking out, the Land of Rain was already destined to become a casualty. It was only a matter of time before it got ravaged. But just after Hidden Sand Village looted it, Hanzo couldn't hold back any longer. The third Hokage was frustrated, as Hanzo's actions had put Hidden Leaf Village in a difficult position. If Hidden Rain Village has the audacity to declare war on us, then as one of the 5 great ninja villages, we must retaliate fiercely, Koharu Uchiha said, her fiery temper still in full swing. The Land of Rain was plundered. If you want revenge, go after Hidden Sand Village. Why drag Hidden Leaf Village into this? Do you really think Hidden Leaf Village is that much of a pushover? Declaring war on us so directly. I believe Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village feel the same way. The pride and bottom line of the 5 great ninja villages cannot be challenged. I agree with Koharu. Hamura Mitakato, who rarely spoke during meetings, voiced his support. The ball had been kicked into their court. If they didn't strike back, people would think Hidden Leaf Village was scared of Hidden Rain Village. Chubby, what do you think? The third Hokage glanced at Torafu Akimaki, who patted his round belly and smiled. Koharu makes a valid point. Regardless of the reason, since Hidden Rain Village has declared war, we must respond. But I suggest we hold off for now. What do you mean by that? Are you just trying to oppose us, Torafu? Koharu seemed displeased. Chapter 76, Handing over the Anbu? Since Akimaki Torafu had been pushed into the council, with the Inoshika trio now marked as Tsunoda's faction, he had been playing a constant game of tug-of-war with the others. Today, he opposed one thing, tomorrow, something else. Koharu Uchiha was already deeply displeased by how her influence had been reduced. Now there was an opponent stepping in to disrupt her every decision, and expecting her to tolerate that was unrealistic. Her temper was as terrible as ever. Akimaki Torafu sighed. What I mean is, the village needs to respond, but we can afford to be patient. We should first observe Hidden Sand Village's and Hidden Stones Village's moves. Hidden Sand Village initiated this conflict, but chose not to declare it openly, which means they don't want to take the blame. Now that an opportunity has arisen, they're not going to hold back. Hidden Stones Village won't rush in unnecessarily either, but Onoki's temper is quite something. Torafu's message was clear. Hidden Sand Village didn't want to take the lead and shoulder the blame, but that didn't mean they didn't need the opportunity. Now that Hanzo had taken the first step, it presented a chance that Hidden Sand Village had been waiting for. As long as no official declaration of war was made, there wouldn't be much public condemnation. But Hidden Rain Village's boldness, declaring war on all 3 great shinobi villages, had already caused a huge uproar. With someone stepping in as the scapegoat, Hidden Sand Village would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Compared to Hidden Sand Village's urgency, Hidden Leaf Village didn't need to rush. Watching and waiting was the better strategy. Having explained his thoughts, Torafu shot a brief, concealed glance at Koharu, feeling a pang of helplessness. Ever since he was pushed into the advisor's role, Koharu's temper had only grown more volatile. But he understood why. Control of the village's medical system was supposed to belong to her, yet his appointment had wrestled it away, leaving her frustrated and livid. Hamura Mitakato, who still managed logistics, was not as impacted as Koharu. Though he very much wished to kick Torafu out, he bore none of the overt animosity that Koharu did. It wasn't that Hamura was kinder, it was simply because his own authority hadn't been diminished. If Torafu had been given control over the logistics division instead of the medical system, then it would have been Hamura fuming, not Koharu. Humphrey, Torafu, you're getting softer, Koharu spat, acknowledging that he made a valid point, but refusing to show any respect. Hamura chuckled softly, staying silent. Koharu, Hiruzen Sarutobi interjected to remind her to watch her behavior. Acting out was one thing, but she couldn't bring personal emotions into her work. I think Torafu's suggestion is reasonable. Since Hidden Sand Village is so eager, let's take a step back and observe. Besides, Onoki certainly isn't one to take this lightly. If Hidden Sand Village made an overt declaration, it would likely provoke Onoki. After the meeting concluded, Torafu was the first to leave. Koharu muttered in discontent, Hiruzen, can we really not release Danzō? Torafu is already one of Tsunoda's men. With him here, the upper council is facing a lot of obstacles. No. Hiruzen shook his head with a deep sigh. Tsunoda has made it very clear. She will never allow Danzō to be released, not even under another identity. His plot to assassinate Takashi by using the intel he provided to Hanzo deeply affected her. But, Koharu's resentment still lingered. She didn't care much for Danzō himself, what she wanted was control over the medical departments. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll speak with Tsunoda myself at a later time. Hidden Leaf Village had numerous departments, but few compared to the significance of the medical division. Even if Hiruzen wanted to compensate Koharu, he didn't have much to offer that would match its importance. Asking Tsunoda to give up the medical division was out of the question unless he could offer something equally valuable, such as the logistics division, the finance department, or Anbu. The logistics department was in Hamura's hands, so swapping it for the medical department wouldn't make much sense. The finance department and Anbu were even more difficult to consider. Anbu might be plausible, at least Tsunoda could gain partial control. The finance department, though, was impossible. If Tsunoda took over the finance department, all the hidden skeletons would come to light, and Sarutobi's reputation would be utterly destroyed. Perhaps he could negotiate an exchange with her? There were many branches under the medical system. Maybe Tsunoda could relinquish control of some of them in exchange for Koharu taking over logistics as compensation. Then Koharu could share management responsibilities with Hamura, stabilizing the balance in the upper council. The finance department couldn't be touched, but he could hand over half of Anbu's authority to Tsunoda. Anbu was a department directly under the Hokage's control. Even if Tsunoda managed part of it, it wouldn't greatly affect him. On the 5th day after Hidden Rain Village declared war on the 3 great shinobi villages, Hidden Sand Village also seized the opportunity and declared war on Hidden Rain Village, Hidden Leaf Village, and Hidden Stones Village simultaneously. Provoked by this, Hidden Stones Village quickly followed suit, declaring war on Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Leaf Village, and Hidden Rain Village. Hidden Leaf Village, which had held out the longest, also eventually declared war on all the factions, Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Rain Village. With the 4 major factions declaring war on each other, the Second Shinobi World War had truly begun. Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Hidden Stones Village continued to send reinforcements to the Rain Country as the chaotic war intensified. With the village now in a wartime state, the ominous clouds of war loomed over the entire shinobi world, directly or indirectly affecting all the villages and countries. Large groups of reinforcements rushed to the front lines, and each of the 3 great shinobi villages had now committed over 2,000 ninja to the Rain Country. Don't underestimate the number, 2,000 ninja were enough to fight a major battle. Having finished her work for the day, Tsunoda headed to the usual place where she, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya used to gather. Hiruzen Sarutobi was already there waiting for her, the table laden with dishes and Tsunoda's favorite sake. Tsunoda sat across from him unceremoniously, picked up a bottle, and poured herself a cup. After downing it in one gulp, she let her tense nerves relax a bit before saying, "That old bat bothering you again?" Koharu Uchiha had been relentlessly trying to reclaim the various branches of the medical system, something Tsunoda was well aware of, but she simply ignored her. Hiruzen smiled faintly, taking a small sip of his drink. "Tsunoda, the village's medical system covers a lot of branches. I was thinking, maybe you could give up a few." "Oh?" Tsunoda raised an eyebrow, smirking. "And what would you offer in return, old man, the logistics department or the finance department?" Cough, cough. Hiruzen almost choked. The medical system had many branches, but in terms of importance, it was on par with the logistics or finance departments. If he could offer either of those, what need was there for compensation? It would just be a swap. "I could let you take over half of Anbu," he said after catching his breath. "Anbu?" Tsunoda looked at him incredulously. "You haven't gone mad, have you? Are you seriously offering me control over Anbu?" Though it was only half, even half would allow Tsunoda significant influence, possibly enough to turn Anbu into her personal unit. Chapter 77, I want all of the Anbu, not just half. That's right, the Anbu. You can keep certain departments under the medical system, but the rest need to be handed over to Koharu. This is my final compromise. Koharu Uchiha was never one to quietly settle down. If her authority was stripped and she couldn't reclaim it for too long, she might end up causing a lot of trouble. And the 3rd Hokage wanted to avoid such chaos. I knew it. Tsunoda frowned without saying anything. She picked up her chopsticks and continued eating. The 3rd Hokage did not push her. The 2 master and disciple sat in silence, having their meal. Once she had eaten her fill, Tsunoda put down her chopsticks and stood up. When she reached the Hokage's side on her way out, she said, "Give me a few days to think about it." The 3rd Hokage nodded in agreement. The fact that Tsunoda didn't outright reject it meant that there was room to negotiate. As long as they managed to appease Koharu, the leadership of the village could stay united. Even if the Hokage faction was now split into 2, at least their overall objectives would align on major matters. Upon returning home, Tsunoda checked on Kushina, who was working on her studies. Then, she went back to her room and recorded what the 3rd Hokage had told her in a scroll. "Take this scroll to the front line and deliver it to Takashi. Tell him to respond to me as soon as possible." Ever since Takashi had firmly established himself as the go-to strategist at home, Tsunoda no longer wanted to deal with these sorts of issues herself. She simply handed them over to Takashi for him to handle. She knew very well that when it came to these matters, Takashi's thinking was much sharper than hers, and he was better at identifying key points. "Yes, Lady Tsunoda." The summoned Katsu wrapped its body around the scroll and vanished from the room. At night, as Takashi was preparing to return to the ninja world after his sage training at the Shikatsu forest, he received the scroll. The 3rd Hokage sure knows how to make a deal. Half of the Anbu in exchange for more departments under the medical system. This would indeed placate Koharu, who had been rather restless lately. Openly and covertly, she kept pushing the 3rd Hokage to release Danzō Shimura, the biggest troublemaker in the village. It was clear that she was getting anxious. After wielding significant authority for over a decade, suddenly losing it was not something easy for anyone to accept. It was understandable that Koharu would be desperate. But half of the Anbu's authority. Hey, not worth it. Takashi took out a new scroll, wrote down his thoughts, and sent it back to the village with a puppet crow. Half? No. If you're going to give it all. Apart from the squad specifically tasked with protecting the Hokage, I want the entire Anbu under my control, only then does it have true value for negotiation. Plus, we need to retain control of the pharmaceutical division under the medical system. That division is crucial, and we can't afford to give it away. As for the other departments, Koharu can have them. As long as we hold on to the pharmaceutical division, all other medical departments are subordinate to it, they'll always have to defer to us. Moreover, Tsunade could hand over the responsibility of training medical ninja, which was quite a burden. Koharu likes to cause trouble? Fine, then let her take on all these departments and see how she handles it. Meanwhile, the most crucial pharmaceutical division remains in my control. Koharu would always have to consider our stance. The third Hokage's suggestion to divide up the Anbu had its reasoning. As Hokage, as long as he remained in the village, his safety was almost guaranteed. Even if he relinquished part of the Anbu, he could still call upon them to serve him. It was just that some off-the-books operations couldn't be handled by Anbu anymore. Thus, Takashi's response was to go big or go home. If you're giving up control of the Anbu, then give it all, don't split hairs with half-hearted measures. If it worked out, great, if not, things would remain as they were. After all, it wasn't their side that was feeling the pressure. Tsunade holding on to all of the medical departments might make Danzō miserable, but if she held both the pharmaceutical division and the Anbu, Danzō would essentially lose any hope of reclaiming influence. For the department like the Anbu, you either had full control or none at all. Having half was almost the same as having nothing. Only by taking full control of the Anbu could you select who was brought in, allowing you to develop loyal Anbu operatives who would pledge allegiance to you. Otherwise, no matter how well you managed it, you were only grooming people to serve the third Hokage. After sending the puppet crow off, Takashi lay down and quickly drifted off to sleep. He had already grasped the balance of natural energy, and if he kept progressing like this, it wouldn't be long before he could fully enter Sage mode. At that point, he would have graduated. Otherwise, with all this constant exertion day and night, Takashi was starting to worry that he might collapse from exhaustion. By dawn, the puppet crow had delivered the scroll to Tsunade. There were 2 scrolls. One contained information, while the other was a sealing scroll. Inside the sealing scroll were several specialized puppets for message delivery, crows and hawks. Sometimes, using puppets for message delivery was more convenient than summoning beasts. As soon as she received the scrolls, Tsunade understood Takashi's point. She realized that this time, the third Hokage would really have to pay dearly. Handing over all control of the Anbu? That was something not just anyone had the nerve to do. And yet, since it was being handed to her, Tsunade, the third Hokage might actually agree. If it were someone else, there would be no chance. The master-disciple relationship, plus Tsunade's unique status, made it possible for the third Hokage to consider giving her the Anbu. For anyone else, there was no way he'd agree. Even the other members of the Elders' Council could only be granted the right to deploy the Anbu, never complete control over it. Only when Danzō Shimura established route did he manage to infiltrate the Anbu, borrowing the right to deploy them and slowly planting his people within. Combined with the third Hokage's deliberate blindness, this allowed Danzō to wield massive power. One could say that Danzō's rise was built entirely on the Anbu's foundation. Without the Anbu's help, Danzō would be nothing. Even if he were released from custody and allowed to re-establish route, he'd be a minor player. If Tsunade controlled the Anbu, there was no way she'd let route members operate under the Anbu banner or use the same uniforms and equipment. That would just tarnish the Anbu's name. Now that she understood Takashi's plan, Tsunade wasn't in any rush. She dragged her feet for a few days until the third Hokage, running out of patience, sought her out again. It was then that she laid out her conditions. Within the medical system, you can have all the departments except for the pharmaceutical division. As for the Anbu, I want all of it, not just half, but everything. The third Hokage was initially pleased to hear that most of the medical departments could be handed over. But by the end of her statement, his smile had stiffened. Tsunade was asking for a lot, to keep the pharmaceutical division while also wanting the entire Anbu. An organization like the Anbu, there was a world of difference between giving half and giving all. With half, the third Hokage could take it back any time. Even if Tsunade planted her own people in it, he could reclaim full control if he set his mind to it. But giving the whole thing? That was a completely different matter. Chapter 78, The Anbu or Money. I know which matters more. If Tsunade were to take over recruitment, training, task execution, and everything else within the Anbu, the third Hokage would be left with little more than the right to give orders. Essentially, the Anbu would become a one-woman show, completely under Tsunade's control. No way. The third Hokage said, his voice raised in protest. Tsunade, the Anbu is a direct unit under the Hokage's command. What you're suggesting is basically splitting it off entirely for yourself. So what? Tsunade spread her hands, shrugging as she replied, if I can't have full control of the Anbu, why should I bother negotiating with you at all? Things can stay exactly as they are. You came to me with this deal, not the other way around. The third Hokage went silent. Yes, I was the one who came to you, but I didn't think your appetite would be this big. No, scratch that, it's Hyuga Takashi who's the real mastermind. This kid had practically become Tsunade's strategist. No, the most I can offer is half. Keep her satisfied, but not too much. That was the limit, an unyielding bottom line. If he crossed it, they'd just keep pushing, and before long, they'd set their sights on the pharmaceutical division. Takashi had written all of this clearly in his scroll. The line was drawn, absolutely no compromise. Not a single step back. Seeing the Hokage's unwillingness, Tsunade wasn't too fussed. Between the Anbu and the medical system, she much preferred keeping the latter intact. Wait. Seeing that Tsunade was about to leave, clearly not interested in continuing negotiations, the third Hokage clenched his teeth and said, fine, the Anbu can be yours, but the pharmaceutical division must be handed over. Absolutely not. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, her voice sharp with anger. Old man, don't treat me like a fool. You know how many of those medicines were developed by me. Besides, when that old hag Koharu was in charge, the pharmaceutical division's finances were a mess. I didn't bring that up before, and that was me giving you face. The pharmaceutical division will not be handed over. This is non-negotiable. If you don't like it, we can act like we never spoke. The pharmaceutical division's accounts were in disarray? The third Hokage wasn't stupid, he realized what that meant immediately. If Koharu was in charge of the medical departments and Hamura Mikado handled the logistics division, then surely both had used their positions to benefit themselves or their families in some way. After all, he himself oversaw the finance division and did similar things. Is there really no room for negotiation at all? The mention of those shady accounts had a calming effect on the third Hokage. His tone softened considerably. Tsunade let out a cold laugh. Sure, there's room. All those years that I developed various medicines without taking a share of the profits, I want you to give me what's owed if you want the pharmaceutical division. And any future drugs I develop will need a profit-sharing agreement too. Come on, you want the pharmaceutical division, right? Then cough up the money. I let you get away with using my work for free all these years because I considered myself part of the village. Fine, take it for free. But now you're all pushing your limits, aren't you? Let's calculate this properly, then. When Orochimaru developed some electronic gadgets, he got a share of the profits. But me, Tsunade, developing all these medicines and getting nothing but a meager bonus, how do you explain that? Ahem. The third Hokage was instantly rattled. If he had to go over the books with Tsunade, turning all drug production and development into a profit-sharing model, it would be the death of him. Compared to the small amount Orochimaru earned, Tsunade's share would be massive. If they had to pay her what she was due, it would drain the finance division's funds dry, much worse than giving Kushina a whole street. Even though Tsunade had only been working in the medical department for a few years, her talent for developing medicines and potions was as terrifying as Tobirama Senju's knack for creating ninjutsu. The Senju family seemed to excel in output, grandfather and granddaughter alike. During this time, Tsunade had developed countless medicines and potions, bringing immense wealth to the village. If they moved to a profit-sharing model, Tsunade would become filthy rich. Ahem, Tsunade, the finance division is rather strained at the moment. How about this, you continue to oversee the pharmaceutical division, and Koharu can manage the other departments. As for the Anbu, it's yours, as long as you can guarantee my safety. To avoid paying Tsunade, the third Hokage decisively decided to settle the matter as quickly as possible. He didn't even bring up the Hokage guard unit. No point mentioning it, after all, they were also part of the Anbu, and it would only strain their relationship further. He might as well let her manage them too. As the third Hokage hurried away, looking a little flustered, Tsunade snorted in disdain. Hiruzen, how did it go? The third Hokage had rushed back to his office, where Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mikado were waiting anxiously. Who? Sitting down in the Hokage's chair, the third Hokage let out a long breath. He didn't respond to his two companions right away. Instead, he picked up his pipe, taking several long draws. Tsunade's demand for money had really scared him. If Tsunade decided to make this a hard fight, the village would have to come up with a lot of cash. It's done, but Tsunade will continue managing the pharmaceutical division. What? How can that be? The pharmaceutical division is Koharu. The third Hokage's face darkened as he scolded. Tsunade knows very well what you've done in the past. She almost brought it all out in the open, and you're still eyeing the pharmaceutical division? Don't be ridiculous. I haven't done anything, Koharu protested stubbornly, though her tone lacked conviction. Hamura Minakato, meanwhile, lifted his gaze toward the ceiling, pretending not to hear anything. After all, he managed the logistics division and wasn't much better off, though compared to the third Hokage, he was far less egregious. He took a cut, yes, but not too much. And have you thought about this? How many medicines and potions Tsunade has developed over the past few years? If she demanded profit sharing, do you know how much the village would owe her? That would all be my money. Mine. You want the Anbu? Fine, take it. Want my money? Not a chance. In the end, the third Hokage decided to relinquish the Anbu to avoid having to pay Tsunade. Alright then. Though she remained dissatisfied about not regaining control of the pharmaceutical division, Koharu had to accept it. The pharmaceutical division was rich with opportunity, and without it, she felt at a disadvantage. It wasn't just about the money, the key issue was that without control of the pharmaceutical division, the entire medical system would still be under Tsunade's sway. Though she wasn't happy about it, this was the best outcome they could hope for. Otherwise, if Tsunade had kicked up a fuss, the three of them would have found themselves in deep trouble. Agreed, said the third Hokage, picking up his pipe again, trying to calm his nerves. From now on, let things be this way. The Anbu will be handed over to Tsunade, who will have complete control. Don't stir up any more trouble. As for Danzō, I'll arrange for him to be transferred to the Hidden Leaf village prison. Now that Tsunade had the Anbu, the third Hokage dared not leave Danzō Shimura in the Anbu detention facility. He feared that one day, Danzō might simply end up dead in there, without anyone the wiser. It would be much safer to move him to the village prison.